HarperCollins presents The Silent Girls by Anne Troup, read by Jenny Bede. Prologue. Tuesday, 8th of September, 1964. On Tuesday, the 8th of September, 1964, the state hanged John Bastin for the brutal murder of 5 women. While his wife and child stood outside the prison gates, waiting for the execution bell to toll, a distraught young woman took a coal shovel and beat a man to death. She brought it down again and again, slicing through cloth and flesh and hitting bone as her victim squirmed and cowered under the torrent of blows. Finally, his movement ceased, and all that remained was the battered pulp of his body and a glistening ooze of blood. The woman felt no sense of regret, even though she paused to feel for it. All she could locate was the heightened pulse of her adrenaline-fueled heart and the sound of quiet sobbing from the woman behind her. "Oh, Jesus! What have you done?" the other woman cried. Her words were loaded with fear and whistled out through her misery like the thin strain of a battered bugle. The woman looked at the blood-gorged shovel and noticed that her heart rate had started to slow into a dull, regular thump. She glanced at the body and prodded it with the toe of her shoe, bristling at the realization that some of his filthy blood had stained the leather. The right thing. That's what. She could feel nothing but relief now that the nightmare was over. She turned to the woman she had believed was her friend and said the words exactly as she meant them. "You owe me for this." There was no such thing as a favor that didn't have to be repaid, and she had a clear price. The other woman glanced down at the dead man, and then at her own ruined body. She paid her debt 4 months later. Chapter 1. August 2010. At first glance, Coronation Square didn't seem to have changed much in over 30 years. It still had its postage stamp patch of green in the middle, and still boasted its tall Victorian houses on all 4 sides. It still looked blousy and overdone, and it still had a baleful air that marked it out as somewhere to be wary of. On closer inspection, Edie could see that things had altered. The square had faded like an old rose, and its previously respectable veneer had degenerated into a flimsy, fragile facade. As she walked past the buildings, she noticed the addition of new doorbells, up to 6 per house, each one bearing a flimsy, weather-faded label that left people none the wiser as to who might live there. Old family homes had been carved up, mutating into flats and bedsits to house a cheapskate, shifting population. The street drinkers and off-duty prostitutes made a desultory change from the sherry-sipping matriarchs who had twitched their net curtains and traded in gossip. Edie remembered them well and shuddered at the thought. Number 17 was just as it had always been, and as familiar to Edie as looking back at her own childhood face in photographs. The house stood out like a rotten tooth, seedy and discoloured from neglect. Ancient blue paint flaked from the window frames and peeled in curling sheets from the front door. The brass knocker hung precariously from a single remaining screw, the metal pockmarked and dulled by years of inattention. Edie regarded the whole place with a reluctance that sat like a brooding gargoyle at the centre of her being. This was not a visit she would have chosen to make, had she not been forced to by circumstances, and the state of the house represented everything that she felt about her extended family. Neglected, old-fashioned, out of kilter, and more than a little embarrassing. The Morris family would never have been singled out for the veracity of their housekeeping, or their ability to embrace change. Edie doubted that the Morris family would have been singled out for much, though she might have won the prize for most inept midlife crisis, most acrimonious divorce, and person never likely to amount to much, if anyone had held a competition. Not that any of it mattered. She had arrived and there was work to do. To her surprise, the old key worked perfectly and gave her easy entry into a cluttered, dingy, pungent past. The first thing she did was open the kitchen window to dissipate the fetid air. The second was to ring her sister. "Hey, it's me. I'm here." "Oh, God, how bad is it?" Rose asked, her voice laden with false concern. They both knew that she couldn't have cared less so long as she didn't have to deal with it. Edie surveyed her surroundings. She had perched herself on the edge of a rickety chair, and from there she could see only a fraction of the desuetude that had beset the house. Grease had trickled and congealed on the walls, and mould had started to mount an onslaught in neglected corners. It looked like Aunt Dolly hadn't deigned to lift a cloth in some time. A combination of Steptoe's front yard and 10 Rillington Place springs to mind, and that's just based on the smell. It's bad, Rose, really bad. Oh, Lord, I wasn't sure what it would be like. Are you sure you can do this on your own? Edie sighed. Rose's feigned empathy was a constant source of irritation. There isn't much choice. You can't help, and there isn't anyone else. Rose was about to embark on a month-long cruise with her husband, a long-awaited trip that couldn't be put aside, even for the death of a relative. I can't see this place fetching much. It will need gutting and half rebuilding, looking at the state of it. Is anyone going to want to take it on? Someone will. The property prices in that area of Winfield are going through the roof. It's up and coming, Edie. Someone's going to get an absolute bargain. Edie thought about the one-stop shop, the street drinkers and the bedsits. That somebody will need to have a lot of vision then. Rose, should we feel bad that we let it go on so long? Should we have done more? Edie hadn't set foot in the house since 1980, when it had been untidy and in need of a clean, but not on the point of ruin. She had been a child then, and how people lived hadn't been her primary concern. At that age, she had been preoccupied by ponies that she would never own, and contemplating a career as an air hostess, not worrying about how her strange relatives chose to live their lives. It had been a nice age, a time to have fantasies, a time to be unaffected by the knowledge that ponies were expensive manure-producing machines and that air hostesses were just glorified waitresses. Reality always bit eventually. How could we have known? She never told us how bad things were. I used to phone her once a month and she never said a word. I suppose we could have done more, but how were we to know? Rose was being unusually generous in her use of the word we. Edie had never phoned or ever checked in on her elderly aunt to pass the time of day. She had been too busy having a life. Now she wasn't, and this hasty, unwanted task felt like too little done too late. Do you think there is much of any value in there? Rose asked. Edie looked around again. I have no idea. Most of it looks like junk at the moment, and filthy junk at that. But I'll sort through it and let you know. Rose wasn't being greedy. Dolly Morris had died with debts, and the money had to come from somewhere. Being executor of this particular will came with responsibilities, not benefits. Will you go to the funeral? I suppose I should. I'm taking apart her life and selling it for scrap. It would seem mercenary not to, Edie said, wondering if Simon felt the same obligation to her now that their house was in the process of being sold and their property was being divided. She doubted it. His only obligation seemed to be himself these days. I know one thing, though. We'll have shares in Lever by the time I'm finished. I might well make a dent in the European bleach mountain tackling this mess. Rose laughed. Edie asked her how she was feeling. There had been some complaining about a twisted ankle that Rose worried might ruin the cruise. Sore and bored. Evan is being good, though, helping out, and the girls are calling in every day. I might die of the boredom, though. I can't wait until we leave. Of course Evan was being good. He was the kind of husband who would be. Rose's daughters were pretty perfect, too. They had stayed close to home and close to their mother. Sometimes Edie envied her sister that perfect family. She thought of her own child, made in his father's image and doing his own thing 10,000 miles away, and of her home being sold, all her things and furniture packed up in crates and boxes, which were sitting in a storage unit. Gah! She needed to get over herself. At this rate, she would end up just like Dolly had, sick and lonely in a house that held the bones of the past like an ossuary for the forgotten. "I doubt that, Rose. Give it a few weeks on that cruise and you'll be back better than before." "Well, I'll try and enjoy myself, though it will be hard thinking of you tackling this great big mess. Good luck with the clear-out." Her tone was full of sympathy, which grated on Edie like sandpaper being dragged over her skin. It was pointless saying anything. Rose was going on her trip regardless. Edie had pulled the short straw and had to live with it. "Thanks. I might need it." Edie ended the call with the usual niceties and turned to contemplate her task. Good sense dictated that she try and make the kitchen semi-hygienic first. She would be staying a while and she would need to eat. The prospect of food poisoning wasn't pleasant, and by the look of it, several new life forms were breeding in the kitchen. She didn't dwell on the thought too long, for fear of throwing up at the horrors that her imagination might conjure, let alone the ones that faced her in the filthy kitchen. A quick survey of the cupboards told her that Dolly hadn't been a fan of cleaning products. A tin of petrified vim and a dribble of disinfectant weren't going to cut it. Neither was the rock-hard blackened cloth that was welded to the waste pipe. It was time to go to the one-stop shop and stock up. If old Mrs. Vale, the terrifying matriarch that still loomed large in her memory, had still owned the shop, Edie's basket would have raised questions. The copious quantities of cleaning products and 3 rolls of black bags would have garnered curiosity, and in an hour the whole square would have known that Edie Byrne was clearing out the Morris house. On this occasion, the gun-chewing girl behind the till didn't show a flicker of interest, and barely looked up when Edie paid. Edie guessed that Dolly's fate was no one's business, and nobody's concern these days. There was something to be said for net curtain twitchers. They missed little, and would never have allowed an old lady to lie for days at the bottom of the stairs with a broken hip. She had lain there so long that she had died helpless and alone. Dolly's plight had been noticed not by her neighbours, but by a persistent meter reader determined to do his job, even if it did mean peering in through dirty windows and discovering dead old women. Every time she thought of it, Edie felt a flush of guilt. Dolly's lonely death had been inevitable, simply because no one had cared, and she was one of the few who had been obliged to. She lugged her shopping bags back across the square, using the central garden as a shortcut. There had been a time when the garden had been a pleasant place where kids could play. It seemed to be the haunt of the druggies and drunks now, if the litter of cans and needles were evidence of anything. As she approached the gate opposite number 17, she spied a group of people congregating outside the house and listening rapt as a man lectured them. He was pointing at the main drain in the road at the front of the house. Sally Pollitt had been missing for 4 days when the residents of number 15 called in the water board to complain that the drain was blocked and that an awful smell was pervading the street. When the workmen arrived and pulled up the manhole cover, they discovered her remains wedged into the shaft and starting to decay. She had been strangled, her underwear forced into her throat, and her hair sheared off. Her female organs had been mutilated while she was still alive. It was the last in a string of murders which rocked the borough of Winfield. The man announced his tale with dramatic flair, his voice ringing every drop of shock and horror that it could from the story. The group blocked Edie's path. She edged up to them and lingered on the fringes, catching the attention of a man with a camera. "What's going on?" she asked. "Murder-tour. We're visiting the sites where all of John Baston's victims were found," he said in a thick West Country accent. "Done 'em all now. Ripper tour in London, ghost tour in Edinburgh, and now Winfield. It's dead interesting." Edie's presence had caught the attention of the tour guide. "Excuse me, madam, would you mind stepping back? The tour is for paying customers only." Edie bristled. "Happy to, if you can move your paying customers away from the front of my house. Or do I get a cut of the profits from your tawdry tour?" The man looked indignant and chivied his entourage towards the gardens, where he explained that the naked body of Elizabeth Reese had been found, laid out on a park bench for all to see. Edie felt inordinately irked by the presence of the group and their macabre interest in the Winfield's darker history. She had little issue with ghost tours and ripper tours. They were based in a period that no one living could remember. But the Winfield murders had happened only 50 years before. Relatives of the victims were still living in the area, or at least had been when she was a child. Mrs. Campion, who lived at number 15, had been Dolly's neighbour, and both had been friends of Sally Pollitt. It couldn't be right that people should profit from such recent tragedies. By the time Edie had rested her heavy bags in the porch and had found the key, the group were milling around the garden taking photographs. The man in charge was staring at her, not with hostility, but curiosity. Edie shrugged and turned her back to him, but not without noticing that she was also being watched from next door. It seemed that at least one of the net curtain twitchers was alive and kicking, and still surveying her domain from behind an anomalous veil of crane lace. It took 3 hours to clear the kitchen of its clutter, and a further 2 just to clean it. By the time she had finished, Edie had 2 black sacks full of out-of-date food, including tins of things that might be museum pieces if they hadn't been so rusty and rhymed with age. Some of the items she had consigned to the rubbish were artifacts of social history, but too far gone to be of any value or interest. A silver tea service, black with tarnish, but complete with the original tray, might be worth something and had been consigned to a box for further consideration and cleaning. Alongside it lay a variety of storage tins, possibly of interest to collectors of vintage kitsch and tawdry paraphernalia. There had been a ton of them, but some still contained detritus of dubious origin, which had turned Edie's stomachs, and it had been too much trouble to attempt to salvage the tins. The huge metal teapot, beloved of Dolly and her mother before, had been consigned to the bin. Edie couldn't face a cup of anything brewed inside its tannin-lacquered innards, and settled instead for a tea bag in a chipped coronation mug, filled with water from the ancient enamel kettle which still functioned, though it had lost its whistle long ago. Edie was weary from her labours, but satisfied that she had made a dent and brought a measure of civilization back to the proceedings. At least she knew she was less likely to contract something systemically untenable from the kitchen. The toilet had to be her next port of call, and by the look of it, anything might be mutating in there. It had received a whole bottle of bleach a few hours before, and she hoped the substance would live up to its claims and kill 99% of all known germs, though she could hazard a guess that Dolly had nurtured a few million as yet uncharted by biology. At this stage, it was tempting to just cordon everything off with biohazard tape and throw petrol on it. Unfortunately, it wasn't an option. Arson wouldn't pay the debts. The debts were a puzzle. There had been no evidence that Dolly had been short of money, yet she had released equity from the house and left it mortgaged to the hilt. There was even less evidence of where the money had gone. It certainly hadn't been spent on the high life or home improvements. At 5 o'clock, Edie started to feel hungry and contemplated revisiting the shop in search of food. A quick glance in Dolly's dusty hall mirror told her that she would probably need a bath and a change before venturing out. The grime of the kitchen had transferred itself to her, and she ran the risk of being picked up for vagrancy if seen in public in that state. She had yet to assess the condition of the upstairs bathroom and dreaded what she might find. Halfway up the stairs, her progress was interrupted by a sharp knock at the door. A young girl, maybe 14 or 15, stood on the doorstep. She surveyed Edie's dishevelled state with utter disdain, but delivered her message anyway. "Nan says to ask if you are Rose or Edie." "I'm Edie." "Why?" "Nan says if you're one of them, you're to come round for a cup of tea." Edie was taken aback. "That's very kind of your Nan, but it's really not necessary." "Nan said you would say that, and told me to tell you to wind your neck in and do as you were told, and that Beatty would have tanned your hide for being so rude." The girl said it as if she had rehearsed her speech thoroughly. "Who's Beatty?" she added as an afterthought. Edie smiled. "Beatty was my Nan, and she was twice as terrifying as yours. Tell Lena I'll be round in 20 minutes, and tell her I said thank you." The girl nodded and made to turn away. "So what's your name?" Edie asked. "Georgia," the girl said, as she flitted back down the front steps. So, Lena Campion was still alive and more than likely the quiet observer behind the lace. Edie remembered her well, but had forgotten the neighbourliness that would make a person invite a virtual stranger to tea. Perhaps it was an artifact of the days when Coronation Square had been the kind of place where no one locked their door, and there had been a lively trade in bartered cups of sugar and shillings for the meter. Edie shrugged off the reverie and returned to the task of cleaning herself up. Dwelling on the past could serve no useful purpose. The bathroom was just as bad as everywhere else, and even 10 minutes of scouring couldn't bring the bath up to any acceptable shade of white, but Edie figured it was clean if not attractive. A tepid, shallow bath was run from the worryingly ancient hot water heater that needed a match to light it and a prayer to stop it from exploding. Edie wondered that Dolly had survived at all, alone in such a house. It seemed booby-trapped by antiquity, and liable to be the death of someone sooner or later. At 6:25, she had managed some semblance of humanity again, and set off to Lena's for the promised tea. In juxtaposition to number 17, Lena's house had always been a riot of family life. People drifted in and out at will, and there were always children herring about. A pot of fresh tea was always on the go. It seemed quieter now, and there was no sign of the girl Georgia, but Lena hadn't changed in the 35 years since Edie had last been in her company. She was a little bit more bent, softer around the middle, and her face was lined, but her personality hadn't altered a bit. Her tilted smile of welcome was wry, and gave some indication that the loudmouth matriarch of old was still fully present. "Sit yourself down," Lena said, indicating a chair to the side of a cloth-covered table. The seating was marked out by the addition of placemats, showing scenes of old Winfield, scenes that Edie couldn't remember. Winfield as a verdant residential paradise was long before her time. She did as she was told and sat, smiling her thanks at the old woman. "It's very kind of you to invite me round. I wasn't sure if anyone who knew Dolly would still be living around here." Lena hauled the huge teapot over the bone china mugs and poured expertly, a thin stream of golden liquid releasing its enticing perfume as it hit the china. Lena was so adept at this ritual that she could complete it without a drop being dribbled or splashed onto the white linen cloth beneath. As Edie watched, she knew that she would never be able to achieve the same. Everything would have been sullied if left in her hands. "Well, I think I might be the last. They've all gone one way or the other," Lena said, setting the pot down as if it weighed no more than a piece of fine-blown glass. "So, you just back for the funeral, then?" Edie tried to smile but couldn't. "That, and I'm here to clean out the house and put it up for sale," she said. Lena froze for a moment and stiffened, the milk jug held in mid-air. "Sell?" "I'm afraid so. She had a little bit in the bank, but not enough to pay all the debts she had." "Couldn't one of you girls have lived with her and helped her? It's what we did in my day. I looked after my mother until the day she died, and Dolly looked after your grandmother until she died," Lena said, a little judgmentally if Edie were honest. A brief respite brought about by the questions of milk and sugar allowed Edie to think about her response. "Perhaps we should have, but I haven't seen her since I was a kid. Rose and I thought things were fine. Dolly never said otherwise. We didn't know how bad things had got." Even to Edie's ears, it sounded like a litany of excuses, the timbre of her guilt making her want to run from Lena's censure. Lena stirred her tea and nodded. "Fair enough. Just thought I'd be gone before the square was. I thought Dolly would be the last one standing, not me. I'd like to say that you can move in next door and keep the old place ticking, but it's beyond that, I know. I've been nagging her for years to sort the place out, but after Dickie died, she just lost heart for it. I tried to help her as much as I could, but in recent months she wouldn't even answer the door to me. Just cut me out completely. It's like she lived her life in the past. She hardly left the house by the end, and I feel so bad that I didn't know that she was hurt." There was such a look of sorrow and worry on Lena's face that Edie felt compelled to reach out and squeeze the old lady's hand. "You were friends for such a long time," she said. Lena looked away from her and surreptitiously wiped a tear away with the corner of her apron. "We were. Me and Dolly, the scourge of Winfield, your Uncle Dickie trailing in our wake." She laughed, and shook her head as if to shake off her memories. All gone now, though. Edie thought about Dolly's twin for a moment. Dickie had been the Boo Radley of Coronation Square, a ubiquitous yet quiet presence, unobtrusive but powerful nonetheless. He had died 5 years before. Edie hadn't gone to his funeral and felt sad about that now. Sad that Dolly hadn't told Rose until it was too late. Edie didn't even know where he'd been cremated, or whether there was a memorial. No one had ever mentioned one. Dickie had been a sweet man, and had deserved better from everyone. Things change, she said. Lena looked at her. Aye, they do, and not always for the better. They were quiet for a moment, as both sipped their tea, though Edie was acutely aware that Lena was studying her intently. Eventually, Lena broke the silence. What was you shouting about, out in the street earlier? I was watching you through the curtains. I thought it might be you. I was having a go at that bloody man about running his murder tours on the doorstep. Won't do you any good. He's been running them for a few years now, and they're very popular. We can't stop him. It seems somewhat insensitive, given that you still live here and, well, you know. Lena pushed her cup away and sat back in her chair. It makes no difference. We've lived with the legacy of those murders for all these years. Him rubbing our faces in it won't make much difference. I find it pretty shocking that anybody would, Edie said. Well, I expect he has his reasons. Edie was about to argue about what those reasons might be when the front door slammed, making her jump. That'll be Sam, Lena said, hauling herself to her feet. I'd best get another cup. Edie watched her waddle into the kitchen and braced herself for the reacquaintance with Sam. She had forgotten about him until Lena had said his name. Somewhere in her mind were vivid memories of a boy prone to pulling hair and bullying little girls. A boy she'd had a huge crush on, if she remembered correctly. The Sam she could recall had managed to turn a simple game of hide-and-seek into a terrifying blood sport, calling it murder in the dark and scaring her witless. She was still smiling at the memory when he walked in. Bloody hell. Edie Morris? Hello, Sam. And it's Edie Byrne now. How are you? Still terrorising the neighbourhood? Not so much these days. Not so many annoying little girls following me around. Looking her up and down. You've changed. Well, it would be a bit of a medical oddity if I hadn't. It's been 30-odd years, she said, returning his scrutiny and appraising him. She wished the years had been as kind to her, and wondered why it was that men aged so much more appealingly than women. Where Sam had laughter lines, she had crow's feet. Back for the funeral, are you? Bit of a mess to face next door, I don't envy you. Last time I was in there, it was like the Black Hole of Calcutta. Something like that, Edie said, thinking about all the rooms she had yet to tackle. When did you last visit? Years ago, when Dickie was alive. He was a bit prone to falling over and Dolly couldn't lift him. I'd help out when I could. Edie felt another flush of guilt at the realisation that this other family had borne the burdens of her own while she and Rose had blithely got on with their lives. We didn't know how bad things have got. Dolly never let on, she said. That's what happens when you live away, I suppose. So, Edie Byrne, what's with you these days? Married? Kids? Recently unmarried and one kid, though he's not much of a kid now. He's 26 and doing his own thing. I take it Georgia is yours, Edie said, still wondering where the young girl had disappeared to. She had been expecting to meet her again. Georgie? Not mine. I love her dearly, but won't lay claim to her. Nah, she's Shelley's kid. You remember Shelley? Edie didn't, or if she did, it was a vague flash. Even back then she had been hard-pressed to keep track of the Campion brood. Lena had come from a big family, and was always knee-deep in relatives. Vaguely. Is she Davy's daughter? Davy was Lena's brother, and a man who had given the younger Edie a severe dose of the creeps. That's her. She's on her own now, so Mum helps out, and so do I. Edie had forgotten how confusing Lena's family could be. She supposed the children called Lena Nan because it was simpler. I never could keep track of you lot. There were so many, she said. Sam laughed. It suited him. He had a face designed for laughter. That's true. How's Rose? I always had a bit of a thing for her when I was a kid. Edie was surprised at this. Rose must have been at least 8 years older than Sam. She's okay. She's laid up with a broken leg, but getting better. She's married with twin girls. Blimey. She never did do anything by halves, Sam said. Edie felt a little wistful that Sam remembered her as annoying and Rose as a paragon. Some things never changed. So, how long are you staying? As long as it takes to get the house sorted out. By the look of it, that could be some time. If you're planning on selling stuff, I've got a friend who's an auctioneer. I could get him to call round and take a look if you like. I'm not sure any of it would be worth much, but that would be helpful. Thanks. I might need a few days to sort through the junk, though. I'll give you my number. You can call me when you're ready, Sam said, pulling out his mobile phone. He reeled off the number, and Edie duly inserted it into her own phone's memory. Where's that tea, Mother? A man could die of thirst at this rate, he bawled. The sound of his voice was so deep and sudden that it ricocheted through Edie and made her want to wince. She held her breath for a moment and waited for her heart to steady, wondering how long it would take her to get over her fear of men who shouted. The interjection had unnerved her, and she felt the need to leave. She had stayed long enough for politeness' sake. Well, I should go. Lots to do next door. Lena had returned and stood in the doorway, holding a cup and looking pensive. Don't do too much on your own, you'll need some help. It's quite the mess in there. Stay and have another cup of tea, leave it until after the funeral, eh? We'll help, won't we, Sam? Sam smiled. Of course we will. What are friends for, eh? Edie gave them a weak smile. Friends were people you saw frequently, not old neighbours who you hadn't seen since you were a kid. But they were kind people, and kindness was not to be sniffed at. That's a lovely offer, thank you. I might well take you up on it if it's all more than I bargained for. She turned to Lena. I won't stay for more tea, but thank you. I'll see you at the funeral tomorrow. Lena nodded. Course we'll both be there. Have you organised a wake? Nothing much, just a few sandwiches in the hall at the Creme. I've no idea who's coming. Lena nodded again. You never know with a funeral. All sorts crawl out of the woodwork. I could have done it here, you know. Edie didn't know what to say. Rose had organised everything over the phone. She had just been nominated as the person who would show up and save what little face Dolly's family had retained. Oh, what a kind offer, but Rose arranged everything. I don't suppose she would have wanted to put you out. Before she left, Sam turned to her. It's been nice to see you again, Edie. Take care of yourself. You too, Sam, she said, surprised to realise that she meant it. Well, I'll be off then. I need to sort out somewhere to sleep. She turned to Lena. Thank you so much for the tea and company. You're welcome. And don't be a stranger. If you have any questions, you know where I am, Lena said. The old woman still looked a little pensive, and her words puzzled Edie. Questions about what? Number 17 felt cold and lonely after the warmth and homeliness of Lena's house. Despite the fact that it was June, Edie felt inclined to put the fire on in the lounge. There had never been central heating in the house, and she remembered it being Baltic in winter with only 2 gas fires and a scattering of dangerous-looking electric heaters to warm the whole house. As she lit the gas, she worried about carbon monoxide poisoning and checked the flames for colour. They looked all right, but she was probably no great judge. She hugged herself and huddled for a moment by the hearth, soaking in some warmth and wondering if the cold might actually be coming from the inside. It would take more than a few half-hearted flames to thaw her ice-defended core. Ignoring the oppressive clutter of the lounge, she made her way upstairs by dint of the feeble landing light, which swung in its shade and cast looming shadows across the stained and aged wallpaper. When she removed her hand from the banister at the top, she had noticed that she had gathered a number of long, fine, blonde hairs on her palm. She shook them off. Dolly's bedroom turned out to be a no-go zone. Not only was it filthy and squalid, but it was full. Every surface was laden with clutter, and clothes had been piled onto the bed. More of the hair littered the room, both in fine filaments and huge hanks. Several disembodied wooden heads had been scattered around the room, each at varying stages of baldness. It was a macabre sight, especially when lit by a bulb not much brighter than a candle. The fine details of the scene were hidden by inky cloaks of shadow, which intensified the grotesquerie and heightened Edie's instinctive reaction, which was to recoil and run. At one time, she had been fascinated by her aunt's occupation and had been mesmerized by the precise creativity that formed the wigs that Dolly made. Now the half-made hairpieces looked repulsive, like things that had been attacked, savaged and brutalized. The faceless wooden wig blocks made the whole scene even more disturbing, with the shadows painting gruesome features onto their flat faces. Edie shut the door and suppressed a shudder. Dolly's room was best faced in the cold and reasonable light of day. The spare room, where she and Rose had slept as children, was chock full of junk. Edie was barely able to open the door and step in. The smell of damp and mold assailed her nose, and she shut the door on that, too. Dickie's room had a Mary Celeste feel, as if he had just stepped out for a moment. If the whole room hadn't been covered in a thick film of dust, Edie might have believed that he had, and was due back at any moment to resume making the half-finished model that sat on his workbench. As a pastime, Dickie had made automata, miniature models of fantastic things that sprang to life and moved at the turn of a tiny handle. When Edie had last stayed in the house, he had given her one as a gift, a Pegasus who soared and moved his wings if you wound him up. It had been a simple yet beautiful thing, and Edie had treasured it, until Simon had smashed it to bits in a fit of temper. She had kept the parts in a shoebox, intending to ask Dickie to mend it one day, but he had died and so had the marriage, and Pegasus had been lost in the aftermath. She looked around the room at the shelves, all full of Dickie's creations. Animals, people, birds and beasts, all limited to perfect and precise arcs of movement that could only be brought about by a human hand. They were trapped on their wooden plinths, waiting for freedom, and Edie thought she knew something of how it felt. She shut the door softly on Dickie's domain and left the room in peace. Her final option upstairs was Beatty's room, which was as clear and tidy as the others were cluttered. It was the smallest bedroom, a box room really, and was reminiscent of a monk's cell. Sparse, white and ordered. A plain counterpane lay over the bed, which had been made years before with sheets stretched as tight as the skin of a drum. They were yellow with age and spotted with mould. Edie pressed a hand onto the bed and felt a sensation of damp. She would not be sleeping there. The last resort was the sofa in the sitting room downstairs. Somehow that felt better and less of an invasion of privacy than using one of the bedrooms. The trick would be finding usable bedding. Everything in the linen cupboard was damp and stank of old dust and decay. Edie had bought her own towels, but hadn't thought to bring bedding. She thought briefly about shipping out to a hotel, then wondered if Lena might lend her a few sheets and a quilt. If she went to a hotel now, she might never come back, and she couldn't do that. The thought of spending any more time in the house was becoming more and more depressing. Not only was her task daunting, but the place seemed to be sighing and breathing around her, as if it had a life of its own, one that it had sucked from its previous residents. Grandma Beatty, Dolly and Dickie were gone, but to Edie it felt like they were still there and watching her every move. For reasons that she couldn't explain, but that were based on raw instinct, she was uneasy about asking Lena for help. The old lady's censorious demeanour was liable to hook out more and more of Edie's guilt regarding the neglect of her extended family. The state of the house alone was accusation enough, and evidence that Dolly had lived and died alone and uncared for. Edie resigned herself to sleeping on the sofa in the clothes that she was wearing. An uncomfortable night seemed like a small penance to pay for the years that Dolly had cared for her and Rose in the absence of their mother. Years in solicitude that had been met unequally with rejection and indifference. As she lay on the lumpy sofa, watching the last of the evening light dwindle through the dirty window, she hoped that the funeral might offer some redemption, that laying Dolly to rest with some dignity and respect might undo the cloying sense of obligation and guilt. She would wear black as a mark of respect, and hope that it wouldn't reflect the flush of hypocrisy that was sure to creep into her skin and show her for the fraud she was. Rose had arranged for a car. It would arrive at 11 the next day to collect her. Then she would follow the hearse carrying Dolly's body, encased in its pine-veneered coffin and covered up in flowers. Then it would be over, and she could do what she had to do and pull it all behind her, as she had with so many other things. Sleep followed on the wings of this anticipated relief, and Edie relaxed into it, her inert form brushed by shadows, cast by the light of passing cars, and given form and life by the ghosts of the past that resided amidst the clutter and dirt of number 17, Coronation Square. Chapter 2. Edie sat in the first pew of the chapel, stiff and uncomfortable in her black suit, and aware that she was the centre of attention for the small congregation. Other than Sam and Lena, she knew nobody, and whilst they waited for the vicar, she battled with the hypocrisy of her thoughts. If all these people had known Dolly well enough to come and pay their respects, why had she died alone in squalor? The vicar arrived, and they all stood while he led the first prayer. They sat for the eulogy, and Edie wondered whom it was that he was talking about when he referred to Dorothy, a pillar of the community and tireless charity supporter who had relentlessly collected for the local charity shops and who would be much missed by her many friends. For a split second, Edie wondered if she'd come to the wrong funeral, for surely the lily-clad coffin could not contain Dolly, who had been more a pillar of salt than a pillar of the community. She shook the thought away and stood to sing the hymn that Rose had chosen, Jerusalem. As she mouthed the words, Edie considered the incongruity of the whole thing as applies to Dolly. All she could think about was rugby and the WI. Finally, and to her relief, the curtain slid shut and Dolly disappeared. Now all Edie had to face was the lonely walk of shame back down the aisle as she led the mourners from the chapel. As mourners went, they seemed to be a hungry lot. Most of them cheerfully seized upon the opportunity to drink tepid tea and consume limp sandwiches and dry cake in the little hall that lay to the back of the crematorium. Most of the strangers avoided her and chatted amongst themselves, occasionally shooting speculative glances in her direction. She felt both ridiculous and fraudulent in her black suit, and she was tired and achy. The night on the sofa had been dream-filled, stiff and uncomfortable. The cushions had felt as if she was lying on a bag of pebbles. Edie was half concerned that Dolly had stuffed the cushions with bricks. She surreptitiously rubbed at the small of her back and returned a weak smile to Sam and Lena, who were making their way towards her. They had made a beeline, but had been hampered at every step by elderly women who caught at Lena's arm and engaged her for what seemed to Edie interminably long moments. To her relief, Sam left his mother and strode over. "You look like you need rescuing," he said, offering her a thimbleful of weak tea. "Thank you, and I do. Who are all these people?" She took the tea and sipped. It was vile, lukewarm, and made her wince. Sam looked around the room. "Bingo and jumble cell cronies, I think. A good funeral is the highlight of their week." I didn't know Dolly was a bingo fan. It was true, she didn't, but then she hadn't known Dolly well enough to know much about her habits and hobbies. "I think Mum used to drag her there from time to time. Not sure she was ever a fan, not like Mum. The woman is a bingo fiend." Edie wanted to laugh and indulge this charming man who was being so kind, but laughter at a wake seemed incongruous and rude, especially when your every move was being scrutinized. "Do you know who that is?" she said, nodding towards a tall, smartly dressed middle-aged man who stood alone, looking almost as out of place as Edie felt she was. Sam followed her gaze. "No idea. Doesn't look much like a bingo aficionado, though." It was true, he didn't. If Edie had been forced to categorize him, she would have said that he looked like a policeman or a soldier. Something about his stance, The impression that he was standing at ease, yet missing nothing, struck her as representing something official. Her attention was pulled away from him by the arrival of Lena. "Bloody ghouls! Not as if one of them cared about Dolly. Makes me sick. They only come for the free food and a cup of tea. Some of them want to get a life." Lena said it as if the cheery exchanges she had voluntarily participated in had been some kind of personal affront. It made Edie smile. "Well, I'm glad at least a few people came. It would have been a poor show for her if it had just been the three of us. Besides, someone has to eat all these awful sandwiches." Lena regarded the limp, curling Eckencrest sandwiches that sat sad and unappetizing on the plate that she held. "Sausage rolls weren't up to much either. I swear the tight buggers here used the leftovers from the last do." Edie nodded. "You're probably right." She turned to find a spot where she could abandon the rancid tea and winced as the movement jarred her aching back. "What's up? Did you hurt yourself?" Sam asked, a look of concern flickering across his handsome features. Edie gave him a wan smile. "Oh, it's nothing. I ended up sleeping on the sofa last night. The house is pretty damp and I couldn't find any clean bedding. I'm just a bit stiff, that's all." Lena had turned away, distracted by yet another mourner who ignored Edie, but expressed their sorrow to the woman who had known Dolly best, yet hadn't known when her friend lay dying, hadn't checked on her, hadn't spoken to her in months. It was natural that people would gravitate towards the more familiar face, Edie supposed. It was probably justified. She'd have been hard-pressed to know how to react if anyone had approached her and expressed sorrow for her loss. It had been uncomfortable enough when the vicar had shaken her hand and expressed his sympathy. She cast about the room, looking for the tall stranger, but he'd gone. "I might ask your mum if I can borrow some bedding for tonight," she said absently to Sam. "Not sure I can face another night on that sofa. I'll be fit for nothing." Sam smiled. "I'm sure she'll be glad to help, and you look pretty fit to me, Edie Byrne." Blushing at a funeral felt as awkward and insensitive as laughing, but there were some things Edie couldn't control. She could feel the flush creep up her neck and flood her face in a total betrayal of the cool and collected demeanour she had been trying to cultivate. In any other circumstances, she would have made a self-deprecating quip in order to level the field again, but Sam had turned away from her and was whispering to his mother. To her further chagrin, an elderly man had braved the Great Divide and was heading for Edie with condolences tripping off his tongue. As he approached, she couldn't help but notice the scowl of disapproval that flickered across Lena's face. It seemed the man had seen it too, because he inserted himself between Edie and Lena and promptly turned his back on the old lady and her son. "I'm so sorry for your loss, my dear. Such a tragic end, so sad." Edie didn't know what to say, so she gave him a weak smile and thanked him. "I tried to call on poor Dolly a number of times, but she turned her back on all of us at the end," he said. So Edie had gathered. "Yes, it seems she shut everyone out. I wonder why." The old man shrugged his shoulders and spread his arms. He held a silver-topped cane in one hand, and with his neat cravat and perfectly pressed black suit, looked to Edie as if he might be about to perform a magic trick. Who knows what was going through her mind? She was never quite the same after Dickie. I always suspected that in losing him she lost her purpose. Fell out with almost everyone, so I believe. Became very suspicious of us all. It's a terrible thing when people push their friends away. Edie nodded, only half listening to him. Everything people said to her with regard to Dolly felt like an indictment. He placed a cool, thin hand on her shoulder and gave it a squeeze. She was surprised at the strength of it. He looked so frail. Still, life must go on, mustn't it? And I must say, you really are the image of your father. The mention of Frank, any mention of Frank, stunned Edie. No one ever spoke of him. If it wasn't for the fact that she knew someone had to have sired her, Edie might have thought that her father was a figment of everyone's imagination. Frank Morris, eldest and most unprodigal of Beattie's sons, had been a taboo subject for so long that this sudden mention had jarred her completely. Before she could muster a response, the man had turned on his heel and walked away. Lena nudged her with an elbow much sharper than the woman's fleshy figure belied. "What did he want?" she asked. "I don't know. Who is he?" Edie said, still reeling from the overt mention of her father. "You don't want to know. He's a vicious old gossip with a chip on his shoulder. Best to ignore him, everyone else does." Edie was good at doing what she was told, and damped down her curiosity as instructed. People were beginning to leave, much to her relief, and the hollow thanks and farewells that she was forced to deliver, whilst flanked by the indomitable Lena, were distraction enough from the strange encounter. Lena had gone further than just loaning some bedding, and had offered Edie a bed for the night, which she had accepted gratefully, and had appreciated fully when the bathroom had also offered a shower. The squalor and oppression of number 17 had been washed away in an instant under the pelting hot water, and a night between clean white sheets that oozed the aroma of fresh air and sunshine, even if it had come from a packet of soap powder, had eased any reservations that remained. With the help of Lena's kindness, Edie had the best night's sleep she had experienced in an age. She descended the stairs, refreshed and reinvigorated, to be met by the smell of bacon, a fresh cup of tea, and Sam sitting at the table and smirking at her over his breakfast. "You moving in, then?" "Not quite, just taking advantage of your mother's hospitality and catching a bed for the night. I'll buy some bedding today and make do next door." "You will not," Lena said, as she placed a huge plateful of fried food in front of her. "You can stay here as long as you like. It's the least I can do. Ignore him. He's always been a sarky bugger. I would have offered you a room straight off, but I didn't know quite how bad it was next door." "I do really appreciate it, Lena. It's pretty depressing in there. I honestly don't know where to start. I made a dent in the kitchen the day I arrived, but it's hard to believe how much stuff they hoarded," Edie said, eyeing the breakfast, and surprised to find that she actually had an appetite for it. She hadn't bothered with breakfast for years. "I'll give you a hand if you like. I've got nothing on today," Sam said. "Would you? It's pretty bad, mine. You might want to bring some rubber gloves," Edie said, mildly embarrassed by the comparison between Dolly's home and Lena's immaculate haven. Or was she embarrassed by the prospect of finding his company desirable? Not that it mattered. She wasn't Rose. She was the annoying one. "No problem, I've seen worse. Finish your breakfast and we'll crack on with it," he said, leaning over and stealing a piece of toast from Edie's plate. Lena frowned at him and poured them all more tea. Edie led Sam into the dingy front room, with its dusty tat and old-fashioned furniture. Ugly old cabinets bulged with kitsch china objet d'art, and bookshelves bowed under the weight of mouldering magazines and foxed hardbacks. "I thought we'd start in here. It seems the least sullied." Sam scanned the room. "Don't you want to get the worst over with first?" Edie shook her head. "I did that yesterday. The kitchen was an absolute biohazard. I probably should have donated it to science as a research project. Besides, I have to build myself up to face the rest of it." Sam smiled at her. "Where do you want to start?" Edie patted a cushion, releasing a cloud of dust and fluff into the musty room. "With a dust mask?" she suggested. Sam laughed and pulled a huge handkerchief from his pocket. "Your wish is my command. I came prepared." He moved towards her and folded the fabric into a triangle. "Here, I'll tie it on for you." Edie almost stepped back, but didn't, and submitted, grateful that the handkerchief was covering her glowing cheeks. She hadn't been in such close proximity to a man in some time, and was ashamed of how she was reacting. At 46, she thought she might be over such silliness, but Sam had grown up rather nicely, better than she had. There was little of the gawky boy left in the man, and his unexpected proximity was having a strange and unguarded effect on her. "There, sorted. You look like a bandit," he said, resting his hands on her shoulders and looking at her. He was at least 6 inches taller than she was, and she was forced to look up. "What about you?" Edie asked, aware that she was blushing like a loon under the mask. "Thought of that. I pinched this from Mum." He pulled a tea towel out from his back pocket and tied it around his own face. "There, ready for action. Shall I start with the books?" Edie nodded and turned to one of the cabinets, glad of the distraction. I'll fetch some black bags. Most of this looks like rubbish. After an hour, it looked like they had made more mess than they had started with. Sam was insistent that some of the books were worth money, and he had pointed out that several of the ornaments that Edie had been throwing away with conscious malcontent might be worth something. How am I supposed to tell the difference? It all looks hideous to me, she said. It did, but not just because it was old and tacky. Each piece felt like a few ounces of recrimination. For every ornament she held in her hands, an equal weight of guilt settled in her heart. She had not cared about the people who had lived in the house. She had let them die, one by one, alone and neglected. Sam climbed down from the chair he had been using to reach the top shelves and knelt down beside her. He took the ugly china spaniel from her hands and turned it over. "Look, this is Staffordshire, you can see by the mark." He pointed to the base of the object. "People collect this stuff. They pay good money for it." "Lord knows why, it's horrible," Edie said, grimacing at the creature's painted gaze. "I agree, but horses for courses. Who are we to argue if people want to part with their cash? The object of the exercise is to raise as much money as possible, isn't it?" "I suppose," Edie said. "You're right, but I just want to get it over with as quickly as I can." Sam pulled off his impromptu mask and sat back on his heels. "I can see that. It's not the most stimulating task, raking through other people's belongings, is it? Why don't you make us a drink and I'll sort through the rest and pick out anything that might be worth keeping?" Edie was glad of the reprieve. Every time Sam came within a foot of her, she started to feel like an overheated teenager, and it was making her feel both stupid and uncomfortable. Even the smell of his damned handkerchief was making her feel queer. She pulled it down and let it settle around her neck while she tried to get a grip of herself and make the drinks. When she returned to the front room, Sam was pulling something out of the bottom of the china dog's twin. "What on earth is that?" "I don't know. It looks like a scarf. Someone must have poked it inside." He pulled the fabric out as if he were performing a low-budget magic trick. "Who on earth would do something like that?" she asked. "No idea. Someone who wanted to hide something." "Why hide a scarf?" The strip of fabric lay creased and colourful on the dirty carpet. Sam shrugged and picked it up. "Who knows? I hate to say it, but your relatives were a strange bunch at the best of times." Edie took the scarf from him and threw it into the box where she had been collecting the smaller ornaments that she figured were probably worthless. She thought about the wooden heads upstairs wearing their scalped hair and of Dickie's strange inventions. Yeah, they were an odd lot. She passed Sam his tea and wandered towards the window, moving the grimy net curtain aside to get a view of the street. The murder tourists were back, congregating around the drain, eager to hear its grisly history. Sam came up behind her and draped an arm casually about her shoulder, leaning forward to follow her gaze. "I see the ghouls are out in force." Edie was acutely aware of the weight on his arm. "Doesn't it bother you that they do this right outside the house?" "Not a lot we can do about it. They're all legal. It's a perfectly legitimate business. No one cares about the morality of it," he said, giving her shoulder a squeeze before dropping his arm. The pressure of his fingers burned and tingled like an old scar on her skin. She shivered and turned back to the room. "I'm going to dump this box outside and make some space. Hopefully someone will take it off my hands," she said, hauling the box of tat into her arms and carrying it out of the room. She manoeuvred it out of the front door and dumped it by the gate, hearing the satisfying chink of broken china as it hit the concrete. Removing the weight from her arms hadn't lessened the heaviness in her heart. She was acutely aware that she had just unceremoniously dumped a handful of the totems that had marked her family's existence. It felt wrong, and it felt brutal. She noticed that the tour guide was staring over again, looking as though he hadn't yet forgiven her for her previous sarcasm. She turned away from his gaze and went back into the house. Sam had sorted through the books and offered to take them to the nearest charity shop. Edie was both grateful for the offer of help and the opportunity for a break from his company. Sam Campion was having a strange effect on her, and it was becoming a most disconcerting experience. When he had loaded the books and left, she took the opportunity to pause her activity and review the situation. When she had agreed to the task of clearing the house, she'd had no idea that she would be letting herself in for this level of challenge. Not only was the house a daunting nightmare of effort, she hadn't bargained for the discovery that she still had feelings and female reactions that she had believed were withered and gone. For some reason, she thought her dysfunctional relationship with Simon had killed the possibility, and was mildly surprised that he hadn't stifled her regard for men in general. Not that being attracted to Sam was a scenario worth thinking about. She was here to dispose of the past, not cultivate thoughts of a future. The room looked almost naked now, stripped bare of its fripperies and exposed. Its representation as a slice of life had been obliterated by the hatchet job she and Sam had performed. Now that she was alone, her determination to get on with her task felt brutal. 2 generations of her family had lived and loved in the house, and this dismantling felt like desecration. With abject disregard, she had simply thrown away Dolly's treasures. In a fit of regret, she ran outside to retrieve the box of trinkets, only to find that it had already gone. Someone had been as eager to take it as she had been to get rid of it. She hoped that they wouldn't regret their actions as much as she regretted hers. Back inside, there was little option but to carry on, but this time with a little more reverence. While she waited for Sam to return, she concentrated on sorting the wheat from the chaff. By the time he came back, she had rolled up the rug, piled it on top of the chaise longue, and set the pieces of furniture worth money against one wall. Across the divide of dusty floorboards, under the window, lay the rest of the junk. In the middle of the room was a single box containing letters and photographs that Rose might want. On its side, Edie had written, "Keep me." Sam smiled and nodded his approval at the progress she had made. "Nice work, Edie. I didn't think we'd get this far." He wandered over to the box and peered in. "Not bad progress, I suppose, but I've had enough for today. It kind of gets to you after a while, throwing away the bits of people's lives that we find irrelevant and valueless," she said, feeling bizarrely emotional for a moment, and hugging herself to contain it. Sam didn't notice. He was busy rifling through the photographs. "Hey, look, here's one of Mum when she was a kid." He moved over to where Edie stood and showed her the picture. 5 children, forever frozen in monochrome, leaned against the railings that had closed the garden at the centre of the square. Each squinted at the camera, telling them the photograph had been taken in summer. "Which one is Lena?" she asked. Sam pointed to a skinny girl in a smocked dress and ankle socks. She was scowling at the camera. "That's her. You can tell by the expression on her face. She still pulls that face when she's pissed off with something. That one there is Sally." He pointed to another of the 3 girls in the picture. Sally had looked a little like Lena, but had more meat on her bones and a rounder, prettier face. Edie thought about the drain outside and suppressed a shudder. "I'm assuming that's Dolly, then, and that one is Dickie." She pointed to the last girl, thin and dark-haired. She looked timid. Dickie just looked like a younger version of the man she remembered. "So who's the other boy?" The second boy was dark too, swarthy-looking and with an intense, confident stare. He was a good-looking child, whoever he was. As she peered at the picture, she could see that the sun had created a halo-like aura around the boy's head. It was quite a strange trick of the light. "No idea. Never seen him before. I'll ask Mum later." He put the photograph back in the box. "Right, if you've had enough for the day, why don't we get cleaned up and head off to the pub? You can buy me a pint for all my hard work." As appealing as the idea was, Edie hesitated. "What about Lena? Won't she mind?" Sam chuckled and shook his head. "Edie Burner, how old are you? 12? I've been able to come and go as I please for a long time now, and I don't even live here." Edie flushed with embarrassment. It wasn't what she'd meant. "I know, but I am staying there, and I don't want her to think I'm treating it like a hotel." "Don't worry about it. Besides, it's Wednesday. She'll be at the community centre playing bingo until 6. Across the square, in a 3rd-floor window, A curtain twitched and someone watched as Edie and Sam left the house and made their way along the street to the pub on the corner. When they were out of sight, he let the curtain go and turned to face the room. He called the place his office, but in reality, it was a museum stuffed to the gills with a chaotically uncollated mess of detritus. What other people called rubbish, he deemed important artifacts of social history. Where other people saw junk, he saw evidence. One such item was now sitting on his cluttered desk, forming a puddle of colour amidst the piles of buff folders and grey document boxes. He would like to think that the scarf was final proof, the one piece of evidence that he needed, but long and bitter experience told him that it wasn't enough. Nothing ever seemed to be enough. He looked at the fabric, at the swirling colours and the distinctive pattern, and compared it to the photograph above the desk. The photograph was old, the paper yellowed, and the ancient ink formed an indistinct, grainy image. Jean Lockford had owned a scarf like this. She was wearing it in the photograph. There could be no colour match, the picture was in black and white, but the pattern was familiar. It had the same hypnotic print as the scarf on his desk. As evidence, it might not be enough on its own, but it was an addition to the body of proof. Every little helped the cause. He moved back to the window and looked across the square to number 17. If his hunch were correct, there would be a lot more coming out of that house soon. Not long now, he said, aloud to the pictures of the dead women who lined his wall. As he turned away from them, a quietly confident smile lifted the corners of his mouth. Chapter 3. When Edie had been younger, the Crown had been a typical spit and sawdust dive which she had glimpsed occasionally through the hatch in the off-sales cubicle. The thought made her feel old. She couldn't think of the last time she'd been in a pub that had a separate space where people could buy their booze to drink off the premises, another tradition that seemed to have died out. That had been in the days when she and Rose could gain a few pennies for sweets by taking empty bottles back to the pub's offie and pocketing the deposits. They called that kind of thing recycling now. Back then it had just been a way of life. Now the place had been taken over by a chain and had the generic ambience of all such places. Wednesday was pensioners' credit crunch lunch and curry and a pint night. Thursday was winner cirrhotic liver in the weekly quiz, and Friday was 2 for 10 as long as it was deep-fried, microwaved, and could clog your arteries at 30 paces. Edie found it frankly depressing and took no comfort from the fact that she could have free refills of her watery Diet Coke. Sam seemed to catch her appraising of the place. Dire, isn't it? Do you remember when old Charlie was the landlord and we used to scam him for deposits by nicking the empties from the yard and selling them back to him? He said it with the same impish grin he'd had as a boy. Edie gave him a wry smile. Thanks for bringing up our criminal past. We would never have got caught if it hadn't been for you dropping all those bottles, cutting yourself and squealing like a stuck pig. Edie gave him a mock scowl. I was 5, the bottles were bigger than me, and that incident scarred me for life. She rolled up her trouser leg and showed him the tiny white scar on her knee. It didn't half hurt as much as the pasting I got from Beatty afterwards. She could never think of Beatty as Nana or Granny. Those were soft terms designed for use with affection. There had been little that had been soft or affectionate about Beatty. I'll bet. She was the most terrifying woman I've ever encountered, and given that Lena is my mum, that is saying something. They both laughed. Beatty had indeed been a scourge. Edie recalled her black crepe-clad grandmother, who still loomed large in her imagination as the bringer of doom. Yeah, as Nanas go, she was hardly the cuddly cookie-baking type. Sam shuddered. She was like terror in a black dress. No child was safe from her wrath. I always felt quite sorry for you and Rose. We didn't have to see too much of her, only on visits, and I was only 10 when she died. Rose had it worse. I always think that Beatty disliked me because my dad ran off, like it was something I had caused. Frank had disappeared a few months before she had been born. Of course. You never knew him, did you? Sam said. Edie looked at her glass. Cold beads of condensation trickled down its sides and dampened her fingers. Since her encounter with the old man at the funeral, Her father had been occupying space in her mind. Not really. Only what I've been told by Rose, and she doesn't talk about it much. I suppose you don't miss what you can't remember. Your mum must have known him. What was he like? She wasn't even sure why she had asked. It was quite clear what kind of person Frank Morris had been. He was the kind of man who walked out on his pregnant wife and child. Having tolerated Simon for so many years just to prove that she hadn't inherited Frank's flakiness, Edie had more sympathy for her father than she wanted to admit to. Though she would never have abandoned her child, she sometimes wished she had taken Will and run for the hills. Sam screwed up his face, as if trying to recall a distant memory. Vaguely. I only heard her mention him once or twice. I know him and Mum clashed. I do remember a row once with Dolly when his name was mentioned. I couldn't tell you what it was about, but I know Dolly was one of the few people that ever got the better of Mum. I think that's why it stands out. It was the first time I ever saw Mum cry. Anyway, from what I can recall, he was, quite, a character. Edie laughed at his hesitation. Do you mean arrogant? That's what Rose always says. Sam pulled a face. I was trying to be polite. No need. No one else is. Well, not about him anyway. You can't choose your parents, Sam said. Anyway, enough of that. What are you up to these days? We seem to have done nothing but talk about the past. It already felt as though she was being pulled backwards, without every conversation hauling her down memory lane. This and that, nothing special. I have fingers in a few lucrative pies. He'd avoided looking at her, and it was clear he didn't want to expand on his occupation. So you must live quite near. You seem to spend quite a bit of time with Lena. I'm not far. I've got a flat at Riverside. I see Mum most days, let her cook for me and that. She's getting on, and it gives her a reason to get up and get going. She's had a houseful all her life. I doubt she'd cope if we left her to her own devices. Edie had to agree. A woman like Lena would wither and die without a familiar purpose. Maybe that's what had happened to Dolly. Without her mother and brother to look after, she had quietly faded without fuss. I'm glad she has a reason to crack on with it. I think you're right. And Riverside, wow, that's a bit posh, isn't it? Edie had passed the new development when she had arrived in town. It was most impressive and out of the price range of ordinary folk like her. Can't be that posh. I have shares in the company that developed the land. It came out casually, as if he felt it was neither here nor there that he owned part of a huge company. Fingers in pies, indeed. Blimey, you dark horse. I'd have made you take me somewhere much better than this if I'd known, Edie quipped. Sam laughed. Well, you were buying, so I thought I'd keep it low-key. Which reminds me, you might be on free refills, but I need another pint. I'll take you somewhere posh next time. He walked towards the bar and left her pondering next time. Jesus, she was behaving like a giddy schoolgirl, and a desperate, frustrated one at that. The fact that he was clearly loaded was quite sobering, and if she thought about it, fairly intimidating. Nice as he was out of her league in so many ways. Besides, he was only being kind because of past connections. There was nothing in it for her above the generosity of old friends. Lena, too, was mulling over thoughts of old friends, so much so that she hadn't been able to concentrate on the bingo and had missed the opportunity of winning twice. Not that she wanted the prizes. Last year's recycled Christmas presents and the same bottle of wine that had been redonated as a prize 3 times weren't exactly high on her list of desirables. But peace of mind was. She was going to be hard-pressed to find any of that now that number 17 was under scrutiny. There were too many ghosts hidden in that house, and she for one wasn't looking forward to any of them making their presence known. Edie was going to find things she probably wouldn't understand, and the mere thought of it was breaking Lena's heart. She sighed and hauled herself to her feet. Bingo was over and everyone was leaving. If there were going to be things that Edie didn't understand, Lena would have to make herself available to explain them. Edie was sorry to discover that Sam wouldn't be joining her at Lena's. Though she had to accept that he did have a life away from his mother, she had enjoyed his company. It had been good to laugh and spend time with a man she didn't want to brain with the nearest blunt object. Thoughts of Sam were soon chased away by Lena's demeanour. The old lady looked tired. as if she was carrying the weight of the world on her shoulders. Edie guessed that the afternoon's bingo session hadn't yielded its usual pleasures. "Everything all right, Lena?" she asked as the woman trudged into the house and slumped into her favourite chair. Lena shrugged. "Tired, that's all. I usually get fish and chips on a Wednesday. Be a love and go and fetch 'em, will you? I don't think these old bones will stand another trip out today." Edie didn't hesitate. It was the least she could do to repay Lena's hospitality. Though there was some grappling over who would pay, Edie won and set off to fetch their supper. The queue inside the shop was long. She loitered outside for a few minutes, loath to expose herself to the steamy aroma which would linger on her clothes. L'eau de chip shop wasn't the most appealing perfume in the world. A man, the smart man with the military bearing from yesterday's funeral, sat on the bench opposite, unashamedly staring at her while he ate chips from a paper cone. Edie found his scrutiny wholly unnerving, and tried to ignore him by peering up and looking around the square, but his attention was like a magnet and compelled her to keep glancing at him. She almost sprang back when he suddenly stood up and launched his unfinished meal into a nearby bin. From the corner of her eye, she saw him step forward, hesitate, seemingly think better of it and walk away. A bizarre sense of relief washed through her, and she had no idea why. It was hardly as if he'd been about to attack her in such a public place. Even so, she kept her wits about her as she made her way back with 2 steam-sodden parcels of the nation's favourite. The man was nowhere to be seen, though she was sure that he had walked across the green towards the opposite side of the square. Fortunately, she didn't have to cross it herself, and could cling to the more brightly lit pavement to reach Lena's house. Nonetheless, she closed the front door behind her with a sigh of quiet relief. Lena had laid the table and warmed plates in the oven. Edie found it odd that such ceremony should accompany a paper-wrapped meal. Surely the whole point was to have time off from preparation and clearing up. She would happily have eaten her own supper from the greasy bundle, but concluded that when in Rome it was wise to feign Italian. They sat at the table to eat, Edie picking at the congealed mess of carbohydrate, while Lena ate with mechanical regularity, her fork moving from plate to mouth with instinctive precision as she focused on the television. One of the soaps was on, churning out typical storylines where someone has stupidly lied, someone else had slept with someone's partner, and yet another was developing a dangerous addiction that would result in doom and disaster. Edie found the show mindlessly oppressive and mentally tuned it out, her thoughts returning to the strange man in the square. There had been something vaguely familiar about him, more than the recalling of him at the funeral. It was something from way back that nudged at her memory. She reached for a slice of the thin white bread that Lena had provided and took a bite. A slick of margarine coated her mouth, and she felt her stomach begin to lurch. She had never been able to stand the taste and texture of margarine. She discarded the bread and took a gulp of tea to wash the taste away, while her memory wheeled and clicked like an enigma machine and decoded the messages of the past. Slowly, images flickered across her mind. Another death, another funeral, limp white bread sandwiches made with margarine and a smear of meat paste. The flush of tepid tea to take the taste away, a grimace and the glimpse of a man sitting in a corner and staring. The same man. He had been at her mother's wake. Much of the event was a complete blur. She couldn't look back at it without an overwhelming, confusing sense of loss and longing for the woman she had never felt able to love. She couldn't remember who had been there other than Simon, who had insisted on repeatedly looking at his watch and sighing, and Rose, who had done all the talking and thanking people for coming. But she recalled that man, and it didn't make sense. "Lena, did you come to my mum's funeral?" Lena pulled her attention away from the TV. "Eh? No, love, I didn't. Bill was in hospital at the time and I couldn't make it. Why?" Edie shrugged. "It's just that I saw someone in the square who I'm sure was there. I was just trying to place him." She had forgotten that Lena's husband Bill had died soon after. Lena frowned. "Other than me, Dickie and Dolly, I can't think there would have been anyone left who'd have known your mum. Unless the Bastins went, though I can't see that would have been likely." The name, too, was familiar. Who are the Bastins? You remember Sheila Bastin? You know, always went about the place looking sorry for herself and sheepish. Lived across the way with that boy of hers, Matthew. It was her bastard husband what killed Sally Pollitt and them others. But like I say, there was no love lost between us lot and them, so I doubt she'd have gone to your mum's funeral. But Matthew might have done. Odd bugger, that one. Spent all his life trying to prove his father's innocence and getting nowhere. Used to stalk this place like a nosy little goblin, so it wouldn't surprise me at all if he pitched up there just to have a look-see. He came to bills and all, cheeky swine. Didn't get past the door for the wait, though, I saw to that. We didn't see much of him after that. I heard he joined the army or something. Not sure I'd even know him now. Of course. The different sections of Edie's memory clicked into place like a combination lock set to the right sequence and released. She did remember him. Matthew Bastin, son of a killer and bully bait for the whole square. Skinny, scruffy, and always hanging around as if he was waiting to be picked on. It was a fleeting thing, but Edie recalled a sense of pity for the boy which had been knocked out of her 11-year-old self by Rose's remonstration and a Chinese burn painfully administered by a young and spiteful Sam. All because she had offered Matt a sweet once. Was it Sam who had told her to stay away from Matt because he would chop her into little pieces and stuff her down the drain? She couldn't recall, but someone had. It seemed that Matt Bastin was still a glutton for punishment if he had chosen to come back to the square. Lena's attention had drifted back to the TV, where another soap with its familiar themes had begun to insinuate its immorality onto the supper-eating viewers. Edie couldn't stand it. She pushed her unfinished food away and reached for Lena's empty plate. "I'll wash these up and make some more tea," she said, waiting for Lena's absent-minded nod of approval. All those characters could remain faceless and unnamed to Edie. Life already had more than enough drama for her. Chapter 4. Lena's kitchen was cluttered but clean, full of the paraphernalia that marked out a busy and productive existence. Edie was surprised at the quality of some of the equipment and assumed that Sam was the culprit, treating his mother to labour-saving devices and goods that would make her life a little easier. It must be nice to have a son who dropped in frequently and who cared about your day. Edie thought of Will and felt a pang of longing as she considered the distance between herself and her son. It wasn't only the gulf of the Pacific that separated them, but his dogged loyalty to his father. She had always felt that Will thought of her as a loving fool, just a doting, laundry-doing, food-cooking mum who needed no nurture and who could survive on that role alone. Edie sighed. Whichever vantage point she chose to stand at and look at her life, the view always appeared to be half-baked and wanting. She plunged her hands into the scalding water and let the heat seep into her skin and creep into her bones in the faint hope that it would travel to her heart and start a thaw. When she returned to the sitting room, Lena was dozing in her chair, slack-jawed and snoring. Edie considered fetching a blanket to cover the old lady, but something told her not to, that the intervention would not be welcome. The way that Lena was clutching at the arms of the chair in her sleep was jarring, and it made Edie want to look away. She walked softly into the front room, and like many before her, peered out through the net curtains. This side of the square seemed quiet at night. All the activity took place in the communal garden and outside the pub where the smokers were gathered. Edie watched as they downed their drinks and laughed. Then she turned her attention to the garden, where a group of kids, or what looked like kids to Edie, were busy clambering on a bench with the apparent intent of dismantling it. Was this what had caused Dolly to shut the world out? The unexpected clatter of a skateboard on the paving slabs and the sudden appearance of a boy whizzing by sent her scurrying back into the dimly lit room, her heart pounding. The noise had shocked her, and it seemed to come from nowhere. The grating rattle of loose wheels faded, and her heart slowed as her senses came off red alert. All that she could hear now was the ticking of the clock and Lena's gentle snores. The clock told her that it was 9:05. Too early to go to bed and too late to do any more work in number 17. She thought of ringing Rose and asking her about Matthew Bastin, but decided against it. If she rang after 9, Rose would think something was wrong, and what could Elaine say? Everything is wrong and I don't know how to put it right? With another sigh, she headed for the stairs, A long bath and an early night seemed like her only option. While the hot tap thundered water into the tub, she opened the window to release the steam and peered down into Lena's yard. None of the houses had gardens as such, just a yard that used to house an outside toilet and a coal shed. Each yard backed onto an access lane, where modern residents squeezed their cars to load and unload. Someone, Sam she supposed, had knocked down the old structures in Lena's yard and created a little seating area, with a few pots and a small barbecue. Edie smiled at the thought of Lena's huge family crammed into the tiny space, eating char-grilled burgers amidst the busy Lizzies. The smile was wiped from her face when she spied a movement in the shadows of number 17's yard. Something was moving about down there. Her first instinct was to assume that an urban fox was rummaging about the mountains of Dolly's uncollected bin bags, but whatever it might be seemed too large to be a fox and too noisy to be a burglar. Not that any burglar would find much, except maybe a bad dose of E. coli poisoning and a fit of asthma. Nevertheless, Edie felt obliged to investigate, especially as she had a sneaking feeling that she hadn't locked the back door. She thought of the kids in the square and their bid to vandalize the bench. Number 17 was in enough of a state, without the addition of graffiti and saboteurs. Abandoning her half-run bath, she made her way quietly down the stairs, and was relieved to find Lena was still sleeping. Logic suggested that Edie should ring the police, but knowledge equally suggested that by the time they arrived the house might be wrecked, though it would be hard to tell the difference. In Lena's kitchen, she cast about for a weapon in case she needed to indulge in a little self-defense. Knives were definitely out. Although brandishing a meat cleaver might look dramatic and terrifying, Edie felt she'd be more likely to damage herself with such a thing than menace anybody else. In the end, she settled for a hefty rolling pin and a weighty maglite that had been conveniently left on the windowsill. Armed and ready, she made her way through the back door and out into the alley at the back of the house. Her first shock was the discovery that Lena's house had been fitted with outside lights, which were triggered by motion. Having her progress suddenly illuminated for all to see was almost more unnerving than the fear of facing a roomful of teenagers hell-bent on wanton destruction. For a moment she froze. Unsure of the wisdom of her mission and feeling faintly ridiculous, armed as she was with baking equipment and a torch. The prospect of facing a vandalized house drove her on, while the security light projected her shadow on the yard wall, where it looked like some monstrous parody of a Victorian villain. The yard of number 17 was littered with junk and did not benefit from security lighting. Even in the weak beam of Lena's torch, Edie had to pick her way through the detritus and fight the smell of rotting rubbish. As she had suspected, the back door had been left open, and her heart sank and floundered like a landed fish. Whoever was inside hadn't turned on the lights, so she paused and strained her ears in a bid to pick up auditory evidence of a wrecking party. There was nothing, only the distant wail of a siren and the muffled hum of the square. Feeling increasingly apprehensive, she stole through the door and found the kitchen empty of vandals and the same as she had left it, except for the presence of a backpack that had been placed on the kitchen table. Edie shone the torch beam on it. The bag was old and worn and emitted a pungent smell of old dirt and rotting daffodils. Why the prospect of facing one of the great unwashed was less fear-provoking than a house full of rampant teenagers was beyond Edie, but for some reason she felt less tense about the anticipated encounter. Until a loud, house-shaking thud from upstairs caused her to drop the torch and cling onto the rolling pin with both hands in a primal stance of abject terror. The torch rolled on the floor, its thin beam making a kaleidoscope of shadows dance across the walls, to the extent that she felt surrounded and assailed by the ghosts of her own fears. Taking a deep breath, she moved into the hallway and crept towards the stairs. Her heart was beating so loudly that she became convinced that the intruder would hear it, consider it a war drum, and consequently see it as a call to arms. From the bottom of the stairs, she could hear no further noise. The house was menacingly quiet, as if waiting with bated breath along with her for someone to leap out and break the silence. For Edie, The absence of any sound was more terror-provoking than anything else. A cacophony of joyous destruction would have been less menacing. At least then she could have sallied in and used the impetus of an unexpected interruption to halt proceedings. She faltered at the foot of the stairs, remembering a history lesson in which the teacher had explained that in defending a castle, the soldier descending the stairs always had the advantage. Whilst she pondered her own disadvantage, the realization that the bathroom light was on penetrated her consciousness, as did the recognition that whoever was up there was groaning in what sounded like pain. Tentatively, Edie peered around the newel post and looked up. A thin hand protruded over the highest tread. It twitched, the fingers jerking and clutching at the air. It didn't look like the hand of a man. Aware that unless the intruder had set a trap, she was safe enough, Edie took the stairs, still keeping a tight grip on the rolling pin, while the other hand slid up the banister, twitching against it almost as nervously as the one she could see at the top of the stairs. The groans had become weaker, and fear changed into concern as Edie's ascent revealed the presence of a girl. Her thin body was curled onto the landing floor in a state of collapse, and she was half-conscious and bleeding. Edie's immediate response was to drop the rolling pin and lurch towards the girl, all fear and reservation having fled in the face of this unexpected situation. As she knelt beside her, the girl's eyelids fluttered, and she seemed to register Edie's presence, though she tried to roll away and use her free arm to bat Edie away. "No, leave me alone," she groaned. Blood had trickled from her nose and had congealed on her face below a pulped and bruised eye. "What happened? Can you sit up?" Edie said as the girl flailed. "It's okay. I'm not going to hurt you. What happened?" The girl groaned again and rolled onto her front. "Fainted. Don't like blood. Feel sick." Edie noticed a blood-stained towel on the floor. One of her own, and a thing that might have irked her under other circumstances. She grabbed it and rolled it into a rough pillow and pulled the girl onto her side in a rough approximation of the recovery position, or as much of it as she could recall from her Girl Guide first aid course. She put the towel under the girl's head. "Lie still. Wait for it to pass. I'm going to get something to clean you up." The bathroom was smeared with blood, and the smell of vomit rose from the toilet, forcing Edie to wrinkle her nose and recoil as she rummaged through Dolly's bathroom cabinet, looking for something suitable that she could use to clean the girl up. The search yielded nothing except an ancient flannel and a dribble of antiseptic in a bottle probably older than Edie. She used the antiseptic more to ensure that the flannel was clean than any hope that it would have any healing properties for the girl's face. An old crystal fruit dish purloined from a side table on the landing served as a suitable bowl for the concoction once it had been rinsed free of dust. She returned to the girl, who now lay less rigidly and who peered at her from her unswollen eye with increasing consciousness. Wringing out the flannel, first Edie began to dab the girl's face, unsure of which was the most unsightly, the blood, the bruising, or the grime that adhered to her skin. Once she had cleaned most of the mess away, the damage didn't seem too bad. A bloody nose and a small cut above the swollen eye. "Who did this?" she demanded, knowing that what had happened to the girl's face had been no accident. The girl winced as the flannel passed over a particularly tender spot. "I fell, it doesn't matter." Edie had heard it all before. She had walked into a fair few door frames herself whilst married to Simon. "What, you fell into someone's fist?" The girl pulled away. "Doesn't matter. Anyway, who the fuck are you and where's Dolly?" Edie sat back on her haunches as the girl hauled herself into a sitting position and leaned against the wall. "Shouldn't it be me asking you that question? Who are you and what are you doing here?" Edie said, less evenly than she would have liked to. The girl was clearly on her uppers, scruffy, dirty, and smelling of unwashed flesh, neglect, and sadness. Sadness had a smell all of its own, and was too familiar to Edie for her to mistake it for anything else. It had the scent of misery and the tang of salt. The girl attempted a scowl, but it clearly pained her. "Where's Dolly?" "She died 3 weeks ago." She was my aunt. The girl shook her head slowly and winced as the movement hit home. Shit! Poor doll, I didn't know she had family. It felt like an accusation, and Edie herself wanted to wince away from it. We weren't close, she muttered. How did you know her? The girl shrugged, her face crumpling in pain as a reaction to the movement. Just did. She used to help me out a bit, you know? Edie didn't, but could guess. The state of the girl told her everything she needed to know. At first, she had suspected drugs, but the thin arm showed no signs of needle marks, just the evidence of homelessness and malnutrition. Is that why you broke in? Because Dolly used to help you? I didn't break in, the door was open, the girl said, cringing again. Look, I'm going to go next door and get you some painkillers. Don't move, I won't be long. It seemed pointless to do anything else. The girl was clearly suffering, and Edie wasn't going to get much further with her at this rate. The ever-organised Lena had painkillers in her kitchen cupboard, in the same plastic tub where Edie also found sticking plaster, dressings, and antiseptic cream. She assumed that Lena wouldn't mind, and took what she needed, fully intending to replace it all when she could. While she rummaged, she considered the good chance that the girl would have gone by the time she got back. If she had, she had. But on the off chance, she also took a tin of soup and a few slices of bread. To her surprise, the girl had remained exactly where Edie had left her, looking pale and weak. I thought you might have done a runner, she said. Nowhere to run to, the girl answered blandly. Edie dressed and taped the cut above her eye, fed her 2 analgesics, and dampened the flannel with cold water so that the girl could hold it against her eye. Reckon you can make it downstairs? I bought you some food. A faint flicker of enthusiasm wafted across the girl's battered face. Food would be good. I haven't eaten since yesterday. When the girl was at the table, drinking down her soup with a vigour that belied her fragile state, Edie decided that it was time for answers. The girl's plight had brought out her sympathies, but she wanted to know who this young woman was and why she had walked into Dolly's house broken and bleeding. So, now you're patched up, fed and watered. Are you going to tell me what happened and why you came here? The girl mopped up the last trickle of soup with a crust of bread and swallowed it whole. Got kicked out of my gaff, had nowhere else to go. I figured Dolly would bail me out for the night. She sometimes would, depending on what mood she was in. Edie nodded. What happened to your face? The girl shrugged. Got smacked by that bastard Jono. Reckoned I was losing him business. Edie didn't say a word, just looked at the girl in confusion. The girl sighed. Not very streetwise, are you? One of the girls said I could keep on a sofa for a few nights. Jono didn't like it. I gubbed off at him and he gave me a smack. Best to get out of the way when he's on the warpath. Edie's mind did somersaults, and the girl must have noticed the mixed bag of reactions flit across her face. I'm not a Tom if that's what you're thinking. I've had me moments, but I don't charge for it. And I'm not doing drugs either. Some of the girls are mates, they help out. So this Jono is a pimp? The girl laughed. He's a bastard, that's what he is. Edie thought about the girls across the square and what their lives must be driven by. Just a constant reel of unnamed men, drugs and money. Where are your family? Your parents? The girl snorted. The woman who gave birth to me is currently shacked up with bloke at number 42, and the bloke who donated the sperm is somewhere around here, so I'm told. I wish I knew who he was. I'd give the bastard a right piece of my mind. Do you have a name? Sophie. Do you? Edie. The girl laughed. Jesus, your mum must have hated you more than mine did me. Edie, short for Edith, right? Edie felt herself begin to blush. Then she saw the humour. Something like that, yeah. So, Edie, what's the deal with this place? Sophie looked around the kitchen. I can see you've cleaned it up. You moving in? No, clearing it out before it's sold. Sophie nodded and hiccuped. Fair enough. I wouldn't want to live here either if I had the choice. Reckon it's worth much? Edie felt herself bristle. Being quizzed by this stranger with attitude didn't sit well. I've no idea. I'm sure I'll find out soon enough. Sophie held her hands up. Sorry, none of my business, eh? Edie folded her arms. Not really, no. Sophie looked down at her empty bowl, then gently touched the dressing on her forehead. Guess that's my cue to fuck off then. Cheers for the soup and stuff. She reached across the table to retrieve her pungent backpack. Where will you go? Sophie shrugged. Dunno, best get off the square, though. Jono sees me again, he's going to give me worse than a black eye. Edie looked at her. She was thin, grubby, pale, and devoid of anything that marked her out as a functional human being. On a whim, she said, You can stay here if you want. Just for tonight, anyway. Just don't steal anything and don't let anyone else in. Sophie's hand paused on the strap of her backpack. I don't nick. And besides, if you can find anything in this gaff worth my while, you're better than me. I'll stay for tonight. She said it as though she was doing Edie the favour. Got any more of those tablets? Me face is killing me. Edie found herself smiling as she tossed the rest of the paracetamol across the table. There was something about this tattered human that appealed to her on a fundamental level. Here, don't take too many, and for Christ's sake, have a bath, you stink. I'll be back in the morning. She stood to leave. The girl picked up the pills and turned the pack in her hands. You're a gobby cow, Edie, but you're all right, I reckon. I'll keep on the sofa, them rooms upstairs give me the right creeps. Funny fucker, your Aunt Dolly. Edie had to agree on both counts. It was only as she slipped into Lena's kitchen, in a vain attempt to be quiet, that she began to question the wisdom of leaving a complete stranger, of dubious origin, and even more dubious morals, alone in a house that she was responsible for. What harm could it do? There was nothing worth stealing, and in her heart of hearts she felt sorry for the girl. Sophie couldn't be much more than 20 by the looks of her, and even if she did steal something, good luck to her. It would be one less piece of junk that Edie had to deal with. She put her hand against the teapot. It was hot and stung her fingers, which meant that Lena had woken up. With a feeling of trepidation that she couldn't really fathom, Edie stuck her head around the sitting-room door and spied Lena wearing her nightdress and dressing-gown and perched on the edge of her chair. Hi, Lena. Would you like a cup of tea? Just made it. Let it brew. Where have you been? Edie felt like a school kid caught out in the midst of some nefarious act. Next door. She hesitated. A friend of Dolly's turned up. I said she could stay the night. Lena turned and gave her the full benefit of her scrutiny. Oh, aye? Who would this friend be, then? A young girl called Sophie? She looked to be homeless and had been in some sort of accident. Edie didn't feel like elaborating on the nature of Sophie's accident. Lena narrowed her eyes. That skanky kid? Always hanging around the square and cozying up with the prozzies? What do you think you're doing, letting scum like that stay next door? Grateful as Edie was for Lena's hospitality and kindness, this critique of her decision rankled. She was in a mess and had nowhere else to go. I couldn't just throw her out on the street. Lena pulled her dressing gown across her chest and pulled her face. Ha! Street's the best place for the likes of her. You'll regret it. She'll have that place stripped clean before you know it, mark my words. Edie thought that Sophie stripping the place clean might be rather helpful, but didn't say so. Well, it's done now, and if she could find anything worth having, she's welcome to it. Shall I pour the tea? Lena looked horrified for a moment, then seemed to collect herself, huffed and waved an acquiescent hand. I'll have a drop of brandy in mine, always do before bedtime. It calms my nerves. For Edie, bedtime couldn't come soon enough. Lena's attitude towards her actions had been unsettling, yet understandable. Meeting with anyone's disapproval had always been difficult for Edie, and she was distinctly uncomfortable at the thought that she'd met with Lena's. Yet, the woman had been kind, and Edie wasn't in a position to argue. She felt beholden enough because of Lena's hospitality. Perhaps tomorrow she would buy some bedding and move back next door. Lena was right. Letting the street girl stay had been an entirely irrational decision. She sloshed a large measure of brandy into Lena's tea by way of reparation and took it to the woman who had been so kind. Lena took it and sipped in silence. Looking at Lena with rollers in her hair, contained by a chiffon scarf and hunched in her dressing gown with a look of pinched concern clouding her face, Edie was reminded of Mrs. Tiggywinkle. With Lena's veiny feet protruding out from under her nightie and the firmly wrinkled brow, Edie saw the version that Stephen King might have written, Had he been struck to anthropomorphize a hedgehog? The thought of it made her want to snort with laughter, and she had to bite her tongue to avoid the disrespect. She took her own tea to bed, but didn't drink it, and instead lay away thinking of the task ahead of her, and trying not to dwell on the brooding presence of Matt Bastin, or the equally brooding disapproval of the woman downstairs. All she needed to do was clear the house, hand the keys to an agent, and leave. Rose could take care of the rest. How hard could it be? Chapter 5. Sophie lay stiff and aching on the lumpy sofa, listening to the ticking of the mantel clock and contemplating the oppressive atmosphere of the house. The tablets that Edie had given her had taken the edge off, but her ribs still grated where Johnny's fist had bruised them, and every now and then her face pulsed with pain. She hadn't taken Edie's advice and had a bath. Everything hurt too much for that. But she had salvaged the flannel and had a quick lick round with that. It would have to do for now. She hated being dirty, but a quick wash was all she'd been able to manage. Waves of nausea lapped like the tide, and she could feel the soup and bread rolling and washing in her stomach. Throwing up wasn't an option. In her situation, food could be hard to come by. You had to hang on to it no matter what. An attempt to shift position winded her and made her grit her teeth. For the first time in an age, she felt as if she wanted to cry. Not because of the pain, though it wasn't helping, but because of Dolly. The woman was gone and Sophie hadn't known. That was the trouble when you shifted about the place sofa surfing, and sometimes settling for doorways. You couldn't keep in touch and you couldn't keep an eye on people who mattered. She wasn't quite sure why Dolly had mattered. She'd been a funny old duck, but she'd been kind in her way and good for a few quid from time to time. Sophie pondered whether what she was feeling might be grief. She had spent so many years being angry it was hard to recognize other emotions, but this hollow, empty feeling seemed to fit what she understood of the concept. Unless it was more hunger. Sophie was equally familiar with that sensation. The house felt weird without Dolly, and the inroads into the mess that the woman Edie had made seemed to Sophie like something important ran the risk of being eradicated. Sophie was kind of glad she was nomadic. It would take 30 seconds for someone to dump her rucksack in a bin. 30 seconds, job done. All Sophie Headley's worldly goods, all she stood for, eliminated in an instant. No one would experience grief, or even hunger, at her demise. In fact, she would be surprised if anyone would even notice. Probably better that way. No legacy, no ripples, no homeless people spending the night on your uncomfortable sofa. What was with this sofa? It felt like she was lying on a sack of rocks, and it wasn't just the bruised ribs that were making her feel it. She shoved a hand beneath her and felt around. Sure enough, there was a lump in the foam. There was no way she was going to be able to sleep with that digging into her back, and she was a girl who could sleep anywhere. Doorways, park benches, you name it. With some effort, she slid off, grunting as her ribs grated and sang with pain. A zip in the back of the cushion allowed access to the foam inside. The zip was stiff, had probably rarely been opened, and it took a moment of careful and gentle persuasion before the teeth parted and allowed her to slip in a hand and feel about for the object that had been causing so much discomfort. The foam was old, had started to disintegrate, and left a grainy and unpleasant residue on her hands. The texture of it made her grimace as she groped about, her fingers finally finding the item that she sought. It felt like a book that someone had wedged between the layers of ancient foam. Weird. She tugged at it, but it had been there a long time and resisted her efforts. The foam had become tacky and had adhered to the cover. Sophie tugged and worked her fingers under and around the book until finally it came free and she could pull it out. The light in the room was dim, the bulbs as old and weak as Dolly had been, and Sophie couldn't really make out much from the pages of the notebook that had faded, foxed, and stuck together in the passage of time. It seemed to be some kind of copybook. Lists, money, boring stuff. She wasn't much bothered about what the pages held, only that the bloody thing would no longer be preventing her from sleep. With irritation, she wiped the cover on the carpet and threw the book into her backpack. Then she wiped her hands down her jeans and reassembled the cushion. With mounting exhaustion, she put it back, climbed onto the sofa, and attempted to sleep. Edie found her there the next day, curled up, hair tousled, mouth slack, and with her t-shirt ridden up and revealing the ugly, mottled bruise that had bloomed on her torso overnight. As she observed the sleeping, broken girl, sorrow clutched at her heart. Lena's disapproval had inclined her to think that she should ask the girl to leave, but this sight changed everything. Edie knew what it was to feel lonely, vulnerable, and without hope. She had never been homeless, but had sold her soul to keep a roof over her head and food in her belly. If being married to Simon hadn't been a deal with the devil, she didn't know what was. For a moment, she contemplated taking the girl's bag and washing the clothes that were inside. The whole thing stank, and so did the girl. But who was she to intrude on the girl's possessions? Instead, she wandered through to the kitchen, filled the kettle, and began to cook the bacon and eggs she had brought with her. As she fiddled with the food, a plan began to form in her mind. The smell of cooking must have woken the girl, as she came sidling into the kitchen, yawning and shuffling and rubbing the back of her neck. "I smell bacon. Is there coffee?" "I could murder coffee," she said blearily as she slumped into a chair next to the faded formica table. "There is coffee," Edie said, pouring boiling water into a mug of instant. "It's not great, but it's wet and it's warm. Oh, and I've sorted you some clean clothes. Some are mine. I'll wash yours if you like." Sophie took the drink and frowned. "Why are you being so nice to me? Food, shelter, clothes, offers of washing? What's the catch?" Edie paused. The grill pan in one oven-gloved hand, a piece of bacon dangling from a fork in the other, and examined the girl's look of suspicion. She wasn't sure she liked a world where kindness and compassion had to be explained and justified. No catch, but an offer. You need a place to stay, I need some help. This place won't clear itself, and I can't face it on my own. I don't know how long it will take, but you can stay here and help me until I hand over the keys. I'll feed you and sort out a bed for you to sleep in. I'll even buy you a bar of soap and some shampoo," she added, as she passed a plate of food across the table. Sophie scowled at the perceived insult and took the food, inhaling the aroma and letting the nectar of it relax her features. "No skin off my nose," she said, shrugging and dipping a folded slice of bread into her egg. "As long as you got rubber gloves, I'm not touching anything without gloves. This place is minging." Edie looked at the grim state of the girl and smiled as pots and kettles came to mind. She sat down in front of her own breakfast. "Okay, and yes, I have gloves. I figured you could start by clearing one of the bedrooms. I'm going out in a bit to buy some bedding, so at least we'll have something clean and dry to sleep on." Sophie paused. A chunk of sausage poised precariously on her fork stopped in midair, interrupted on its journey to her already full mouth. "You said we. I thought you were staying next door." "I was, but I don't want to outstay my welcome. You can clean and clear the little room and sleep in there. I'll take the sofa." Sophie shrugged and shoved the sausage into her mouth. She chewed twice and swallowed. To Edie, watching Sophie eat was much like watching a snake consume its prey whole. Inconceivable and uncomfortable. "It's your funeral. That bastard is like an instrument of torture. I've slept on more comfortable benches than that sofa. Why don't you have one of the other bedrooms?" It was a good question. "I'll show you in a minute, and you'll see why." Sophie looked around Dolly's bedroom in horror. The hanks of hair seemed to have become even more disturbed than Edie could remember. They hung around the room like cobwebs, and single strands hovered, wafting like fine tentacles as they floated in the draught from the hallway. "Christ! If Miss Havisham had made it to her wedding night, I reckon this is what the room would have looked like," Sophie said, making to step into the room more fully, then thinking better of it. "I didn't have you down as a literature lover." Sophie scowled at her. "I might be temporarily indisposed, but I'm not thick. I read." She prodded at a pile of abandoned clothing with her foot. "Bloody hell, where do you start?" "Here," Edie said, leading her across the landing and into Beatty's small, cell-like room. "It's not so messy, but it's damp and the wardrobe needs clearing, and there's a bit of junk that could do with sorting. It might be worth stripping that bed and giving the mattress a good airing. I'll buy a cover for it later. I'm not sure what state it's in. Once it's cleared, you can sleep in here. Sophie looked around the small room, a look of considered approval on her face. Ta, was all she said, though she accompanied it with a nod of satisfaction. So what do you want me to do with the stuff? Anything that is obviously rubbish, just throw. Her clothes can go in bags for the textile recycling. I can't imagine any charity shop wanting them, and I can't for a minute think there would be much call for fancy dress where crimpline and nylon are concerned. My grandmother wasn't exactly a natty dresser. Anything you think might be important, photos, documents and the like, put in a box and I'll go through them later. Sophie nodded. Righto, boss. I don't suppose you've got any more of those painkillers, have you? I hurt my ribs and they're playing me up like a bastard. Edie fished in her pocket for the ibuprofen she had brought that morning with the breakfast goods. Here, I got these. You're really not going to be up to much, are you? Not in this state, anyway. Sophie flapped her hand at her. No worries, I'll be all right in a mo. I've had worse. Not saying I'm up for moving furniture like, but I could manage to chuck shite in bin bags. Edie passed her the medication, wondering at the wisdom of leaving someone who she hardly knew, who regarded other people's belongings as shite, and who, if profanity were removed from the language, would have very little to say, in charge of clearing out Beatty's room. She shook the thought off. It wasn't as if she could really afford to care what happened to the contents of the house. As long as they were cleared and she could leave, it didn't really matter what anyone did with her grandmother's belongings. Well, as long as you're sure, she said. Oh, stop fussing, will ya? Bugger off and go shopping. I'll have this place sorted in no time, Sophie said, gazing casually at the plain contents of the small room. Chapter 6. Edie cut across the park, skirting the now familiar murder tourists and their unhealthy obsession with Winfield's more murky past. She was thinking about Sophie again, about the bruises on the girl and the cut on her face, and about what would happen to her when the house was finally cleared. Edie would be gone by then, and Sophie would have no roof again. There had to be something out there for kids like Sophie, something more than other people's sofas on good days and shop doorways on bad ones. Perhaps, Edie pondered, there was some kind of charity that might help, or there might be a local hostel which she could persuade Sophie to try. Her thoughts were still running the possible scenarios of a less precarious future for Sophie when she reached the high street and had to stop to get her bearings. For some reason, her preoccupation with the homeless girl had made her forget that things had changed in Winfield. The high street was no longer the bustling and lively place that she remembered. It was now a half-boarded-up commercial wasteland of charity shops and pound emporiums. She paused, sighed, and looked along the street to see if anything vaguely familiar to her younger self still stood. With some relief, and not a little nostalgia, she spotted the Swiss Cottage Cafe, and 2 doors down from it, Briars and Brint, purveyors of hardware and household goods. The fact that B&B was still in business was bizarrely gratifying, and Edie felt a small smile tilt at the corners of her mouth as a memory of the place took hold. Recollections of the smell of beeswax polish and the sheen on the old mahogany counters and the 2 old men who'd been the sons of the original Mr. Briars and Mr. Brint reinforced the smile as she strode towards the curb, ready to cross the road and revisit her childhood. She stopped in her tracks at the sight of Sam, standing outside the cafe and engaged in what appeared to be a heated conversation with a large man who was built, as her mother had been fond of saying, like a brick shithouse. He was huge, with shoulders like a lintel and a musculature that strained the seams of his black wool coat. Even more incongruous than his size was the coat itself. It was August, and although not baking hot, warm enough for shirt sleeves. The coat was a uniform, a statement, and a badge of office. He looked like a bouncer, or some kind of hired thug, and from what Edie could see, he was looming over Sam and exuding increasing amounts of menace. Sam wasn't a small man himself, but he was dwarfed in the face of this giant, and every time he attempted to step back and maintain his personal space, the man took a step towards him and narrowed the gap. Sam's usually relaxed and handsome face had taken on an expression that smacked of mild panic. It pinched his features and showed his age. Fear did that, Edie knew. She saw it in her own face every time she looked into a mirror. For a moment she hesitated and thought about turning round and walking back towards the square, so that she could claim ignorance and avoid any liability for the scene that was unfolding before her. Not that she had any idea what might happen. It was the sense of escalating tension that came across the road in almost tangible waves that triggered her anxiety and awakened the fight or flight mechanism in her brain. She could run, but would she ever forgive herself if something happened to Sam and she hadn't intervened? Swallowing down her better instincts, she checked for traffic and strode across the road, waving at Sam as she went and catching both men's attention with the movement. "Sam," she called out, when she was only a few steps away from the curb. "Fancy seeing you here. I was hoping I'd bump into you." She stepped onto the pavement and patted her chest in mock breathlessness as she turned to the giant, giving him what she hoped was a dazzling smile. "Hello, sorry to interrupt. Just wanted to catch Sam before he disappeared," she said, with a laugh that was tinny and falsetto and as fake as the smile. The giant frowned at her. "It's all yours, lady," he said in a voice that sounded more like a grunt than anything else. "Don't forget, Campion, Mr. Pascoe wants what he's owed." "Don't worry, he'll get it," Sam said, his voice tense and tight. The giant gave him a grudging nod, turned and climbed awkwardly into a sleek black car that had appeared at the curb. Edie watched as he forced his bulk into the front seat and slammed the door. She treated him to another radiant smile as the car pulled away and even risked a small wave to Sam's horror. "What are you doing?" he demanded. "Being polite," she said, dropping her hand and turning to Sam. "What was all that about?" Sam took her elbow and steered her towards the cafe. "Just business, nothing to worry about." Edie wasn't so sure. Though the pinched look has departed, his voice still sounded as if it had come from behind gritted teeth. A muscle, fired by tension, twitched in his jaw. "Are you okay?" she asked. Sam's eyes narrowed. Then in an instant the tension was gone, and the familiar smile broke across his features. "Of course. Why wouldn't I be?" He nodded towards the cafe. "Fancy a coffee, as we're here?" The sudden change in demeanour rattled Edie for a moment, but she was so relieved to see the familiar, relaxed and cheerful Sam that she shook off the feeling and returned his smile. "Why not?" The Swiss hadn't changed at all. In fact, as Edie looked at the yellow-stained walls and worn wooden tables, she wondered if the owners had even decorated in the 30-odd years since she had been there last. A memory of drinking hot chocolate and eating cake with Uncle Dickie rose like a bubble and popped on the surface of her consciousness. "Dickie used to bring me here for hot chocolate," she said, as Sam found them an empty table. "Yeah? He was a nice guy, as I recall," Sam said. "So, do you want hot chocolate now so you can relive your childhood? Or are you going to settle for a nice grown-up coffee?" There was a slight smirk hiding in Sam's smile, and the sight of it sent a frisson of embarrassment through Edie. She certainly had no desire to relive her childhood, and felt irritated at the suggestion that she might. "Coffee, please." "I don't believe in going backwards," she said, with more grit than she'd intended. "Fair enough." Sam waved to the waitress and made their order. "So how's it going? Have you discovered the family jewels yet?" Edie laughed. "Some chance of that. No, it's going okay. The sooner I get it done, the better." "Have you started on Dickie's room yet?" "No, I haven't touched the bedrooms. I'm kind of building myself up to it. Dolly's is a nightmare. Every time I think about it, I feel like packing my bags and running away." She said it with a laugh, as if injecting humour into the prospect would somehow lessen the veracity of her desire to cut and run from the whole thing. "Oh, it won't be that bad once you get going. We managed the lounge easily enough, didn't we? Why don't I come round and give you a hand again? I could sort Dickie's room while you tackle Dolly's." It was a kind offer, but Edie felt that she'd already taken up too much of his time and Lena's kind help. "Oh, no, it's fine. I'll manage. You and your mum have already done enough. I'm very grateful." To her surprise, Sam reached across the table and took her hand, squeezing it warmly. "It's no problem. We like to help. I want to help." Edie was acutely conscious of the warmth of his touch on her skin. Fortunately, their coffee arrived, borne on a worn-out tray, which was wielded by an equally worn-out waitress by the look of her. Edie pulled her hand away from Sam's and reached for her cup. It really is kind of you, but I'm absolutely fine. I have a friend helping me now, so I won't need to impose on you or your mum. In fact, I'm off to buy some bedding in a minute so that I can move back in. Much as I love your mum's company, I'll get a lot more done if I'm in situ, rather than gossiping to her every evening. She added a smile and sipped at her coffee. It was piping hot, too milky, cheap, and burned her tongue. She winced at the pain and put the cup down as if it was the vessel's fault she'd scalded herself. Sam ignored his own drink and peered at her. Oh? Who's the friend? Edie avoided his eyes and glanced around the seedy cafe. Just a girl I met. She's helping me out a bit. I feel kind of sorry for her. She's sort of on her uppers and needs a bit of help. Sam frowned, as Edie expected he might. Are you saying you picked up a stray and let her loose in the house, Edie? Are you sure that's a wise move? Edie was rarely sure of anything these days, but she did know that it was her decision and that she didn't need to justify it. I'm happy with her there. I trust her. For instance, she wasn't sure that statement was true, but was equally unsure she wanted to debate it with Sam. Nice as he was, appealing as he wasn't her keeper. Sam's frown deepened. He seemed to be thinking. Well, I hope you don't regret it. Why don't I call round later, help you out a bit and make sure this friend is the full ticket and not intending to rip you off? Edie really didn't want to be rude. Wasn't even sure she was capable of it. She sometimes felt that her default setting was polite people-pleaser. But this overprotective streak in Sam was starting to grate on her. Thanks, but it's fine. Honestly, I'll take my chances. Sam shrugged and sat back in his chair. Fine. Fair enough, just looking out for you, that's all. This place isn't what it used to be, Edie. You can't go around leaving your back door open and expecting no one to walk in and help themselves these days. Even though she was bristling on the inside, Edie smiled. I know. In fact, I might just do that. If people walk in and help themselves, it will save me a lot of work. It came out with another laugh that was a little too tinny and a little too high. Sam was making her nervous and she wasn't sure why. Anyway, let's change the subject. Tell me what happened to all of the old shops along here that I remember. What happened to the butcher? Mr. Lovell, wasn't it? Sam answered her question without enthusiasm, explaining that the demise of the high street had been a typical thing. Out-of-town supermarkets had been built, the community had broken down, the socio-economic state of the area had taken its toll. Edie sipped the now drinkable coffee and listened patiently, grateful that she was no longer under the spotlight of his attention. When the conversation had petered out and they had both finished their drinks, there seemed nothing else to do but thank him and get on with her day. He seemed distracted and preoccupied, and Edie was worried that her defensiveness had offended him. Outside the cafe she hesitated, wondering if she should acknowledge her concern. I hope I didn't annoy you, Sam. I really am grateful for everything you've done, and for this, the coffee and the company. He seemed to snap out of his mood at her words. No worries. You didn't offend me at all. I'm just concerned for you. Anyway, I won't interfere where I'm not wanted. He accompanied his words with a wan smile, which made her feel she had put a dent in something that she might need. His friendship. Oh, Sam, I'm so sorry. I just didn't want you to think I couldn't manage things on my own. I don't want you to think of me as some burden who's turned up out of the blue. He slid an arm around her shoulders and squeezed. Then, to her surprise, dropped a kiss on the top of her head. You'll never be a burden, Edie. I'm just happy to help. Anyway, I'm off. People to see, things to do. He squeezed her shoulders again. As he walked away, her words of farewell seemed to hang on the air like the smoke from a cigar. She felt like she had given in to something. Let him win in some way, but win what? Surely she was the one who had gained by maintaining their connection. Whatever. She pushed the strange feeling away and walked into Briars and Brint in search of bedding. Alone in the house after Edie had gone, Sophie looked round the kitchen and contemplated washing up the breakfast things. She supposed that she ought to, really, if she wanted to show some appreciation for the food in her belly and the roof over her head. Washing up was probably the chore that she had loathed most at home, mainly because stepdad number 7 had chosen to use his half-eaten meals as an impromptu ashtray. The memory of cigarette butts protruding from uneaten piles of cold food like little gungy stalagmites turned her stomach. As did the thought of him with his sly leers and wondering hands. With a shudder, she turned her back on the dirty dishes and headed upstairs, taking a roll of black bags, a pack of cleaning wipes, and a pair of rubber gloves with her. Beatty's room might have been the less cluttered than the others, but it had suffered from the same degree of neglect, and the faint, musty smell of mushrooms lingered in the air. Dust coated every surface, and the desiccated carcasses of dead insects peppered the edges of the room. The windowsill alone looked like a moth and fly graveyard. Sophie grimaced at the thought and decided to start with the wardrobe and build herself up to dealing with the dead bodies. The wardrobe doors sighed and sagged open at her tugging. They were swollen with damp, and once ajar, released a fetid lull of air, which felt to Sophie like the breath of history curling into her face. Beatty's particular history hung in the form of a few simple dresses and one good coat, which dangled limp and lonely from a rusted hanger. She gathered them up and bundled them unceremoniously into a black bag that initially refused to play ball and resisted her by folding in on itself and twisting away. She gruffly forced it into submission and rammed the clothes inside. If she had been more patient and looked at the clothes, she would have had to picture the shape of the woman who wore them. Having their owner manifest in her mind was too much. She didn't want that, and quickly followed the clothes with shoes and a handbag made of stiff, dry leather. She tried the clasp, but it was old and obstinate, much as she imagined Beatty had been. Everything in the wardrobe found its way into the black bag, including a faded, moth-eaten felt hat with a cluster of age-paled wax cherries on its brim. It crowned the heap of apparel in the bag and was sealed away with all the other things long past their wear-by date. Despite her conscious refusal, Sophie couldn't help her mind constructing a picture of the woman who dressed in black crepe and who thought that a hat with cherries on the band was the height of haute couture. Sophie wasn't entirely sure about haute couture. It seemed to be something for posh people with more money than sense. Beatty had not been posh. She had resoled her battered leather shoes and kept mothballs in the pockets of her coat. Even now, the faint tang of camphor hung in the air like a waft of bad breath. Beatty seemed to have lived a life of frugality and austerity in a room so free of fripperies that it resembled a nun's cell. The only nod to vanity was a tiny glass dish on the toolboy, containing a few hairpins. It was situated directly under a pockmarked mirror, which distorted even Sophie's fresh young face with its cuts and bruises. The room felt sad, lonely, and almost punitive to Sophie. It was hard to imagine the demeanour of a woman who would choose to live like this. Even through the barrier of the loose rubber gloves, she could feel the essence of the old woman's despair penetrate her skin and seep into her bones where it sat like a winter chill, brooding, ready to pounce and make her heart sick. It wouldn't take much. She was heartsick already. With the wardrobe clear and another bag already half full of hideous old knickers and vests retrieved from the drawers of the toolboy, there seemed little else to do. Sophie's ribs were getting sore again. The ibuprofen had worn off, so she necked 2 more, swallowing them without water as she contemplated stripping the bed. The feelings and ghosts that she had manifested since starting on the room made the prospect of sleeping in a shop doorway and grappling with the elements, and the drunks, suddenly more appealing. She tried to snap out of it. A bed was a bed, and anywhere had to be better than the street. The bed had last been made with absolute precision. The sheets and blankets were stretched tight as a drum, with hospital corners so spare they would have made even the hardest matron weep tears of joy. As she wrestled with the stiff fabrics, she thanked God for the invention of duvets. Life should be about 10-second flings, not faffing about with sheets and standing by your beds. No matter how hard she pulled, she couldn't release the bottom sheet from the corner of the bed, where it was wedged against the wall. Not that she could pull very hard, well, not without risking a punctured lung the way her ribs felt. With a sigh of abject frustration, she shuffled round the end of the bed and attempted to use her foot to move the divan out and away from the wall. It wouldn't give, despite an immense amount of effort and some serious grunting. She had no choice but to get down on her hands and knees amongst the insect corpses and inspect the problem. With a grunt of effort, she got down, gritting her teeth at the pain of the movement, and felt around the caster to see what was preventing it from moving. Sure enough, it had sunk into the rotten wood of the floorboard and was firmly wedged into a neat, soggy hole. There was a small fireplace in the room, unused for years, and plastered in a fall of dusty soot. But next to it was a set of fire irons, equally dusty and unused, but complete with a hefty-looking poker ideal for use as a lever. Sophie reached out and grabbed it, shoved it under the edge of the bed near to the caster, got to her knees and heaved. As she levered, with a searing pain shooting through her thorax, she shoved the poker to one side, moving the now raised bed a little away from the hole. For a frightening moment, she thought that the sickening crack that shuddered through her had come from her ribs, because it sounded like bone rending from bone. She froze and took a breath, expecting it to make her chest scream with pain. To her surprise, it was no more sore than usual. When she unscrewed her eyes and took a look, she realized that in removing the caster from the floor, she had also managed to pull free a large wedge of rotten floorboard. Dropping the poker, she pushed the bed away and surveyed the damage. Shit! Edie was not going to be happy. She was expecting a cleared-out room, not a wrecked one. Sophie picked up the shard of wood, wedged it back in the hope that no one would notice. Plausible deniability and all. Unfortunately, parts of the wood were so soft with rot that they just crumbled in her fingers, and the more she tried to force it, the worse it became. Shit! She gave up. All she'd done was make the problem worse. Sore, frustrated and fed up, she stared at the now huge hole in the floor and the small piles of splintered, crumbled wood that surrounded it. Down under the floorboards, resting across the lath and plaster ceiling below, lay a tin. She reached her still-gloved hand inside the gap and pulled it out. A biscuit tin, with a grimy, semi-rusted seam on the lid. Brittle yellowed sticky tape held the lid in place, and it took some effort to remove it, and even then the lid wouldn't budge. Ever resourceful, Sophie reached for the poker again, and managed to work it under the rim and bend the lid enough with the end of it to be able to prise the lid off in one grinding, graunching, metal-popping move. The contents of the tin were singularly unexciting to her. An ancient sponge, so dry it crumbled like honeycomb when she poked it, a bar of carbolic soap, shrunken and cracked, a nail brush, a length of perished rubber tube with a bulb at the end, and 2 or 3 long metal hooks that looked like something that might be used to crochet fishing nets. It meant nothing, so she threw it in the bag along with the other detritus from the room. With the bed stripped and the wardrobe and toolboy empty, there was very little left to do. Only the bedside table remained untouched, and all that contained was an old Gideon Bible and a pair of glasses. Sophie threw those into the bag too, and only paused to pick up a sliver of newspaper that had fluttered from the pages of the Bible and floated to the floor. She was about to screw it up and toss it after the rest of the rubbish, but a name caught her eye. The name of the woman whose belongings she had been systematically disregarding. According to the yellow and fragile cutting, in 1959, Beatrice Morris had been sentenced to 7 years in prison for acts of feticide and actual bodily harm. Sophie paused, frowned, and looked around the clinical little room in its ordered frugality. It hardly seemed like the lair of a criminal, and what the heck was feticide when it was at home? It sounded chemical, like pesticide or incesticide or even cyanide. Had Beatty poisoned someone? Though the thought was entirely irrational, and she knew it, Sophie was extremely thankful for the rubber gloves. She had read something once about how poison could enter the body through the skin, and how in the 16th century, the Italians had been the past masters of the art of steeping leather gloves in toxins that could kill a person in minutes by poisoning them through their skin. She looked down at her gloved hands and for a second wondered if the same technique could be applied to rubber. Nah, she was being ridiculous. It occurred to her that Edie might not know that her dear old Nan had been a criminal and had served time. Or if she did know, she might not want anyone else to. Stiff and sore, but with her curiosity burgeoning, she lowered herself onto the bed, the bare mattress groaning and squeaking beneath her. This family was weird. Dolly had definitely been weird. Edie wasn't exactly the full ticket either. Not that Sophie was complaining. The woman had fed and watered her and given her a bed for the night, but it was odd. People you didn't know didn't do that kind of stuff. They might give you a few quid, buy you a sandwich even, but clothe you, feed you, and give you shelter. Not unless they wanted something. Okay, Edie had said she wanted help clearing the house, which had sounded fair enough before Sophie had clocked on that Nana Morris was a crim. Perhaps the whole family was terminally bonkers, and Sophie was being lined up as the next victim. Sophie wasn't entirely sure what she might become a victim of, but she was damned if she was going to fall for any shenanigans. Before she took another thing from Edie, she was going to find out exactly what this family was all about. With renewed determination and a sense of intrigue, Sophie felt energized. She grabbed up the black bags and towed them down to the backyard, where she bundled them on top of the mountain of others that writhed and crawled with God knew what. Her task complete, she went back into the house to retrieve her backpack. A mission had been set. She wanted to know all about the Morris family. The public library was only a few streets away, and that was the place she would start. They were used to her in there, as it was free and warm and a source of endless entertainment. It was only as she went to zip up her bag that she remembered the notebook she had thrown in there the night before. She flicked through the pages once again, looking at the dates, initials and numbers, all those unnamed entries. It all meant bugger all and was no more meaningful now than it had been in the middle of the night. On her way out of the house via the backyard, she threw it on top of the bags. She was onto something much more interesting, and she didn't have time to worry about old rubbish. Chapter 7. One girl's rubbish is another man's treasure. At least that's the way Matt Bastin saw it. He'd been watching the house for most of the morning, aware that Edie had gone out, but equally aware that the girl was still in there. He couldn't go poking around while she remained in situ, so it was with some relief that he observed her leave. His room was well positioned, giving him a vantage point that gave him an almost panoramic view of the square. Always a bonus when you spent your time spying on other people. It had been a stroke of luck that he'd spotted her at all. She'd obviously left via the back alley, and it was only by chance that he'd caught a glimpse of her through his binoculars. She'd been crossing the road that abutted the square on the left side and looking somewhat determined, like someone who had somewhere to be and who was in a hurry to get there. The woman, Edie, had been gone for some time, and he had no idea when she would be back, but he had to seize this opportunity. Things were coming out of that house left, right, and centre, and he needed to see as much as he could before it was all gone, and any chance he had of discovering the truth had gone with it. It took him less than 2 minutes to leave the flat, cross the square, and find his way to the back of the houses. He knew exactly which one he was aiming for. He'd been staking it out for weeks, and had even contemplated breaking in. But Lena Campion was better than a guard dog, and with her security lights, her eagle eyes, and the ears of the old bat she was, he'd have had no choice. By a stroke of luck, all his prayers had been answered that morning, and Lena had gone out too. Years in the army made him quick, agile, and light on his feet, but even he couldn't search through rubbish quietly. All he needed was a few uninterrupted minutes, just a quick chance to poke around and see what was new. What was new on this day were 2 pristine-looking black bags and a book. Matt's heart surged with hope as he reached for the book and quickly put it into the leather bag that he wore across his body. Next, he poked and prodded at the bags, his eyes on the loot but his ears trained to seek out any source of movement in the alley. He'd barely managed to stow the tin and the Bible into his bag when he heard footfall on the tarmac beyond the gate. A woman, by the sounds of the footsteps. They were too quick and light for a man. She was carrying something awkward, if the sound of her breathing and the rustling of bags indicated anything. Matt knew he was going to get caught, but if he mustered himself, it needn't be red-handed. As she came through the gate, he was at the door, one arm raised as if he was about to knock. He turned at the sound of her intake of breath and smiled. "Oh, there you are. I was just about to knock." She was red in the face and heaving 2 bulky bags. She looked harassed, hot, and in no mood for niceties. "Can I help you?" "Matt, isn't it?" She didn't look remotely pleased to see him. Not that he expected her to be. And he was surprised that she knew who he was, though it probably explained her reaction. In fact, she looked positively alarmed by the sight of him. Matt had found that few people in the square were pleased to see him. He brought back bad memories. "Yes. How did you know?" He watched as she set down her bags and fumbled in her pocket. She kept glancing over her shoulder as if the cavalry might be bringing up the rear in order to rescue her. "I remember you, and you were at the funeral," she said. He'd remembered her too, but there wasn't much left of the shy kid. He'd wanted to speak to her outside the fish and chip shop, but she'd looked so fearful at the time, he'd backed off. She'd grown into a nice-looking woman, but her face was threaded with strain, and her eyes were dull, as if they'd seen too much and had dimmed from the seeing. "Yes, I was. That's why I came. I didn't get an opportunity to speak to you there, so I wanted to call and express my condolences in person. I wanted to speak to you in the square the other night, but I wasn't sure how to approach you." It was lame, he knew, but the best he could come up with on the spot. "Thank you, but we weren't a close family." She hesitated and glanced past him towards the door. She looked nervous and was glancing at him as if he was something unpleasant that had just crawled out from under a piece of rotting wood. "It's very nice of you to call, and under normal circumstances I'd invite you in for a cup of tea, but the house really isn't in much of a fit state and I have so much to do." She trailed off, her words as strained and unwelcoming as the look on her face. Matt wasn't one to miss a hint, subtle or otherwise. "Oh no, that's fine. I understand." He'd have liked to get a look inside, but if he pushed his luck now, he might miss a better opportunity along the line. "Let me give you a hand with those bags, and I'll get going and leave you to get on. I just wanted to apologise for not speaking the other day. You know, outside the fish and chip shop. I wasn't sure if you'd know who I was, and I didn't want you to think, well, that I was some kind of weirdo." She was looking at him as if that was exactly what he was, and given that he'd just been manhandling and stealing her rubbish, he concluded that she might have a fair point. He toyed with the idea of fronting up and telling her why he was really there, but given the indifference she was showing towards the contents of the house, he wasn't sure she would care, let alone want to know more. "So, sorry about that," he added. She seemed distracted. "Oh, no, it's fine. It took me a while to work out who you were, that's all." Her words hung in the air, underlining the awkward impasse. "I'll be off then, unless there's anything I can help you with inside." He said it as an afterthought, an opportune bid that might pay off and get him through the door. A look that he couldn't quite fathom flickered across her face. He was about to speak again when she cut across him. "What is it with everyone wanting to help all of a sudden? No one wanted to help when Dolly needed it. No one wanted to help when she was lying dead on the floor because no one gave a shit. And no, before you say it, I didn't want to help her either. I never gave her a second thought in all these years. I suppose I ought to be grateful or something, but sorry, I'm not. Now, if you don't mind, I need to get on." It felt like it had come out of nowhere. Matt certainly hadn't seen it coming, and by the look on her face, now that the words were out, neither had Edie. She gaped at him, a look of shock, horror, and what seemed to be fear mixing and mingling on her face. Both of them made to speak at the same time, Matt to apologise, Edie too by the evidence of her dismay, but they were interrupted by Lena, who sallied through the gate like a galleon in full sail. "What's all the bleeding shouting about, eh? Is he bothering you?" She turned to Edie, who shook her head and looked as if she wished that a hole would open up beneath her feet and consume her whole. "I think she's a bit upset," Matt said, as Lena glowered at him. "Upset? Upset? I'm not surprised she's upset with the likes of you harassing her. Now get out, you heard her. You're not wanted here, you never were. If you don't leave, I'll get my Sam to make you leave. It took me a while to place you, but I've got your number now, Matthew Bastin." If he hadn't already been on delicate ground, Matt might have laughed. It had been many years since he'd been afraid of anyone like Sam Campion. Bully boys with their bluff and bluster held no fear for him. Neither did vacuous old ladies, and Lena was certainly one of those. He treated her to a benign smile. "I was just leaving, Mrs. Campion." He turned to Edie. "I am sorry to have troubled you. My apologies." He gave her a curt nod, skirted around Lena, and slipped through the gate, aware that the glare from the older woman would have scathed his skin if she could have given it the power that she clearly wanted to. Sophie left the library a few hours older, but a hell of a lot wiser than she had been when she'd first walked through the doors looking to dish the dirt on the Morris family. She had found some dirt, all right, but it hadn't been what she was expecting, and somehow she doubted that Edie had a clue. If she had, there was no way that Sophie would have been left to poke around the house unsupervised. Bearing knowledge that others did not have gave Sophie a little thrill, as if the information might be some kind of surprise she could spring, or perhaps some sort of gift that she could bestow. The truth about Beatty Morris didn't feel like a gift, or even a bit of salacious tittle-tattle. It wasn't like the knowledge that your best mate's boyfriend had snogged someone else behind her back, or a snippet of gossip that might tear your worst enemy's world asunder. The truth about Beatty Morris was a shocker, and there was no glee to be had from it. In fact, Sophie was beginning to wish that she'd left well alone, because the last thing she wanted to do was dump this little nugget on Edie's plate. As she trudged back to the square, her backpack hanging from one shoulder, her hands in her pockets and her head hunched down, she contemplated the wisdom of telling Edie about it at all. The evidence had been thrown away. There was no reason that Edie had to know if Sophie chose not to tell her. She was so absorbed in these thoughts that her mind didn't register the figure that loomed up in front of her as she began to turn the corner onto the square. As a consequence, she ran smack bang into the man, the dangling straps and buckles of her backpack becoming entangled in the handle of the bag he was carrying. As Sophie pulled away, mumbling a grudging apology, the man's bag came with her. Her instinct was to yank the backpack away from whatever was restricting it. She hauled on it, promptly ripping the strap from the man's leather bag and causing it to fall from his shoulder and disgorge its contents all over the pavement. Sophie's first thought was to run. Tangling with strangers never ended well in her experience. She set off with only one glance back, a glance that nearly stopped her in her tracks as her eye spied what the man was picking up. She immediately recognized the notebook and the tin. Sophie's gut feelings had always been greater than her curiosity, and she kept running, finally bursting into the kitchen of number 17 in a breathless flurry of panic and subsequent relief that Edie was back and the man hadn't followed her. Edie was sitting at the kitchen table, sorting through a pile of tangled jewellery. As Sophie launched herself through the door, taking her by surprise, Edie leapt from her seat and sent a gold locket that she had just disentangled flying from her fingers. It landed at Sophie's feet. "Bloody hell! You frightened the life out of me. What the hell's going on?" Sophie bent to pick up the locket. "Nothing. Just saw someone I didn't want to run into, that's all." "What's this then?" she said, holding the locket up so that it caught the light. The sheen on the metal made it look far more glamorous an object than it actually was. "Are you in trouble?" Edie asked, reaching for the necklace. Sophie handed it back and slumped into a chair. "No, I'm avoiding it." "What are you doing?" she said, nodding towards the knot of jewellery. Edie frowned at her for a moment, a look which Sophie pointedly ignored. "Trying to sort out Dolly's stuff. My sister reckoned there were some nice pieces of jewellery that might be worth something, but all I can find so far is this old tat. I mean, look at this." She held up a diamante earring in a dull grey setting, which glinted and sparkled like a tiny chandelier as she dangled it from her fingers. "Hideous, eh? I can't see this kind of thing being worth much." Sophie took it and examined it. Edie was right. The thing was vile. "Bloody hell. I never had old Dolly down as a glamour puss." "Me neither. She was always pretty shambolic, as I remember. Look, there's a ton of it." She pushed a small heap of glittering paraphernalia towards Sophie. "She must have looked like a Fabergé bag lady in this little lot," she said, laughing at her own joke. Sophie offered a polite snigger in return. Then she began to poke around in the pile, fishing out a particularly over-the-top necklace and holding it against herself. What do you reckon? Could I get away with this in a t-shirt and jeans? Edie laughed. It's very you. You can have the locket if you like. It has some pretty engraving on the front. She passed it across the table. You sure? Cool. Cheers. The spontaneous gift made Sophie feel quite touched. The locket wasn't her taste. Not that she'd had much of an opportunity to develop a taste in jewellery, but the gesture was kind, and who knew when she might need a few quid. Someone would buy the thing for a tenner if she ever got desperate. She tried to open it, but it was stiff, and she had no nails to use as a lever. I couldn't get it open either, but it's yours if you want it. Might as well have something from the spoils. I mean, there isn't much. Sophie shrugged and hooked the long chain over her head, dropping the locket beneath her t-shirt where it nestled cold and hard against her skin. Tar? I've never had a necklace, unless you count daisy chains, and I was never any good at those. Edie smiled. Neither was I. Anyway, put the kettle on, will you, while I untangle this lot? I'm parched. I haven't had a cuppa since Lena called in earlier, full of high dudgeon. Sophie stood up and moved towards the sink. Oh, yeah? What was up there, then? Oh, I lost the plot with a neighbour. She heard it and came round. It's fine. I think she's just upset that the place is being sold. I suppose it's been a big part of her life and she doesn't like change, and she wasn't too keen on losing me as a house guest. She almost cried when I gave her the flowers I'd bought to say thank you. Edie grimaced in an attempt to illustrate the awkwardness of the interaction with Lena. Yeah? So she knew them all then? Beat you too? Sophie filled the kettle and set it on the gas to boil. Why someone couldn't have bought a decent electric one, she didn't know. Edie didn't look up but carried on picking at tangled chains. Oh, yes. She grew up with them, has known them all her life. I think her mum and Beatty were thick as thieves way back when. Speaking of Beatty, the room looks good. You did a great job clearing it out, by the way. Yeah, well, didn't take long. What was she like? Beatty, I mean. Sophie wanted to know how well Edie had known her grandmother before she even contemplated dropping any bombshells. Edie paused, screwed up her face and cocked her head to the side. Sophie thought it made her look like a naughty little kid. I don't remember her that well. She was mostly quite quiet and brooding. She never missed a trick, though, and had a filthy temper. Seemed to lose it with me on sight, she said with a weak giggle. Rose reckons that she never quite got over my dad leaving like he did. Apparently, he was the apple of her eye. The kettle was far from boiling, so Sophie sat back down. Your dad left you? I never knew mine. My mum said he came from round here, and I suppose that's why I came, to see if I could find him. I mean, he has to be a better bet than my mum. She's nothing but an old slapper. Edie put down the clump of jewellery she'd been fiddling with and looked directly at her. To Sophie's surprise, she didn't have the look of shock on her face, which most people had when she disrespected her mother. I was still a bump when he left, so I didn't know mine either. He just walked out on us one day, said he was going for cigarettes and never came back. My mum never got over it. She had what people would call a breakdown, I suppose. Being a mum isn't as easy a thing as people assume. She looked wistful, and it bothered Sophie more than she wanted to admit. Sophie had thought she was a rarity, that neglected kids only came from scruffy sink estates and from single-parent mothers with overactive sex drives and a propensity for recreational drugs. Edie seemed quite middle class and was the last person on earth that Sophie would have expected to report a tough childhood. Neither did she seem the kind of woman who might have struggled with being a mother. Have you got kids, then? Edie looked away again. A boy, Will. He's abroad now, so I don't see much of him. That kettle's boiling. As a diversion, it worked perfectly, and Sophie allowed herself to be distracted by making the drinks. There had been an edge to Edie's voice that had suggested that any discussion of her son was a no-go territory. She placed a mug of tea in front of Edie, just as the woman gave up on her task of unravelling the jewellery. I bloody give up on this. It's like the Gordian knot. Sophie had a vague idea what the Gordian knot might be, something to do with Greek myths and seemingly impossible tasks. Give it here, I'll have a go. Edie sighed and pushed the lump of tangled metal and stones across the table. Getting all that hair out of it was bad enough, and I doubt any of it is worth much. Just a load of old paste costume jewellery and a bit of market stall tap by the looks of it. Still, it might be worth something to someone, I suppose. If we can get it undone, I'll take it somewhere tomorrow and see if I can get it valued. But right now it feels like the least of my problems. The whole house is full of dry rot by the look of it. Sophie froze, a cameo brooch half untangled from its gilded bonds in her hand. Oh, you found the hole. I was going to mention that. She went on to explain what had happened with the bed, but didn't mention what she'd found under the floorboards. Edie rubbed her face, as if the action would erase the weariness that pinched her features. Don't worry about it. I have a feeling that this whole house is rotten to the core. Anyway, what shall we eat tonight? Sophie said that she didn't mind, and thought to herself that Edie didn't know the truth of her own words. With what she had found out about Beatty Morris that day, the house was indeed rotten to its core. Chapter 8. Lena straightened the net curtains with a sigh and turned around to face the empty room. The house wasn't the same without people in it, and not even Georgia had called round today. She was used to seeing a fair bit of Sam, too, but even he had been conspicuous by his absence. And now Edie had gone after much too brief a stay. Lena didn't enjoy being alone. The distraction of other people helped to keep the phantoms of the past at bay. Since Dolly's death, they seemed to be swarming thick and fast, coming out at her from the shadows with demonic glee and latching onto her with their cat-claw determination. Lena might be old, but she wasn't stupid. She had been sitting in the way of the past for too many years, and like King Canute, had to face the fact that the tide was coming in, whether she wanted it to or not. Matthew Bastin turning up like a bad penny wasn't helping. That kid had always been like a dog with a bone, and his long absence from the square now seemed like an all-too-brief reprieve. Had it really been over 20 years since their last run-in? Lena remembered it as if it were yesterday. Him, on Dolly's doorstep, shouting the odds as if he knew it all, Dolly quaking in her boots, and she, Lena, having to wade in and sort it out. It had always been the same. Dolly screwed up, and Lena fixed it. The truth was that Matthew probably knew more than he realized. What he didn't know, and couldn't know, was why. Lena knew, and she'd carried the burden of it for a lot of years, too many to think about, and more than she cared to dwell on. It was all water under the bridge, and she'd always figured that the bloodstains had been washed away with the flow. How wrong she'd been to make that assumption, and equally wrong to believe that time was the healer everybody said it was. What you'd buried then was twice as bad when it got dug up. Past events were like wine and cheese. They just got stronger with age, more pungent, and probably harder to stomach. Not that there was anything she could do now. She was too old and too tired to want to worry about it. Edie was going to find out, for sure, and trying to pin her down and distract her was only going to delay the inevitable. Perhaps it was time, anyway. Time to just let it unfold and be done with it. Lena was 76 years old. She had varicose veins, a dicky ticker, a dodgy hip, and not that many more years left anyway. If she was forced to spend them in prison, so be it. Sometimes she pondered whether she felt guilty for her part in things, and whether lying on the witness stand about John Bastin's guilt ought to feel like a burden. In her mind, she often balanced the scales by telling herself that a lot more innocent people would have died if she hadn't, and it had put a stop to things. It wasn't as if Bastin hadn't played his part. He'd been as guilty as any of them, cheating on his wife and playing the Lothario like he was God's gift. And she'd believed it at the time. Had got caught up with the baying mob and bought into the belief that someone had to be accountable. 5 girls had died. The police had caught their man, and though Lena couldn't undo what had gone before, she'd certainly done her bit in bringing about a satisfactory conclusion. It might not have been the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, but it had brought an abrupt stop to things that couldn't be controlled by law or reason. No, Lena did not feel guilty. Burdened, yes. But the load she carried was not the unbearable weight of guilt. It was more the weight of secrets, secrets gone stale and mouldy from years of being kept in the dark. The room had grown gloomy since she had begun her reverie. It was time to put the lights on and chase the ghosts back to their corners. They have lived there a long while now. A bit more time would do them no harm. They would have their voice soon enough. With a heavy sigh, she leaned across and switched on the lamp, then drew the curtains. There was a drama starting on the TV in a minute. If she looked lively, she could get a cuppa on the go and be settled in her chair and ready by the time the credits had started to roll. Lena liked a good drama. They made her feel at home. Sam was pacing. It wasn't helping, but he had to do something. With his third glass of vodka in hand, he swept past the picture window once again. The fact that he might wear a groove in his high-gloss wooden flooring was the last thing on his mind. Things were going to come undone if he wasn't careful, and he really hadn't been that careful. He'd assumed that Edie Byrne would be a pushover, and being the desperate divorcee that she appeared to be, that she would have fallen for his charms without faltering. Sam had hoped to have her fully cooperative by now, and to have worked his way into her affections enough for her to let him have free rein on that house. There were things in there that he needed to get his hands on before anyone else did. Things that Edie wouldn't understand. Things that could bring trouble. He knew that he'd been an idiot to leave it so long. What he wanted might have been as safe as houses so far, but that house was far from safe now with two women poking around in it. It would be easy enough to persuade someone to break in and retrieve the goods, but his power and control rested on him being the only one who knew. He might have to break in himself, but with the gutter snipe in residence, that might not be so easy. He'd have to up his powers of persuasion with Edie, turn on the charm, get into her good books. If it meant getting her into his bed, he was okay with that. He'd had worse, and you didn't have to look at the mantelpiece when you were stoking the fire. Besides, enough booze on board and he wouldn't have to think about her at all. The thought brought a spiteful smile to his face, until the thought of Pascoe crept back in and wiped it away. Something would have to be done, and soon. Pascoe was not a man with a reputation for patience, but he was a man with a reputation, and it wasn't one that Sam relished tangling with. Edie had finally managed to persuade Sophie to take a bath, and had coaxed enough hot water out of the ancient and terrifying boiler to make it a decent one. While Sophie soaked, Edie washed the girl's paltry collection of clothes and pondered on the child's circumstances. Not that she was a child, 23 according to her, but she felt like a child to Edie, who still had far too much mothering instinct left over from Will to want to let it go completely. It was hard to know whether Sophie needed her, or whether she needed Sophie, or whether it even mattered if it was benefiting them both. Sophie's previous existence, the neglectful mother, the running away, the tangling with people of dubious motivation, bothered Edie greatly. No one should be forced to live like that because there wasn't an alternative. Had the mother sounded like a more stable sort, Edie might have contacted her and tried to restore Sophie to her home and her family. However, from what Sophie had imparted, Karen Headley was not the nurturing sort, much preferring a line of coke and a good party to the idea of a quiet night in with a DVD and the company of her daughter. It was a tragic waste, and if Edie chose to dwell on the scenario, it might just break her heart. Edie could empathise to a degree. Her own mother, Shirley, hadn't been easy, and it had been like growing up with a chameleon. Shirley had changed her colours and her attitude with alarming and destabilising regularity. Edie often wondered what it was that broke such women so irredeemably. With Sophie's clothes draped and dripping over Dolly's rickety clothes horse, Edie turned her attention to the jewellery that Sophie had so patiently sorted out. A pile of junk, more than likely, but what did Edie know? She wrapped it carefully in some kitchen roll and stowed it in her bag with the intention of taking it to be valued the following day. She hoped the jeweller wouldn't laugh at her. She would have laughed at herself if the whole thing didn't feel so depressing. She had tried to maintain an indifference to the task of clearing the house, but it was hard. Trawling through other people's possessions gave you a sense of the person. A feeling of their intrinsic presence crept up on you whether you liked it or not. By handling Dolly's belongings, Edie had started to form a more complete picture of the woman, a more intact vision than she'd ever held when her aunt had been alive. In Edie's memory, Dolly had been a vapid sort of woman, someone who had existed but in a peripheral way, someone there, yet insubstantial, real, but not recognized as significant. Edie had never considered her to be a person with thoughts, feelings, wants, and needs. Dolly had seemed to exist purely to serve others. Beatty and Dickie, then Rose and Edie, and their mother, the emotionally unstable Shirley. All except Rose were long gone, and Edie wondered why they loomed so large in her mind, now that it was too late for her to say or do anything that might have led to a different outcome. You could only validate the dead with a gravestone and flowers, which felt to Edie like much too little, much too late. It was a shame that sadness and sorrow could not transcend the veil between life and death. Dolly would never know that Edie was sorry, and desperately curious to know where all the money had gone, and why her aunt had lived such a squalid, cluttered life. Sophie lay in the bath, her thoughts meandering along a similar path to Edie's, but reaching a fork in the road and taking an entirely different direction. She was thinking about the guy she bumped into and why he'd been stealing Edie's rubbish. She checked the bags earlier, and sure enough, the tin and the notebook were gone, and the incident hadn't been the weird coincidence she'd been hoping for. What kind of freak stole other people's rubbish? Sophie could smell a rat, and she wasn't kidding. This house stank, literally, like something had died in here and was festering in a corner. It must be the rot Edie had mentioned, but bloody hell, it got up your nose and lingered. Even the smell of the soap couldn't mask it. Anyway, that bloke and what he was up to was niggling. She knew where he lived and had seen him about a few times. When you were surviving on your wits, you tended to notice things that other people didn't, and clean-cut blokes moving into bedsit land were one of them. The man was out of place and up to no good, and it was a different kind of no good to the usual whoring, boozing, and drug-dealing that defined the square. Sophie considered herself nobody's fool, and was determined to find out what he was up to at the soonest opportunity. But for now, she was bloody enjoying this bath. If she were to die and could have her choices of heaven, one with a huge, luxurious bath would be the one she'd choose. Matt sat on the edge of his bed, carefully stitching the handle back onto his satchel. It had annoyed him no end that the girl had wrecked it. The bag was an old and faithful friend, one of the few things that Matt had hung on to throughout his life. The bag and his obsession were his lifelong companions, familiar and comforting when nothing else was. The girl had got to him in more ways than one. There had been a flash of recognition, something familiar in her features that had rattled his psyche. He was sure he'd seen her before, and not just from around the square. But he flagged them up by their movements and habits, not by their faces. It didn't do to get too up close and personal with people's faces. He'd learned that in the forces. To watch what people did and use all resources to avoid relating to them. If you studied a face, you studied a person. It was harder to shoot a person than it was to assess a set of circumstances, make a decision, and take action. For Matt, it was important to keep things separate and maintain dispassion. He wasn't feeling particularly dispassionate about Edie, though. She was occupying his thoughts far more than she ought to. He'd tried to categorize her as a means to an end, a conduit to the information he wanted, but he couldn't escape that stupid memory of her as a child when she'd stuck her neck out against the bullies and offered him a sweet. Of all the things to remember, a throwaway incident, which should mean nothing, yet it was wriggling around in his mind like a parasite feeding on his concentration. Edie had to be a means to an end, and nothing more. He finished his stitching and bit the end of the thread, then put away his sewing kit, wishing that he could stow his thoughts of Edie so simply. She had got under his skin, and he didn't know why. Chapter 9. Sophie hadn't realized how hungry she'd really been until she had started eating properly again. Edie's nurturing was waking up an appetite for food that she'd forgotten she had. That, combined with the freshly laundered smell of her clothes, a decent night's sleep, and clean skin for a change, were all amalgamating to make her feel almost happy. if that was the appropriate name for the benign feeling that started in her belly and spread out from there. She figured it must be, because when it hit her on the outside, it triggered a smile, which made her face ache, the necessary muscles being wholly unfamiliar with the movement. Edie took her dirty plate and matched her smile. "You look happy this morning. What's occurred?" "Nothing. Just thinking, that's all." Edie placed the plate into the sink and turned towards Sophie. "Yeah? What are you thinking about? I'll give you a penny for them." Personally, Sophie would have preferred a tenner, but her thoughts weren't worth that. "I was thinking about how much I like bacon and eggs, and how nice it is to be clean and sleep in a bed." Edie laughed. "Maybe we should all think about the little things from time to time." "They might be little to you, missus, but believe me, they're not little to me." Edie paused and looked a little crestfallen, as if it hadn't occurred to her that such simple things might be big. "That's a fair point. Sorry. Anyhow, what are your plans today? I'm going out for a bit as I have a few things to do, then I thought we could tackle the rest of Dolly's room, if you're up to it." Sophie sipped her now tepid coffee. "What, clean up Miss Havisham's lair?" "Sure, why not?" She grimaced to show her relish for the prospect. "I'm going to go out first, though, but I'll help when I get back." "Yeah? Where are you off to, anywhere nice?" Sophie tried to be nonchalant and hoped it would transfer to her voice. "Not really, just got a few things to do, that's all." Fortunately, Edie had her back to her and couldn't see the lie that was written all over her face. "Okay, meet you back here then. Take a key, won't you? I need to start locking this place up." "What for? To keep people out or to keep things in?" Sophie quipped. She wasn't quite sure where the flippant comment had come from, but the slight stiffening of Edie's spine told her she must have hit a nerve. "Sorry, I'm just being a dick. It's just that this place is a bit creepy, eh?" Edie turned and sighed, bubbles from the washing-up bowl dripping from her fingers. "Well, it certainly isn't the coziest place on earth. But there aren't any ghosts here, and even if they were, they wouldn't do us any harm. My family might have been a bit odd, but I don't think they were dangerous." Sophie nearly snorted her coffee and narrowly stopped herself from choking. Edie had no idea. No idea at all. "Sorry," she spluttered. "Went down the wrong way." Sophie was sure that the slats of the bench she was sitting on had made permanent indentations in her skinny backside. She'd been perched there so long waiting for the guy to go out that she was convinced she would have disfiguring ridges in her ass for life. Finally, after an hour and a half of waiting, she spied him coming out of his front door and walking off out of the square. Thank bloody God for that. Rising stiffly, and still acutely aware of the ache in her ribs, she scuttled across the grass of the central garden and made her way across the street and around to the back of the building where the guy lived. These houses backed straight onto a rear alley. There were no fences or gates, just dustbins, flat roofs, and easy access. Sophie had spent too many years being the latchkey kid without a key not to have mastered the rudimentary basics of housebreaking. By the time she was 16, she could have written The Idiot's Guide to Getting In Without Getting Caught. People were so unaware of how vulnerable their properties were. They thought if you shut the windows and locked the door, you were safe. You were only as safe as the next opportunistic housebreaker wanted you to be. To Sophie, whoever this bloke might think he was, his domestic security was open season. It took the simple moving of a wheeled bin, a quick clamber onto the flat roof, and the use of one of Dolly's bone-handled knives as a jemmy to get her into the building. Once she was on the first-floor landing, it was an even simpler task to find which bedsit was his. He was no dope smoker, so his room wasn't going to be the one which emanated a fug of marijuana. Neither was it going to be the one with the empty special brew cans piled outside the door. The only good thing about slum landlords, from Sophie's point of view, was that they used cheap materials and cheap locks. With a bit of fiddling, pretty much any old bent bit of wire would open a basic 3-lever mortise lock. You just had to get a feel for it, stroke the levers, and listen for the sweet point where they would give. She had tumbled the lock in less than 30 seconds and was in the room with the door quietly closed behind her in 45. She knew she had the right room when she spied the leather bag on the floor by his neatly made bed, and was even more sure when she spotted Beatty's old tin and the notebook sitting on the desk. However, it wasn't those items that surprised her, All made her take a step back before curiosity got the better of her, and she ventured to take a closer look. The whole place had been set up like an incident room. Not that Sophie had ever been in an incident room, but she'd seen enough of them on the telly to know what one looked like. A huge map of Winfield took up most of the wall above the desk. Surrounding it were the old newspaper pictures of the women who had been killed in the square. It seemed bizarre to Sophie that anyone would still be interested. It had all happened so many years ago that God's dog must have been a puppy at the time. Piles of folders were heaped on the desk, and she was tempted to take a peek, but knew that she wouldn't be able to put them back properly and that he would guess someone had been inside rummaging. Red strings spanned the map, connecting various locations to the pictures of the women, and he had post-it notes scattered everywhere. This guy was some kind of obsessive weirdo. Peering intently at the map and staring at the pin that pierced the red-marked heart of number 17, she heard a click behind her and froze. "Are you robbing me or stalking me?" For some reason, like a little kid, and just for a moment, she figured that if she didn't turn around and face him, time would stand still, and she'd be able to think of a way out. Like, if she couldn't see him, he couldn't see her. Christ, she could be pathetic sometimes. "I asked you a question. Are you going to answer, or shall I call the police?" He didn't sound that angry, just wary. She had to say something. "You know they won't come. This is Coronation Square, they never come. Besides, with this little lot in here, they'd be more interested in you than they would in me, mister." God knows where her bravado came from, because it sure as hell didn't come from her conscious mind. "You're probably right, but that cuts both ways, doesn't it? It also means that they won't come if I deal with this myself. Now, are you going to tell me what you're doing, or do I need to deal with you?" Sophie didn't have a clue what he might mean by that, but the tone of his voice had altered. He was getting angry, and she had no choice but to turn around and face what was coming. He stood there, feet planted firmly apart, a carrier bag at his side. He'd only been out to buy milk and bread, and she'd been an idiot not to realize it. "I bumped into you and broke your bag. You'd taken stuff from Edie's house, stuff we'd thrown away. I wanted to know what kind of person did that shit." The words came tumbling out like vomit. He said nothing, just stood there staring at her, with a muscle twitching in his jaw worryingly. Her stomach began to gurgle as adrenaline started to take hold. "What are you going to do?" she rasped, fear mounting. He took a step forward and she winced, squashing herself against the desk and squeezing her eyes shut, despite the fact that it still hurt like hell from the last beating. "Oh, for God's sake, I'm not going to hit you, though I probably should." She opened one eye just to check. He was holding the tin and wrenching the lid off. "Do you know what this is?" She nodded. "I do now, but I didn't when I found it." "Where did you find it, and tell me what you think it is?" "I found it in the house, under a floorboard. It's what she used to do the abortions." Who used, and how did you find out?" His voice was staccato and demanding. Sophie felt like she had no choice but to answer him. "I was in Beatty's room. I found a bit of newspaper which said she'd gone to prison. I went to the library and looked it up." He leaned forward and loomed over her. He hadn't seemed that tall before, and she could feel his breath on her face. "What kind of person does that shit?" he said. She winced again and shied away from him. The movement seemed to have some kind of weird effect on him, and in a heartbeat the animosity had gone. He was rubbing his face with his hand and shaking his head as if he were laughing at her. "The kind of people who do this shit are people like you and me. Nosy people. People who want answers. People who want to know the truth. Do you want to know the truth?" Sophie didn't know what to say, so she shrugged. "I don't know." He turned away from the desk and leaned down to pick up the carrier bag. "I want to know the truth, and I think I'm close to finding it." He took out the milk and bread and put them on the tiny square of worktop that, along with a small sink, made up the bulk of what might be called a kitchen. "Do you know who those women are, the ones in the pictures?" Sophie turned and glanced back at the black and white faces that peppered the wall around the map. "They're the women who were killed round here years ago." He was filling the kettle and switching it on. "Yes, they are. Anne Townsend, Jean Lockwood, Mary McGowan, Elizabeth Reese, and Sally Pollitt. Do you know the story?" Sophie shrugged again, not entirely ready to relax, though she figured psychos didn't make coffee before beating up intruders. Vaguely. Can't avoid it around here, not with those tours every day. Yes, the tours. Anyway, what's your name and do you take sugar? Sophie noticed that her hands were still clamped to the desk, the knuckles white like bone. Sophie and no thanks. Good, because I haven't got any. Well, Sophie, let's have a coffee and I'll make it a bit less vague for you. You can let go of the desk now, it's safe to sit down. She did as she was told and hunched herself into the desk chair, transferring her grip from the edge of the desk to the arms of the chair. She couldn't quite make this guy out. He didn't seem dangerous, but he was definitely weird. Either that, or he thought her housebreaking efforts were a joke. He placed a mug of coffee on the desk, and she gave him a stilted smile, more from instinct than anything else. Nothing about this surreal situation was making her want to smile for real. Why are you being nice to me? I'm not. I'm just being sanguine and phlegmatic about the situation. Besides, I'm hoping you'll help me out when you understand. Understand what? He waved at the wall behind her. That, and what it's all about. It's up to you what you do for a hobby. I just wanted to know why you were nicking our rubbish. Well, that's the thing, isn't it? It's not rubbish to me, it's evidence. Sophie's curiosity was getting the better of her wariness. Evidence of what? I found out about old Ma Morris just from going to the library. It was hardly Britain's best-kept secret. Cocky, aren't you? For someone who breaks into other people's homes, that is. She shrugged and watched him take a sip of his coffee, the smug bastard. You said you wanted me to help. What's that, some kind of bribery? I help you and you don't do me for breaking in. Something like that. Tell me what you know about the murders. Not much. Some women got killed a long time ago, some bloke got hanged for it, job's a good un. Simple as that, eh? He said with a wry laugh. Well, that bloke was my father and he didn't do it. They hanged him and he didn't do it. Sophie stared at him, trying to see if she could spot the essence of murder in his face, wondering if that kind of thing ran in his family. Well, that's a bit shit, eh? He pulled a face and looked at her. Just a bit, yeah. Let's just say that growing up around here wasn't much fun after that. Sophie could imagine. The place was a shithole full of shit people even without being the kid of a killer. So what makes you think he didn't do it? I mean, you're bound to think that, him being your dad and all, but... Sorry, mate, I don't want to believe my mum's a skank, but she is. He got up and walked towards her. For a moment, she thought she'd pushed her luck and that he was going to smack her one. Her heart was pounding loud enough to have been good for a Salvation Army band when he leaned across her and picked up the notebook. This. It proves my theory. He walked back over to the bed and sat down, flicking through the pages of the book. Initials, dates, amounts. I think it was Beatty's record book of all the abortions she performed. The initials of every single one of those women up there appears in this book. Sophie had no idea what his theory might be, but he certainly seemed obsessed by it. Not being funny, mate, but chances are my initials are in that book. It don't mean nothing. Take a look at the scarf hanging here and compare it to the photograph. That came out of number 17 a few days ago. She did as she was told, figuring she'd be best off humouring him for now. Oh, yeah, it looks the same, she agreed. So you reckon these women all went to see Beatty because they were in trouble? It was the only conclusion she could draw from what he was saying. I think so, yes. Sophie scanned the wall, looking at the faces of the women. Well, that just tells you they were in trouble, and you can't even prove that from a bunch of initials in a scabby old book. As for the scarf, probably loads of people had them, and Dolly was like a magpie for shite like that. Her voice tailed off as her eyes came to rest on the last picture. A dark-haired girl, all curls and cute, beamed out from the grainy, yellowed image. It was a head and shoulders shot, the kind that was taken in a studio and got framed to take pride of place on the mantelpiece. Sophie could imagine the girl's parents taking it down and handing it to the police in a moment of desperate hope, the father stoic and grim, the mother tearful and clutching a handkerchief. What struck her most about the picture wasn't the wide-eyed innocence of the girl, or the mind's-eye picture of her sorrowful family, but the familiarity of a certain feature. "Which one is this?" she asked, pointing to the picture and turning to the man. "Sally Pollitt. She was the last. Why?" Sophie didn't answer, Instead, she undid her jacket, reached a hand inside her T-shirt, and hooked the gold chain with its locket out from where it nestled in her cleavage. "I got something you might want, mate." For a second or two, Matt thought the girl was coming on to him. Perhaps she thought stripping off like that was her get-out-of-jail-free card. He was just about to protest that he was old enough to be her father, and that wasn't what he wanted, when he realized what she was doing. She wasn't trying it on at all. She was trying to show him something. At first, the significance of it didn't register. So she had a necklace, so what? It was only when she took it off and held it up next to the picture of Sally Pollitt that he realized. He had stared at that picture for so many years that the details of it were engraved on his brain. Yet he didn't entirely make the connection until the girl spoke and made it for him. "It's the same one. The same as in the picture. Edie gave it to me last night because it has the S on the back. S for Sophie, S for Sally. I think you might be onto something, bub. I mean, the scarf could be a one-off, but this too. I don't believe in coincidences, do you?" She handed him the locket. It was still warm from the touch of her skin. He turned it over in his hand and checked it against the image on the wall and the one engraved in his mind. She was right. It was the same item. "Where did you say this came from?" "Edie gave it to me. It was in with Dolly's old jewellery." Matt sat back down on the bed and stared at the locket. They were friends, her and Sally Pollitt. Went to school together, hung around together. There's a transcript in one of those files of the statement she gave to the police when Sally's body was found. They interviewed her and she testified against my father, but she never mentioned this. The girl sat back in her chair and reached for the coffee he'd made her, though it must be cold by now. "Perhaps she gave it to her as a present or something," she said, more of a vague hope than a question. Matt shook his head. "It was her 18th birthday present. Her parents bought it for her. That's in the file too. When they found the body, it was significant by its absence. Apparently she never took it off." The girl shuddered. "Fuck me, I wish I'd never put it on. That's really creeped me out, that has." If that was the term, it had really creeped Matt out too. The locket was the nearest he had come to ever proving a connection between the residents of number 17 and the murder of Sally Pollitt, though he had long suspected that the Morris family had been involved. When he had walked into the bedsit earlier and found Sophie there, he hadn't been entirely sure what to do, but she was staying in that house and he wanted access. Rather than pitching a blue fit and calling the police, or throwing her out bodily and changing that bloody ridiculous lock, he decided to hedge his bets and try to get her on side. He hadn't bargained for her coming up trumps so quickly. The most he'd been hoping for was the chance that she would let him in the house when Edie's back was turned. Edie, poor woman, she hadn't anticipated all of this when she'd come back. He needed to think. He needed to ponder this and work out his next move. "Can I keep this?" he said, already moving to pin the locket up next to Sally's picture. "Hell yes, I don't want the bloody thing. Not if it came off a dead person," Sophie said, adding another exaggerated shudder. Something about the face that she was pulling triggered the inkling of a memory for Matt. A brief flash of a contorted face. He'd like to have said in the throes of passion, but the memory didn't bring that back. Instead, all he remembered was urgency, desperation, and embarrassment. "What did you say your name was?" "Sophie. Sophie Headley, why? You changed your mind already about reporting me to the police?" He shook his head. "No, it's just that I think I might have known your mother. Karen, isn't it? You look like her." Sophie glowered at him for a moment, then gave one of her trademark shrugs. "Well, if you grew up round here, you probably did. Everybody did. Well, every bloke, anyway. When you say you knew her, are we talking like in the biblical sense?" Matt felt himself begin to blush, and he turned away, not wanting to admit to this child that, yes, he knew her mother. He was loath to go into details about a dim and distant knee-trembler down a back alley near a quarter of a century ago. "You bloody did, didn't you?" The girl was smirking. He could sense it, and it was fueling the flush of shame that he could feel seeping into his face. "I wouldn't worry about it, mate. You and every other bloke in a mile radius of this square." She had started to swing in his office chair, clearly thinking that she got one up on him by insulting her mother, and therefore him. "Hey, we should do a DNA test. You could be my dad." He bristled at the suggestion, No doubt some poor sucker had spawned this gutter snipe, but he doubted it was him. What the girl said was true. Karen had been the town bike. Who had fathered her progeny was anyone's guess, not least of all Karen's, if what he remembered about her was correct. "You're not serious, are you?" "It's hardly likely," he said, with more indignation than he had intended. At 48, he had to be pretty careful not to leave any little time bombs in his past. One popping up now was the last thing he needed. Sophie flapped her hand at him. "Nah, don't worry, I'm only winding you up. I'm pretty sure she would have remembered you, being the son of a murderer and all." He shot her a look of what he hoped was stern and mature censure, though she clearly interpreted it as contempt. "Sorry, mate, I know you think he was innocent and all, it just kind of slipped out," she said, not looking remotely sorry. It didn't matter. He was used to it. "Please stop calling me mate. We're hardly mates, given that you broke in. My name is Matt." Christ, he sounded like a right idiot. This kid was a piss-taker, and he was beginning to regret having been so easygoing with her. Had he got so desperate to find out the truth that he was willing to put up with shirty kids taking the mickey out of him to get it? Maybe. He'd probably put up with anything to end this torturous obsession. Comfort and familiarity were beginning to breed a brooding contempt. "Right, Sophie, now that you've tried your damnedest to emasculate me with your rapier wit, are you going to help me or what?" "What do you want me to do?" She was gripping the arms of the chair again and staring at him through eyes that were narrowed and suspicious. She really did look just like her mother. "Just keep your eyes open for anything that might add to the evidence. There has to be more in that house. Oh, and get me in there at the soonest opportunity. I want to have a poke around, and I don't think Edie is going to let me over the doorstep." Sophie pondered it. "Okay, but I'm not doing anything that will upset Edie. She's been good to me, and I'm staying there for now. I'll look for stuff that might interest you, but I'll have to see about letting you in." Matt nodded. At least the kid was showing some integrity. "Fair enough. Oh, and if you want to come here again, use the door like normal people, will you? I don't have anything to hide, but I kind of like my privacy just like everyone else." He noticed that she had the good grace to blush. "Now, let's go through what I'm looking for so that you'll know what I'm asking you to find." Chapter 10. Bernard Sellers cast an eye over his ancient stock and contemplated the seemingly pointless task of dusting it. He often wondered why he hadn't gone into the scrap metal business. All he seemed to do these days was weigh and measure little scraps of gold and silver for the price it might fetch when it was melted down. He hadn't sold so much as an earring for weeks. His father, Derek Sellers, proud founder of Sellers & Son, jewelers of distinction, doggedly hung onto the shop as if he still believed that their lives depended on it. Bernard knew different. Their livelihood came not from selling trinkets, but from buying scrap, repairing clocks, and the odd insurance payout when someone tried to rob them. Even that hadn't happened in a while. Even the robbers were turning their noses up at the tarnished tat that sat dusty and unsellable in the window behind the reinforced wire shutters. Bernard didn't blame them. Even he wouldn't have given house room to the gaudy baubles that his father had chosen. Still, it wasn't his shop. He just worked there. If reading the paper and fielding the drunks and druggies who came in to pawn or sell the things they had stolen counted as work. When Derek went, things would be different. He'd close the shop and go and work in McDonald's if he had to. Anything but spend another year in this miserable, tawdry little emporium, which was beginning to look like a dusty shrine to other people's unwanted kitsch. Last week, he'd gone out to get the paper, and his father had bought a silver-plated coffee set from some woman down on her luck and short of cash. It was sitting there now, in the cabinet, £125 worth of waste of time. Nobody wanted that kind of crap now, despite the workmanship that his father had raved over. Bernard would stake another £100 that the coffee set would sit in that cupboard and never sell. It would outlive him, let alone his father. Quite frankly, it was bloody depressing. Just as he was dwelling on how low it was possible to go, the shop door opened, triggering the ruddy bell that was the bane of his life. A woman wandered in, scanning the cabinets and looking more like a potential customer than anyone had in what felt like an age. Bernard's heart leapt with hope. "Can I help you at all, madam?" Oh, God, she was rummaging in her bag. Do you do valuations? Bernard suppressed the weary sigh that was trying to push past his lips. Of course, madam. She brought out a wad of what looked like kitchen roll. Nothing exciting there, then, Bernard assumed. I have no idea whether any of this is worth anything at all. It's a bit old-fashioned. She said it as if it was an apology for wasting his time. She probably was, but at least she was polite about it. Let's take a look, shall we? He watched as she unrolled the paper. It seemed like your typical junk. A few nice pieces, from what he could see, but mostly scrap. The gold and silver items will be scrap value only, I'm afraid, but the cameo is nice. There's quite a market for antique brooches. He smiled at her. You have quite a bit there. I might need to take it out back and examine it a bit more closely. I can issue a receipt if you like, and for a small holding fee, we can insure against loss while we make a thorough evaluation. He had neither the time nor the patience to sort through it now. Well, he had the time, but not the inclination. The £15 holding fee would at least soften the blow and ease the boredom of looking through this latest pile of junk. She had some particularly tawdry diamante pieces that he didn't relish examining, but his father would be intrigued. There was a market for paste, and if it was good, it was worth more than people might assume. Cleaning of all items is included in the fee, he added, eyeing the grubby grey stones. Okay, that seems sensible, she said, reaching for her purse. Bernard had loved it when a plan came together, and reached for his receipt pad. I'll just need to take a few details for the insurance. If you can leave me a contact number, I'll call you when we've completed the valuation. She gave him her details and waited patiently while he listed the pieces. He did his usual and occasionally glanced up, giving the customer a reassuring smile. There had been a time when he might have engaged in a little light conversation, but these days he saved that for people who were buying, not looking to sell. Bernard's charm was free, but only with a purchase. Right, I think that's everything, if you'd like to check and sign. She merely glanced at the form and signed. He could have left half the items off and she wouldn't have noticed, but that wasn't Sellers and Sons' reputation. Derek and Bernard prided themselves on their honesty and sense of fair play, if not on their stock and customer service. After she had gone, Bernard dumped the items onto a tray and took them out to the back room. His father could take a look. Bernard had better things to do, like finish his newspaper and pontificate on his disappointments. Sam waited impatiently for his mother to pour the tea. She was like a damned geisha with it, all ceremony and pot-warming and fiddling about. Why she couldn't use tea bags in a mug like normal people was beyond him. She was a creature of ritual and habit, and sometimes it really irritated him. But what had irritated him most was that Edie had taken the spare keys for next door to give to that scumbag she had taken in. Lena's set of keys had been his easy way in, and now the silly old cow had given them away, and she was mouthing off about him showing an interest. He'd thought she liked Edie, and would have been pleased that he was planning on taking her out, but no. She couldn't have been more against it if she tried, or more stubborn about explaining why. She was wittering on now, about Edie having just got divorced and about her not sticking around, and why couldn't he find a decent local girl to take out? He'd made her bristle by pointing out that there were no decent local girls. Decent would be the last word he would use to describe the women of the square, unless whoring, drug-taking, and drunkenness were now considered parlour pursuits. The trouble with his mother was that she lived in a fantasy world. She seemed to believe that as long as she kept scrubbing the front doorstep and polishing the brass, that she'd be able to stave off the tide of decay that had beset her beloved square. "You going to pour that tea, or what?" he said, drumming his fingers on the table while she faffed with milk jugs and sugar bowls. "Hold your horses, boy, I'm doing it. I don't know what's got into you today. You're like a monkey on a hot shovel." "Things on my mind, Ma, that's all, and I'm spitting feathers here." "Will you stop that bloody drumming on the table and jiggling your bloody leg like that? You're putting me on edge." Sam would have said that she was on edge anyway, and had been ever since Dolly had died. Why she had such affection for that dotty old minger was beyond him. The woman had been a bloody disgrace. But Dickie had had his uses. Shame the old sod had died. Sam's life would have been so much easier now if Dickie was still alive. Now, because of his own stupidity, he was stuffed. He'd scared Dickie and Dolly into being security conscious for his own ends, and now the window locks and security bolts were working against him. If he'd not been away when the old bird had died, he wouldn't be facing this problem now. He had to get into that house, and the only way he was going to do it was with Edie's blessing. If his mother didn't like it, well, he just wouldn't tell her. Edie arrived back to discover Sophie in the kitchen drinking tea and regarding an enormous bouquet of flowers that almost swamped the small table. Where on earth did those come from? Don't know who bought them. They were on the back doorstep, but they're from him next door. Wants to take you out to dinner, apparently, Sophie said with a dismissive sniff. You read the card? Of course she had read the card. Edie would have liked to think that she wouldn't have done exactly the same, but she knew she would have. Sophie shrugged. Just making sure they were for here. Not the kind of place that posh florists deliver to, is it? Edie looked at the flowers. They were indeed expensive, and the arrangement lavish. I suppose not. So, you going to go? Edie sighed. She really didn't know. Dinner with a man seemed so far out of her sphere at the moment. You should. It would do you good to get a break out of this place. Besides, by the look of those, it would be a right good nosh out. I'd go. Edie sat down, retrieved the card that accompanied the flowers, and read it. Hoping these will cheer you up. How about dinner? Call me. Sam. Kiss. Edie hadn't been aware that she had been particularly unhappy. Do I come across as miserable? She asked. Sophie sighed. Well, let's just say that you're not exactly Little Miss Sunshine, shall we? Edie thought she had just been being her normal self. Perhaps that was her normal self. Miserable, unhappy, and shut down. And Sam found that attractive. So, you're going to call him or what? Edie eyed Sophie with suspicion. Are you trying to get rid of me? What's the plan, a wild party? It would be what Will would have done if she'd have ever given him the chance. Of course not. I just figured if you get the chance to do something nice, you should. I'd go, but he didn't invite me or send me flowers. Come to think of it, no one's ever bought me flowers. Edie plucked a rose out of the arrangement and passed it over the table. All women should get flowers once in a while. But never when it was an excuse or an apology, which had been Simon's habit. For every affair there had been lilies. For every beating, carnations. Edie couldn't abide carnations. Just the smell of them made her bones ache. Maybe she would go out to dinner with Sam. It had been such a long time since someone had been nice. I'll ring him in a minute, she said, noting Sophie's triumphant smile. But for now, we need to tackle the hellhole that was Dolly's room. Sophie's smile quickly mutated into a grimace. If we must. Yes, we must. The biggest issue in Dolly's room was the hair. It floated on the air with the slightest movement and clung to the skin like gossamer, tickling and making the flesh crawl. Sophie was becoming more and more irritated by it, spitting, rubbing, wiping, and finally shouting, Ow! This bloody stuff is driving me mad! Can't we hoover it up or something? Have you seen the hoover? It's older than I am. Take a break, go and make us a drink or something, Edie had said, her own irritation only a notch or two below Sophie's. She had been scooping up whole hanks of the stuff for half an hour, and felt that the task would never end. She had gathered half a bin bag full, but the stuff seemed to be breeding all over the room. It was as if someone had torn through the place like a tornado, scattering the strands of hair and letting them settle like a moving blanket over everything. God knows what Dolly had been thinking. As Edie recalled, she had always been extremely precious about her collection, keeping it pristine and separated in the huge cabinet that stood next to the wardrobes. No one had been allowed to touch the cabinet or the wigs. There was a child Edie had coveted the stage pieces, elaborately coiffed with tightly coiled ringlets, making her own thin, home-cut bob a joke. She had longed to try them on and parade about and live for a while in the world of her imagination. Those days were long gone, and the wigs and hair had just become yet another thing to dispose of. Intact, the hair would have had value. The wigs still did, but Edie didn't want money for them, and instead had contacted the Winfield Amateur Dramatic Society and offered them for nothing. A woman was coming to collect them the next day. While she waited for Sophie to make tea, Edie gathered up the wooden blocks, which were remarkably less terrifying in daylight, and placed them into boxes complete with full heads of hair. She wasn't sure whether to be amused or repulsed by the fact that Dolly had drawn crude faces onto some of them, and had scrawled names under the hairlines and across the foreheads. She recalled that there had been some film with Tom Hanks where he'd become lost on a desert island and had made a friend from a volleyball. Edie wondered if Dolly had become so lonely that she had done something similar with the wig blocks and had personified them to keep her company. The thought of such loneliness and desperation triggered the now familiar flush of guilt that was threatening to saturate Edie's psyche. How cruel had she been to ignore her family for all these years? "Who are your friends?" Sophie asked, nodding towards the wooden heads as she manoeuvred into the room carrying the tea. Edie smiled, glad of the distraction. "Funny you should ask. This one is Jean, this one Anne. The redhead is Elizabeth, very fitting if you consider her resemblance to old Gloriana herself. That one is Sal, maybe for Aunt Sally, and that one is Mary, though the wig looks more like Harpo to me." Sophie didn't laugh, and instead looked horrified, which made Edie feel slightly foolish for having made a joke of it. "Yeah, you're right, not particularly funny, is it?" Sophie, still frowning, sat on the bed and shuddered. It occurred to Edie that the girl was attaching far more meaning to an old woman's oddness than she needed to. "What did you go and give them those names for? It's fucking freaky, Edie," Sophie said, hugging herself and looking positively upset. "I didn't name them, Dolly did. Poor old soul must have been more far gone than we originally thought. Anyway, they'll be gone tomorrow. A woman from the theatre is coming to pick them up." "Thank Christ for that. It's like something out of the Chamber of Horrors. Can't you stick a blanket over them or something?" Edie pursed her lips and shook her head. "You have a very active imagination." She searched around for something suitable, found an old shawl hanging over the back of a chair, and used it to cover the boxes. "Better? I will be when they're gone. Did all this hair come from dead people?" Edie laughed. "Of course not. What on earth makes you think that?" "Well, where else does it come from, then?" Sophie's indignation was mild, but tangible all the same. "People sell it. Mostly women from the Eastern Bloc, that's the good quality stuff. The cheaper stuff is from China, but Asian hair is more coarse, so it's not used for the quality wigs." Sophie fingered her own hair. It was long, messy, and limp from her poor diet and long-term neglect. "Can't see me getting much for mine." Edie raised her eyebrows as if to indicate her own short locks. "Me neither. I doubt my sweepings would fetch much." "Weird thing to do for a living, really, making wigs. Still, I suppose someone has to do it." "Dolly was one of the best in her day. She did a lot of work for the RSC and the BBC, all those lavish costume dramas. Chances are she made the wigs. She used to take such a pride in her work. It's a shame to see it all in tatters like this." Sophie looked around the room, taking in all the chaos and clutter. "What do you think went wrong? I didn't know her that well. She was just nice to me sometimes. Would give me a few quid in that, but I never got further than the kitchen most times, and to be honest, I never wanted to. I know I sleep rough, but even I have standards." Edie laughed. "I suppose we all have our limits." "I'm not sure what went wrong. It's been so long since I spent time with her. Over 30 years, in fact. I'm guessing that after Dickie died, things just went to pot." Sophie sipped her tea, fished a hair out of her mouth, grimaced, and asked, "How come you didn't see them?" Edie sighed and perched on the corner of the bed. "I don't really know. I think there was some kind of falling out with my mother. Not that that was difficult. My mother was a strange woman. I think she could have found fault with Mother Teresa. I know she never believed that my father had left us, and blamed Dolly and Dickie for keeping something from her. The only reason I saw them at all was because Mum sometimes had bouts of time in hospital, and we were always sent to stay here. What was wrong with her? Was she ill then? Yes, she had mental health problems. They called it manic depression then, which meant sometimes she was so depressed she couldn't get out of bed, and sometimes she was so high there was no stopping her. It made her a somewhat mercurial person. You never knew how she was going to be from one day to the next. It was hard to live with. She was sectioned a few times when I was younger, which was why we ended up here sometimes. Shit, that sounds pretty rubbish. What happened to her in the end, then? Edie closed her eyes. She could only ever deal with it with them shut, as if keeping the event isolated in her mind's eye would somehow contain it there forever. She cried wolf. We had heard her say that she was going to kill herself so many times over the years that we'd got into the habit of ignoring it, assuming that it was just a cry for help or her seeking attention again. She threw herself off a railway bridge and broke her neck. Shit. Sophie looked shocked. Yes, quite. But it was a long time ago. Want to give me a hand with the wardrobes? Suppose. Edie had needed to change the subject. Her mother's suicide was yet another source of guilt. Guilt felt as if it ran through her like a seam of coal, ready to be tapped into and mined at the drop of a name. There were times when she wondered if all she was capable of feeling was remorse. Love could have leapt up and bit her in the backside, and she wouldn't have known what it was. She even felt guilty about Simon, despite his abusiveness. Maybe she had deserved it. She had certainly never loved him, and had married him out of desperation and need, in a bid to get away from home and her imperfect, unlovely mother. Unlovely, unloved, broken and gone. Yet Edie missed her. She shook her head in that habitual way she had, as if the action could dismiss the pang of regret and longing for the woman she had never understood. What kind of insanity was it, to miss a woman who blamed you, her unborn child, for the absence of her husband? Edie's mother had always rationalized that if he had left, it must be because he hadn't wanted Edie. And who had ever wanted Edie? Not even her own son, if their relationship were to come under scrutiny. Edie seemed to have that effect on people, the ability to alienate them by her mere existence. Only Rose seemed to need her, and even that seemed as if it was just to do the dirty work. Clearing this house was certainly dirty work, both literally and metaphorically. Dolly's life could be quantified by the layers of dirt and detritus, an existence marked by neglect and a magpie-like hoarding of things. And boy, had Dolly hoarded things. The wardrobes were like a voyage of discovery, a life lived through objects. In the bottom of one, Edie even found a box full of baby clothes, crisp and fragile with age. A knitted shawl, so fine it looked as if it had been spun from single fibres, and a nightdress, tiny and delicate, the yoke-hand smocked and exquisite. How sad they looked, lovingly made yet clearly never worn. I wonder who these were made for, she said, holding up the tiny nightdress for Sophie to see. Dunno. You? Edie looked at the little garment. Maybe. It seemed likely. No other children had been born. It would be typical of her mother to have turned down such a gift. She would not have wanted anything from Dolly, and had even resented the fact that her sister-in-law had cared for her children when she couldn't. Shame, it seemed, was a powerful motivator for bad behaviour. She should know. It had motivated most of her own. With another shake of her head and a sigh, she consigned the baby clothes to a rubbish bag and moved on. Chapter 11. While Edie took an early evening bath in readiness for her dinner date with Sam, Sophie took the opportunity to slip out of the house and across the square to visit Matt. The wig blocks had been bothering her. Though Edie hadn't attached any significance to the names, Sophie had, and the knowledge that Dolly must have become obsessed with the murder victims had been bothering her all day. She'd been hard-pressed not to blurt everything out to Edie as soon as she'd spotted them, and had been sitting on her horror and revulsion for hours. This time, she didn't climb through the window, though in the time it took for Matt to answer, it might have been quicker if she had. "Bloody hell, mate, you took your time," she complained, noticing the dribble of blood above his lip and the smear of soap near his ear. His shirt was buttoned up all wrong, too. "Sorry to interrupt, like, but you've got your chance to get in the house tonight. Edie's going out with that cretin from next door." She noticed a smile start to tilt the corners of his mouth. "What's so funny?" "You calling Sam Campion a cretin. It amuses me." Sophie scowled at him. "Well, he is. So, she's going out at 8. I'll put the front bedroom light on when she's gone so you'll know it's all right to come over. But come round the back, otherwise old Mother Cretin will see you. I could just give you my mobile number and you can text me. There's a difference between being discreet and resorting to cloaks and daggers." Sophie treated him to her best, most practiced look of utter contempt. "Most days I don't even have enough money to eat, bud, let alone own a mobile bloody phone." Matt sighed. "Okay, I'll wait until you turn the light on." Sophie nodded. "Good. There's something you're going to want to see." She turned on her heel and left him standing in the doorway, his question not even half asked. It wasn't often that Sophie found herself in a position of power, and as it went, this wasn't much, but she was going to enjoy it while she could. Once she was out of his sight, she slowed her pace and ambled across the street to the garden in the middle of the square. She knew a fraction of a second before that something was about to happen. A creeping sensation. That feeling on the back of your neck that someone is far too close and that their intentions aren't good. She could smell his breath, curling and sour as it crept round her neck while he grabbed her hair, hauling her head back and wrenching the breath from her lungs with the shock and pain of it. "I fucking told you to get off the square and fucking stay off, you stinking little cunt." He twisted her hair in his hands so that it pulled at the skin around her eyes and made them water. "What's it to you what I do, Jono? I'm not fucking bothering anyone." "You're bothering me, and if I see your fucking ugly face here again, I'll fucking cut it off." She knew he was capable of it. She'd seen his handiwork on one of the girls who had tried to stand up to him. The girl was drug-addled and scarred now, fit for nothing except turning tricks for the lowest of the low, and grovelling for mercy and her next bag of smack from Jono. "I don't have anywhere else to go." She didn't know why she'd even bothered saying it. He wasn't a man who had a conscience he could battle with. "Like I give a flying fuck," he confirmed, yanking down on her hair so abruptly that she felt the bones in her neck crunch. "When I tell you to go, you go. Got it?" Sophie could neither nod nor speak at that point. Any movement at all felt like too much of a risk. He could break her neck and no one would give a shit. "John Butler, what the hell do you think you're doing? Let go!" Sophie recognized Lena's voice, and for the first time ever thanked God for the appearance of the interfering old woman. Jono's grip slackened slightly, but he didn't let go. "It's none of your business, Mrs. Campion," he said, his voice tight with the effort of controlling his temper, or so it seemed to Sophie. "I beg to differ, boy. What goes on in this square is every bit my business, as you well know. Let go of the girl, or I'll have to call my son." Sophie sensed his hesitation. He tightened his grip in defiance, then seemed to think better of it. He let go and pushed her away from him so violently that she stumbled forward and would have gone headlong onto her face had it not been for a park bench breaking her fall. She turned to the woman who had literally saved her neck. "Go home," Lena said. Sophie went to speak, but Lena gave her a look. "I said go home." There were certain tones of voice that Sophie had learned not to ignore, and it seemed that Lena had mastered them. Without hesitation, she started to walk. Her instinct was to run, but she was damned if she was going to give in to it. The day she agreed to run because she had been told to would be the day she lost the battle for good. As she walked, fully aware of the fact that Jono was scathing her back with his most venomous stare, she contemplated how easily he had given up his control to the old woman. Lena had threatened him with Sam, the man who was climbing out of his car in front of Edie's house, as if conjured there by Sophie's thoughts. Well, well, well. You learn something new every day, she muttered to herself, as she skirted him and made her way to the alley at the back of the houses. Edie had already gone by the time she got back to the house, leaving Sophie alone and shaken by the encounter in the square. Jono was a thug and a bastard, and he treated everyone as if they were objects which either existed to serve him or provide him with psychopathic entertainment. It was nothing new to Sophie. She had grown up with people like him who were all about the power and control that they believed they could wield. It was amusing and gratifying to discover that Jono was a puppet too, but of some concern that it might be to Sam Campion. Until this point, Sophie had just considered Sam to be a bit of a sleazebag. She had no idea that he might be well up on the local gangland food chain. It put a whole new light on her enthusiasm about Edie going out with him, though even before this it had become more about getting her out of the house and Matt in than it had been a genuine concern for Edie's social life. Calmer now, she walked upstairs and into Dickie's room, where she turned on the light as she had promised Matt that she would. She needed to show him the wig blocks and the baby clothes that she had surreptitiously removed from the rubbish when Edie's back was turned. She knew that she was betraying Edie's trust in doing all of this and repaying her generosity in the worst way possible. But Matt was right. It looked like the Morris family were involved with these murders up to their necks, and it would be better if Edie found out from her rather than anyone else. Matt must have been waiting for her signal, because he tapped gently on the back door almost as soon as she reached the bottom of the stairs. She let him in, thankful that Lena was out and about and wouldn't have spotted his arrival. "No one saw you, did they?" she asked for good measure. "I'm pretty sure they didn't. What happened in the square? I was watching you. What did you do to upset that thug?" Sophie didn't want to dwell on it. "My mere existence seems to offend him." Matt nodded. "I know that one. I grew up with my presence causing offence. I always assumed that I must be some kind of uncomfortable reminder for people, and that maybe my existence made them feel bad about something. I assume it was because they knew that hanging my father was a mistake." Fair play to him, Sophie thought. He made no bones about his beliefs. "Yeah, well, I don't know about Jono. I suppose to him if I'm not earning him money by buying his drugs or whoring for him, then I have no place here." No one owned an area, but once the rot had set in, patterns formed. As she led Matt up the stairs to Dolly's room, she wondered if the canker had set in with the murders. Dolly had always told her what a nice place the square had been in the old days. It was difficult to see that now. There were too many layers of filth and decay to rake through to find any decency. Even this wasn't decent. Allowing a stranger to rifle through someone else's house was hardly the mark of good behaviour and respect. Sophie dismissed the thought. She had always found the moral high ground to be an exceptionally lonely place. Lena waited until Jono had sloped off to whichever dive he might be planning to menace that night. She might have saved the girl from a beating, but someone would cop it, and she had no doubt that the animal would be picturing her face when he did it. She might be old, but she wasn't stupid. She knew that in a place like this, shit floats to the top. Given that Sam was higher up than Jono in the local criminal hierarchy, she had to consider her own part in things. After all, she had brought him up and taught him the basics of life, like how to fight for what you believed in, how to hold your head high above the rest, and how to do what needed to be done, no matter what. Only it had all gone a bit wrong in Sam. Maybe the error had occurred in his nature rather than her nurture. It wouldn't surprise her. He had come from bad blood. She reached the front door and fumbled for the key, remembering a time when no one had locked their doors because no one had needed to. Communities operated on trust back then. They operated on the same thing now, only what you could trust had changed. You could trust that someone would want what you had. You could be sure that they would try and take it, and you damn well knew that given half a chance, they would get one over on you as quick as blinking. The only advantage of Sam's local status, as far as Lena could see, was the fact that she was relatively protected from such proclivities. If you disrespected Mrs. Campion, you were signing your own death warrant. As she hung up her coat, she thought about his dinner date with Edie and wondered at exactly which point in his life he had ceased to take notice of his mother. She had been adamant with him about Edie Byrne, but he'd ignored her. Lena's control over things seemed to be slipping in so many ways, and she wasn't sure whether to keep fighting and keep a grip on it, or just let it slide. Hanging on to things was such hard work. Maybe it didn't matter. What they didn't know couldn't bother them, despite how much it bothered her. That was the problem when you had sold your soul to the devil. The small print always got neglected and came back to bite you in the backside when you least expected it. Looking at him now, Sam Campion, all full of himself, all-knowing, fingers and pies that should never have been baked, friends with people who could barely be categorized as human in Nina's eyes, she wondered if the bargain she had made had ever been worth it. Edie scanned the menu, translating as she went. Confit of pig's belly served on a bed of crushed potato with baby vegetables and a red wine jus could be interpreted as cheap, fatty belly pork, mash, peas, and gravy. She often wondered if these restaurants traded on their pretensions more strenuously than they traded on their reputations. Eventually, she chose a simple Caesar salad and thanked the heavens that she wasn't the one paying £15 for a bit of lettuce and a few shavings of parmesan. She had dressed in one of Dolly's old dresses found hanging in the wardrobe, a pretty 50s-style vintage thing, teamed with a pair of authentic Mary Janes. She could hardly have shown up in her jeans and a t-shirt, and hadn't thought to bring anything else with her. You didn't clear out a house wearing a cocktail dress. Dolly's dress held the faint, acrid taint of mothballs, and despite having doused it with fabric freshener, the smell still tingled and tickled at the back of her throat. "You look lovely, by the way," Sam had said when she'd climbed into his car. She'd thanked him and opened the window lest the whiff of camphor put him off. He'd chosen this elegant gastropub on the outskirts of Winfield, assumedly to impress her with his taste and wallet. Looking around at all the slate, bare brick, and brass neck of the place, she wondered what kind of impression he had formed about her. Simon had been one for what he considered good taste and showing what he was worth, but Edie had spent far too long keeping up appearances. Pretension wasn't part of her makeup, but politeness was. "Nice place. Have they done it up recently?" She vaguely remembered the pub as being a run-down biker's haunt. "A couple of years ago. My company did the renovation." That figured, Edie thought, evilly wishing she'd ordered the fillet steak Rossini now that it was clear that Sam's bill would likely never find its way to the table. "It's very nice, you did a good job," she said, before taking a sip of the wine he had insisted on ordering. Edie wasn't a wine fan, and felt that most of it would taste better sprinkled on a bag of chips than it did from a glass. Sam smirked. "It's been a long time since I needed to wield a hammer, Edie." To her annoyance, she felt herself blush. "I didn't mean that." He treated her to a radiant smile. "I know. I'm only joking with you. But there is something I wanted to talk to you about." Edie's curiosity was interrupted by the arrival of their food, her salad sparse and elegant, served in a flared dish bigger than a fruit bowl, his a blue steak, seeping blood and practically still mooing. She watched him slice into it and take a bite, a tiny trickle of blood dribbling from the corner of his mouth. It made him look like a character from an Anne Rice novel. "Good steak?" she asked, suppressing the giggle that threatened to ruin the mood should she have to explain it. "Excellent. How's your salad?" "Lovely. Or as lovely as a mouthful of lettuce, some toasted stale bread and cheese could be. The wine, sour and acrid, helped to wash it down." When he seemed to be nearing the end of his meal, she pressed him. "So what was it you wanted to talk to me about?" He chased the last smear of blood around the plate with a hand-cut chip. "I have a solution for you. I know how much of an ordeal clearing the house is for you, so I want to buy it. Cash on the table, and you can pack up and walk away tomorrow. Leave everything as it is, and trust me to keep anything that might be of sentimental value, or of any importance, of course." He leaned across the table and took her hand. Dealing with it all just isn't fair on you. This way you get a simple, straightforward sale, and I get a property I can develop and sell on. It's a win-win, Edie." He squeezed her fingers and smiled at her as if it was a done deal. Acutely conscious of the warmth of his skin and the pressure of his fingers, Edie tried to return the smile, but hers was hesitant and apologetic. If things had been different, had Dolly not muddied his waters with her strange financial shenanigans, Edie would have bitten Sam's hand off, taken his money and run. "Oh, Sam, that's massively kind and generous of you, but I can't accept. Not only does it seem that the house is riddled with dry rot and God knows what else, but we can't sell it because it doesn't belong to us. According to the solicitor, Dolly took out some kind of secured loan, like an equity release deal, and the house belongs to the finance company. Rose and I had no idea, and neither did the solicitor until he requested the deeds and saw that there was a charge against the property. All I'm required to do is clear it out as soon as possible so they can take possession. I really do appreciate the offer, though, Sam. Thank you." She had been expecting a quiet shrug of resignation, and, "Oh, well, it was just a thought," comment, so it came as quite a shock when he abruptly let go of her hand, flopped back in his chair, and scrubbed his brow with a hand that she could swear was trembling. He was visibly trying to suppress his anger. To anyone else, he might look like a man who had simply eaten too much, and who was leaning back to ease his full belly. Edie had spent too many years around a volatile, angry man not to recognize the signs for what they were. Sam was desperately trying to contain his temper. "I'm really sorry, Sam. Like I said, I didn't know." It came out as if her mouth and brain were on some kind of autopilot, with the default setting of pacify at all costs. "You're kidding me, right? There has to be some way around this. I want the house, Edie." He said it as though she might have some control over the situation and could change it on a whim. She was about to reply, to reiterate the situation when his phone rang, the ringtone whining out of his pocket in an irritating spurt of synthesized sound. He reached for it, looked at the screen and frowned. "I have to take this." Edie nodded, relieved at the interruption and that he had chosen to walk outside to take the call. A waitress came over to the table and started to clear the plates. "Was everything all right for you, madam?" "Lovely, thank you," Edie lied. "Would you like to see the dessert menu?" A glance outside revealed Sam pacing and gesturing as he talked into the phone. "I don't think so, thank you. It looks as though we won't have time," she said with a smile to the girl. "Perhaps you could bring the bill." "Oh, there's no charge for Mr. Campion and his guests, madam. You can have whatever you like with the manager's compliments." Edie didn't doubt it for a minute, though she did doubt that the generosity came with any compliments, possibly a grudging sense of obligation at most. As for whatever she'd like, a waiting taxi might have been helpful. The thought of sharing the journey home with an angry and upset Sam was about as unpleasant and sour as the wine that she had continued to sip to keep up appearances. When Sam returned, his demeanour had completely altered, and he was back to the affable and charming man that she had arrived with. "Sorry about that, but something has come up. Do you mind if we cut short the rest of the evening and do it again another time?" Edie was convinced that her relief must be tangible, and fought to hide it while she bent down to retrieve her bag. "Of course not," she said, while slipping her way into the jacket that Sam was holding up for her in the most gentlemanly manner. "It's been a lovely evening," she added, deliberately stifling the instinctive apology that wanted to burst from her mouth. Old habits died hard. Matt had been fascinated by the wig blocks with their names and faces, yet more evidence that the Morris woman had known more about the murders than she had ever let on. But it wasn't proof. Matt had enough clues, artifacts, ideas, theories and thoughts to argue a jury into next Thursday week, but he didn't have proof. Had the murders been current, he was sure that the police would have responded to Sophie's discovery, and they might even have investigated. This many years after the event, and given that they fully believed that the right man had been caught and had paid the ultimate price, it was unlikely they would do any more than indulge the story and, with stifled politeness, only laugh at him when he was out of earshot. There had to be something more in this damned house, something that would prove beyond doubt that his father had been innocent of murder. There just had to be. Sophie was showing him the baby clothes, but they didn't fit into any hypothesis or scenario that he'd formed, so he dismissed them as unimportant. Probably made for Rose or Edie. Might as well put them back in the rubbish if Edie doesn't want them. Sophie sighed. I don't think Edie wants much from here. She goes through the place like a dose of salts, I swear. If she had a flamethrower, she'd blast the lot and be done with it. Looking at the piles of junk, Matt was inclined to agree that it might be a relevant solution. Looking for proof in here was an experience akin to trying to find the proverbial needle in a haystack. He sighed and perched himself on the corner of the bed. So the hid things. They don't prove much, is it? Sophie said. Nothing new, no. Sophie lowered herself down onto the opposite corner of the bed, the orange squash light making her skin look sallow and unhealthy. Why keep on with it? Why keep looking after all these years? Even if your dad didn't do it, no one's coming back, and chances are whoever did this is long gone. The kid made a fair point, and it was one that Matt had pondered many times. Principle, I suppose. Payback. Loyalty. A promise I made to my mother. I don't know, I just can't let it go. I want some kind of apology, I suppose, an acknowledgement that all those years of humiliation and persecution were wrong, and that someone is prepared to admit it. Sophie looked pensive. I get that. I suppose we all want to rewrite the past. I know I sure as hell do. But if you do prove it, say something does turn up that proves you right, what will you gain, really? Won't you just be passing the misery on to Edie, and she'll be the one that has to carry the burden of it? This cocky child had a wisdom beyond her years, and a way of cutting through things and piercing the heart of them, somewhat painfully, if Matt were honest. Isn't the truth supposed to set you free? He said tritely. It sounded pathetic even to his own ears. Sophie snorted. Yeah, it sets you free, but cages someone else. Where's the fairness in that? And where is the fairness in betraying my trust, Sophie? Edie's voice cut across the room like the blade of a guillotine, severing the safety of the clandestine nature of Matt's presence and causing Sophie's face to drop its mask of bravado. Matt stood as Edie walked into the room, her features showing hurt, confusion, and betrayal. Sophie sat slumped, her face turned away from the door, though when Matt glanced at her, he could see that she was biting her lip. Edie. Yes, Edie. Would anyone mind explaining what you're doing here? Sophie? Edie said, lips pursed, tone racketing up to angry. I called over to apologize for upsetting you. Sophie invited me in. It's not her fault, she wasn't aware that we'd argued, Matt said, knowing that it was as lame as an excuse as they came. Edie raised her eyebrows. Oh, really? She invited you into Dolly's bedroom. Is there something I should know, Sophie? Matt stood silent for a moment. He had only just noticed the dress that Edie was wearing. Could it be the same one? Where did you get that dress from? Edie looked at him, frustrated, impatient, getting more annoyed by the second. What? You push your way into this house, take advantage of a young girl, and you ask about my bloody dress? Bloody dress was more appropriate than she might have realized, though it was obvious that any blood had been washed away long ago. Only it's not your dress, he said. Edie stiffened. Gah! For God's sake, what does the dress matter? I want to know what you're doing here, and why you, Sophie, saw fit to let someone into the house without my permission. We were looking for something, Sophie mumbled. Looking for what? And what in this God-forsaken house could possibly interest you, Mr. Bastin? Matt sighed. I'll go. Women scorned were not his forte, and though Edie hadn't entirely lost control, she did look pretty pissed off. Yes, I think that would be a very good idea. Edie's response was stiff, and made Matt feel as though he had seriously burned the last of his bridges with her. For some reason, the thought of him leaving seemed to galvanize Sophie, who stood up and turned to Edie. "No. Let him stay. There's stuff you need to know." "And what precisely might that be, Sophie? That I trusted you and you let me down at the first opportunity?" It was Sophie's turn to stiffen and battle with her temper. Matt needed to intervene. He needed to try and explain. If she threw him out afterwards, then so be it. "You need to know that the dress you're wearing belonged to Elizabeth Reese. She was murdered. You've probably heard of her. She was found naked, raped, and mutilated on a park bench in the square. Her clothes were never found, but I have a photograph of her wearing her best dress, the one she was wearing when she disappeared, and it's identical to that one." Edie peered at him through narrowed eyelids, her brow furrowed in confusion. "And that locket you gave to Sophie, it belonged to Sally Pollitt. She was wearing it on the day she disappeared. Then there's the scarf that you threw away. It all fits, Edie. Someone in the house was responsible for the deaths of those girls." Sophie was hovering, pensive and worried. "There's stuff you don't know about, Edie. We were just trying to help." A series of expressions flickered across Edie's face as she did battle with her thoughts and feelings. For Matt, it was like watching a pinball machine, the ball bearing of reason coming to rest at the only logical conclusion, then pinging off because the reality was too inconceivable for comfort. She stood like that for a long moment, then she looked down at the dress. Without a word, she turned and fled to the bathroom. Matt heard the bolt slide across the door and turned to Sophie. "I think you'd better go and put the kettle on. I don't suppose there's any brandy lying around, is there?" Sophie shrugged. "Dunno. Is she going to be all right?" Matt returned the shrug and pointed towards the stairs. "Shall we?" Edie sat on the lid of the toilet wearing just her bra and knickers. The dress lay in a colourful puddle on the grimy floor. She looked at it with a mixture of dismay and loathing. It couldn't be right. It just couldn't be. If her family had been involved in those murders, the police would have known. They would have worked it out and investigated. They did all of those things and caught the culprit. It was clear that Matt Bastin wanted it not to have been his father, but it had been. Dresses were dresses. Chances are Dolly had just bought the same one from a market stall or a local shop. Matt Bastin was barking up the wrong tree and causing a lot of upset because of it. Sure, she understood. Who wouldn't want to distance themselves from that kind of family history? She knew for a fact that his life hadn't been easy because of what his father had done. But trying to pass the parcel of blame to someone else was just pathetic and unfair. Deeply unfair. Who on earth did he think had done it? Dolly had been a sweet, eccentric, gentle soul, obsessed with her wigs. It was clear that she'd had her magpie tendencies, lining her nest with whatever kit she could lay her hands on, but they were hardly the signs of a murderous soul. Perhaps he thought it had been Dickie, an even quieter soul than his sister, and only happy on his own, away from others and making his little mechanical toys. From what Edie could remember of her, Beatty had been a stoic, withdrawn and harsh woman, God-fearing, resolute, and the least likely mass murderer Edie could bring to mind. The whole thing was ridiculous. Matt had just picked a scapegoat and had moulded things to fit. A dress proved nothing. Neither did a locket, or a scarf for that matter. All of those things were 10 a penny. She prodded the dress with her foot and bent to pick it up, as if handling the fabric might yield some truth by means of psychometry. She put it to her face and breathed in. It smelt of age, camphor, and fabric conditioner. She had stripped it off so quickly it was still inside out, the neatly finished seams holding their colour where the other fabric had not. They were hand-finished, turned and stitched into a precise and meticulous hand by someone who had taken pride in their work. This dress had not been bought. It had been made. The hem was held up with tiny, almost invisible stitches. The buttonholes were exquisitely done all by hand. It was unique. A one-off. The realization of it forced Edie to fling it away from her and wipe her face on the still damp flannel that lay on the edge of the bath, as if the gesture could erase the contact with the fabric. As the dress fell, she spotted the yoke. Where the label would be in a shop-bought dress, there were 2 carefully embroidered initials. E.R. Edie's world seemed to lurch to the side. She felt dizzy and disorientated, as if everything she knew had shifted position and looked ugly and unfamiliar in its new place. The wine she had drunk with Sam roiled in her stomach, meshing with the watery salad and announcing its re-arrival with a painful, unstoppable yaw of retching. Sophie hovered on the landing. She had been about to tap on the bathroom door when she heard the retching. "Edie? You okay?" It was a stupid question. Of course she wasn't okay. Who would be? "I've made some tea. Are you coming down?" There was silence from the bathroom. Instinct and good sense told Sophie to leave well alone and beat a retreat. Matt had gone out to the shop. Spirit-wise, all they had found was a crusted bottle of syrupy creme de menthe and some rather dubious-looking advocat. Sophie figured that drinking either would cause more shock than it cured. When she got back to the kitchen, he was back and sloshing cheap whiskey into Edie's tea. "How is she?" he asked. Sophie shrugged and pulled a face. "Dunno. She won't answer me." They both raised their eyes to the ceiling at the noise of the bathroom door creaking open and Edie's soft footsteps on the landing. A few seconds later, she arrived in the kitchen wearing her old favourite jeans and t-shirt and carrying the dress. She looked pale and worn. She threw the balled-up dress on the table and took the mug that Matt was holding out to her. She sipped the tea and winced. "Jesus, that's bloody awful. What did you do? Pee in it for good measure?" Sophie stifled a laugh. "Whiskey, for shock," she said, receiving a scathing look for her trouble. Edie sat down on one of the rickety kitchen chairs, leaned back, folded her arms and looked at them, each in turn as if she was weighing up which planet they had both just beamed down from. "I think an explanation is in order, don't you?" Sophie looked at Matt, who returned her stare. "Well, go on. This is your baby. You tell her," Sophie said. Chapter 12. Sam was angry. He didn't know whether it was with his own stupidity and overconfidence, or with Edie and her good-as-gold obstinacy. All he knew was that he was livid, and someone would have to pay. It hadn't helped when he'd slammed into number 15, only to be faced with his mother whelping on about Jono getting too big for his boots and throwing his weight about. What did Sam care? Jono was just hired muscle, as thick as 2 short planks. Sam rarely gave him a second thought, and cared even less what he did. As long as the man did his job, kept the girls in line, and paid what he owed, Sam was happy. Whether the idiot was harassing young girls and upsetting Lena was none of his concern. Not today, anyway. It bothered him that his mother was upset, of course it did. Mainly because he had to listen to her litany of complaints and make sympathetic noises at her so that she would wind it in quicker. "All right, Mum. Point taken, I'll have a word, okay?" he said finally, hoping that it would bring an end to the incessant tirade. "Jono's an idiot. We already knew that. He just needs reining in from time to time. Anyway, what's it to you? Since when have you cared about the scumbags that litter the square? I thought you'd be happy that he was seeing off the rubbish." That seemed to shut her up. She just glared at him, lips set firm into a hard line. "I've just had enough, that's all." He could swear it had come through gritted teeth. Sam watched her as she shuffled over to her chair, her gait stiff and proud, inserted herself between the soft cushions and reached for the remote control. She looked upset, as near to tears as he had ever seen her. Lena Campion rarely cried, so the look on her face came as a shock. When he thought about it, which he didn't often, he had to admit, she hadn't been right since that old bat next door had popped her clogs. She hadn't even been this rattled when his father had died. Had seemed to consider it a blessed release, if anything. Sam couldn't blame her. His old man had been an arsehole of epic proportions, a drinker and a bully, all mouth and trousers. Not many had warned him. Sam least of all. His mother was now flicking through the channels of the TV, stabbing at the buttons of the remote control impatiently, as if pushing them harder would produce something on the screen more worthy of her affection. He'd never had time for TV himself. His mind went too fast for it, and the soaps just pissed him off. She loved them, though. He didn't know why, unless watching other people manufacture drama made her own life more interesting. It wasn't as if she'd ever done anything with her life. Just put up with things, made endless pots of tea, and sat watching the world go on around her. His mother was like one of the ravens at the Tower of London. Her dogged attachment to the square felt like she had her wings clipped to stop her flying away. Just like the ravens, if Lena Campion ever left the square, everything it had ever been would sink without trace. To Sam, she was like the last bastion of respectability and old-fashioned values, and he'd exploited that and used her as a human shield for a very long time. "What are you staring at? The cat's mother?" she said, not even looking round at him but proving yet again that she had eyes in the back of her head. "Nothing. Just thinking." Lena had settled on a film. Some weepy old black and white thing that would drive Sam nuts if he had to sit and watch it. "Well, think more quietly. You're putting me on edge with your moods." She hadn't even looked at him. "My moods? Take a look at yourself, Mother. You've been like a box of frogs lately. Ever since Edie turned up, you've been all over the place. What is wrong with you?" Lena shrugged and turned up the volume. Edie was reeling, her mind doing somersaults. The information that Matt was feeding her flipped and turned as it bounced off the trampoline of reason up into the clouds of surrealism. Much as everything he was telling her all came to roost on number 17's doorstep, she just couldn't accept that the police would have missed it all, and that when they had connected the dots, they had come up with the wrong picture. "I just don't get it. I accept what you're telling me, Matt, and yes, if what you say is true, everything points towards this house, but why didn't the police pick up on it? Surely they weren't that incompetent." Matt snorted. "You'd be surprised. For instance, as recently as the West case, they were getting things wrong. They'd had several reports of attacks on women and allegations of child abuse levelled at the family. Yet look what happened there. We're talking about the 50s and 60s in this case. They got a lot wrong. They hung Timothy Evans for killing his wife and child, never once suspecting Christie. Even when they found the bodies in the outhouse, they were completely oblivious to the fact that the garden fence was being propped up with a human femur." Edie shuddered and closed her eyes. "Okay. So let's say they got this wrong too. Who are you pointing the finger at, Matt? Beatty? Dolly? Dickie?" It was Matt's turn to look away. He was fumbling with the lid on the bottle of whiskey, as if he was about to unscrew it and take a slug of Dutch courage. "No, not them, though I do think Beatty is the link." "If not them, then who? And what do you mean Beatty is the link?" Matt hesitated, unscrewed the lid on the bottle and did take a swig, wincing as the heat of the spirit hit his gullet. "Your father." Edie laughed. She couldn't help it. The idea was ludicrous. "My father? Are you serious? My father walked out on my pregnant mother, never to be seen again. He was a weak, gutless coward." "Exactly. He was never seen again. There is no trace of him, Edie, and believe me, I've looked." "Well, he was hardly likely to keep his own name, besides. I've always believed that he went abroad." "Who told you that?" Edie had to think about it. She didn't know exactly. It was just something that she'd always believed and never questioned. "I don't know, he just did." "Well, if he did, there's no record of it. No passenger manifests, no ticket records, nothing. I've been looking into this for a lot of years, Edie. If there was something to find, I'd have found it, believe me." She did. By the sound of it, he'd left no stone unturned in his mission to prove his own father's innocence. "So is that the purpose of inveigling yourself here? So that you could root around and prove your theory?" He had the good grace to look sheepish, but she got no satisfaction from his guilt. "Knock yourself out, Matt. Search away. If you can find a trace of my father here, I'd be glad to know," she said, her tone sour and weary. "So other than lockets and dresses, what else did you two find that was so compelling?" She addressed this to Sophie, who had been sitting quietly, taking it all in whilst nursing a cold mug of tea. Sophie glanced at Matt as if seeking his permission to speak, a gesture which Edie found irritating, as if the whole thing had become the Matthew Bastin show. Well, there was the stuff in Beatty's room, hidden under the floorboards. I threw it out at first, I didn't know what it was, but I did some digging about her at the library and it turns out she went to prison for doing illegal abortions. Edie stared at the girl, mouth open. Sophie looked like a young deer, her eyes wide with apprehension, as if she had just realised she was caught in the sight of a marksman's rifle. Edie had no idea what the girl was so scared of. This whole thing was a massive joke. It had to be. She laughed. It bubbled up like a little spring, but erupted like a waterfall, causing both Matt and Sophie to startle and shift back a little in their respective chairs. Edie was laughing so much she found herself choking for breath and flapping a hand at them while she fought for control. Eventually, tears staining her now flushed cheeks, she spoke. So long-lost Papa is a latter-day Ripper, and Grandmama turns out to be Winfield's very own Vera Drake. The incongruity of it made her bellow with laughter once again, and she stood up, flapped her hand again and walked out of the room. She needed space from those two for a minute, and a few moments to gather her thoughts and figure out what to make of all this. She wandered into the front room, the one she and Sam had cleared on the first day, and perched herself on the end of the faded couch. From the kitchen, she could hear Sophie's bemused voice ask, "Who the fuck is Vera Drake?" Edie needed answers, and from people who weren't so invested in conspiracy theories and whodunits that they couldn't think straight. She walked into the hallway, grabbed her jacket from the coat stand, and called out, "I'm going out. Feel free to poke around, Sherlock. If you find Lord Lucan hiding in the cupboard, be sure to let me know." With that, she opened the front door and slammed it behind her. Lena sat, mindlessly staring at the screen, paying no attention whatsoever to the moving figures or what drama might be unfolding. Sam had gone, thank God. She had no time for the boy when he was in that kind of mood. Lord knows what was wrong with him. He hadn't been right since Edie had arrived, and that could spell nothing but trouble. She was going to have to do something, and fast, before things got out of hand there. Since Dolly had gone, it was all getting out of hand. People needn't think she hadn't noticed Matthew Bastin hanging around. She'd had her eye on him since he'd arrived back in the square. Not that she'd realised who he was then, but she always kept her eye on strangers. She'd often wondered what had happened to him, but now he was back, she had some nostalgia for the question. While he was away, the comfort of wondering had been far better than the worry of what he might find out now that he was prowling around, poking his nose in. Number 17's door slamming snapped her out of her musings. The almost immediate knock on her own made her frown and lurch to her feet, the remote control tumbling from her lap as she stood, losing its battery cover in the process. "Sod it," Lena muttered. She bent to pick it up, yelling, all right, I'm coming," to whoever was banging on the door. She had been expecting Edie. She had been expecting Edie for some time, pretty much since the first box of junk had made its way through the front door and onto the pavement. She already had her answers square in her mind, and they hinged on the fact that in the past, times had been hard, people had done what they needed to do to get by. Everyone had, and though it wasn't an excuse, it was a reason. As she made her way to the front door, she hoped she'd be able to make Edie understand that. The wall of flesh that met her on the step was not Edie. Neither was the effete-looking man that stood beside the man-mountain. The effete man stepped through the doorway without invitation, gesturing for the giant to follow. "Mrs. Campion, how lovely to meet you at last. I'm looking for your son, is he in?" Lena heard the words and looked at the mouth, with its row of tiny, perfectly whitened teeth. She knew who the man was. Everyone knew who he was, and even though she had never met him before, and might have walked past him in the street without giving him a first glance, let alone a second, the fact that he was accompanied by 6'7" of solid muscle and bone, all rolled up into something that resembled a man, acted like a calling card. Alan Pascoe had arrived. Lena knew the type. They never did their own dirty work, and the fact that Pascoe had left his ivory tower to come in search of Sam spelled trouble. As if Lena didn't have enough of that to deal with already. The hired muscle was glowering at her, trying his best to maximize his intimidation tactics. It didn't wash with Lena, and she scowled back. Sam left about half an hour ago. I assume he went home. I'm his mother, not his keeper. It was time for a bit of levelling. She needed to let Pascoe know that he didn't intimidate her. Speaking of mothers, I remember yours. Bit of a tart, as I recall, never did let on who your father was. Always claimed she was attacked and that you were the result. She said it with a sneer, designed to cut him to the quick. Pascoe didn't flinch. Yeah, she knew you too. I'm a bastard by name and bastard by nature, Mrs. Campion, much like your son. Do let him know I'm looking out for him, won't you? There's a matter of mutual interest which we need to discuss. Lena folded her arms over her chest and spread her feet wide in a gesture of both defiance and defence. She'd be damned if she was going to let this little man know that his words had stung. Mutual interest? That's an interesting way of putting things. I'll tell him when I see him. Pascoe smiled at her, his mouth pleasant and benign, his eyes gunmetal grey and calculating. Make sure you do, Mrs. Campion. Time is running out and we don't want to avoid any discord. We don't relish discord, do we, Stefan? He directed the question to his monolithic sidekick, who, like the walking cliché that he was, stared at Lena and said, No, Mr. Pascoe, we do not. Lena would have laughed in the old days, told him to do his worst, but the air of quiet menace wasn't lost on her, and she didn't have the energy to argue with this silly yet dangerous little man and his personal giant. Then I'll do my utmost to make sure there isn't any. Now, if you don't mind, I was about to lock up for the night. Of course, Mrs. Campion. Don't let us hold you up. And you can't be too careful in a place like this. Make sure you double-check those locks, won't you? I'd hate to get news that something untoward had happened. Pascoe's insinuation had reached the boundary of Lena's tolerance. Oh, I will. Don't you worry about me. I've been looking after myself and what's mine for a very long time. Most likely since before you were in short trousers, young man. Pascoe raised his neat, thin eyebrows and with a twist of his mouth accepted her touche. Indeed, I shall bear that in mind. But things change, Mrs. Campion. Life isn't what it once was, I'm afraid. Let's take that girl of your niece's, Georgia, is it? Runs about the square without a care in the world. I'd hate to see her fall in with the wrong crowd and find herself in trouble. It would be a terrible shame. Lena grit her teeth and ground them before replying. Your point had been taken, Mr. Pascoe. No need to repeat yourself. I may be old, but I'm not stupid. Glad to hear it, Mrs. Campion, he said slowly, a smile of satisfaction sliding across his effeminate little mouth. Stefan, the door. I have the impression that Mrs. Campion would like to be left in peace. Lena looked away from him. He'd got that right, but peace seemed to be in short supply these days. Pascoe might think he had the upper hand, but she'd pull the plug on the lot of them if they kept pushing. As she saw it, she was of an age where there wasn't much to lose, well, not for her anyway. She stood in the open doorway, arms still folded across her chest, a look of stoic resignation tinged with resentment set on her face. She watched them get into their car and drive away, and she stayed watching until they were long gone. The square was always quiet when Pascoe turned up. All the vermin scuttled back to their bolt holes when he was around. The man was like a human curfew. He traded on fear and intimidation as if they were social niceties, and relished his little bit of power with the gleeful ebullience of a child. Lena resented it. You had to earn that kind of influence, not create it with bully boy tactics and revenge. She had spent a lifetime earning that kind of deference, when all she'd needed to do was pay a thug and demand it. Perhaps she'd got it wrong all these years. Or maybe Pascoe had. He clearly had no idea of the lengths that she had been prepared to go to, or the things that she'd done to secure her position. He had no idea at all. Chapter 13. Edie recognized the huge man at once. He was the same creature she had spied talking to Sam that day, but she had no idea who the skinny little guy was, or why they were paying Lena a visit at this time of night. She'd been about to do the same, knock on the old lady's door and demand answers. But when she had slammed out of number 17, the sound had broken her mood and made her stop in her tracks. If Lena knew anything, the truth would have been common knowledge. Matt wouldn't be skulking around playing sniffer dogs, because there would have been no need. Lena Campion was a bastion of respectability. If she had ever suspected her neighbours of anything nefarious, she would have spoken out. Edie was sure of it. Instead of badgering Lena for answers she was convinced the old lady didn't have, Edie had walked into the garden in the middle of the square and had slowly paced the perimeter path, trying to make sense of all that she had found out that evening, and wondering why Lena was being visited by the giant. It seemed that Sam had some rather dubious friends. After 2 laps of the garden, she found a bench, still structurally intact, but one arm of it scorched by fire as a result of a particularly determined vandal. The bench had a small brass plaque attached in loving memory of someone or other. Edie couldn't tell who. Not only was it getting too dark to see, the name had been gouged out with something sharp so that it could no longer be read. It seemed symbolic somehow. In this place, the memories of what had gone before were being systemically obliterated by the unrelenting efforts of the square's new residents. "Sad state of affairs, isn't it?" The voice surprised but didn't startle Edie. "Do you mind if I join you for a moment? I think this is the only intact bench left in the garden. All the rest are in a terminal state thanks to the efforts of our local youth." Edie nodded at the elderly, statuesque man and watched as he folded his length onto the bench. She recognized him as the man from Dolly's funeral, the one who Lena had labelled a gossip. At this juncture, Edie considered that a little local gossip might prove useful. "I'm Lionel White. Pleased to make your acquaintance, Edie." He extended a thin hand, which out of instinctive politeness Edie took. The handshake was brief, warm, and showed an unexpected grip for a man so old. "You know my name? I know we met briefly at the funeral, but we didn't exchange names." He nodded, and using both hands leaned his upper body weight on the bamboo walking stick that he carried. "I do. You are the subject of the local gossips, I'm afraid. The ladies at the lunch club were full of Dolly's funeral and the reappearance of the long-lost niece, and you're too young to be Rose. There are worse things to be notorious for in this neck of the woods." He said it with a chuckle, pointing across the square to where a car had just slowed by the curb so that a scantily clad, stick-thin girl could ply her trade through its open window. Edie followed his gaze. When did it get so bad? I don't remember this square being this, squalid. Lionel returned his hand to the top of the stick and gently rocked it back and forth in a silent rhythm that seemed to denote some internal symphony that was playing out for him beyond his consciousness. "Have you ever cut open an onion, only to find that, though the outer layers feel firm and fresh, some of the inner layers have started to rot? I think this place is much like that. It started to decompose from the inside a long time ago. It only takes one bad apple to infect the barrel." Edie smiled. There was nothing like a good fruit and veg analogy to get a conversation flowing. "Have you lived here long, Lionel?" It was Lionel's turn to smile. "Longer than I care to remember, which is far too long for anyone to have to think about. I did spend a few years away, but home is always where the heart is." Edie was surprised that she didn't remember him. She thought she knew all of the old neighbours. "You must have known my family then, and Mrs. Campion from next door." "Oh, yes, I knew them well. Your uncle was a great friend of mine when we were young, and yes, I know Lena, but she chooses not to know me. We haven't spoken for 60 years or more." "Oh." Edie was surprised. She imagined that these two stalwarts of the square would have clung together, being creatures of increasing rarity. She was gratified to hear that he had known her uncle, and that at least someone had been a friend to poor Dickie. Now, you want to know why, don't you? I should have learnt by now not to sow so many seeds of curiosity in the young. Answering for the past is always somewhat tarnished by the application of retrospect. It rather dulls the facts, I find. Suffice it to say that our mothers did not get on. Mine was something of a God-fearing woman, and Lena's was not. But times were hard then, and I suppose people did what they felt necessary to get by. Anyway, there was a feud, and it has perpetuated. I'm beginning to think that the history of this square is a lot darker than any of us thought, if certain people are to be believed, Edie said, thinking of Matt and his tale of terror. Lionel paused in his rocking, the stick perfectly perpendicular to the ground. Is that so? What makes you think that? Do you know Matthew Bastin? Edie asked, figuring she might as well talk this through with a stranger. Maybe someone removed from the situation would have some kind of perspective that might settle the matter for her. I know of him, of course. It would be hard to live on this square for all these years and not know the name Bastin. Well, he's sitting in the kitchen of number 17 as we speak, and has been trying to convince me of his father's innocence and my family's guilt. It's rather hard to stomach, to be honest. Something sparked behind the old man's eyes, and he turned to fully face her. Really? How intriguing. What's made him so convinced of that? Edie sighed and told the old man about Matt's evidence. As she talked, his eyebrows seemed to rise higher and higher, and a look of amusement was accompanied by a wry smile. All very interesting, and I suppose, as hypotheses go, it's feasible, but even if it were true, it won't unhang his father. What do you think he hopes to achieve? Edie shrugged. Some kind of vindication, I suppose. I could understand that, but I didn't come here to have my family history rewritten, especially in ways that will make them go down as the ones that got away. I just want to clear the house and move on. Lionel nodded. I'm sure you do, but unfortunately once a thought is inserted, it's rather difficult to shake off, I'm afraid. There will be no moving on until this is settled. Edie agreed. A worm of misery had begun wriggling in her gut and was making its presence felt. She had enough of her own past to put to bed in a bid to move on without this. I know, Lionel said, with the tap of his stick on the floor. You should visit me for a cup of tea tomorrow morning. I'd invite you now, but I'm a creature of habit, I'm afraid, and my evenings are taken up with my boring little routines. We'll get the albums out and revisit the history of the square, see if we can't put this tale of woe to bed. I took rather an interest myself years ago. I have a file of all the cuttings from the paper. Why don't we see what we can piece together to put your mind at rest? Edie had decided that she rather liked this old man. His quirky indifference to the matter was quite refreshing, yet his willingness to help her was endearing. I'd like that, thank you. He stood, using the cane as leverage while he hauled his long, thin frame up from the bench. Then I shall see you tomorrow morning, 10:30. I live at number 27, ground floor flat. Don't be late. I am a creature of habit, remember, and I abhor tardiness. Edie nodded her agreement and bid him goodbye. She watched as he walked away, along the path and out of the garden, and noticed him raise his cane and salute to a car which had stopped to allow him to cross the road. Once he was out of sight, she contemplated going back to the house and facing Matt and Sophie. She ought to feel more angry and more shocked that Sophie had betrayed her trust, and more indignant about Matt's accusations. Sometimes she thought she had lost the capacity to feel at all. Even when words of objection came out of her mouth, they seemed to come of their own volition. No depth of feeling powering their path. The last time she had discussed this numbness, she had been told that she was probably suffering from depression and ought to go to the doctors and get some Prozac. If the person concerned had known what that meant to someone like Edie, a woman who had been weaned on the effects of mental illness, they might not have been so flippant. All those years of living with her mother's fragile mental state had made Edie fear a diagnosis more than she feared her own feelings, or the lack of them. None was good. None was safe, and it didn't need a label or a pill to cure it. As she walked back to number 17, she felt a thrill of disgust for herself. What kind of woman wasn't horrified by the implication that her father had been a murderer? The kind of woman who saw the insinuation as just another thing to deal with, another unpleasant item to be disposed of and ticked off the list before she could move on. If she felt anything at all, it was frustration that Sophie and Matt had unwittingly put another obstacle in her way. On her approach to the front door, she quietly ignored the voice in her mind that was asking the pointed question. So you want to move on. You want the path to be clear, but what are you moving on to, Edie Byrne? As the front door slammed shut behind an indignant Edie, Sophie and Matt exchanged glances. The big revelation had not gone well, and Sophie hadn't expected it to. She hadn't expected to get caught red-handed either, and was surprised at how bad she felt for letting Edie down. The part of her that some people might label as pride was dictating that she should pack her bag and ship out of the square, in fact ship out of Winfield altogether and put the whole sorry place behind her. The run-in with Jono and the thing with Edie were two good reasons to do just that, except she had nowhere to go, and no money to get there. She thought about going home, back to her mother's place, then thought again. She would rather face Edie's disgust and disappointment than contemplate going back there. In fact, she would rather go back to sleeping in doorways and begging than go back to a place that could only loosely be termed as a home. She looked at Matt. It was all his fault, really. Except it wasn't, it was hers. If she hadn't been such a nosy little mare and gone snooping like she had, Edie would be none the wiser. Still, it didn't matter whose fault it was. Well, I hope you don't mind lodgers, mate, because if she kicks me out, you're going to have to put me up, she said to him. Matt peered at her across the table and took another slug of the cheap whiskey. She won't kick you out. She is not that type. Oh, you know that for a fact, do you? On account that you and her are such great pals, I suppose, she said, aware that it came out as a sulky, snide comment unlikely to win his sympathy. Matt leaned over the table. She won't kick you out because she needs you here. Not just to help clear it out, but because she needs company. Especially now. She isn't going to want to deal with this on her own, Sophie. Sophie wasn't so sure. Edie struck her as a woman who was used to dealing with things on her own, mainly because she'd always had to. Yeah, well, we'll see, but don't be surprised if I turn up on your doorstep. Matt raised his eyebrows. Well, if I'm not home, you can always break in and help yourself, I suppose. Sophie scowled at him. I will if I have to. Anyway, why do you think she came back so early? Matt shrugged. Date didn't turn out so well. I don't know, does it matter? Sophie had to admit that it didn't. She wasn't particularly keen on Sam, even more so now that it was obvious he had influence over the likes of Jono. Edie was better off as far away as she could get. It was a shame they couldn't both walk away from Winfield and never look back. The sound of Edie's key in the lock made them both start and exchange worried glances. There was no telling what mood she would be in when she reached the kitchen. Sophie felt her heart begin to pound in anticipation of where she might be staying the night if Edie hadn't calmed down. Matt stood as she came in. Sophie was almost convinced that he was going to stand to attention. That thought and the jumble of nervous tension writhing about in her gut almost made her giggle, but one look at Edie's somber face halted the reaction. You all right? She asked, unable to bear the tension any longer. Edie didn't answer, but walked across the room and filled the kettle before placing it on the old stove and lighting the gas under it with a pop that bounded across the room and made Sophie jump, despite the fact that she'd been expecting it. Matt just stood there, watching Edie like he'd been dumbstruck. Eventually, after rinsing out the teapot and washing the cups, Edie turned to them. So, Holmes, Watson, did you unearth any more skeletons in the family closet while I was out, or are we done here? She looked first at Matt, who had the grace to blush, and then at Sophie, who was too mortified to react at all. I'm sorry, Edie, it was never my intention to upset you with all of this, Matt said. His mouth opened to go on as Edie's next words cut across him. It may not have been your intention, but you surely knew that it would upset me. Yet you went ahead and sucked Sophie into it too. I have no idea whether you're right or wrong, Matt, but you can't possibly expect me to relish the prospect of finding out. Don't you think it was difficult enough for me to come here and deal with this mess without being presented with the prospect of my family being involved in some ancient murder case? If you're such a great detective, tell me why Dolly remortgaged the house. Tell me where the money went, and tell me what's so fascinating about this damned hovel now that they've all gone. Clearly no one took any interest when they were alive, so why now? Believe me, I've tried. Dolly wouldn't even open the door to me. The most I ever got was a quick glimpse of her through the net curtains, Matt said. Well, how surprising. I'd have thought she'd have lain out the red carpet and baked scones in anticipation of being accused of murder. The look of indignation and defiance on Edie's face was almost as funny as the look of incredulity on Matt's. To Sophie, they looked like an old married couple having a spat. I think I'd better go. My apologies for having upset you, Matt said, his tone terse and defensive. I think that would be a very good idea, Edie replied, her tone equally terse. Sophie felt a sense of panic begin to rise. For some reason, with Matt still there, she felt protected from the consequences of her actions. What about me? Do you want me to go too? Edie rolled her eyes. Oh, for God's sake, Sophie, don't you think there's been enough drama for one day? Of course I don't. You don't have a home to go to. He does. She turned to Matt. I'll show you out. I know the way, he said, ignoring Sophie completely and making for the hallway. Edie followed him down towards the front door and bolted it behind him. When she came back to the kitchen, she locked and bolted the back door too. To Sophie, it seemed like a symbolic gesture, as if by locking the doors, Edie thought she could protect herself and the house from more than just physical intruders. Edie moved around the kitchen, clearing things away, wiping down surfaces so ingrained with the dirt of neglect that they were impossible to clean. But she didn't speak. Sophie had never felt so lonely or so bereft. She'd thought herself a tough nut and able to cope with anything, but Edie's silence was unbearable. Edie, I'm really sorry. The words came out as a pitiful squeak. Edie paused what she was doing and sighed. Let's not dwell on it. I know you didn't mean any harm, and I'm sure all this skullduggery is very exciting to you, and I might have felt the same at your age. Just remember, these people were my family, and though I might have to accept that they weren't quite who I thought they were, it doesn't mean that we can't treat the whole thing with some respect. That includes not doing the dirty on each other, okay? Sophie nodded. She supposed that she was so used to having rotten family it hadn't occurred to her what it might be to have one sprung on you. Anyway, I've had enough for today. I'm going to bed. I made you some hot chocolate. I'll see you in the morning. After Edie had gone to her makeshift bed, Sophie took the hot chocolate and wandered up the stairs to her own bed in the little white room with the rotting floorboards and the ghosts of the past. Lena fumbled for the mobile phone that Sam had bought for her. She didn't like the blessed thing. It seemed to do everything except make phone calls, and she would never get used to this texting lark. She could have used the landline, but could never for the life of her remember his number, and though she had written it down somewhere, she wasn't in the mood for hunting around. Of course he wouldn't pick up. He never did. No doubt he was doing something far too important to take a call from his mother. She left a message, terse and uncomfortable at the prospect of speaking to a machine. Sam, it's your mother. Pasco's been here looking for you. Whatever you've done, you better sort it quick. She ended the call, slipped the phone into her pocket, and went to secure the house, wondering whether what she was locking out was worse than what she was locking in. These days her own thoughts seemed far more menacing than what lay beyond the front door. Chapter 14. At precisely 10:25 a.m., Lionel White laid out a tea tray using his mother's best china, a starched and ironed tray cloth, and the silver sugar tongs that had proved to be such handy little things over the years. It had been some time since he'd had a visitor, and it was nice to make an effort for someone other than himself. The night before, after his serendipitous meeting in the communal garden, he'd spent a happy few hours gathering together his photograph albums and his cuttings file. It had been a while since he relished looking at those. Now that he had someone to share them with, an air of excitement had coloured his morning, and he found himself feeling happy. Life brought few pleasures these days, but company was one of them, so when the doorbell rang at precisely 10:30, he felt a huge sense of satisfaction. He liked punctuality and was immensely pleased that he had not lost his ability to judge character. Edie Byrne was as predictable as they came, and it gratified him greatly. He kept her waiting for just a minute while he checked that his cravat was straight and that his hair was smooth. He'd gone to a great deal of trouble to impress her, and didn't want to be let down by any imprecision. Impressions were delicate things, and needed to be managed carefully. When he opened the door and met her with his most charming smile, he was gratified to see that she had made an equal effort. The dishevelled state she had been in on their previous meeting was no more, and though she was casually dressed in the modern style, something which Lionel thought was a regrettable social evolution, she was clean and neat. He appreciated the effort and greeted her warmly. "Edie, how lovely to see you, and right on time. I do like punctuality in a person, it shows such respect. Do come in." Edie stepped into the communal hallway and gave Lionel a weak smile. She had been awake all night, tossing and turning on the lumpy sofa, trying to make sense of Matt's revelations. The only thing that had become clear by the time the early morning light had filtered through the curtains was that she couldn't ignore what she'd been told. Up and ready by 6 o'clock and champing at the bit by 8, she'd thought about phoning Rose and demanding answers, but had reasoned that if Rose was aware of any nefarious family history, she would have told her. Besides, calling a cruise ship would be frighteningly expensive. There had also been some internal debate regarding the wisdom of involving Lionel, a man she barely knew and whose clear eccentricity had been both endearing and alarming. In the end, she had figured that seeing him could do no harm and might answer her question in a reasonably unbiased way. Matt was so convinced of her family's guilt, it would be pointless involving him, and something about Lena's demeanour towards her, a sense of possessiveness that seemed to have spread to Sam, had put her off seeking answers from the Campions. Lionel led her into his flat, an exceptionally pristine abode that clearly functioned on absolute efficiency. Edie had never seen a man's home so immaculate. Everything shone, the gleam of it resonating the care and pride that he took in his possessions. Edie was both impressed and intimidated, and perched carefully on the edge of the sofa when Lionel indicated that it was her allocated seat. This was not a place in which she felt she could make assumptions. Casual comfort and making oneself at home felt as though it was strictly by appointment only. Perhaps she would become like this as she grew old, and became even more lonely, regimented, and governed by the need for order. It was a sobering thought. Lionel poured tea from a delicate china pot, Earl Grey if her nose didn't deceive her, served with lemon and sugar, not milk. She thanked God for that. Earl Grey was the most rancid drink on the planet, completely intolerable with milk and barely palatable with lemon, but she would grin and bear it to be polite. She took the cup and thanked him, eyeing the pile of photograph albums that he had neatly piled on the coffee table. Lionel followed her gaze and smiled. "I thought you might be interested. I always find that a few visual references help to lubricate a story." She sipped her tea, resisted the urge to grimace, and pondered the word story. She didn't want a story. She wanted the truth, but had long concluded that each man's truth was his own, and that the facts were likely to be somewhere in the middle. Thank you. It'll be fascinating to look through them and see how life on the square has changed. If I'm right, there's even a picture of you and your sister in there. Edie was surprised. She had no memory of ever having met Lionel. Really? Yes, at the Queen's Silver Jubilee street party back in 77. Quite an event, if I recall. Edie had vague snatches of memory of the day, mainly revolving around a particularly itchy dress with a lace collar, margarine in the sandwiches, bunting, and being given a commemorative coin which had meant little once she'd been told that she couldn't spend it. "I vaguely remember that," she said, hoping that her indifference to the longevity of the resident monarchy wouldn't offend Lionel. He reached for the stack of albums and selected one near to the bottom, rifling through its stiff pages as if he knew the exact location of every photograph. Given the impeccable order of the room, Edie suspected that he probably did. "Here we are, that's you, and that's your sister." He passed the album over, forcing her to abandon her tea and have a moment of anxiety about where she should put it. Back on the tray seemed the safest place, and she placed it there with a worrying rattle of cup on saucer, which threatened a spillage. Mission safely accomplished, she took the album and followed his finger to the two small figures in the photograph. Edie and Rose, all dressed up, being force-fed orange squash and meat paste sandwiches while Dolly hovered anxiously behind them. They were the only two children not waving a plastic flag for the camera. Sam was there too, waving two flags and commanding attention even then. A younger but equally harried-looking Lena stood behind him, her arms folded across her aproned bosom, her gaze not on her son but on Edie. For some reason it gave Edie the creeps. She smiled at Lionel and passed the album back. "How funny it is to see myself as a child again," she said. "We don't have many photographs. My mother was never a fan of recording the past." Lionel frowned. "No, I don't suppose she was. I remember her a very pragmatic woman, which wasn't surprising, I suppose." If cold, hard, distant and demanding equaled pragmatic, then Edie might have agreed, but she understood the word to mean practical. Rose had always been the practical one. Her mother had just been a strain. Why wasn't it surprising? The words were out before she had time to think the question through, and she hoped that she hadn't put Lionel on the spot. Having been told all her life not to ask many questions, she had always been loath to appear nosy, even about her own family. It occurred to her that she might not be in this quandary if she had questioned more, not less. Lionel set his own cup back on the tray, taking a second to align the handle to his satisfaction. "I assume that you know that your mother was your father's second wife." Edie didn't, and was grateful for the fact that she wasn't still holding her own cup, because the jolt of adrenaline that shot through her at this news would surely have made her send it crashing to the floor. If she hadn't been so shocked at Lionel's words, she could have sworn that she saw a look of satisfaction flicker across his face. "No, I didn't." She never talked about him. He was always a taboo subject, even here. Lionel pursed his lips. "Equally understandable. A man who abandons his family is always a sore subject. In the old days we dealt with things by putting them away and ignoring them, not airing them for all to see. Well, anyway, Shirley married your father in 1962. I didn't go to the wedding. We weren't on friendly terms by then, but it was a quiet affair done quickly in a registry office, if I recall. If I'm honest, I always thought that it was a marriage of convenience. He needed a mother for Rose and didn't want her brought up by his sister and mother. They'd felt him badly all round, really." He paused for a sip of the foul tea. Edie's mind was reeling. Not only had she just discovered a previous marriage that she'd never known about, but now he was telling her that Rose was only a half-sister. She gulped, afraid to ask more, afraid to know. Lionel set the cup back down and poured himself another, keeping her on tenterhooks and extending her agony for what felt like an eon. "More tea?" he asked. She shook her head, still dumbfounded and sitting on her emotions as if they were spilling out of an overfull suitcase and needed to be restrained by force. "Right, where was I? Oh, yes, poor, unfortunate Frank and his loss. He and Mavis had been childhood sweethearts and married in the 50s. She was a poor specimen of a thing, though, had rheumatic fever as a child, and it left her heart weakened. Suffered from terrible asthma, and back then the air around here was none too healthy, I can tell you. Well, Frank was called up for national service. I couldn't go myself, this damned leg." He patted his left leg, explaining the use of the cane which rested at his side. "I was born with it. Foot all twisted when I popped out, apparently. Anyway, Frank went off to do his duty. Palestine, I think, and left poor Mavis pregnant and wheezing in the care of his mother. When he came back, she was gone, and Dolly was bringing up Rose." "What happened? Did she die in childbirth?" Lionel shook his head. "Oh, no. A little after Rose was born, I think, though Mother always said the birth had weakened her. Mother did the laying out back then." The look of confusion that Edie knew must be on her face forced him to pause and rewind. Oh, I'm sorry, my dear. I forget how much times have changed. When people died back then, there was usually someone local who would come and lay the body out ready for the undertakers. My mother took the role from her own mother, and I thank goodness that times changed and it didn't pass to me. He said it with a laugh, as if there was something amusing in what he'd said. But I digress. Mavis died of asthma. It was a very damp winter that year, and the poor thing couldn't cope. The doctor didn't make it in time, and she was gone by the time they got there. Such a sad thing, I always felt. Still, God gathers his own when he sees fit, I suppose. He paused again and peered at Edie as if scrutinizing her reaction. Edie was a consummate underreactor, and though her mind was doing somersaults, she held what she hoped was an impassive but curious stance. Well, what with his mother's conviction, you do know about that, don't you? He paused again, and she nodded. And the death of his beloved wife, plus his daughter being cared for by Dolly, who even you have to admit wasn't the most competent of women. Poor Frank came back to quite a mess. It hit him hard. He'd never known about his mother's activities, though I have to say, I always thought that was rather naive of him. I have no idea where he thought their money came from. But before that, he would strut about the square as if he owned the place. Such arrogance. Oh, well, pride often precedes a fall. Shirley, your mother, who, if I remember correctly, always had favoured Frank, swooped in and saved the day. She married him less than a year after poor Mavis's device, and took over the running of the house and bringing up Rose. Bit of a rod of iron, your mother. Very determined. Edie could agree with that and gave him a weak, incongruous smile of acknowledgement. She wondered if he knew that Shirley's will had been governed by mental ill health and not determination. Lionel peered at her, his eyes full of concern but his mouth twitching as if amused, an odd mix of reactions which she put down to some kind of nervous tic. Oh, my dear girl, my reminiscences have upset you. I have a feeling I should have laced your tea with a drop of gin under the circumstances. Edie already felt sick, and the mention of gin made her stomach roil at the thought. No, I'm fine, honestly. It's all just a bit of a surprise, I suppose, she said, laughing it off, as if dismissing it all verbally would reduce it to manageable proportions in her mind. Did Rose know? Rose must know, surely. If she did, why had she never shared it? Edie has always felt that she and Rose had no secrets, that they had been a united force against the relentless onslaught of their mother. No, wait. Not Rose's mother, just Edie's. Somehow that knowledge was the most painful of all. The fact that she had always, though unknowingly, been alone. Now that she came to think about it, there was nothing unfamiliar about it. She had always felt alone, not quite part of things and one step removed. Not that her mother and Rose had been close, but there was a mutual reliance in their relationship that Edie had always felt was impossible to penetrate. Their interdependence had been explained by Lionel's story, but it left her feeling more adrift from the family than she ever had before. She pushed the thoughts away. She hadn't come to try and understand her place in her mother's world. She'd come here to find out more about her father. You said last night that you used to be a friend of the family, but that changed. How come? Beatty, he said, reaching for the cane and leaning on it like he had in the communal garden the night before. I wouldn't say that what she had done to make a living was open knowledge, but it was certainly something everyone suspected. I think I mentioned that my mother was a God-fearing woman, very upright, very moral. She'd done some nursing during the war, and because of all that, often called upon not just for laying out, but for seeing to minor ailments and aches and pains. She made up a few lotions and potions that people found helpful and such. Well, one night she was called out to see a young girl. The mother hadn't called the doctor for fear of the police getting involved. She'd taken her doctor to see Beatty because the girl had got herself into trouble. Well, things had gone wrong, and the girl was very ill. Mother had no choice but to call an ambulance. Of course, the police were involved then, and Mother had to give evidence in court against Beatty. I'm sure I don't need to explain the rift that it caused. He didn't. Edie could quite imagine the shockwaves that would have reverberated around the small community. Knowing that something went on was one thing. Having it unavoidably put in front of your face was another. But you say she laid out Mavis's body. Surely that wouldn't have happened if the family had turned against her. Lionel nodded, as if he saw her reasoning. That was down to Dickie, an altogether more reasonable sort than the rest. When Mavis died, Dolly didn't cope too well. She felt very guilty, I think, bearing in mind that since Beattie's conviction, she'd also become the main breadwinner for the family. Dickie was much like your mother, a pragmatic sort and not one to hold grudges. I can remember him now coming to the door and asking for her help. Of course she went. She was never a woman to shirk her Christian duty. More tea was sipped, lubricating both his voice and his story, or so it seemed to Edie. Frank blamed us entirely for the shame of his mother's conviction, for the loss of his wife, and for the fact that he came home to find his life in ruins. He never spoke to me or my mother again. In fact, he barely spoke to his own when she finally came home. It was a very succinct explanation for a situation that must have spawned a million reactions and motivations. Edie mulled it over for a moment, trying to imagine what it must have been like for her father to come back to that, everything he'd ever held dear either gone or shattered. She could understand his grudge against the Whites, although she couldn't agree with it, but had any of it been enough to drive a man to murder, as Matt claimed? Even if it had, which she supposed might not be entirely impossible, why would his victims have been random young women? Why would he have not taken his rage out on the people who he blamed, Lionel and his mother? It seemed that Lionel had presented her with yet more questions, rather than the answers and reassurance she had hoped for. The photograph album lay open on top of the others, unexamined since he had shown her the picture of her and Rose at the Jubilee. This meeting had not been the cosy history lesson she'd been anticipating. She pointed to it. May I have a look through? She wanted to put faces to the names, see these people that Lionel had talked about in the hope that their pictures would help her make sense of what she'd been told. Lionel passed it across to her. Of course. Let me sit beside you and I can point out who is who. She shifted along the sofa to make room for him. Do you know that I've never seen a photograph of my father as an adult? I suppose they got rid of them all when he left us. Lionel gave her that sly grin of his, the one that looked like a tick. I suppose they must have. He flipped through the album. There he is. That's just before he got his call-up. Edie looked closely at the young man. In the picture, he was lounging against the front wall of number 17, with his shirt sleeve rolled up and his face squinting to block out the sun. It was strange to look at a man she'd never met and contemplate an affinity with him, yet more strange to search his features and look for murderous intent. It was a picture just like a million others, one in every family album, and there was nothing special that marked him out. I have one of your mother, too. He flicked through the pages and pointed to another street party scene. The coronation, he said, though the square was named for Edwards, not the current Queen's. Her mother was there, younger and slimmer than Edie remembered, but with the same pensive frown pinching her features that Edie recognized of old. Her father was there too, one arm around Lena's shoulders, both of them laughing, heads thrown back, mouths open. Is Mavis on here? Edie asked, curious about the dead wife, Rose's birth mother, and the woman who Edie was still trying to make real in her mind. There. Lionel pointed to the page, his fingertip resting beneath the tiny image of a beautiful, ethereal-looking woman. That's her. Quite the beauty, eh? She was, and Rose certainly had the look of her, though she had inherited Frank's frame and lacked the thinness of her mother. Edie suddenly felt incredibly sad, not just for the woman on the page who had lost her life so tragically, but for Rose and herself and even her mother. No wonder her own mother had been such a bitter pill. Living up to Mavis, perhaps even living with the ghost of Mavis, must have been quite a chore. But could a loss like that and a second bitter wife turn a man to murder? Edie didn't know, But something had driven him away, and Edie had always believed it must have been her unwanted self and her mother's personality. It seemed that no matter how deep she delved, there were consistently more questions than answers. She turned the page to another picture of the coronation. This one a group of happy-looking women, each bearing platefuls of cake and sandwiches. "Who are these, Lionel?" she asked. That look again. "My mother." He pointed to the only woman not laughing, a prim-looking type sporting nothing more on her face than a tight-lipped smile for the camera. The other women had life and humour written all over their faces. "That one is June Leonard, Lena's mother. Next to her is Edna Pollitt, and that lady there I'm surprised you don't recognise is Beatty, your grandmother." Edie stared at the faces. Lena's mother she could see clearly, like mother, like daughter. They had the same fox-like eyes that seemed to miss nothing. Edna Pollitt must have been the mother of the girl who was killed. But Beatty was the biggest surprise. The Beatty that Edie remembered had been a silent, sombre and brooding woman who shuffled about the place, leaving an air of quiet menace in her wake. She had not been the happy, laughing, lipstick-wearing woman in the picture. She didn't look much like that when I was little. Lionel took the album from her and closed it. "I imagine 7 years in prison changed her quite a lot. It can't have been easy, especially coming back to a place where people would cross the road to avoid you. It must have taken its toll. And Frank had gone by then. He was always her favourite. She ruined that boy, and in the end he ruined her." Edie had to wonder at just how many people he'd ruined. Everything seemed to fit. Loss, grief, rage, humiliation. And he'd clearly known Sally Pollitt, given that Beatty had been friendly with her mother. The other girls had been local too. Had Frank resented their youth and vitality when his own wife had been robbed of hers? Perhaps. But was it a motive for murder? Damn Matt Bastin and his accusations. Edie wondered what on earth her mother had seen in such a broken, damaged man. She turned to Lionel. "Why do you think he married my mother?" Lionel carefully realigned the album on the table with its fellows. "I think it was because she made herself indispensable to him. She looked after Rose when Dolly faltered with it, befriended the family when no one else would. She'd wanted him for a long time. Ever since we were children, Shirley had been his shadow. It was a bitter blow for her when he married Mavis." Edie nodded. It made sense. Her mother had never been a reasonable woman when it came to things that she wanted. Edie had never known anyone with such a dogged determination to get her own way, even when it had resulted in a breakdown. She shook her head in her habitual way, shaking off the maddening thoughts that were crowding her mind. Ignoring Lionel's puzzled look, she got to her feet. "You've been very kind and very informative, Mr. White. Thank you. But I won't take up any more of your time." A look of crushing disappointment suffused his features, making him look suddenly very old, much older than he first appeared. "Oh, but I had so much more to tell you." Edie felt for him. He was clearly lonely and loved an audience, but she had heard enough for one day. She wasn't sure she could take in any more. "I'm so sorry. I'd love to hear more, but I'm afraid I have to get on with clearing the house. Perhaps I could call over again." This seemed to mollify him, and he smiled again. "Oh, yes. I'd enjoy that. But please, telephone me first. I am a creature of habit, you know. I don't enjoy surprises." He walked over to a bureau in the corner, opened it, and took out a card with his name and number printed on it. Edie took it, puzzled as to why an elderly man would have business cards. But as he had said so many times, he was a creature of habit, and Edie suspected that some of those habits might be quite strange. Sam watched Edie leave number 17 from his mother's bedroom. If she came back to the house now, his window of opportunity for that morning would have gone. He was relying on the fact that she would have taken the girl with her, but he had the sneaking feeling that he was rapidly running out of luck. The girl was still in there, and that caused him a problem. His mother's answer phone message had created an urgency that he couldn't ignore. If Pascoe was making house calls, things were getting serious. He needed to retrieve Pascoe's property, and he needed to do it fast. The first lot had been easy. The bearer bonds were still exactly where he'd left them all those years before. Pascoe had wanted them kept safe, and where safer than between the pages of a book in the house next door? He doubted Dolly Dimple had ever read a book in her life, mad old bint. And as for Dickie, well, he might have been a reader, but he certainly wasn't a fastidious man, and by then hardly left his room. Hiding the bonds amidst the neglected books had seemed like the safest place of all. The dust had been so thick it was clear they hadn't been touched in years. It was even thicker when he had retrieved them, under the guise of helping Edie. Had he hidden them in his mother's house, she'd have rooted them out within a week. In number 17, they'd lain undisturbed for 15 years. Pascoe had been pleased enough to have them back, but in his mind half a debt was still a debt unpaid. The rest was due, and Sam's time was running out. If he didn't deliver the rest of the goods, everything he had built would be pulled out from underneath him. And if Pascoe's reputation was to be believed, and Sam had seen enough over the years to be convinced that it was, there was a decent likelihood that he wouldn't survive to complain about it. He'd often wondered whether the whole thing had been some kind of test, an investment on Pascoe's part to measure Sam's long-term loyalty. Sam didn't consider himself to be a stupid man. He knew well enough what Pascoe was capable of, and had never once put a foot wrong. The window of opportunity for him to prove both his worth and his loyalty was closing fast, and if it fell, he'd lose more than his fingers. If the girl was still in the house, so be it. She was dealt with easily enough. Jono had wanted her off the square for an age, but Sam had been too disinterested to get involved. He never thought about the girls unless they were earning him money. If they weren't earning, they were none of his concern. He couldn't care less that she was Jono's spawn. She sure as hell couldn't be the only one, and it was beyond him why Johnny found the kid so abhorrent. It was hardly as if he was a man who might feel guilty about what he'd fathered. Still, it wasn't worth thinking about the annals of Jono's mind. The man was a Neanderthal, and whether he had a mind at all was a debatable fact. He watched until Edie had crossed the square and was hidden by the trees in the garden. Then he watched for a few minutes more just to make sure that she hadn't just gone to the shop. Knowing his luck, that silly cow would come wandering back at any minute carrying a pint of milk. After 10 minutes, she hadn't. It was now or never, and the girl would just have to be counted as collateral damage. Fortunately, his mother was out the picture too. She'd taken herself off out an hour ago, whittering on about something or other. She hadn't even plied him with tea, which was worrying, but he didn't have time to think about it. If he was quick, he could be in and out in no time. Sophie never saw it coming. The banging on the front door had dragged her from her bed, bleary-eyed, dopey, and resentful of the intrusion into her lie-in. She'd stomped down the stairs, heavy-footed with joints stiff from sleep, and fumbled with the lock, vaguely realizing that Edie must have gone out. She'd barely had time to speak when Sam pushed his way in, forcing her backwards and slamming the door behind him. The what the fuck that she'd been intending to say never made it past her lips. It was silenced by the fist with its brass-clad knuckles that slammed into her face, then totally obliterated by an inky black darkness which descended like a proscenium curtain and shut the world out. Chapter 15. Sam nudged the prone form with his foot. She looked as if she was out cold, but you never knew. The broken nose wasn't going to do her any favours, and unless he wanted to kill her now, which would be inconvenient, he wasn't going to be able to tape her mouth shut. He fished in his pocket for a couple of cable ties. Like a good Boy Scout, he always came prepared. Having secured her arms and feet, he reached inside his jacket and pulled out a small plastic bag with 2 pills inside. Removing them, he squeezed her cheeks with the other hand and forced her mouth open, pushing the pills into her throat, hoping that with a bit of luck she wouldn't choke to death. He clamped his hand over her mouth, knowing that as she couldn't breathe through her nose, the semi-conscious state she was beginning to regain would force her to swallow. To his relief, she did. Then he hit her again, sending her back into oblivion. It was an unsavory business, and one he normally left to one of his acolytes, but this was one job he had to complete on his own. Sure that she was out again, he heaved her onto his shoulder and carried her through to the kitchen, out of the back door, through the yard, and into the alley at the back, having checked that no one was about. The house opposite, almost derelict, but one that he had owned for a while and planned to turn into bedsits, would be the perfect place to leave her while he made his mind up what to do with her. She was too feisty to work on the square, but there were other options where she could make herself useful. Options where the punters wouldn't care about the state of her face or what she was on. Still carrying her like a sack of coal, he rummaged for the keys and let himself in through the boarded-up back door. The advantage of this house was that it had a cellar, and the advantage of that was that if she woke up and started yelling, no one would hear her. The drugs would take care of that for a while anyway. With the girl safely deposited in the filth and grime of the derelict house, he made his way back to number 17, knocking first just to check that Edie hadn't come back in his absence. She hadn't. Without further hesitation, he climbed the stairs and made his way into Dickie's old room, the only one Edie hadn't messed with, thank God. The old man's junk was still everywhere, his whole sorry life summed up by the stupid little machines that he used to make. What kind of man did that? Sam had never stopped to study them, but had always laughed at Dickie and his hobby. Today, his interest in the artifacts in Dickie's room was less than it ever had been. But his interest in the built-in cupboard in the corner was intense and frenzied. He dragged a chair over to the cupboard and set it inside the door so that he could use it as a ladder to reach the small hatch that led to a crawl space above the cupboard. It was barely a crawl space at all, and only served the purpose of giving access to water pipes and cables that ran between the floors. There was a similar one in his mother's house, and as a child he had used it as a den, until he'd got too big to fit and Lena had caught him once too often and saw fit to nail it shut. When Pasco had asked him to store the diamonds, he'd been hard-pressed to think of a place to put them where no one would think to look, find them by accident, or otherwise relieve him of the responsibility, and by default relieve him of his personal safety. Number 17 was the house of the moribund, both Dickie and Dolly too stupid, too lazy, and too set in their ways to go poking around. Sam had hidden the diamonds in the crawl space the day he'd had to go in and help Dickie off the floor where he'd fallen and broken nothing but his last shreds of confidence. The old man had never climbed the stairs again, and Sam figured that the crawl space was as safe as houses, until he reached into the space, groped around, and found nothing. Shit. He felt in his jacket for his mobile phone, using the screen light as a torch. The space was empty, barring a few rat droppings and the stench of the dry rot that seemed to riddle the house. He checked again, sure that his eyes must be deceiving him. There was nothing. His first instinct was to tear the place apart, use the chair, and smash the place to smithereens and sort through the wreckage until he found what he wanted. But that would bring trouble. Though the girl had been easy enough to dispose of, Edie wouldn't be. Rage coursed through him. Making his hands shake and his jaw clench, he needed to think. There wasn't time to search the house. There wasn't time to do anything but give Pasco what he wanted and have the whole thing over with. Shit. Taking a huge breath, he forced himself to put everything back as he found it. He'd disturbed some dust, but hoped that Edie would put it down to the girl poking round. The girl. She might be the answer. She'd stayed in the house. She'd been helping with the clear-out. She might know something. And if she didn't, she might be useful in other ways. Hadn't his mother said that Edie had become excessively fond of the kid? Sam wasn't sure how far he'd need to take this yet. Edie was a sap. It wouldn't take much to push her where he needed her to go. The girl might need to play a part in that. And when it was done, when he got what he came for, well, a tragic fire wouldn't be out of the way. It would serve her right. She should have agreed to let him take the place off her hands and left everything the way it was. He'd given her an easy option, and she'd turned it down. He thought about the girl again, her value as his trump card. He needed to think it through first, work out how best to play it. And for that, he needed Edie to think the girl had left of her own accord. It didn't take long to find her backpack and the few bits of clothing she'd left lying on the bedroom floor. He took it all and led himself out of the back door. There was no way he was going to lug the girl's junk around with him, and the car was parked 2 streets away, well out of the sight of any of Pascoe's cronies. His intention was to throw the bag in the nearest dustbin, but unfortunately someone else was having the same idea and heaving a black sack into their bin when Sam emerged into the alley. Rather than be spotted doing something unusual, he simply nodded at the man, walked through the gate of the empty house, and dumped the bag in the garden. He waited 5 minutes, checked that the coast was clear, and walked back to collect his car. Edie made her way back from Lionel's, skirting the now familiar sight of the murder tourists as she crossed the communal garden. She paused for a moment, listening to the guide's spiel, wondering if it was really possible that they had got it all wrong, and that her father had been responsible for the terrible things the man was describing. The insipid dishwater and perfumed tea washed around her stomach and threatened to make a reappearance as he described in graphic detail what had happened to Jean Lockwood, the girl who had been found strangled, assaulted, and mutilated on a park bench. Edie turned away. She didn't want to hear any more. Not from this man with his salacious spin on past events. Reaching the end of the short path that led up the door to number 17, she hesitated. Raking through the detritus of Dolly's neglect seemed about as appealing in that moment as the thought of another cup of the foul tea. The last place she wanted to be was inside number 17. There seemed to be more skeletons lurking inside the closet than she could throw a stick at, and she felt as if she was all out of sticks anyway. For a moment she contemplated visiting Lena, but something about number 15 told her that the house was empty. Besides, Lena wasn't the person she really wanted to see. That person was Matt, and she was loath to admit it, even to herself. There was only one problem. She had no idea where he lived. It had to be on or near the square. Sophie knew, but asking her would mean going back into the house, and she wasn't ready to do that, not yet, anyway. If she was going to go back in there and face her demons, she wanted to get the measure of them first. Someone in the square would know, but who to ask? It occurred to her that, being a single man of a certain age, it was possible that one of the street girls might know, that he might have had dealings with them. The thought was easily shaken off. Her yardstick for judging men was Simon, and just because he was the sort to take it where he could get it, it didn't mean that every man was the same. Besides, Matt might be full of accusations and aspersions, but he'd never given her the impression that he had contempt for women. In fact, he was the type more likely to give the girls money for a hot meal than cross their palms for sex. They would probably laugh at him for it, but take his money anyway and spend it on their next bag of smack. She sighed. The square was getting to her. Its inherent toxicity was seeping into her bones and making her as mean-spirited and feral as the rest of its inhabitants. She turned away from the house and this time walked around the edge of the gardens, eyeing the tourists as if they were zoo animals, separated from her by the bars of the metal fence. She was so focused on the flickering, intermittent image of the tightly clustered group that she didn't notice the man coming towards her, and in her second serendipitous meeting that week, bumped smack bang into Matt. He'd put his arm out to stop her, and the physical contact shot through her like a bolt. "Sorry, I was miles away. I wasn't looking where I was going," she mumbled, stupidly unable to meet his eyes, and feeling as though her thoughts had conjured him out of the ether as some kind of mockery. He gave that frown, the one that made him look like he was carrying the weight of the world on his shoulders. "Are you all right?" She laughed. It felt more like hysteria than humour. "Honestly, I don't know. I've been brushing up on my family history this morning, and it's been quite a revelation. Funnily enough, I was looking for you. We need to talk." He looked surprised. "We do?" Edie knew that she had treated him as if he were public enemy number 1, and he had no reason to want to comply with her after the way she had behaved the night before. Yet she also knew that he needed her to believe him, no matter what it might cost her. If you don't mind, I'd like to see what you've found. Sophie breaking in had been one thing. Voluntarily taking Edie to the seedy bedsit was another. Letting someone in to willingly observe his obsessions made Matt feel distinctly uncomfortable. He felt exposed and embarrassed by his collection, realizing that to Edie's eyes it marked him out as a weirdo. She took it all in good part, quietly ignoring his unmade bed, the clothes piled on the back of the chair, and the remains of his last takeaway which still languished on the draining board, congealed and attracting flies. Her attention was taken by the desk, its contents, and what lay above pinned to the wall and looking like a bad mock-up of something from CSI, though he'd never thought of it like that before. A flush of embarrassment threatened to ravage the last of his dignity as he recognized how it all must look to someone else. She looked at it all for a long time, reading the sticky notes, following the red strings from the faces of the women to the locations of their deaths on the map that formed the center of his web of evidence. He pottered around behind her, surreptitiously tidying up while she perused his life's work. She turned and caught him red-handed with a pair of dirty boxer shorts in his hand. She was holding a file. "May I?" she asked. He waved his free hand in an expansive gesture. "Help yourself. Look at anything you like." Just don't comment on my poor housekeeping, he thought, annoyed that her good opinion of him should matter so much. He could understand her reluctance to believe his theory, and could empathize with her reaction. He hadn't wanted to be the child of a killer either, and he had to agree that passing the buck was unlikely to really achieve anything. The need for vindication was ingrained in him. He couldn't shake it off even if he tried, and he hoped after her previous reaction that she had seen that and had understood it. She lowered herself into his desk chair and began to flick through the file. "Any chance of a cup of something? I don't mind what, as long as it's not Earl Grey." He gave her an embarrassed half-laugh, wondering what she took him for. Did he look like a man who would drink Ponzi tea? "I can do bog-standard tea or coffee." She didn't look up, but leaned forward, peering at the file, a concerned frown knitting her brow. "Either, I don't mind," she said absently. He filled the kettle, desperate to know what she was thinking. He wanted to grab the files, show her all of the important bits, and guide her thoughts on what had happened all those years ago, but he dare not. It was achievement enough that she was sitting in his room taking any notice at all. He made her a cup of coffee and sat on the chair drinking his own, while hers sat on the desk and went cold as she got more and more absorbed by the contents of his files. Eventually she spoke. He had become so used to the silence, only punctuated by the rustling of paper as she flicked through the pages, that he felt as though he had been hypnotized in some way and had lost a chunk of time. "So, my father disappeared on the same day that yours was executed. Why? Why would he leave then? Another man had taken the blame. He was free to get on with it." Matt nodded. "I know. It doesn't really make sense. I've often assumed that he must have felt guilty, but would a man capable of such brutal murders have the capacity to feel guilt?" Edie shrugged. "I wouldn't know. I'm not sure that I know anything anymore. You're not the only one who seems to know more about my family than I do." She sighed and put the file that she had been reading back on the desk. "I can see that you tried to trace him, but that there were no leads. No one saw him, no one heard from him. Why do you think that the police didn't take more notice of him leaving? Dickie made the report, but your mother and aunt were adamant that he'd just walked out. So I suppose that they weren't that concerned about a grown man abandoning his family." She rubbed her face with her hands. She looked tired. "Tell me again why you're so sure that your father was innocent?" Matt gave her a wry smile. "Because he said so. Sounds obvious, doesn't it? He wrote my mother a letter from prison, swearing on my life that he was innocent, and yes, of course she believed it. The thing was, he admitted to the affair with Sally Pollitt. He'd admitted it to her before Sally was killed. He had no motive. She couldn't do him any harm. The prosecution said that he'd killed her because she had threatened to expose their affair, but he'd already fronted up." Edie nodded. Okay. But that doesn't explain the others. She waved her hand at the wall, indicating the small sea of faces that Matt had pinned there. No, it doesn't, but he wasn't tried or convicted for killing them, just Sally. Because the way she was found mimicked what had gone before, it was just assumed that he had. There was only enough evidence to try him for her. Edie's eyebrows rose. That's almost inconceivable. Now, yes, but back then, it's just like the Christie case. Edie leaned forward and put her elbows on her knees. When I first arrived and went to the house, I told Rose that it was just like 10 Rillington Place. Seems somewhat ironic now. She rested her chin on her clasped hands for a moment. I read your files, looked at what you found, but I still can't work out what my father's motive would have been. I talked to someone this morning who told me a little about what kind of man he was, but I still can't get my head around it. It's always been the bugbear for me too, until Sophie found what she did under the floorboards. I think it was revenge for your grandmother. Edie looked confused. What do you mean? Matt sighed and stood up, then walked across the room to put his empty cup on the draining board. As I understand it, they were very close. Frank was Beatty's favourite. When he got called up, she was devastated. I've been told that's what tripped her up, where her conviction was involved. She made a mistake and injured a girl, which was what led to her arrest. Edie nodded. It fitted with what Lionel had told her earlier. I think Frank took it out on the girls that had been to his mother for an abortion. I think he blamed them for bringing the family to its knees, and I think that was his motive. He pointed to the pictures on the wall behind her head. I couldn't prove it until now, and I'm still not sure that I can, but the notebook that Sophie found has dates, amounts, and initials. Some correspond to those women's initials. I know it may still be a coincidence, but I do know for a fact that at least 3 of them visited your grandmother and paid her for an abortion. I was able to interview their families, what's left of them, anyway. Edie frowned. What about the other 2? Matt shook his head. Sally Pollitt had no family left, and Elizabeth Reeses refused to talk to me. So, if these people knew that their daughter, sister, whatever she was, had had an illegal abortion, why didn't they make the connection and point the finger? Matt sat down again and rubbed his hand over his face. Because it was years before the killings started. Out of curiosity, how did you get these people to talk to you? Matt looked away, his face flushing red. I lied. I told them I was a criminologist doing research for a book about the murders. Edie nodded slowly. I see. They sat in silence for a moment or two, Matt unable to look at Edie and actively avoiding her stare. He'd just played his hand and told her that he would lie to get his way. It was hardly something that would endear him to her. Finally, she spoke. Okay, we go back to the house. I have plenty more to do, and the sooner it's done, the better. You can help if you find anything that adds... She waved a hand at his collection. To this, you're welcome to it. But I have to be honest and tell you that it all feels like it's a bit too late. You may be right, but I have to finish this. She stood up. Come on, then. Let's get on with it. Sophie will be wondering where I am. Astounded by her capitulation, but unwilling to forego this opportunity, Matt followed her. Chapter 16. Derek Sellers pulled the tray of jewellery towards him, picked up his loupe and focused on the first item. A cameo. Probably a fake, and not much of a popular item these days. He assumed that it must be a fake. A front-facing Medusa would be a pretty rare find, and one made from shell in an 18-carat setting even rarer. He had to admit that whoever had reproduced it had done exquisite work. Such a shame that talent like that was wasted on a con. The thing was filthy, obviously uncared for, and he had no choice but to use a mild solvent on the back to see the assay marks, if there were any. There were none, but there was a signature. Aniello Panisse. Derek put the piece down, stared at it for a moment, then picked it back up and re-examined it. There was no doubt now that he was looking at something rare, not a fake, and an item of exceptional quality. He found himself entirely shocked. Nothing this good had come through the door in years, and it gave him quite a buzz. Eagerly, he rooted through the rest of the tray. Most of it looked like typical junk. A gold charm bracelet only good for scrap. A few rings, nothing special. Cheap stone chips in unfashionable settings that wouldn't fetch much even on eBay. The paste caught his eye, and he disentangled an earring, gave it a quick clean, and examined it using the loupe. His eyesight was so bad now he almost needed the loupe to be a permanent attachment. He felt as though he needed binoculars to find his own desk these days. Once cleaned, the earring caught the light and refracted it beautifully, casting rainbows on the walls of Derek's cluttered workspace and illuminating the room with more colour and excitement than it had in years. This was not paste. It wasn't cheap tat, and was possibly one of the finest, largest diamonds that Derek had ever seen. It was practically flawless. With mounting excitement, he separated the rest of the set from its tawdry companions. Once examined, he laid them out on his desk and called for his son. "Bernie, shut the shop and get in here. You need to look at this." Bernie laid down his paper and sighed. What was it now? "Can't it wait? I'm busy," he called, annoyed that his focus on the day's racing lineup had been interrupted. He was surprised to see his father emerge from the cavern at the back of the shop and bustle to the door, where he swiftly locked it and pulled down the shade. Bernard couldn't remember the last time his father had ventured out of the back room, let alone looked animated. In fact, he couldn't remember the last time he'd seen him move that fast. "What's up? Are you ill?" Derek turned a frustrated yet excited face to his son. "Don't be daft, boy. Go out back and take a look at what's on my desk. Tell me what you think." Bernard rolled his eyes and slid off his stool. It was clear that his father was all wound up about something, and that it would get no peace until he indulged the old man. "Oh, for God's sake, what is it now?" Derek ushered him through, and hovered like an impatient imp while Bernard looked at the jewels. Bernard examined each piece carefully and laid them back on the desk with unusual reverence. "Bloody hell." Derek nodded, his head bobbing up and down like a demented meerkat's. "I'm right, aren't I?" Bernard was confused. "Right about what?" "They're the Van Pelke diamonds." Derek's gleeful enthusiasm did little to answer Bernard's question. "The what? All I know is that they're diamonds, and good ones at that." He thought back to the unassuming woman who had brought them in, his mind trying to equate her and her humble appearance with the possession of something so valuable. It wasn't adding up. He turned to his father, who was rifling through a filing cabinet and muttering, "I know it's in here somewhere. I always keep them because you never know." Aha! He pulled out a sheet of paper and waved it at Bernard. "Police bulletin 15 years ago. Those diamonds. Stolen." Bernard snatched the papers and looked through them, comparing the grainy photocopied image with the necklace and earrings spread out before him on the desk. His father was right. They were the same. No wonder the old boy was hyperventilating. The Van Pelke diamonds had been part of a private collection and had been stolen from a country house 15 years previously, along with some other items of jewellery and a large quantity of bearer bonds. Bernard often wondered why people bothered stealing diamonds. They were almost as unique as fingerprints and impossible to sell on any market, let alone the open market. If he'd been the thief, he'd have stuck with the bonds and dumped the jewels. Anyone could cash a bond, no questions asked. He was aware of his father dancing around like a hyperactive pixie behind him. "Go and put the kettle on, Dad, and for God's sake, calm down. I'll call it in." Whenever Lena had contemplated the prospect of her life flashing before her eyes, she had always imagined that it would be a rapid thing, a series of flashbacks whipping past her at breakneck speed. This slow, torturous reliving of things she had long tried to forget was not what she'd envisaged. This wasn't retrospection. It was punishment, and it had to stop. When she'd left the house that morning, she'd had no idea where she was going to end up. It was a toss-up between the church and the police station. Either one would provide someone to hear her story, but neither was likely to bring much in the way of redemption. She wasn't even sure she deserved redemption. so it became a choice of which place was better for getting it off her chest. The church was cold, draughty, and she had never been a frequent flyer there. Funerals, weddings, and christenings had been her limit, though she understood that God would always embrace the truly penitent. The police station was warmer, marginally more comfortable, and at least she wouldn't have to endure any attempts at empathy. Not even the most hardened man of God would willingly attempt to put himself in her shoes, and she could live without any bumbling attempts to do so. No, if she was going to unburden herself, it had to be to the law. They could deal with her as they saw fit. With a degree of stoicism she hadn't previously believed that she was capable of, she made her way to the police station and presented herself at the desk. The young lad behind the counter looked bored, distracted, and as grey and pallid as the chipped paint on the walls. Lena suspected he might have drawn the short straw that morning. Manning the front counter had to be the least desirable job in the place. The poor kid had probably grown up watching episodes of The Bill and imagining a life fighting crime and upholding truth and justice. She doubted that he had anticipated long hours of dealing with people's neighbours' problems and logging in lost property. Oh well, what she had to say might relieve his boredom and give him something to tell his girlfriend when he got home that night. She assumed a girlfriend because he didn't look old enough to have a wife. From her point of view, it seemed that the police were recruiting from primary school these days. She approached the counter and gave a small cough to get his attention. The 2-second delay between the noise and his looking up at her seemed to emphasize the level of his disinterest, and his slow appraisal of her before speaking only served to make her more determined to shake up his morning. "How can I help you?" he said eventually. "I doubt that you can, son, to be honest. I need to speak to someone a bit more senior." She watched as one of his eyebrows began to rise, and a look of mild indignation spread across his thin face. "If you'd like to explain the nature of your inquiry, madam." "I'm here to confess to a crime," she said, noting the change in his expression, which was mutating into a subtle smirk. "And what is the nature of the offence you wish to confess to?" At least she had his attention now, even if he was intrigued more than concerned. She supposed that from his point of view, there wasn't much that she might be capable of. She was old, weak, and invisible to people like him. But it hadn't always been that way. She said it in a matter-of-fact tone and watched with detached amusement as his face paled. "Could you repeat that, please, madam?" "Yes, I said murder." The house seemed inordinately quiet, as if a blanket had settled over it and had muffled out any sound. Edie called Sophie's name and was met by a thick, uncomfortable silence. "She must still be in bed," she said to Matt. "I'll go and turf her out, the lazy madam." When she was halfway up the stairs, she already knew that the girl had gone. She could feel it. A quick check of the tiny bedroom and the absence of Sophie's bag and her usual clutter confirmed it. She sat down on the narrow bed and sighed, feeling more bereft than she had ever felt. When Will had left home, it had stung, but had felt like a natural progression. The logical emptying of the nest, and she had felt wistful and nostalgic. Sophie's disappearance without a word felt so much worse, like a blow or an insult. Edie felt the sting of tears as she contemplated how attached she had become in such a short time, and how ridiculous it was to have invested so much into a stranger. She heard Matt's steady tread on the stairs and braced herself. As he leaned through the door, his face suffused with concern, Edie closed her eyes. "She's gone, hasn't she?" he said. All she could do was nod. She could sense his hesitation and knew that he wanted to sit next to her and offer some comfort. Nice as it was to know that he understood, she couldn't have borne the sympathy. "Oh well, bound to happen, I suppose. No point stewing over it. Might as well get on." She checked her watch. "I have a woman coming round to collect some stuff in a minute. I'll take it downstairs." With that, she got up, made the few short steps to the door and sidled past him. With Sophie gone, there was only one thing that she could do. Get on with the task of clearing the house and shut the door on the whole damned thing. Matt watched as she walked into Dolly's old room and started to organize the boxes. He was at a loss to know what to say or do. It was clear that the girl's absence had hit her hard. He wanted to comfort her, offer some reassurance, but there was such an air of vulnerability about her. It felt like a force field, an impenetrable and brittle shield that might shatter irretrievably if he breached it. Guessing that she wanted to be alone, he wandered into Dickie's room and stood in the middle, surveying the chaos and wondering what kind of man had inhabited this space. He remembered Dickie, of course. A quiet, solitary sort of man who had been shy and avoidant. The kind of man who would cross the road rather than come face to face with a neighbour and have to look them in the eye. Matt wondered if living in Frank's shadow had made him that way. Like plants that struggle to grow in the shade, Dickie and Dolly had seemed like thin weeds that had given up trying to reach the light. The automata were fascinating. Rows and rows of them on the shelves gathering dust. Some were basic, some more intricate. All were delicate, miniature representations of activity and movement. It was clear to Matt that Dickie had been a consummate observer of life, replicating what he saw in these little mechanical sculptures. Matt reached up and pulled one down. He blew the dust off and set it on the desk, then turned the bent wire handle. It was a hare, cut from flat metal, its hindquarters attached with tiny cotter pins. When Matt wound the handle, it sprang to life, replicating the power of the real animal as it strove to spring free of its fixed wooden plinth. Was that what it had all been about? Control? Had Dickie, in his innocence, made these things because he could contain and restrict them in a way that couldn't happen in real life? It was an interesting thought. He left the hare where it was and perused the shelves, eventually spying one small model that stood out. It was delicate, more complex than the others, and was unusual in that it represented a person. Not many of them did. He moved some clutter out of the way and retrieved it. The thing was thick with dust. A tiny cobweb stretched from the raised arms of the female form and spanned down in delicate strands to a prone figure that had been pinned to the plinth. The female figure held what looked like a shovel or a spade. Matt wound the handle to see what would happen, and watched in fascination as the arm of the figure on the plinth rose to fend off the blows of the shovel. He stopped, leaving the tiny figures mid-movement, then wound the handle again, fast, then slow. The tiny arm coming up to defend itself again and again from the relentless attack by the female figure. It was both grotesque and compelling. A moment of sheer aggression, confined and contained in what was little more than a toy. What in hell had Dickie witnessed that had motivated him to make such a thing? His thoughts were interrupted by the sound of a sharp rapping on the door. Edie's voice cut across the landing. "That must be the woman come to fetch the wigs. Would you get the door while I bring them down?" Two figures hovered on the doorstep, their outlines distorted by the pattern on the dirty glass. As he opened the door, he could hear Edie on the stairs behind him, her breath coming in short gasps as she manoeuvred the heavy box. He should have helped her and not left her to struggle on her own. He should have done a lot of things. The last thing he had expected on opening the door was to be confronted with an outstretched arm and a warrant card being waved in his face. "Good morning, sir. I'm here to see Edith Byrne. Is she in?" Bemused, Matt turned to look at Edie, who was now at the bottom of the stairs, balancing the heavy box on the newel post. "I'm Edie. What's happened? Is it Sophie?" Her first thought always seemed to be the girl. Two officers pushed past Matt, ignoring his presence completely. Another two followed. "Mrs. Byrne, we'd like to ask you some questions relating to the jewellery that you left in the care of Sellers and Son. May we come in?" As they were already through the door, Matt had no choice but to close it behind them. Edie looked confused and worried. "Of course, but what's the problem?" The one who had presented the warrant card frowned and introduced himself and his colleagues. "Some of the items have been identified as items from a robbery. It might be better if we discuss this at the station. Do you have any objection to accompanying us?" She looked at Matt as if he could offer some alternative for her. He shrugged. Other than the locket, he had no knowledge of any jewellery. She heaved the box to the floor. "Of course, but I can tell you now that I have no idea what you're talking about. That jewellery belonged to my aunt. Perhaps we'd better discuss that at the station, where we need to interview you under caution. He proceeded to reel off what her rights were and were not. She looked at Matt again, her face creased with concern. Could you stay and deal with the woman from the theatre? Sure. Is there anything else you want me to do? He wasn't sure what. Maybe phone a solicitor, or perhaps Rose? She shook her head. Just look after things. I'm sure I won't be long. Is that okay? He nodded and glanced at the two more senior-looking officers in case they should have any objection. You may stay, sir, but should not remove anything from the house until my team have searched it. I take there is no objection to us searching the premises? Matt raised his eyebrows and turned back to Edie. She was fumbling about for her bag amongst the coats hanging from the pegs at the bottom of the stairs. Not at all, but I'm expecting someone to come and collect the box. Is that going to be a problem? Nothing should be removed for the time being, Mrs. Byrne. She sighed, threw her bag over her shoulder and turned to Matt. If she turns up, will you explain? I'm so sorry, I have no idea what this is about. He nodded and gave her what he hoped was a reassuring smile. Don't worry, I'll wait. To his surprise, she stretched across the gap between them and reached for his hand, giving it a tight, brief squeeze. Thank you. Her face was as pinched as the gesture had been. After they had gone, he stood in the hallway, realizing that he had got the opportunity he'd been looking for, the chance to poke around the house at will. The circumstances of it weren't what he would have chosen, but it seemed silly to complain even if he did feel for Edie. A den of murderers he'd anticipated, but jewel thieves he had not. He shook his head in a gesture of mild amusement. There was quite clearly more to the Morris family than anyone would have anticipated. The two officers who'd remained had started their search on the lounge. Realizing that he would have only a short time to explore before the police moved through the house, he turned to the stairs and tried to decide where to look first. They weren't going to like him poking around, so time was of the essence. In turning, he had knocked something off the hall table and sent it clattering onto the tiled floor. It was Edie's phone. He stooped down to pick it up, hoping that he hadn't damaged it. It was only then that he noticed the smear. In fairness, the floor was so filthy it would have been hard to notice it at all from a distance, but up close he could see it clearly. A distinct, relatively fresh smear of blood, recently disturbed by the heavy shoe of a flat-footed policeman. As he suspected, it was still wet, a point that he proved by sticking his finger in it and testing it against his skin. Mingled with the dirt from the floor, it provided little information other than the fact that, to the best of his knowledge, neither he, Edie, or any of the police officers had been bleeding. Sophie sprang to mind. Had she hurt herself in a rush to leave? Curious, he stood up and looked down the length of the hall towards the kitchen. Sure enough, there were several small spots of blood leading right up to the back door. He was surprised that he hadn't noticed them before, but then again he hadn't been looking. The kid must have cut herself on something or had a nosebleed. Given that she hadn't even bothered to leave Edie a note, Matt could only assume that she'd been in a hurry to leave. She must have been more upset by Edie's disapproval the night before than either of them had realized. Poor kid. He felt guilty. It was his fault she'd felt like that. He was the one who had pushed her to let him into the house behind Edie's back. He wondered where she had gone, and whether she would be all right, and whether chance would let them bump into each other again, so that he could tell her how sorry he was for wrecking her chances with Edie. The thought of Edie made him walk up the stairs and into Dickie's bedroom, where he could peer out from behind the curtains and stare down at the square. Sure enough, a police car was parked outside. Out of curiosity, he walked through to Dolly's room and took a look at the back of the house, just to see how seriously they were taking this. The alleyway was clear. No police, no cars. He was about to turn away when a movement caught his eye. The gate of the house opposite, a building that looked boarded up and abandoned, opened, and through it came Sam Campion. He was carrying something bulky, holding it away from him as if it offended him in some way. It looked like a bag of some sort. For reasons that Matt couldn't fathom, Sam wandered along the alley, opened a wheelie bin, and dumped the bag inside it before disappearing out of sight. Matt's curiosity was rudely interrupted by the opposite who'd come upstairs. They were brisk and efficient about the task. Their only attempts at conversation were to ask what items had recently been removed and where they had been removed to. Matt wasn't entirely sure, and wasn't about to admit that some of them were currently residing in his bedsit. Not that he believed that anything he'd retrieved would be of interest to them. Old murders, considered sold, were not what they were here for. It took them a couple of hours to ascertain that the only thing that Dolly's belongings were evidence of were her terminal bad taste and addiction to kitsch. Matt had to suppress a sly smile as they finished up, frustrated and empty-handed. When they were gone, it looked as if the house had been ram-raided by a whirlwind. All Edie's neatly packed bags and boxes had been gone through and left in disarray. Drawers, and it seemed as though every fixture and fitting had been turned inside out. If they were looking for more jewellery, then they'd had no luck, unless the single plastic earring found down the back of the sofa and the cheap cufflinks that had emerged from Dickie's room had been relevant. They hadn't, as both items now lay on the kitchen table, making the whole situation look even more irredeemably sad than it had before. Now that he was alone, Matt was unsure of what he should do. Having followed the police around the house, looking over their shoulders, he was well aware that nothing that might be pertinent to his needs had shown up. The Morris house had given up all its secrets as far as the Bastons were concerned. Should he just sit tight and wait for Edie? After everything that had happened, it didn't seem appropriate to do much else. He could deliver the wigs to the theatre, he supposed. The woman had arrived, somewhat perturbed at the police presence, and had left again, mollified by Matt's offer to drop the wigs off at a later time. She had struck him as the type who didn't look a gift horse in the mouth, and despite her curiosity at what might be going on inside, had gladly agreed to still take the wigs and anything else that might be useful. Casting his eyes around what was left, Matt couldn't see much that might appeal, unless the local Amdran group were planning on staging a series of 60s kitchen sink dramas. The whole place had the distinct flavour of spring and port wine. Deciding that he should wait for Edie, he began to tidy up after the police, repacking boxes, restuffing cushions and sliding drawers back into their proper positions. The black sackful of hair that they had rifled through was particularly revolting. The hair stubbornly refused to be replaced and clung to him as if he was some kind of magnet for the stuff. Even when he had rammed the bulk of it back in, strands of it remained on his sleeves and trousers. When he'd been a kid, his mother had always used a rubber glove to brush down his clothes. Remembering this, he headed towards the bathroom in search of such a thing, nose wrinkled in distaste at the thought of what had attached itself to his person. Sure enough, Edie had left a pair of rubber gloves in the bathroom, resting in an empty bucket by the side of the toilet. He took one, stretched it onto his large hands, and began to stroke the hair off his clothes, rolling them off in matted, stringy clumps. He hated the feel of rubber gloves on his skin, and once finished, ripped the thing off and flung it into the bucket. He had to wash his hands to get rid of the sensation. The smell of the rubber was nauseating. As he rinsed and soaped his hands, something struck him as odd. There were still 2 toothbrushes in the glass on the shelf above the sink. Sophie had been so thorough in taking everything else that she owned, which hadn't been much. Surely she would have taken her toothbrush too. Matt had an instinctive feeling that not everything was adding up quite right. Though he didn't know Edie or Sophie that well, he'd had the impression that the two of them had been drawn together in some meaningful way. It seemed unlikely that Sophie would have cut and run just over the previous night's upset. She was the kind that would have stormed out immediately, or not at all. He thought about the drops of blood, the toothbrush and the keys. Sophie had a set of keys, but she hadn't left them. If she was intending to come back, it seemed unlikely that she would have taken all of her other belongings with her. Something was badly wrong with everything connected to this house, and he wanted to work it out, but didn't have a clue where to start. Most of the mess that the police had created had been put to rights. Just a few boxes of paperwork remained. They had been tipped out and their contents stuffed back inside hastily. With a lack of anything else to do but keep busy and wait for Edie, Matt began to sort through them, stacking everything back neatly and thinking all the while of the day's events and how his own mission had been completely derailed by then. With the girl missing and Edie carted off to the police station under suspicion of handling stolen goods, the effects of his childhood seemed to pale, not into insignificance, but into perspective. It felt as though the whole thing had been a distraction, a way of not living but merely existing. He couldn't remember a time where he hadn't lived through the filter of the past. Even his years in the forces had been tarnished by the reality that he was giving his service to a country whose laws had wrongfully convicted and executed his father. Life had been lived with the acrid taste of a bitter pill, and in that moment he profoundly regretted having allowed it to go on for so long. None of his relationships had survived the obsession, and he had nothing to show for it other than a pile of old junk that no one was interested in. A sense of utter despair washed over him, and he sat back, knocking into one of the boxes that was piled on top of another and sending it flying, its contents sprawling across the floor in an untidy heap. For a moment, he just looked at it, almost at the point where he could have cheerfully got hold of the rest and trashed the room. Triggered by the sheer pointlessness of everything he had tried to achieve and the realization that it meant absolutely nothing. Had he really spent his whole life trying to prove a point that only mattered to him? The senselessness of it caused the rage to rise, and he lashed out with his foot, sending the heap of papers flying out further into the room. To add insult to injury and to his absolute frustration, a letter had stuck to the bottom of his shoe, no doubt adhering there due to the filth and grime that clung to every surface of this fucking house. In sheer temper, he tore at it, ripped it away, and was about to fling it across the room in disgust when a name caught his eye. Richard Morris. It would have meant nothing but for the date next to it. The letter was dated 3 months previously, but Dickie had been dead for 5 years. Confusion replaced temper, and Matt stared at the letter, taking in the words as a new realization dawned and the gears of his mind began to grind into place and make connections. He had never questioned Dickie's death. It had been the one funeral he hadn't gone to, having heard on the grapevine that the man had died of a stroke and had been cremated in a quietly family service. According to local gossip, only Dolly had attended and had told no one of her brother's death until after the event. That was the point when the community gave up on her, feeling that she had finally lost her marbles. It was surprising how people could turn on you when you denied them in what they perceived as your hour of need. Dolly had shunned the community, and they in turn had shunned her. What no one had done, including Matt, who prided himself on powers of observation, was ask any questions. According to the letter, which had been shoved in a box unread, still in its envelope until Matt's temper had dislodged it, Dickie was alive and in a residential care home. A home which had invoiced Dolly for its fees just 3 months ago. Quickly, he rifled through the box, finding several more invoices. His heart was beating with anticipation. It occurred to him that Edie didn't know, and must have just piled the papers in there to look at after the house was cleared. She had mentioned passing everything to her sister, so finding out that Dickie might still be alive would change everything. Matt had no idea what the legalities might mean, or even whether the house would need to be sold at all. It seemed that every time a stone was turned in number 17, a new set of confusing circumstances crawled out from underneath. It was decision time. He could either break the news to Edie himself, or go and find Dickie and try to ascertain what the hell had been going on. He decided to go and find Dickie rather than waste time waiting for Edie to come back and face yet more difficult news. Chapter 17. Lena had been left sitting in the interview room for a long time. It was a featureless place, but not quite as barren and utilitarian as she'd been expecting. Quite plush, in fact, with comfortable chairs and a coffee table. But she wasn't under arrest and had come to talk, so maybe it was different for others. Perhaps they were hoping that if they left her for long enough, she would change her mind and save them the hassle of having to listen to their story. If they thought that, then they didn't know Lena Campion. Once she had made her mind up to do something, A 10-ton truck couldn't stop her. She set her face into the stony look that Sam always said made her look like the Giles granny in the paper. Lena was not a fan of newspapers, and saw them as only useful for fish and chip wrappings, so she had no idea what he was on about, but assumed it was some slight against her. It seemed that life was full of slights these days. Edie throwing her over for some homeless kid had stung, but it was nice to see that Edie had a heart. Sam had no heart. Not unless it served him anyway. Out of the two of them, it was nice to see that one of them had grown up on the right side of the line. She wasn't sure who to blame where Sam was concerned. Herself, she supposed. She'd spoiled him, let him think he was a little god, and now he acted like one. If she were honest, she had to admit that sometimes it worked in her favour. She doubted that she'd have survived so long in the square if Sam hadn't decided he was going to rule it. Accelerating the rot had seemed to suit him down to the ground. The more rough and needy the place had become, the more Sam thrived. He was like a pig in shit, rolling around and lapping it up. For all her bluff and bluster, it couldn't be right to be afraid of the man you called son. Not that she was afraid of him physically. He'd never hurt her. But she feared what he was capable of. He thought she didn't know what he was. Thought he'd pulled the wool over her eyes, but she knew him all right. If you weaned a child on secrets and lies, you were bound to invite trouble. She sighed and looked at the door, willing it to open so she could get this over with. As if her thoughts had suddenly manifested psychic power, the door did open, and a young woman in a bad suit waltzed in carrying a clipboard. She introduced herself as Detective Constable Alice Hale, shook Lena's hand, sat down, mustered a look of sympathy and concern, and leaned forward. "Now, what was it you wanted to talk to us about?" Lena thought her pleasant, but patronising. No doubt the woman thought she'd drawn the short straw too, and he'd been badgered into seeing the batty old lady who thought she'd committed murder. "I want to talk to you about a crime that was committed." Lena waited for the woman to say something, do something, write something down, ask her a question even. DC Alice Hale just smiled, which irritated Lena no end. She ploughed on anyway. "It's about what happened to Sally Pollitt." Lena paused, waiting to see a flicker of reaction, sure that the name would ring a bell, even for someone as young as Alice Hale. It took a moment, but the name did seem to have an effect. "I see. Are you referring to the historical case?" Lena snorted. She might be old, but things that had happened in her living memory hardly felt historical. "If you want to put it like that, though, it doesn't feel that far in the past to me." The indignation wasn't lost on the woman, who raised her eyebrows. "Why don't you tell me what it is that's worrying you, Mrs. Campion, and we'll take it from there." Worrying her? This child had no idea. What happened to Sally hadn't worried her. It had haunted her for her entire adult life. Decisions made in an instant that affected everything and everyone, the after-effects acting like a ricochet and rattling down the years. "Sally was my best friend," she said, surprised to find that tears were prickling her eyelids. "Known each other since we were knee-high." She waved a hand about a foot or so off the floor, as if to indicate the longevity of her connection. "Always a bit of a tearaway was Sally, a wild child and a pretty thing. Had an eye for the boys and they had an eye for her. Anyway, when she was 17, she got in with a married man. Fell hook, line and sinker for him. Was convinced he was going to leave his wife for her, but they never do they?" Alice Hale cocked her head to one side in a non-committal gesture that said that she might or might not agree. Lena swallowed and went on. "Anyway, the inevitable happened and she got herself into trouble. She wasn't far gone when she found out, but of course he didn't want to know and she wasn't left with much of a choice. Of course, B.T. Morris had been locked up by then, so there wasn't much alternative. Me and Dolly had to have a go and try and help. If Sally's dad had found out about her having a baby, well, there would have been hell to pay. He was a mean old bastard at the best of times." She paused to see if her bad language had caused a reaction. Alice Hale seemed unperturbed by it, so she went on. "Dolly reckoned she knew what she was doing and had helped her mother no end of times. Said it was simple, nothing to it. Well, Sal was desperate. And so was I. She was my friend, see, and I didn't want to see her beaten black and blue by her father and chucked out on the street. So me and Dolly did it. We set everything up, made out Sal was staying the night, which she was, and Dolly did the procedure. Only something went wrong and Sal started bleeding, pissing out all over the place it was, and she was screaming and I panicked. After what had happened to Beatty and the shame of it, we didn't know what to do, so I put a pillow over her face just to stop her screaming like, while Dolly tried to stop the bleeding. She paused, aware that unbidden tears were streaming down her face. Tears that had taken many years to come. She died on the kitchen floor in a pool of her own blood. We killed her, me and Dolly, and we let John Basting hang for it. Alice Hale was blinking slowly, her face not moving a muscle, but Lena could see that behind her eyes her mind was doing overtime. We knew about the murders, see, and we figured if we could make it look like that, it'd be all right. We couldn't bring her back, so we did what the killer did. Stuffed her knickers in her mouth and got rid of the body. There was all that Christie stuff in the news too, so we did what he did and put her down the drain out the front. Told her dad she'd never made it that night, but that we knew she was meeting Bastin behind his back. Alice Hale frowned. How did 2 women lift a manhole cover and move a body? Lena swallowed. We had help. In fact, it was his idea. He helped move her. Alice Hale raised her eyebrows. Who helped? Dolly's brother. Alice Hale honestly didn't know what to do. She had heard of John Bastin, of course, one of the last men to be hanged in England, and was vaguely familiar with the circumstances of his trial and conviction. The fact that this elderly woman was sitting in a comfy chair, confessing to manslaughter, tampering with evidence, perverting the course of justice, and possibly even perjury, was mind-blowing. Alice didn't even know if it was possible to reopen such a case after a long passage of time, or if anything that the woman had said would stand up to scrutiny. She scratched her head as if the action might help her find some clarity. It didn't. Mrs. Campion, would you mind staying here while I go and consult my colleagues? I'll ask someone to bring you a cup of tea. She didn't hang around for an answer, but left the old lady bemused and tearful while she went in search of advice. Lena hadn't cried like that in years. In fact, she wasn't sure she could remember the last time she'd shed a tear at all. There was a sea of them inside, and they had been building for years, threatening to crash out like a tidal wave and roll over her, tugging her down to the abyss of despair that she had been avoiding all her life. She had thought it would feel better, confessing. Like a pressure cooker letting off steam so that it didn't explode. It didn't. It had just made room for more guilt, more misery, more ghosts crowding in from the past with their hangdog faces and blame. Lena wasn't sure she could take any more. Talking about what had happened to Sal was supposed to have made it tolerable. It was supposed to have been a gesture to her conscience, a white flag of surrender. Yet it felt as though a floodgate had been opened. She couldn't wait around for tea and questions. She had said what she had come to say, and they were dithering. Lena had no time for dithering, or for people who couldn't be bothered to take her seriously. Angry at the tears and ashamed of her stupidity in trying to appease karma with such a sorry show of truth, she picked up her bag, buttoned up her coat, and walked out. With no idea of where she was going to go, she just kept walking to wherever her feet chose to take her. The first thing that Sophie became aware of was the sound, or the lack of it. Just the muffled hum of something far beyond where she was. The second thing was the taste, acrid, dank and rotten. The third was the cold, seeping into her bones and settling there for the duration. The fourth was the pain in her face, which pulsated like a slow, vicious jackhammer. The fifth was the realization that she couldn't move, and the sixth was that she wanted her mum. The seventh brought panic. If she wanted her mum, things must be really, really bad. She felt sick, didn't know where she was and couldn't recall how she'd got there. A vague memory of answering the door came to her, but it was dim and distant, and she wondered if she was making it up. if this was just a particularly hideous nightmare, and that she was willing herself to wake up. An eighth realization dawned. She was lying in her own pee. She had wet herself. Her first instinct was to scream, but all that came out was a hoarse rasp that ended in a feeble squeak. Pathetic. She tried again, but her mouth felt like an Arab's flip-flop and her throat was having none of it. Thinking hurt. Everything hurt. Her wrists felt like they had been tied with cheese wire, and her legs were numb, frozen, and dead. Had someone hit her? An indistinct memory of a fist, blackness descending like a shutter, and having something forced into her mouth. The taste of blood. And pain, lots of pain. The pain wasn't a memory, it was all too present, searing through her face and shuddering down into her stiff, confined limbs. Sam Campion's face loomed large behind her eyelids. He'd hit her. She remembered that much, but where the fuck was she now and why? Opening her eyes was undertaken tentatively, a movement loaded with fear and apprehension. It felt as though it was going to hurt, and hurt bad, and not only that, she wasn't sure she wanted any more information about where she was. If her functional senses were right, it was certainly somewhere she didn't want to be. It felt like a cellar, tasted like a cellar, and probably smelled like a cellar. With the sensation of cold, wet cloth against her nether regions too, it might even have been a sewer. Oh God, had she really pissed herself? In films, people were brave. They shuffled about, found a nail or a piece of broken glass, and freed themselves. They could see in the dark on instinct and weigh and measure their options, a means for breathtaking escape always presenting itself. They were calm, collected, and didn't wet their knickers like little girls. All Sophie wanted to do was cry, but even wrinkling up her face to make the effort hurt too much, and brought on such a wave of despair that she thought she might be engulfed by it. If she cried, she wouldn't be able to breathe, and she might suffocate from cowardice, humiliation, and the inhibition of a broken nose. If she moved, even attempted to shuffle, she was going to dislocate something and just shovel more filth into her already scum-lined mouth, and probably damage her face even further. Sophie knew what she was, a gobshite, a gutter snipe, a scrounger, none of which made her Houdini. Even with her eyes wide and painfully open, she couldn't see a thing except the fearsome black shapes conjured from her own wild imagination that seemed to writhe and connive in the darkness. Was it possible to actually die of fright? Chapter 18. Sam swerved the car into the car park in front of his apartment, wrenched on the handbrake and glanced into his rearview mirror before undoing his seatbelt, spotting something he wished he hadn't. Stefan's sleek, black BMW was parked under an archway to his rear, which meant they were here and waiting for him. Pascoe was not going to accept further delays or excuses. As swiftly as he had pulled in and parked, he pulled away again, screeching out of the car park as if all the demons of hell were after him. If Pascoe's reputation was anything to go by, and Sam had good reason to believe that it was, the analogy might as well be true. If he didn't have what Pascoe wanted by the time he saw him next, he was a dead man. As he drove back towards town, he considered the prospect of running. He had a passport and money at his mother's, and more that he could get to if he needed it. But it meant leaving everything that he had built, which was better than Sam watching Pascoe seize it from beyond the grave, but worse than sticking around and finding out what the hell had happened to his stash. From what he had got out of the dopey kid when the hypnol had kicked in, that stupid bitch Edie had put it somewhere, and clearly had no idea what it was. She was a dumb bitch from dumb stock. Red lights hampered his progress and made him more tense than he had been to start with. The thought of Stefan routinely turning over the apartment was more than he could stand. That oaf ripping his life apart on the whim of an idiot like Pascoe. In Sam's mind, he should be the one calling the shots, not that jumped-up Ponce and his giant flunky. As the lights turned to amber, he was away, not waiting for them to move to green. Sam was not a fan of waiting for anything he saw fit to take for his own, but he was a believer in serendipity. It was a force that had served him well and seemed about to again when he spied Edie trudging along the pavement just ahead of him. He surged ahead of her and pulled in. Rolling down his window with the touch of a button, he called out to her, "Edie, want a lift? I'm going back to the square." Edie glanced up at the sound of her name, but took a moment to recognise both the car and the voice that had come from it. Sam, thank goodness. A friendly face. Though she had been released without charge, her time at the police station had been arduous, having to repeat herself continually that no, she didn't know where the diamonds had come from, and no, she hadn't known they were real, no, she hadn't found any further items in the house that had struck her as unusual, though the dress and the locket had sprung to mind. Explaining repeatedly that she had no idea how her elderly aunt had come into the possession of such valuable items had been exhausting, and she felt ready to drop, or scream at whatever entity thought that bringing all this grief into her already wrecked life was good fun. She accepted Sam's offer of a lift gratefully and climbed into his car as if it were a life raft. "What's up? You look knackered," Sam said, glancing at her before pulling out into the traffic. He was a fine one to talk. He looked stressed and was showing his age. Explaining her strange day to him felt like it might all be too much. She had answered enough questions that afternoon and really didn't want to go there with anyone. Just tired, not been getting much sleep. Dolly's old sofa isn't exactly the Ritz. He laughed. "You should have stuck it out at Mum's. Being forced to watch EastEnders every night is a small price to pay for a comfy bed." "Maybe I should have," she said, adding a wan smile. But there had been Sophie to consider, even though Sophie hadn't considered her. "So, what have you been up to today, then? Anything nice?" Edie gave out a soft snort. Even a masochist couldn't have perceived her day as nice. "Not really, just sorting out more family business. I'll be glad when it's all over and I can just get on with my life." Never had she spoken truer words. "So, going home soon, then? That's a shame. It's been nice to see you again." She gave him a sidelong glance. He'd changed like the wind. Their disastrous evening out had hardly given her the impression that he would have any regrets over her leaving. "I don't know about going home. I don't really have one, as it stands. The marital home, as it were, has been sold, so it's more of a case of moving on and finding a new home." He didn't say anything but gave a tiny nod, a smile of satisfaction tilting the corners of his mouth in an expression that completely baffled Edie. She was tired, ground down, and couldn't be bothered to consider what he might be thinking. All she wanted to do was get back to the house, finish what she needed to do, and get the hell away from Winfield and all that had come with it. She had no answers for anyone, not Matt or the police, regarding the history and proclivities of her family. But the more she was finding out, the more she wanted to put distance between herself and any connection. For some reason, Sam didn't pull onto the square, but parked the car along a quiet side street. "Easier to park here, and less chance of vandals," he explained. "Have you got a minute? I want to show you something." Having accepted the lift, she felt it would have been rude to refuse, though the last thing she wanted to do was have to fake enthusiasm for anyone. Simon had always said she was a people-pleaser, and she was the first to admit that her instinct was always to comply with what other people wanted, even if it was to accuse her family of murder, theft, and feticide. In answer to Sam's question, she shrugged. "Sure, what is it?" Sam grinned at her. "A surprise." Hadn't she had enough of those recently? With a surreptitious sigh, she followed him through the narrow alley that connected the side street to the back lane behind number 17. At the end of the alley, he stopped her. "Right, you need to close your eyes and not open them until I say so, okay?" Edie really didn't want to play games, but hardly felt that she could bristle, decline, and spoil his fun. Okay." She shut her eyes, sensed him moving behind her, and tried not to jump when he slipped his hands over her eyes. "Right. Walk forwards and don't peek. I'll guide you." With stoic resignation, she did as he said, stepping where he told her to step and turning where he told her to turn. For the life of her, she couldn't imagine what kind of surprise might be lurking in the lane behind the houses, but with her sight occluded, her other senses were sharp, and she could detect an excitement and anticipation in Sam that she didn't have the heart or the energy to dampen. She heard the creaking of a gate, pushed open with the elbow that she felt him extend when he put a little too much pressure on her face, which was sore from exhaustion. She didn't object. In her experience, objecting led to the extension of such shenanigans, not the cessation of them. Finally, he stopped urging her forward and told her to step up, which she did. "Okay, walk forward and sit down." She stretched out her arms, searching for the chair that should be in front of her. "Where are we?" she asked. She could smell damp and dirt and rot, and for a moment thought he was playing some kind of trick and had led her to the kitchen of number 17. Except that due to her ministrations, the aroma of damp and rot there had been overlaid with a fog of bleach and disinfectant. "You'll see in a minute. Keep your eyes shut, the chair's right in front of you." She groped around, felt the back of the chair and felt down for the seat. Keeping her eyes tightly closed, she manoeuvred herself onto the hard seat. "Sam, can I open my eyes now? This is getting silly." He took his hands away, and she felt a sudden chill on her skin where the warmth of his fingers had been. 2 more seconds. She sensed him move away and heard something that sounded like a drawer being opened, then a click. "Right, you can open them now." "Surprise." She opened her eyes as the last word arrived in her mind, its dull, snide delivery only making sense to her when she saw what Sam was holding. She had looked down the barrel of a gun once before, a stupid incident when she and Simon had been staying with friends of the hunting, shooting, fishing variety. His friends, of course, and odious people to Edie's mind. Simon had thought it funny to point a shotgun at her and make her kneel before him just because he could. He'd fired it at a tree behind her head, shattering the bark and sending shards of it flying. A piece of it had hit her, and in panic, for the merest fraction of a moment, she thought he'd shot her. There were longer moments afterwards when she wished he had. She should have known that Sam was of that ilk, and the affinity she felt for him wasn't attraction, but familiarity in the guise of some warped, domestic Stockholm syndrome. "Where are they, Edie? I know you found them, Sophie told me." Her first thought was of Sophie, her second the bloody diamonds. "Where is she?" "Safe. For now," he said. Edie's mind reeled, her thoughts tumbling over themselves, vying for traction. If she told him that what he wanted lay in an evidence room, there was a good chance she and Sophie were both done for. A man with a gun in her face had to be desperate. There was no coming back from this. The outcome seemed inevitable, and all she could bargain for was time. "Well?" She had thought him a handsome man before, but in the half-light of the stinking house his features were not attractive, chiselled by more than a handful of the deadly sins. "I'll show you if you prove to me that Sophie is okay." God knows where this bravado had sprung from. Edie considered herself to have a streak of yellow so wide it could be mistaken for a river in China. Sam laughed. "You're in no position to bargain, Edie. Just give me what I want." "I can't. I don't have them." She should have lied, told him that she didn't know what he was talking about. Retrospect was a less than wonderful thing when it felt like you were dancing with the devil. Her mind scrabbled for something, anything feasible to tell him. If she told him the truth, she was done for. If she didn't give him what he wanted, she was done for. And even if she could give it, she was still done for. This wasn't a bastard husband's stupid power play. This was a desperate man with a means to end her. Something utterly ridiculous occurred to her, so stupid, so ill thought out, but all she had. The only thing left to consider was whether she had the backbone to pull it off. I panicked when I realised what they were. I wasn't sure what to do, and I didn't want to leave them in my house, so I posted them to home. Sam rolled his head back in a gesture of disbelief and dismay. "You stupid, moronic fucking bitch! You put them in the post!" I didn't know what else to do. I knew they couldn't be legal. The words were coming out in a desperate babble, and she wasn't faking it. "You can get them. They'll be at my house. There's no one there. The keys are in my pocket. Here." She fumbled in the pocket of her jeans, seizing on the house key that she no longer knew why she carried. The house was empty. sold to the highest bidder and waiting for its new owners. It'll take you an hour and a half to drive there. It's Oxford, not that far. He looked at her as if she was insane. Then his eyes narrowed. Tell me where. She gave him her address, then obeyed with shaking hands as he gave her a long cable tie and told her to make a large loop and put her hands through it. Once done, the gun still in his hand, he pulled the loop tight so that it bit into the flesh of her wrists. He made her stand and marched her towards the door that led to the cellar, forcing her to unlock and open it with her hampered hands. Once through the door, she was literally in the dark, and he pushed her, sending her down the stone steps like a sack of potatoes, unable to break her fall. The world disappeared in a tumbling, painful blackness for a few moments. Edie had learnt well. Though the gun was a relatively unfamiliar threat, being thrown downstairs was not. It had been a favourite of Simon's, and she could deal with it like a pro. Falling loose like a stuntman to minimise the possibility of injury. She knew it was going to hurt. Unlike a stunt, there would be no cushion at the bottom, but if she kept her limbs in and rolled, she'd be able to get away with only a few bruises. The door at the top clicked shut just as she hit the floor at the bottom. Breathless, terrified, and mercifully unbroken, though she knew that she was going to hurt later, if there was a later. The bound hands were a pain, both literally and metaphorically, making it hard for her to get to her feet and suss out her surroundings. The cellar stank of old dirt, rot, and the tang of ammonia lingered on the stale air, as if it had been used as a urinal. Light was at a minimum, only the tiniest amount filtering through a blocked grating, and barely enough for her to even see the edges of the room. Something was there. She could hear small movements and laboured breathing. There was only one logical conclusion. Sophie? A stifled grunt came back across the room, and she could just about make out a shape lying on the floor in the heavy shade. Jesus! She hissed, shuffling across the floor tentatively, lest some object trip her up and render both of them completely helpless. Sophie lay against the wall, her hands bound behind her back, her feet tied together. The smell of ammonia was intense here, and with a feeling of mounting dismay, Edie realised that Sophie had been left to lie in her own urine. There was still too much fear and panic to allow for anger, but she knew it would come. Whatever Sam had in store for them, and she knew it wasn't going to involve letting them walk away, Edie determined that she wasn't going down without a fight. Whatever was to come, she knew that first she needed to get them free. Sophie, can you speak? She wondered if he had gagged the girl and felt for her face with her joined hands. Her attention elicited a moan of pain. It felt as if Sophie's nose had slipped to the side of her face, and if what she felt was what she thought it was, the girl's face was covered in dried, crusted blood. Give me a minute, I'm going to try to cut you free. Hooking the keys to number 17 out of her pocket was no easy task with her own hands bound in front of her, and her muscles getting sore from the tumble down the steps. But it would have been impossible if Sam had bound them behind her back. As she stretched and grimaced at the efforts, she wondered whether Sam had been distracted and desperate, or just plain stupid in not checking her pockets. If he had, he would have found the keys, and the tiny pair of nail clippers that were attached to them as a keyring. The clippers were the kind of thing that came in a Christmas cracker, the kind of thing that Dolly the magpie would have liked, and to Edie's fortune had kept. All Edie could hope now was that they were strong enough to nibble through the thick plastic that bound their limbs. By the time she had retrieved the keys, her already restricted hands were shaking, and to add urgency to her task, Sophie had started to sob and tremble. Not long now, love, I'm on it, Edie said, feeling down Sophie's legs to where the cable tie was biting into her flesh. Picking at the plastic with a miniature implement designed more for novelty than practicality, and with hands that felt as though they had all the substance of jellyfish, Edie felt like she would never manage it. Her head was wedged against the wet stone wall, and everything she did was by imprecise touch and instinct. By the time Sophie's feet were free, she was exhausted, her arms shaking from the effort of struggling in an awkward position. Now she had to do it all again with Sophie's hands. I know it's hard, Soph, but you're going to have to help me. Now that your feet are free, can you shuffle round and let me get to your hands? With a muffled, pained sob, Sophie tried, pushing against the wall with her feet and crying out as her fetid arms grated on the rough floor. Edie tried to help by pushing her onto her front, which proved impossible with the girl's battered face. In the end, she straddled the prone girl and with extreme effort forced her joined hands and numbed fingers to do what she had to do, nipping at the cable tie in a manner that felt like a bird pecking at a crumb. It seemed to take forever, but finally the plastic gave and Sophie's tense body sagged, accompanied by a moan of relief combined with agony as her limbs relaxed and began to reawaken. Edie estimated that the whole thing had taken the best part of an hour. She wore a watch but couldn't see it in the half-light. "Sophie, you're going to have to try and cut this one," Edie said, noting that Sophie had barely moved from her curled-up fetal position. God knows how long she'd been tied like that, but even an hour would have been too much, with muscle and sinew constantly protesting at the unnatural strain. Edie didn't want to push her, but she couldn't get free by herself, and there was no way either of them were getting out unless she had the use of her hands. "Soph, you have to try, please." It took a minute, which to Edie felt like an eon, but eventually Sophie, still sobbing and groaning, hauled herself to her knees and with hands that felt like cold marble, groped for Edie's in the nail clippers. Sophie's progress with the tiny, now blunt and almost ineffectual tool was even slower than Edie's, but she'd managed to weaken the bond enough for Edie to be able to stretch and snap the plastic. Once free, she flung the tie away from her and reached out for the trembling girl who collapsed into her arms in a fretful, miserable heap. "We've got to try and get out, Soph. He's not going to let us get away, you understand, yeah?" Sophie managed a weak, half-hearted nod. "He poked my nose and I weed myself," she croaked. Edie squeezed her shoulders. "I know, love. I know. When we get out of here, we're going to laugh about this, I promise." She doubted it. She doubted they would ever laugh about it, but she had to say something. "When we get out, I'm going to kill that bastard." "Do you know what, Soph? I'm going to let you. Right, I'm going to go and have a look at the door, see if there's anything we can do." She felt her way across the dim cellar, easier now with both hands free, and groped for the steps, using her hands to guide her up. It was darker on the steps. The blackness felt inky and suffocating, but a strip of dim light showed under the cellar door. Edie saw that as a good thing. It meant there was a gap, and if Sam was as desperate and thoughtless as she hoped he'd been, he would have left the key in the lock too. When she crouched on the step and peered through the keyhole, she saw that he had, but the key wasn't in line. A thin sliver of light showed through as a tiny triangle of hope mingled with despair. She would have to try and tilt the key back so that it was in line with the keyhole. First, she took off her jacket. The fabric was fairly stiff, and with her hands still shaking from the adrenaline that felt as though it was being squelched through every fibre of her being, she tried to feed it under the door. It took 3 attempts before she could slip it through enough to catch the key. If she could niggle it into position and push it out, and it fell on the fabric, and if she could then guide it along the edge of the door and towards the bigger gap on the hinged side, there were a lot of ifs and no other options. She had considered trying to release the grating, but even if she could have reached it, the thing was so old and rusty it would have taken her a week just to loosen it, let alone try and lift it. The door was their only option. She needed something to try and guide the key, something thin and long. All she had were the keys for number 17, too thick and too short for what she wanted. The tiny handle of the nail clippers was too short, too thick and too clumsy. Her mind cast about for something that she could use, and remembered the cable ties. Why the hell had she thrown them across the room? Her temper, disgust, and downright fury at the situation had got in the way, and now she was angry at herself. "Sophie, we have to find the cable ties. Help me look." She heard Sophie begin to shuffle around below her. "I'll come down, but we have to find them." The prospect of feeling around the filthy floor amongst the unidentifiable lumps and debris that could be God knows what was more than revolting. As she slid her hand through the filth, she could hear Sophie's stifled grunts of revulsion and the odd panicked retch. Good one, Sophie creaked triumphantly. Edie scooted over to where the voice had come from. She could barely see Sophie's outline in the fading light. Night was approaching fast, and if they lost the last of the light, she wouldn't be able to see the key. Sophie groped for her hand and pressed the cable tie into it. As quickly as she could, Edie found the step again and climbed. Once kneeling in front of the door, her back bent so that her eye was aligned with the keyhole, she slipped the thin end of the tie into the lock and tried to feed it behind the tilted key. It was a delicate and awkward process, made more difficult by her shaking hand and the decreasing light. There were several times when she was convinced that she'd got it, only to realize that the flimsy plastic had just caught on one of the wards. She pulled it out, sat back on her haunches and put it in her mouth, trying not to think about the fact that it had been in contact with the filthy floor. Once she had coated it in saliva, something that her panicked body had seen fit to produce in short supply, she took a breath and tried again. Hoping that the spit would lubricate its passage, she slid the sliver of plastic in with the precision of a neurosurgeon. The intense focus seemed to have calmed her nerves, and this time the cable tie slid behind and the key dropped back to its home position. She checked that the jacket was still under the door and that her shuffling and shifting hadn't pulled it out. Then she used one of the house keys to quickly push the cellar key out on the other side. To her immense relief, she heard it thud down, its fall broken by the fabric. Sam Campion was an arsehole. She had foiled him, and she allowed herself a little smile of satisfaction before attempting to maneuver the fabric with its precious load. The light had almost completely gone, and she was relying more on instinct and what she could see in her mind's eye than reality. She almost willed the fabric to move and carry the key towards the gap. Finally, and hoping against hope that her gut was right, she began to tug the fabric as gently as she could. The nerves were back and she felt like her heart had leapt into her throat when she sensed the key snag on the bottom of the door. She eased the jacket a quarter of an inch further, but it had started to bunch against the door frame and wouldn't move anymore. She had no choice but to pull and hope that the gap under the door was wide enough. To her inordinate relief, it was, and she seized the key with a gratitude that made her wish that she was religious, so that she could thank the deity responsible. "I've got it, Soph," she called. "Thank God for that. Could we get the fuck out of here then?" Sophie rasped through her dry mouth, unable to give clarity to her words, hampered as she was by a broken nose and swollen face. Edie fumbled the key into the lock and turned, her heart leaping with relief at the sound of the tumblers releasing. Something terrifying was prodding at her senses. She had thought she could smell it before, the odd whiff clinging to the stale air of the cellar in thin ribbons. The smell of petrol became a stench when she pushed the door open. A wall of fumes that hit her in the face like a balled-up fist. Sophie was behind her on the steps, holding on to the waistband of Edie's jeans for guidance in the dark. Somewhere in the bowels of the house, Edie could hear someone moving, their footsteps causing the old boards to creak and moan. Not only that, she could hear the glugging sound of a large vessel being emptied. A petrol can. Logic dictated that they make a bid for the back door, but that gigantic man-shaped shadow that fell across the window made that means of escape more frightening than the prospect of coming face to face with whoever was in the house. She turned to Sophie and put her fingers to her lips, then pointed, whispering, "We have to go up. Be quiet, take your shoes off, and stick to the edges." Like a couple of naughty children, they slipped through the door and made for the kitchen staircase, a narrow affair which led up to the first landing. They paused there, hardly daring to breathe as the intruder made his presence known in the room below. The back door was wrenched open and voices floated up. "All done, boss?" "Good. Torch it." The click of a lighter, the leap of flames, the smell of dirt and heat and the acrid taste of burning, and Sophie's whisper as she clutched Edie's arm. "Jono, oh fuck." Chapter 19. Sam knew the law as well as anyone, but since when had it applied to him? Besides, who gave a shit if someone used their mobile phone in a car? Sam knew what he was doing, even if Jono was gritting his shit by being his usual idiot self. Don't fucking argue with me and don't ask questions. Just fucking do it, he yelled. The traffic was intense. Everyone seemed to be milling around all over the place. It seemed that there wasn't much left that wouldn't boil his piss today. With the phone wedged under his chin, he swung the car into the right-hand lane, swiftly pulling past a battered van and ignoring the indignant sound of its horn. Jono's voice babbled at him over the airways. Tell Stefan to go fuck himself. Pasco will have his goods by midnight. Now go and do what I've told you to do, or it won't be Pasco you're worried about. It'll be me. Satisfied that he'd made himself clear, he threw the phone onto the passenger seat and put his foot down, blithely ignoring the battered van that had undertaken him on the left and was now attempting to pull out, its feeble indicator obscured by the duct tape that held it together. The graunch and grind of collapsing metal reached his ears just as the airbag exploded into his face. Chapter 20. Matt didn't make it to the residential care home. Instead, he spent the remainder of his day sitting in a chair by a hospital bed that contained the pale, shocked form of Lena Campion. She hadn't spoken to him since he'd found her in a crumpled heap on one of the quiet side streets that led to the square, hadn't even glanced at him when the paramedics invited him to go with her in the ambulance, and hadn't met his eyes since they'd been confined to a cubicle at the hospital. The only thing she had done was grasp his arm and refuse to let him leave when he had protested to the hospital staff that he was just a neighbour. Lord knows why she wanted him there, but he had stayed. A machine that variously beeped, bleeped and dinged to indicate the alteration in her body's function was connected to Lena via a series of clips, wires and stickers. For each 10 beeps, Matt tried to ring Sam from Edie's mobile phone. He got the answering service every time. He's still not picking up. I'm going to have to give up. The battery is dying. Her first words to him since he had found her were, I know how it feels. Her voice shocked him. He'd become used to her silence, and was all too familiar with the thinly veiled hostility that had been coming off her in lazy waves all his life. He turned to her, his mouth open in surprise. Don't look so shocked, boy. Hard not to, Mrs. Campion. No disrespect, but you've treated me like a pariah all my life, so I'm finding it hard to grasp why you want me here. I've things to say and not much time. I don't think the doctors are too worried. A bit of rest, and you'll be right as rain. The woman pursed her lips and gave him a grim, determined look. That's not what I meant. Though who knows what time any of us have left. I have things to say to you that should have been said a long time ago. I've done you wrong, and before I start, I don't want your forgiveness or anything like that. I just want peace for myself. I imagine the police will be here soon, so don't interrupt me when I tell you what I have to say. The police? Matt had no idea what the old woman was talking about, but given her predicament, he assumed that her ramblings were the result of a clinical shock combined with the medication that the drip connected to her hand was infusing. He figured it was best to just let her talk and keep her calm. Okay. She closed her eyes, and it seemed as though she was replaying some scene behind her eyelids. Matt waited. After a moment of this internal reverie, she spoke again, recounting the story that she had told the bemused police officer earlier. She ended her tale with a simple, "So there you have it, just as you always thought, and your mother always thought. Your father was an innocent man." The news had filtered through to Matt's consciousness in a series of assaults, challenging not just everything that he had thought, but everything that he believed. In a few simple sentences, Lena had blown all his theories and made a mockery of his life's obsession, and there was no doubt that it had been an obsession. Matt could not have stepped away from it if he'd tried. The dispassionate part of him liked the fact that his idea regarding Beatty's connection had been proved right. The abortions were significant. Sally Pollitt had met her death in search of a solution to the thing that she had believed would ruin her life. It made perfect sense and proved his point, but also raised more questions than it answered. "So," he said cautiously, "if you and Dolly were responsible for Sally Pollitt, who killed the others?" "No idea, boy. Never did. We just copycatted him to cover it up," she stated baldly, but didn't look him in the eyes. Matt sat back in his chair and looked at the woman who could confess to manslaughter with such detachment. Didn't you care about what you'd done? Did you not regret her death in sending an innocent man to his? Lena laughed, but there was no humour in it. The sound was a hollow, cynical thing. Regret? What do you want me to do, boy? Give you my Edith Piaf impression? You have no idea what I've learned to live with, so don't you go giving me your regret. It was what it was. We did what we did. Matt leaned forward, both fascinated and repelled by the woman. So why tell me? Why tell anyone? Lena tapped the side of her head. This. Does funny things to you, conjures up your worst nightmares and makes them real. Don't matter whether you've buried the bodies or not, they still come back to haunt you. Much as he hated to admit it, Matt was glad that she was haunted. He hoped all the ghosts of all the dead would hound her to hell. This woman, for all her frailty now, had robbed him of not just his father, but his mother too. Sheila Baston had been reduced to a hollowed-out shell of a woman by what Lena and the Morrises had done. Lena Campion had stolen Matt's life by maintaining her lies. I figure you owe me, Mrs. Campion, you owe me a lot, but I will settle for a few more answers. Lena shrugged and looked away from him, as if she was familiar with her own ghosts, yet apparently unwilling to meet Matt's eyes and confront his. I found this today, in Edie's place. He pulled out the invoice from the care home and offered it to her. She didn't take it or even acknowledge it. It's an invoice from a care home. It strongly suggests that Dickie Morris is still alive. Did you know? This seemed to catch her attention, and she turned her head towards him, eyes narrowed. Dickie is alive. It looks that way. Did you know? He knew that his dislike of her was leaking out in his tone, but had gone past caring how he came across. He had spent years sitting on his feelings for the sake of gathering evidence. No, I bloody didn't. You're the one who likes to go to all the funerals, didn't you know? I was in Afghanistan, Mrs. Campion, so I missed that one, he said, teeth gritted, jaw twitching. Well, so did I. I was laid up. All I knew was that Dickie got carted off in an ambulance. When I was on my feet again and went to Dolly to ask him what was wrong, she told me he'd gone and that I was too late. Shut the door in my face and never spoke to me from that day on. And you never questioned that he died? Why would I? Did you? Matt had to concede that he hadn't, and had just accepted the general consensus that the man had passed on. He'd been more concerned with his own discharge from the army back then, and the fact that his mother had been ill at the time. Attentions had been diverted to his mother's rapidly spreading cancer, and the whole thing regarding the Morrises' involvement with his father's execution had taken a back seat. People die, boy. They die all the time. Matt looked at the monitor that showed that Lena was still very much alive. Yes, they do. My mother died that year too. Did you know that? She had cancer. It ate her from the inside out. It was a terrible death, agonizing for her and agonizing to watch. Lena nodded. I heard. I'm sorry for your loss. Matt leaned forward and stared at her. Are you? She had the good grace not to answer. They sat like that for a few minutes, Lena staring at the blank wall to her right, Matt sitting in the chair staring at the monitor and hating himself for wanting the numbers to dip and the green blip to flatline. I'm tired, Lena said, breaking the moment. I'd like you to go now. I've said what I had to say. Matt stood up, happy to be released from his unpleasant vigil. You haven't said that you're sorry. Lena peered at him. Would it make a difference to a damned thing if I did? Matt didn't need to say anything else. She was right, it wouldn't. But it would have been gratifying to hear her say it all the same. As he walked away down the corridor, past the nurse's station and out into the cool evening air, he wondered at his own lack of reaction to what he'd been told. Surely he should be railing against the injustice, running to the police station to spill the beans and point the finger, or at least quietly raging. He was surprised to find that he felt nothing. He was numb. The energy to even care anymore seemed to have ebbed away, as the strangeness of the day turned into twilight and slipped into a bleak and empty night. As he neared the square, it was the smell that reached him first. Smoke on the air, wafting along the quiet streets in nonchalant puffs that intensified as he drew closer. It was only when he looked up past the rooftops that he saw the glow, a concentrated pool of orange seeding the darkened sky with sparks. There were sirens in the distance, and within seconds he saw a fire tender whip past the end of the street. Something was happening in the vicinity of the square, and from the look of the sky it seemed that the Great Fire of London was happening all over again. He didn't know why he started running. It wasn't as if he wanted to save the contents of his paltry bedsit. Since his conversation with Lena, everything in it could burn for all he cared. An image of Edie loomed large in his mind as he ran and rounded the corner onto the square, and he hoped against hope that she was still with the police and away from the blaze. People stood in huddles, kept back by firemen, and corralled beyond the garden while someone yelled at them to keep their distance, all whispering to each other and watching the conflagration that appeared to be ravaging the row of houses that stood behind number 17. Matt turned to the nearest person, an old man leaning on a cane and watching the flames leap as if it were bonfire night. "What happened?" Matt asks.
"No one knows. One of the houses went up, someone called the brigade, and we were all evacuated out here."
"Is anyone hurt?"
"I don't think so. Most of the houses were empty, only the few in the end were still lived in. All cheap flats and bedsits as far as I'm aware. I think everyone got out, but it's ripping through them. I would say like wildfire, but it would be a pun too far, I think."
Matt cast his eyes around the watching crowd. Looking out for Edie, he couldn't see her and found himself relieved. She must still be with the police. "Are any of the houses on the square itself affected?" he asked.
"Again, I think not, though I imagine the heat will have scorched a few gates and brought the paint off the backs of them. Might even have shattered a few windows. As far as I know, everyone was brought out safely. It'll be the looters they need to worry about, not the fire. It's Matthew, isn't it? I'm Lionel."
Matt took the dry, bony hand that he had been offered and was surprised at the strength of the old man's grip. "Yes, but how did you know?" The old man smiled, his eyes twinkling and reflecting some of the light from the fire.
"Oh, I know all the comings and goings on the square. I make it my business to. May I offer you a cup of tea? I only came out to be nosy, and I'm afraid there's not much to see from here. No doubt we shall find out more when it's all under control."
Matt considered the offer for a moment. "Why not? Thank you." Lionel smiled again.
"Might as well, eh? This way, Matthew Bastin."
Though Sophie couldn't smell the fire, she could taste the smoke as it collected in an acrid sting at the back of her throat. Fear and panic weren't making it easy to be rational, but Edie's insistence that they go up seemed like a short path to suicide. She hoped that the intention was to leap out of a window and put up with the prospect of broken limbs, rather than risk burning to death trapped and huddled in a smoke-filled room. As they groped their way through the dark and unfamiliar building, it appeared that Edie had no such intention, despite Sophie's protests. "Just trust me, this way is our best option," Edie insisted, towing Sophie along in her wake. There was no danger of anyone hearing them now. The arsonists were long gone. There was a landing after the staircase, dark, gloomy, and rapidly filling with smoke. Sophie didn't know whether to choke, cough, or pass out and let the fire do its worst. Edie was dragging her along with a stoic determination and leading her up again, another staircase, more sinister empty rooms, but less smoke, which was a blessing, but it could only last so long. They reached a final landing, and to Sophie's surprise, Edie clambered onto the banister and pushed at the loft hatch.
"What are you doing?"
"We're going up here. If I'm right, the lofts will connect. We can crawl through to the next house and get out that way."
"Are you fucking kidding me? What do you mean, if?"
As the garbled words emerged, Edie's legs were already disappearing into the loft space. Smoke was starting to billow up the stairs, and Sophie could already feel the heat from the fire starting to lap at her skin. There wasn't time to argue, but she didn't know if she had the strength to climb up as Edie had. Her limbs were still screaming in protest at having been bound and confined for so long.
"Evie, I can't.
Edie's face peered down at her through the hatch, a pale moon in the darkness, starting to reflect an orange glow from the climbing flames. "Yes, you can, you have to. I'll pull you up." Fear spurred her on, and she reached up, grasping Edie's extended hand and forcing her shaking legs and numb feet onto the banister. She would either fall and break her neck, or make it into the loft. The pain in her arms as Edie hauled on them almost made her not care which it was. A quick death from a broken neck seemed almost preferable to the sense that her bones were going to break and her sinews tear. Edie half dragged her torso into the loft, then hauled the rest of her in by her clothes. Sophie felt like a whale that had been harpooned and landed in a mess of stubborn blubber. Her body just didn't want to move. "We have to be careful. Feel for the joists and stay behind me. Go as quick as you can." Sophie would have laughed if she hadn't been so fearful at the prospect of their survival. If movement came at all, it was going to be slow, despite the adrenaline that was surging through her and spurring her on. She was equally stultified when Edie put the loft hatch back in place and plunged them into almost complete darkness. "What'd you do that for?" she said, her voice laden with panic. "I can't see a bloody thing." "It'll slow down the spread of the fire, but not for long. Now move." Sophie did as she was told, too afraid not to as the taste of scorched wood tingled on her tongue and the heat of the blaze below made the joists hot to the touch. The wood bit into her knees as she moved from beam to beam, too afraid to stand as Edie had and feel with her feet lest she should lose her footing and go through the lathe and plaster. Edie was talking, but Sophie wasn't really taking it in. "These old houses connect via the lofts, or at least this type does. It's where they built the chimney breasts as supporting walls. There should be a small gap either side that we can squeeze through." Sophie glanced behind her, noticing that small flames had begun to creep through the loft hatch. Within minutes, the whole place was going to be a bonfire. Having a gap to crawl through was all very well, and the relief of feeling cool air from it and knowing it was there was immense. But fire thrived on air, and when the flames broke through, the fire would tear through the roof spaces in an all-consuming rage. Edie reached the gap. "Thank God!" she cried. Sophie heard her scramble through and caught sight of her foot as the flames began to leap and lick behind her, illuminating the attic with a hellish light. "It's boarded through here, Soph. Much easier. Come on." With a surge of energy that seemed to come from nowhere but was fueled by sheer terror, Sophie propelled herself forward, ignoring the searing pain in her thin legs from the joists as they ground into her flesh. She could see the gap clearly in the orange glow and went for it like a rat out of a trap, scrambling through, ignoring the rough brick though it tore at her clothes and scraped her skin, and ignoring the jagged wood of the roof frame which clutched at her and left spiteful splinters. If whatever higher power which might exist granted them a tomorrow, Sophie's was going to hurt like hell. Aware that the flames behind her were going to hit critical mass at any moment, she searched for Edie and found her in the centre of the loft, attacking the hatch with broken nails and torn fingers. Hatches were designed to be accessed from below, not above, and this one sat neatly in its recess, resisting any effort to prise it up. Light was in short supply, and that which was available came from the most menacing of sources. Sophie cast about for something, anything that might aid them, hoping that serendipity would have left a crowbar lying around. It hadn't. Sophie was never that lucky, but it had, in the most incongruous way possible, left a fish slice protruding from a long abandoned box of junk. Had time not been so much of the essence, the appearance of a fish slice in an otherwise relatively empty space might have had a funny side. In this instance, Sophie had never been so grateful to come face to face with an item of kitchen equipment, and seized upon it like a stray dog seizing a sausage roll, scooting across the attic and wedging it into the gap. It was a flimsy thing of the cheap and cheerful but wholly useless variety, and bent at the slightest pressure, but it raised the hatch enough for Edie's fingers to slip underneath and haul it out of the way. "You first," she said to Sophie, who slid to the edge. "I'll lower you down so you don't fall. Turn round and go belly down and it'll be easier," Edie said. Sophie once again did as she was told, slithering through the gap and allowing Edie to hang onto her arms and break her fall. Once safely on the landing below, Sophie looked up, waiting to take her turn helping Edie down.
But the fire had other plans. Edie more or less got blown out of the hatch as the fire found the air gap and exploded into it. To Sophie, it looked as though Edie had been forcibly expelled from a dragon's mouth on a tongue of raw, pure flame. Edie's head bounced off the banister with a sickening crack as she fell, and she hit the floor with all the grace of a sack of flour. Sophie tried to rouse her, but it was impossible. Her own weakened limbs felt useless, and the most she managed was to drag Edie's limp form to the top of the stairs. She screamed for help, but her voice was still shot both with thirst and the ever-increasing dryness from the heat and smoke. In blind panic, she stumbled down the stairs like a clown, feeling as though at any minute she would get tangled in her own limbs and go head first, destroying any chance of her own survival and ruling out any rescue for Edie. Everything seemed to have slowed to nothing, every movement feeling as though it was taking place at the same speed as thick, black treacle dropping from a spoon. She felt as though she was trying to wade through an ocean of it as she moved through the house. Reaching the back door was like running a marathon wearing diving boots, but she made it, and once there wrenched it open, throwing herself into the small garden and launching herself out of the gate, straight into a fireman who was focused on the fire and never saw her coming. A terrified and gibbering Sophie knocked him off his feet, and they both went down like bowling pins. As he fought his way to his feet, trying to make sense of Sophie's garbled, panicked pleas, she saw him look up just as the windows on the upper floor of the house, where she had left Edie, exploded outwards, sending shards of glass knifing through the air in a lethal rain. Instinct made the fireman shy away and curve his body around Sophie, protecting them both from the flying debris. When it was over, he let her go, and she slipped from his grasp in dead faint. Chapter 21. DC Alice Hale slipped under the crime scene tape and picked her way through the debris of wet, blackened rubble, some of it still steaming, and approached the fire investigator, holding out her warrant card to tell him that she was there on official business. It had taken 7 hours to finally get the fire under control, and by the looks of it, the flames had wiped out the best part of 4 houses and had seriously damaged another 2, one of which lay opposite. "What happened there?" she asked, curious as to how it had been the only one damaged. "When the windows blew out of this one, some burning debris must have gone into the garden. From what we can tell, it was chock full of rubbish which acted as fuel. It's not as bad as it looks. Most of the inside is still intact, but the kitchen is gone and it isn't pleasant in there." Alice nodded. "Any casualties?" The investigator looked pensive. They always did when faced with the question of who they hadn't saved. "We pulled out 3 bodies, 2 from that building." He pointed to one of the houses in the ravaged row. "And 1 from the kitchen of that one. Looks like the poor sod hid in a cupboard." He shook his head in an attitude of sorrow. "There were a couple of other miners. They were shipped off to St. Mary's." "So, what are we looking at? Accident or deliberate?" "I'm 99% sure this is arson. That house was the first to go, and by the looks of it, an accelerant was used. I'm saying petrol, as we found a partially burned can in the garden. You know the deal. I can't give you any certainties until we make our report." Alice nodded. "Has anyone come forward offering any information on who might have started it?" The investigator snorted. "This is Coronation Square, love. It's the Winfield breeding ground for pyromaniacs and idiots. What do you think?" Alice shrugged. "Have to ask." The investigator shrugged. "I suppose you do. Right, I'm going to need your guys to make sure the scene is kept clear while my guys rake through this mess and we piece together what happened. If you can give me the names of owners and any plans showing alterations to the buildings, what they were used for, etc. You know the deal." Alice nodded. She did indeed know the deal. Somewhere in amongst all the paperwork, deeds, planning permissions, listings, rental agreements, and other paraphernalia would be a clue as to who might want a fire set and why. Equally, someone in the square would have something to say, or would have a bit of footage on their phone, or would have taken a photo of the blaze. It wasn't uncommon for arsonists to want to witness their handiwork. The 3 victims bothered her. A brief conversation with the lead officer who had attended the fire had established that they had made every effort to evacuate the surrounding houses, so 3 bodies was a worry, but also a puzzle
as none of them had been in the house where the fire had started. It looked like the next port of call would be the hospital, to talk to the casualties and see what they might know. She thanked the fire officer and made her way back towards the cordon where a man was arguing with one of the uniformed officers who was still standing sentinel there. He seemed to be waving a bag and pointing towards the carnage of the houses. Her colleague had his hand up and seemed to be struggling to calm the man down. The warrant card held aloft again, she strolled over to them. "What seems to be the problem?" Her colleague turned and gave her there's always one look. "This gentleman believes that a friend of his might have been caught in the fire. Apparently he found her bag in that dustbin over there and has put two and two together and determined that she must have been in one of the houses." Alice looked at the bag, a scruffy, worn and dirty object, then followed her colleague's pointing finger towards an overturned wheelie bin that lay beyond the cordon. It had disgorged its contents into the street and appeared to have been hastily shoved out of the way during the previous night's activities. "What makes you think your friend was in one of the houses, sir?" "Because she disappeared unexpectedly. We thought she'd just left, but then I saw someone dump her bag yesterday, only I didn't realise what it was at the time. It was only when I saw it this morning that I recognised it. Her name is Sophie Headley." Alice sighed. "It's just a bag, sir. It doesn't mean anything. It's pretty tatty. Maybe she just threw it away." The man screwed up his face in frustration and looked as if he might be about to lose his temper. "That's just it. It wasn't her that threw it away. It was a man, and he came out of that house." He said it through gritted teeth and pointed towards the building that had been the seat of the fire. Alice looked at him for a moment. He was clearly stressed. "What's your name, sir?" "Bastin, Matthew Bastin." Alice tried to stop her eyebrows from rising in surprise. It was the second time she'd heard the name Bastin in 2 days. "And the name of the man you saw, if you know it?" "Yes, I know it. His name is Campion. Sam Campion." This time Alice couldn't suppress her reaction. Since meeting Lena Campion and hearing her strange tale the day before, she had done a bit of digging and had found out a fair bit about the Campions. Sam Campion in particular. A known criminal, suspected of all sorts, extortion, protection, living off immoral earnings, the list went on. She had learnt that his front was as a property developer, and though he was known to have connections with some of the most dubious people in the area, he had never been successfully prosecuted. He was also off their radar, having been reported as fleeing the scene of an accident the previous afternoon. In fact, his crumpled car was sitting in the pound at this very minute. Her governor had dismissed Lena Campion's story as the insane ramblings of a demented old woman, and had shown little interest in the story, but he had mentioned Matthew Bastin as a thorn in his side. Apparently he was the son of the guy they'd hanged for the murder Lena Campion claimed she had committed. He'd spent years trying to prove the state wrong, and now he was standing right in front of her. Alice appraised him again. He seemed pretty respectable, decently dressed, upright, a military bearing, probably good-looking as a younger man. He didn't look like your typical obsessive type, but looks could be deceptive. She hadn't expected a sweet little old lady to confess to murder, either. There were days when Alice seriously regretted not living out her childhood dream of becoming a ballet dancer, but 2 flat feet seemed to have dictated her career path, and she was stuck with consternation instead of contusions. Matthew Bastin was waiting for a response, and it looked as though he wasn't going to shift until he got one. She turned to her colleague. "Would you radio through and get me the names of the casualties who were admitted to St. Mary's?" He nodded and walked away. A few moments later he came back and called Alice over, whispering in her ear so that Matt Bastin was out of earshot. She was looking at Matt the whole time, seeing a worried man. "Mr. Bastin, your friend is in the hospital." The look of relief on his face was a sight to see. It was hardly the dumb thing to offer complete strangers lifts, but something about Matthew Bastin had piqued Alice's curiosity. She wanted to know more about him and test the veracity of Lena Campion's story. Though her boss had dismissed it out of hand, Alice had not. "I'm going there myself, if you'd like a lift." Sophie was sore, bruised, battered, frantic, and very, very angry. If it hadn't been for the massive hit of oromorph she'd been given, she might have felt more in touch with the anger and done something about it, As it stood, she was aware of the rage, but somehow detached from it. Pondering it, she felt as if all her feelings had been contained in a bubble and were floating in front of her. Real, almost tangible, but just out of reach. She felt trapped, soporific and useless. And no one wanted to know about Edie or how she'd ended up in a burning house. No one. In fact, all they seemed to want to do was give her something to help with the pain and calm you down. She'd asked if she could discharge herself, but had been told by a sweet nurse with a bright smile that the doctor would be along shortly. That had been 2 hours ago. Hospital was Manana Land. She might have just got up and walked out if she had any idea how she could remove the thing they'd stuck in the back of her hand, or she'd have known where she might find something to wear that didn't flash her bare ass at every move. Besides, she hurt. Everything hurt, and despite the woozy distraction caused by the opiates, she was even aware that every hair on her head was hurting. With the drugs on board, it was kind of fascinating to notice, feel it, but not care. How could you be exponentially angry yet not care? Maybe this was how the prozzies felt when they got their fixes. Aware of how shit things were, but completely detached from it. Weird. She was still talking like a twat. They'd reset her nose, but she still sounded like she had the worst head cold in the history of mankind. And she looked like a grizzled rugby player, or as if she'd done 10 rounds with Lennox Lewis, or that Welsh guy, what was his name? Anyway, she was pissed off. No, livid, that no one would tell her where Edie was. They wouldn't even tell her if Edie had got out. Despite her saying it was okay, she could take it. If it was bad news, they could tell her. It seemed like no one had a bloody clue what she was on about. And man, was it boring. Being in hospital was less fun than watching paint dry. The need to pee was becoming intense, but hooked up as she was, she couldn't get out of bed, and even if she could, there was the issue of the gaping gown. Having already pushed the call button twice, she decided in her addled state to take matters into her own hands. Shuffling out of her bed, she took off the blanket and draped it around her shoulders, then wheeled her drip stand into the nearest toilet. The relief was immense. Combined with the drugs, it made her feel so euphoric when she emerged that she almost missed it. Recognition hovered on the brink of her consciousness, niggling, making her reactions tingle, yet she couldn't quite place what was making it happen. Something about the new patient they had just wheeled into the side room was prodding at her. Maybe she would take a look when the nurses had gone, when they had stopped their faffing and fussing. Was there some clinical reasoning behind all that pillow plumping? Sophie didn't know, but she did know that she wanted to get into that room and find out who was in the bed. Matt was still clutching the filthy backpack, holding onto it as if it was some kind of cushion against the trauma of the woman's driving. This DC Hale drove like a maniac, flinging the car round corners and pulling out into traffic with seemingly no regard for what might be alongside her on the road. "Have you done a driving course or something?" he asked, hoping that there was some reason why she was making him feel like he had diced with death through the mere action of getting into her car. "Not yet. Booked onto one in a month's time. Why?" "No reason," Matt said, closing his eyes because obliviousness seemed like his safest option. "So," she said, "where were you when the fire started, Mr. Bastin?" "Walking back from St. Mary's, funnily enough. A neighbour had an accident, so I went with her to the hospital and stayed until she was settled." "I see. I take the hospital staff will be able to back that up." Matt raised his eyebrows. "I imagine so. Why, am I a suspect?" "At this stage, very few people aren't, Mr. Bastin. So tell me about your friend and why you think her bag ended up in that bin." "I've no idea why it was thrown away, but Sophie walked out on us, and it seemed unusual as she was staying with Edie and seemed quite happy. Then when your guys turned up and took Edie for questioning, I saw the blood, then found her toothbrush and spotted Campion dumping the bag, although I didn't know it was her bag then, but it didn't seem to add up right, all the different things." She slipped him a sidelong glance. "Any reason you didn't go and investigate what he'd put in the bin at the time?" Matt knit his brow in confusion. "Well, you should know. Half your lot turned up at the house to turn the place over, so you could say I was a mite distracted." "My lot? We all work for different teams and sections, Mr. Bastin. I'm not privy to every crime that's been committed. Who is Edie? That's something I was going to ask you. Whether she'd been arrested or held or something. I haven't seen her since your guys took her off yesterday. Has she been charged with something? She shrugged. No idea. I wasn't aware of any investigation involving that name. But if she's committed a crime and they have good cause and evidence to charge her, then she will still be in custody, probably awaiting a hearing, I should think. Anyway, we can rule her out of any involvement with the fire if, as you say, she was with my lot. Matt was relieved. Better for Edie to be holed up in a cell facing charges than caught up in the fire. He'd hardly been able to believe it when he'd glimpsed the devastation that morning. He'd have liked to have taken a closer look, but the whole of the back lane had been cordoned off. Spotting Sophie's bag had been a fluke. To his shame, he hadn't really thought much about her until he'd found the bag. She had slipped from his mind as easily as she slipped from everyone else's. Just a homeless girl doing what homeless people did. Moving on. The realization that she had been caught up in the fire made him feel like crap. Alice Hale interrupted his thoughts with a very salient question. You mentioned finding blood. What did you mean, and where did you find it? Oh, just some spots, like someone had a nosebleed or something, only no one had. It was in the house, Edie's house, number 17. He was sure that he saw Alice's hands tighten on the wheel as he said it, as if his words were significant in some way. She didn't speak, just seemed to hurl the car into the hospital car park, whilst ignoring the 10-mile-an-hour limit. He wondered if she'd always wanted to be a detective, and whether she had honed her ambition on Starsky and Hutch, or maybe even the Sweeney. Looking at her youthful face, he concluded that she probably wasn't old enough to know those shows, but that there must have been some modern equivalent that had got her juices flowing. No one drove like that without some degree of bad influence. Finally released from the Dodgem car from hell, with its demon driver, he breathed a sigh of relief. He'd felt less threatened on patrol in the foothills.
Allow the music to steady your thoughts and soften your emotions as we prepare to return to the narrative.
of Afghanistan than he had in that car. Alice Hale turned to him, a slight frown on her face. "Okay, Mr. Bastin, let's go and find your friend, but I'm going to need to chat to her first." They found Sophie loitering in the corridor, hanging onto her drip stand, and looking like a refugee from a bar fight with her pulped face and grazed hands. Matt called out to her, but she barely glanced at him. Her attention was entirely focused on one of the side rooms. "Sophie, it's me. Matt." She looked as if she was waking up from a dream as she turned to them. Her eyes seemed glazed, and she looked like she was measuring nearly a 10 on the Richter scale of shock. Matt caught her just before she hit the floor. The staff were quite satisfied that Sophie was suffering from shock as a result of her ordeal, and that she would make a full recovery if she just stayed in bed and didn't go wandering about the place. They insisted on giving her oxygen through a mask that she had to hold near her face, a fact that seriously hampered Alice Hale's attempts to ask her questions. Matt didn't need a doctor to tell him that Sophie was so out of her face on painkillers that coherent communication was going to be a short-term impossibility. In the end, he turned to Alice. "Look, she's absolutely out of it. I'll stay with her. If she comes to and I can get any sense out of her, I'll call you." Alice Hale frowned at him, as if he might be trying to pull a fast one or push a compromise a step too far. But even she had to see that she was on a hiding to nothing with the girl. Eventually, she fished in her pocket and gave him a card with her details printed on it. "Okay, but the minute she can string a sensible sentence together, I want to know." Matt took the card and gave her a wry smile. Since the minute he'd met Sophie, he hadn't heard her utter a sensible sentence yet. "The very minute," he said. The young DC nodded, a pensive frown creasing her brow. It looked as if she was about to say something, but seemed to think better of it before turning on her low heels and striding off. For the second time in 2 days, Matt had ended up sitting vigil at someone's hospital bedside. Even incoherent, half asleep and rambling, Sophie was more pleasant company than Lena had been. Wherever Sophie had been for the last 2 days, at least she wasn't going to dump some horrendous revelation on him like Lena had. Even at that moment, Matt wasn't sure he had fully taken in what Lena had told him. They had dangled his father from the end of a rope because 2 silly girls had made a mistake and caused the death of their friend, and in their panic they had framed it as a murder. He talked to Lionel White about it the night before, in an attempt to make sense of it, despite finding it odd that the kindness of a stranger had made it so much easier to talk about. The old man had been fascinated, and had admitted himself that he'd always thought John Bastin an unlikely killer, something which Matt had been gratified to hear from at least one of his father's contemporaries. White had told Matt that he had lived on the square all his life, and Matt had found it odd that he didn't remember him. Most of the people from his childhood had been larger than life and twice as mouthy, but a man like Lionel had a quietness and a refinement that made him a peripheral sort of character. Lionel White was the pile of stuff on the stairs that you ceased to see after a while because you had walked past it so often. The fact that he didn't have a place in Matt's memory made sense when he thought of it that way. Lionel had been an interesting source of information, though, filling in lots of gaps in Matt's research that had been nigh on impossible before. So much of what Matt had needed to know had to be of an anecdotal source. When you were the son of a convicted killer, people weren't always keen to share their memories with you, for fear you had inherited the murder gene and would turn on them at any moment. Lionel had no such qualms, and had gossiped away quite happily whilst consuming copious quantities of pungent Earl Grey tea. Matt had been interested to learn that years before there had been some suspicion that Lena Campion had been having an affair with Frank Morris. Her own husband had been paying his debt to society at the time, having been detained at Her Majesty's pleasure. Lionel had even speculated that Sam might be the product of that affair, though he didn't assert it as a fact. It made Matt squirm to think that Edie didn't know, and could easily have slipped into a relationship with an unknown half-brother. In fact, it made him more than squirm, and if he chose to dwell on it, could have made him extremely angry. The outcomes of all these secrets and lies were already painful enough to bear. It had been an interesting evening indeed.
especially when they had jointly concluded that if Lena and Dolly had been responsible for Sally Pollitt's death, and the consensus was that Matt's father was innocent, someone was still responsible for the other 4 deaths. Between them, they had reviewed the known evidence, and Matt had been flattered by Lionel's assertion that he was impressed by Matt's knowledge of the murders. It had been nice to have his efforts acknowledged, though he was embarrassed to admit it even to himself. By the end of the evening, they had both concluded that Frank Morris was still the most likely candidate. Sadly, despite his extensive knowledge of the square and its recent social history, Lionel had been unable to shed any light on what might have happened to Frank. They had parted on good terms, with Lionel expressing a wish to see Matt's collection, and Matt extending the offer of showing him any time. The only frisson of discomfort had occurred as Lionel was showing him out, and Matt had casually mentioned that he believed Dickie Morris was still alive. Lionel had looked genuinely shocked at this, and had explained that he and Dickie had once been bosom friends in the dim and distant past. In a moment of pity for the old guy, Matt had told him where Dickie was staying. The only problem was, he regretted saying it, and for the life of him couldn't work out why. Sitting here now by Sophie's bed, watching her doze, the semantics of the past felt so unimportant. He'd heard that 3 people had died in that fire, and this kid could have been a 4th. Why it should matter to him so much he didn't know, except he'd had a rotten, lonely childhood too, and had felt just as much adrift as she did. The army had saved him, but it wasn't an option for Sophie. Maybe he and Edie were all she had. 2 disjointed, fucked-up, middle-aged people weren't much of a port in Sophie's particular storm, but they were better than nothing. It seemed that fate had brought them all together, and it wasn't the dumb thing to argue with fate if it had decided you had a family after all. Alice was perturbed. As expected, her 2 coherent witnesses had told her nothing. They had been released from the hospital after being patched up for minor scratches, and been shitting themselves in her presence because the reason they had been so tardy during the evacuation was due to the fact that they had been too bloody stoned to react. So far, all inquiries into unusual behaviour before the fire from any residents of the square had yielded nothing. Anyone that might know something was unlikely to talk, and anyone else was just going to make it up on the spot. The fact that the fire had been set deliberately was in no doubt, and they didn't need the investigator to tell them that. But what they did need was some explanation for why it had been set. That would only come from carefully sifting through the debris of both the fire itself and the devastation it had caused to the residents of the square. Sam Campion was still AWOL, and he was their number 1 person of interest, given that he owned the building where the fire had started. If they could find him, they might have somewhere to start, but all Alice had so far were the grainy images of the CCTV that had filmed him walking away from a road traffic accident. He would turn up eventually, no doubt, but given what she'd heard so far that day, it wouldn't surprise her if he arrived in a body bag. One of their more willing informants had volunteered the information that Sam had fallen foul of a certain Mr. Pascoe, and that it had something to do with the diamonds that had turned up after their 15-year sojourn. According to her superior officer, the same diamonds that had caused Edie Byrne to be brought in for questioning the day before. Alice's perturbation was brewing from the fact that Edie Byrne had been released without charge and hadn't been seen since, and that a body had been discovered in the remains of the burnt-out kitchen in the house that she had given as her place of residence. Logic might dictate that Edie and the body were one and the same person, but preliminary findings were clearly stating that they were not. The body was male, had several broken bones that didn't appear to be fractures caused by the heat, and, being only partially burned, had informed the pathologist that it had been in that house for a very, very long time. Rather gruesomely, Alice had been told that the body in number 17 appeared to have been mummified, not deliberately, but by the passage of time and dry air. The remains had been found in a cupboard, which was the house's original larder built with preservation in mind. According to the fire investigator, the larder had been hidden behind a dresser, the larder door nailed shut and covered with wallpaper, until the fire had consumed the best part of the dresser and revealed it. The flames had eaten through the door and lapped at the body, barely touching the bricks and slate shells of the larder itself. The body had cured over the years like a Serrano ham, and by the time the team got to it had resembled a grisly, overcooked pig roast. The only smell it had ever produced was when the fire had been subdued and it betrayed its presence with the acrid stench of burnt bacon. Alice's frustration, which outweighed her perturbation 100 times, was that she could do nothing about any of it. The task she had been set in the investigation was to gather witness statements and shift through the paperwork to find out who owned, rented, lived, worked, resided, or otherwise had a vested interest in the damaged properties. It was a shame that a fine-toothed comb and a short-handled broom weren't part of standard police issue. She might have found them both extremely useful. Chapter 22. What the fuck did you think you were playing at? Didn't it cross your mind that they'd be crawling all over a house with 2 dead bodies trapped in a basement and the whole place stinking of petrol? Jono was referring to the police, and he was shouting. Sam unscrewed the cap on the bottle of cheap whiskey and poured himself a generous measure. Less a few fingers and more a fist. He took a gulp before answering, wondering if he had underestimated Jono's intelligence. It doesn't really matter what they find as long as it doesn't point back to me. You own the bloody building! Sam looked at his glass, regarding the pale glow of the liquid and the way that it clung to the glass, almost like oil. He took another gulp and grimaced, baring his teeth for a second as the heat of it hit his gut. True, but you poured the petrol. So you reckon you could have kept your cool, do you, when they were asking you why 2 women were tied up in a house that you own? But they wouldn't have been tied up by then, would they? The heat would have melted the cable ties, and they'd have just been your typical crispy critters all gnarled up. Accidental death, mate. Jono rolled his eyes. Oh, yeah. Simple as that, because the police are fobbed off that easily. Shit, Sam, you have fucked us over. I've always done your dirty work, no questions asked, but you've never forced me to murder innocent people. Fuck's sake, Sam, no one cares if a scumbag gets turned over, but women and kids. Jono shook his head in disbelief, as if accusing Sam of breaking some mutated code of honor amongst thieves. Sam laughed. It's all semantics now anyway. I'm fucked. Whatever I do, that bitch lied about the diamonds, and Pasco will have my head on a spike either way. Both our heads, Jono said with a grunt. So this our gaff, is it? Nice place. Sam cast his eyes around the empty kitchen with its bespoke units and central island. If you like this sort of middle-class schlock. She must be in for a fair bit of cash, it being sold and all. Where's her husband, then? Sam slid a letter across the worktop. Living it up down under, by the looks of it. Her kid lives out there. Nice bloke, wants her gone out of his life by the time he gets back. Apparently his solicitor will be in touch about dividing up the spoils. So who owns this place now? Sam shrugged and drained his glass. No fucking idea. But according to this, the sale doesn't complete for another week, so unless the estate agents decides to call in for a sneaky piss, we should be all right, he said, stabbing at another letter. You do know that tampering with mail is an offence, Jono said, his tongue literally in his cheek. Sam ignored him and poured another drink. Did you get everything I asked for? Course I fucking did. I wouldn't have been dicking around in that house if I hadn't, would I? And you're sure you dealt with our mutual friend? The police can't do fuck all without a witness. Jono sniggered. The only way he'll be talking to the police is via a fucking medium. Shame about Suze, though. She was a good earner, she was. Well, maybe you should have thought about that before you smashed her face in and left her in a burning house. Not like it matters, we won't be going back. Besides, what's the difference about who died? A minute ago, you were bleating about it. Who do you think you are, bud? God? Sam sneered. Fuck off, Sam, you know it's different. We owned Suze, and that twat Garvey owned us. Anyway, it weren't like I had a lot of choice, mate. Fucking fire bobbies were banging on the door, getting everyone out, and Suze started screaming. If I'd have let her go, you wouldn't have got your gear, would you? It was true enough, and right now Sam's emergency rations were more important than a whore's life. He had to laugh, really. If Suze had known that she was sitting on £250,000 in cash every time she fucked a man, well, it was funny if you thought about it. Got to love a divan bed. All that storage, he said, an indifferent smirk lifting the corners of his mouth. So you left it like the two of them were in a clinch, yeah? Yeah. Lumped him on the bed with her. Not sure the filth would buy it, though.
Andy was small-time scum, do anything for 50 quid, even torch a house for you. They ain't going to believe that he paid a ton to fuck a whore. Whatever, Sam said. He didn't care what they thought. Guesswork wasn't evidence. Bodies were evidence. Makes no fucking difference to us what they think, we'll be long gone. So, what are you going to do about our other little problem? Jono said, raising his eyes towards the ceiling. We wouldn't have one if you weren't such a dick, Sam said, his voice laden with weariness. If Jono had a brain, he'd be dangerous. It was a bit fucking pressured, Sam. I can't say I'd exactly thought it through. She was just fucking lying there on the stairs, half out of it. I just threw her over my shoulder and scooted out the front door. At least I remembered to tie her fucking hands at the back. In any other circumstances, Sam would have taken umbrage at the criticism, but Jono was right. It seemed he'd underestimated Edie too. You sure the girl didn't get out too? Fucking certain. He said it with a certain edge to his voice, as if he wished he wasn't. Don't sweat it, bud. She might not even be yours. Never fucking know now, will I? Anyway, what's the plan? That was it. Jono's moment of regret was as fleeting as Sam's moment of conscience. Whatever a conscience was, he'd never stopped to worry about whether he had one or not. We fake her suicide? Leave her here, poor grieving divorcee tops herself. How? Sam thought about it for a moment. About everything Edie had put him through by interfering in his business, by turning up at all. If it weren't for her, he'd be living his life as always, having a cuppa at his mum's and being Pasco's best pal again. The whiskey tasted worse with every mouthful, but it was serving its purpose and soothing his thoughts. Well? Jono demanded. Sam looked around the kitchen once more, then wandered through to the hallway. After a moment, he pointed up towards a banister that ran along the large landing. Get a rope and I'll hang the bitch. Chapter 23. Matt's hand was shaking as he stared at Alice Hale's card and tried to punch her number into his phone, stabbing at the buttons with fingers fat with fear. Sophie had woken up and spilled her guts, and not just into the cardboard bowl a nurse had provided. All Matt could think about was that 3 bodies had been found and that one of them was Edie's. The call went straight to voicemail, and a tinny voice advised him to call 999 if he was experiencing an emergency. He was, but not the kind that the police would recognize. He left a message telling DC Hale what Sophie had told him, hung up, and wondered who he should try next. Would a 999 call send anyone searching for Sam Campion? He doubted it. The crime had already been committed, and the perpetrator would be long gone. Alice Hale would call him back, she was bound to, and in the meantime he had thought of a way he might be able to help her out. Leaving an extremely agitated Sophie with an equally agitated nurse, and his paltry reassurance that he would find Edie and sort it out, he made his way out of the ward and down towards reception. Lena Campion had to be in this place somewhere if they had kept her in. Ward 18, Bay 2, Bed 3. He found her behind a half-drawn curtain, propped up against her pillows, and loudly complaining to the woman in the next bed about the quality of the tea. She spotted him just as she was telling her captive audience how a decent cuppa should be made. Apparently it involved a warmed pot and loose leaves. Far be it for him to point it out to her, but the woman in the next bed was completely oblivious. In fact, she looked to be unconscious, and if it wasn't for the fact that she was hooked up to a machine tracking her vital signs, he might have assumed that Lena had bored her to death. He made his way to the end of Lena's bed. She looked mildly surprised to see him. "Hello, Mrs. Campion, how are you?" he asked, offering the question more out of politeness than concern. At that moment he couldn't have cared less if she was loitering outside death's door. "I could say better for seeing you, but I'd be lying. What do you want, boy?" Her use of that word had become intensely annoying. Matt was no boy, and sometimes felt that he never had been. "I came to ask you where I might find Sam." She shrugged. "Search me. I haven't heard hide nor hair of him. The nurses have been trying to ring him since yesterday, and the bugger hasn't picked up once. What's it to you, anyway?" Matt was not about to tell her anything that might trigger a tirade or hysterics. "I take it you've heard about the fire." "Heard about it? I've been bloody living and breathing it, watching the news all night, and not one solitary bugger will tell me about my house. They keep me in here because they're worried about me art. They'll nearly kill me with the stress of all this. As far as I know, your house is fine. Next door was affected, but not yours. It's just that I haven't seen Edie since before it started, and I wondered if she might be with Sam. His question hung in the air as if suspended there by the ticking of the ward clock. Lena's face was frozen with either worry or shock, he couldn't tell which. Affected how? Just the kitchen, I think. The rubbish in the yard caught, and it spread to the back of the house. What did they find? It seemed an odd question. Surely she would have been more worried about her son and Edie. I've no idea. I think they're still looking into it. So, you have no idea where Sam might have gone? I'm assuming they've tried him at home. Home, here, there, every bloody where. I told you, he's not answering. And you have no idea where he might have gone? How the bloody hell should I know? I'm not his keeper. In that moment, something seemed to pop in her face, and it sagged, aging her 10 years in as many seconds. In front of Matt's eyes, this loud, brash, ornery woman seemed to diminish. Her hands were agitated, fluttering and twitching like dying birds, and her already grey skin had paled further. Matt looked at the woman who had essentially killed his father, and who had made his mother into a hollow shell. She looked gravely ill, but he had no sympathy and no feeling for her. He watched, impassive, as she clutched at the sheet, her other hand groping for the call button. Matt could see it, and he could have pressed it. He could have called out and summoned help at any moment, but he didn't. "Call the nurse," she gasped. Matt looked her up and down, considered her demand, and considered the kind of man that he was. Could he really walk away and leave her like this? It would make him as bad as her, a callous, selfish lowlife only concerned with his own well-being. He suspected that having her potential death on his conscience wouldn't bode well for him, and called for the nurse. He stayed for a moment, watching the staff rush around dancing attendance on the woman who had stolen his life. They had pushed her bed table out of the way, and it sat there in the middle of the ward, looking faintly ridiculous with its cargo of tissues, water jug, teacup, and handbag. The accoutrements of living, assembled into an incongruous still life. In a moment of sheer opportunism, Matt grabbed up the bag just as the crash team arrived, providing him with the perfect diversion. Completely unnoticed, he slipped out of the ward, found the nearest visitor's toilet, and locked himself inside. The bag was what he considered a typical woman's handbag might be, a repository for every potential useful item that a woman might consider would come in handy one day. Unable to face rifling through it, he tipped the contents into the sink, fished out the house keys and a small, worn floral notebook that he hoped would hold addresses and phone numbers. There was also a mobile phone, but she had activated the PIN code and rendered it useless to him. Her purse was of no interest for its monetary contents, but the discovery of a small lock of hair and a worn and faded photograph was intriguing. 2 children, very young, posing by a duck pond. He didn't have time to worry about it, but something made him want to hang on to the picture. He pushed it between the pages of the notebook, put that and her house keys in his pocket, and shoveled the rest of her junk back into the bag. He left the bag sitting on the back of the toilet, where someone would find it and hopefully do the honest thing. Waiting for the lift took an age. Seconds felt like minutes, and the minutes made him feel as though he was radiating an obvious guilt. He had robbed a dying woman, and it seemed that his culpability must have been glowing like a neon sign. If it was, people were choosing to ignore it, including Sophie, who stepped into the lift right behind him looking battered, bruised, and defiant. "What are you doing? You should be in your bed," he said. She tilted her chin up, fixed him with her bloodshot eyes, and peered over the dressing that covered her nose. "Fuck that. I'm coming with you." She had her rucksack with her, and looking at her crumpled state, had raided it for clothes. Given her obstinate stance, arms folded, feet set apart, and the steely glint in her eyes, Matt saw no point in arguing. Besides, she had as much vested interest in finding Edie as he did. "I thought they'd sedated you," he said, eyeing her and wondering if despite her grit she might go and faint on him again. She held out her hand and showed him 2 blue pills, sticky and leaching colour onto her palm. "Did it swallow?" If her face hadn't been in such a mess, He could have sworn he detected a smirk. Am I going to get in trouble for walking out? Matt shrugged. No idea, but we'll soon find out. I might be in trouble myself for aiding and abetting you. To his satisfaction, she had the grace to look worried. But since when have either of us bothered about getting in trouble? He added, with a wink. Outside, fate intervened and allowed them to hail a taxi that had just dropped off a passenger. As Sophie clambered in, her face causing a look of shock to flicker across the driver's features, Matt gave their destination. Coronation Square, mate. Quick as you can. From the garden side, the square looked the same as it always had. The devastation of the fire hidden by the facade of houses. The only sign that anything might be different was the unusually large police presence and the sense that everyone who was out and about was behaving in an equally unusual civilized manner. The police were in pairs, stopping people as they went about their business, and from what Sophie could see, knocking on doors and asking questions of the square's dubious and reluctant residents. They were wasting their time, in her opinion. Even if anyone did know that Jono and Sam had been absolute bastards, not a one of them would let on. The square looked after its own. Matt paid their fare and turned to her. I was hoping to get into Lena's house and poke around, but there are too many coppers about. We'll go to mine and try and figure this out there. Sophie nodded, her relief tangible. The last thing she needed or wanted was more attention from the police. They might not be interested in what had happened to Edie, but she was. It had irritated her beyond belief that her story had been dismissed by everyone but Matt as the ramblings of a morphine-addled mind. She might have been off her face, but she still knew what she knew. Edie had been in that house. On the way to the bedsit, Matt stopped to buy a paper. News of the fire was plastered all over the front page under the banner of 3 dead in devastating arson attack. The headline made her blood run cold, and had her face not been so swollen, she might have cried from the fear that Edie was one of the 3. They made their way to the seedy building where Matt lived, and climbed the stairs in contemplative silence. Sophie had no idea what Matt was thinking, but she felt as if her whole world was being torn apart. Edie had been the nearest thing to a friend she'd ever really had, and the prospect of losing her was creating a sense of loss that was both horribly unfamiliar and threatening to overwhelm her. She didn't know how to begin to stem the feeling, and followed Matt like a lost and terrified lamb. Once inside, he pressed her into a chair, gave her a look of sympathy, and handed her a small notebook. You need to take your mind off it. The only thing we can do is try and work out what this is all about, and the only way to do that is to work with what we have. I found that in Lena Campion's bag. Have a read through and see if there's anything that might help, an address or a phone number that might tell us where Sam might have gone. She took the book. Should we give it to the police? Matt frowned at her. Given that I stole it from an old lady's handbag, I'd rather not. But if we find anything they need to know, we'll pass it on, he said, making what Sophie considered was a fair point. I'm going to read the paper and see if there's anything in there about who they found. She's dead, isn't she? Sophie said, tears welling up behind her swollen eyes and finding no outlet, just causing pain. I shouldn't have left her. Then you would both be dead. The only thing we can do to help her now is find the person responsible and make sure he gets everything he deserves. He sounded angry and bitter, and though Sophie shared his feelings, she was surprised that he felt so strongly. She had thought that Edie was just a means to an end for him, the person who could give him access to evidence that would clear his father's name. He was sitting at his desk, eyes focused on the newspaper. The map on the wall and its satellite clippings looked like a huge halo of information swirling about his head. It made him look so sad and lonely, a stark figure in a landscape of misery. As sorry as Sophie felt for herself in that moment, she felt even sorrier for him. With nowhere else for her feelings to go, she turned to the little book and opened it, expecting to find a diary or a list of addresses. It was a diary, but not the kind that had records of dental appointments, meetings and reminders, but the kind where someone had poured their heart onto the page. The writing was tiny, and at times had been penned with a shaking hand. The entries were sporadic and spanned decades, a fact evidenced by the age and fragility of the little book. The words told a story that shocked Sophie to her core and frightened her no end, but faced with mounting realization, she was forced to read on. When she reached the end, she discovered a photograph. 2 children about a year apart in age standing by a duck pond. One a girl, one a boy. The boy looked like a confident little thing, a cheeky, knowing smile on his face and a cocky stance. The girl was different, shy and diffident, her stance one of a child who preferred to neither be seen nor heard. If Sophie's deductions were right, the picture showed a sister and brother, and having read the diary, she was fairly sure her thoughts were correct. Reluctant to confirm her worst suspicions, yet compelled to do so, she turned the picture over. In the top left-hand corner, in the same hand that had written the diary, were the words, Edie and Sam, 1969. Matt looked over at her. Found anything interesting in there? Profoundly shocked, she passed him the diary. Yeah, but not what you might think. A puzzled look on his face, Matt took the book and started to read. Sophie watched his face, looking for the moments of revelation that she had experienced to show in his expression. As he read, she went back over the words that began the diary, words that seemed indelibly burned into her mind. Today I paid my debt to the woman who you'll come to call mother. It is the hardest thing I have ever done, and amongst my many regrets and sorrows will be the one that haunts me the most. You will most likely never know why I gave you away, and as I sit here wishing you the best of lives, I'm not sure you ever should. The fact that I loved your father with all my heart means little now. Though I've loved him all my life, he never loved me. I'm not sure he loved any woman other than his mother, and what she did made him hate us all. I thought I'd been a comfort to him and him to me, but it didn't turn out that way, and Shirley did what she did to save both of us. But the price was you. Funny bird is Shirley, you never know what she's thinking, but having seen what she's capable of, I've not got the guts to argue with her. Not even for you. Not sure which of us will be the worst mother. Sophie watched the emotions flicker across Matt's face as he took in what the diary had to say, and waited impatiently for him to reach the end and know what she knew. She knew he'd got there when he looked up, eyes wide with realization, and begun to read aloud. You came back today for the first time in 30 years, and it broke my heart to see your face again. Shirley is gone, Dolly is gone, and I am the only one left who knows the truth. I ache to tell you, but I can't. You'll find him soon enough, and I wish I could save you from it. He'll be right where we left him, hidden away where he can't do any more harm. It had to be him, you see. He killed those girls. But by the time we realized a man had been sentenced to hang that day and I was pregnant with you, it was the scarf that did it. Shirley found it and thought it must be mine, but I knew who it belonged to. He caught us, Shirley railing at me because I was pregnant and she wasn't. She hated me for that alone, in spite of the fact that you were his. I suppose he panicked that we'd found him out. I remember it now as clear as day. The way he hit her, the look on his face when he came at me. He was an evil man, a cruel man, and he would have done for both of us if he'd had the chance. Shirley never gave him that chance, and I suppose I should be grateful that she saved us both. There are only so many secrets a person can bear. They come back so often to haunt you. You have haunted me all your life, and everything I have ever done and ever been is going to haunt you now, and I can't even tell you that I'm sorry. She should have let him kill me then, and I wouldn't be facing this now. Watching you flirt with a man who is your brother. Too scared to tell the truth, too scared not to. I know my son is not a good man. There are no good men. And when I look at myself in the mirror, I know that there are no good women either. We've left you quite a legacy, Edie, but you can't hate me as much as I hate myself. Matt tailed off. There was more. Lena had rambled on using words that spoke of self-pity and fear and ended the diary in a spiral of confusing motivations that painted her as mad, bad, and sad in equal measures. Can you bloody believe it? Sophie said, as she looked at Matt's dropped jaw and raised eyebrows. He closed the book and stared at it. I'm not entirely sure that I want to. Sophie thought she knew exactly what he was thinking, because it was probably the same thought that was going through her mind too. May God forgive them for it. He gave it voice when she couldn't. Should we be grateful that Edie never has to know this? Sophie's heart lurched, thinking it was one thing, speaking it another. We don't know she's dead yet. Matt picked up the paper.
I think we do. According to this, one of the bodies was a female. If what you say is true, it has to be her. I think she's gone. Sophie, I'm really sorry. He looked at two, and as Sophie absorbed his words, she started to understand the true meaning of sorrow. For such a hollow, simple little word, it carried the power and force of a punch, and lingered like an acid fog. Thinking it had hurt. Knowing it, well, that was devastating. Chapter 24. Alice Hale felt thoroughly defeated. Her return to the hospital had yielded the news that Sophie Headley had done a runner, and Lena Campion, a woman whom she sorely wanted to speak to, had suffered a fatal cardiac arrest. Sam Campion was still at large, as was his known associate, a nasty piece of work by the name of Jono. According to her current intelligence, neither of them had been seen since before the fire, and the officers who'd called at Campion's home address had found the door breached and the apartment turned over. Something much bigger than a spot of arson was going down, and there were familiar names popping up all over the place, names that were linking more than one crime. That they were all connected wasn't the question, but how they were connected was. She drove back to the office at a more sedate pace than normal, her driving reflecting her subdued state. A breakthrough was needed, something that would tie everything together into a neat little package and make her life easier. Wouldn't it be nice if life worked out that way? In Alice's experience, it rarely did, and she had no choice but to go back and carry on picking through the paperwork until something turned up that would connect the dots into something recognizable. Preferably a bloody great CCTV blow-up of Sam Campion's face, or a reliable witness who'd had the good sense to record something on their bloody mobile phone. The office was buzzing when she got back in, everyone agog with the news that two of the bodies had been identified. Susan Prothero, a known sex worker, and Andrew Garvey, a petty criminal and all-round pain in the arse. It was sad to say that neither of them would be considered as a great loss to anyone, and some of her less sensitive colleagues were muttering that their loss was Winfield's gain, especially as Garvey's fingerprints had been a match for those found on the petrol can that they believed had been used to fuel the fire. Personally, Alice thought that the backpatting and celebrating was a little premature. The case was hardly a wrap. The identity of the dude in the other house was still outstanding. Edie Byrne was missing, and they might have nailed the culprit, but they hadn't remotely come near to guessing the motive. Besides, what was a two-bit dodger doing with a not-so-cheap whore? Alice had been reasonably familiar with them both. Garvey had certainly not been a customer, and the two of them would hardly have been a love match made in heaven. In fact, Suze Prothero wouldn't have pissed on Andrew Garvey if he'd set himself on fire. Alice felt a smile begin to brew at the pun, then kicked herself for being such a callous bitch. Suze had been all right in her way, and there but for the grace of God went Alice. With her disapproving scowl back in place, she sat down at her desk and noticed that the red light on her phone was flashing, letting her know that she had a voicemail. By rights, she should have linked the phone to her mobile and would have received a slap wrist if anyone had realized she hadn't. Still, nobody was perfect, least of all her. She picked up the receiver, casually pressed the message button, and swung round in her chair, turning her back on the room and her chattering colleagues lest they realize she had been remiss in missing the call. Matt's message galvanized her into action and sent her scurrying back out of the office to hoots of laughter and shouts of, "Hey Alice, where's the fire?" Still smarting from their sarcasm, she launched herself into the car and drove it away in her own inimitable, if demonic, style. Everything about where Matt Bastin lived was surprising. From the building's shabby exterior to its worn interior, not to mention the virtual incident room, which looked all too familiar, except that it contained a bed and a kitchen. While he looked on, embarrassed by her perusal of his collection, she surmised that the man either watched too many detective shows or had better skills than half her colleagues. The girl was equally surprising. A battered, bruised specimen who looked even more diminished in this crazy room than she had when Alice had first seen her in the hospital. After slowly ascertaining that Matt Bastin was a lonely obsessive and that Sophie Headley was a trouble magnet, she took the chair that Matt had offered and listened to Sophie's story about the events of the previous day. As the girl talked, her speech hampered by the swollen, busted nose, all the pieces began to drop into place for Alice. By being in the wrong place at the wrong time, Sophie had managed to pull all the threads together. placing Sam Campion firmly in the centre of a series of crimes that went way beyond arson. This was big, very big, and Alice finally allowed herself the smug smile she'd tried so hard to keep off her face. The girl seemed horrified to see it, and despite knowing Alice's status, had no qualms about launching a verbal attack on her. Alice found it hard not to burst into laughter as the indignant girl uttered her incoherent tirade.
Don't you sit there fucking smiling? My friend died in that fire.
Whoa there, miss. Slow down. Neither of the bodies brought out of that house were Edie Byrne. We've identified both victims. I have no idea what happened to your friend and can only assume that she got out some other way. But she didn't die in that house, I can assure you of that. Alice's words seemed to rob the wind from Sophie's sails and cause her to visibly deflate. Much as she had been indignant at the attack, Alice couldn't help but feel for the kid. She had been through one hell of an ordeal in the last 24 hours, and Alice hadn't been exactly the soul of sympathy. I'm sorry, Sophie, I didn't deliver that as sensitively as I could have. Wherever Edie is, I'm sure we'll find her.
You better have,
Sophie said grudgingly, as she turned her face away and looked at Matt.
They need to find her, Matt,
she pleaded. They will, Sophie. They will. He smiled at Sophie, then turned to Alice. What about the third victim? We're awaiting news on that, I'm afraid, Alice said, hedging her reply. The information blatantly displayed on Matt's wall hadn't been lost on her, and she knew exactly what he was thinking. To her surprise, he passed her a small floral notebook. Read that, then tell me you don't know who you found in that house. While she read, drinking in every word of what was essentially Lena Campion's confession, he busied himself making coffee. The whole time she was reading, Sophie's eyes never left her face. If what she was reading hadn't been so shocking, she might have felt unsettled by the attention, but Lena's diary was a compelling read indeed. When she had finished absorbing and making sense of the contents, she closed the little book and held it up. Where did you get this? Matt handed her a cup of coffee and exchanged a conspiratorial look with the girl. Let's just say it fell into my hands by accident, he said. I suppose you're hoping that this will form the basis into a reinvestigation into your father's case. One that will result in a posthumous pardon. Matt sighed and looked at her. Well, I'm not exactly going to get a voluntary apology, am I? Your lot aren't exactly known for saying, sorry, we fucked up, are they? Alice ignored his question, assuming that it was purely rhetorical. I'm sorry to have to tell you, Lena Campion passed away earlier today. It's going to be hard for you to prove without her testimony, Mr. Bastin. To her surprise, he seemed remarkably unmoved by the news, as if he already knew. If she hadn't already been told that Lena had suffered a massive heart attack, she might have been more suspicious. His dogged pursuit of what he deemed the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, littered the room, telling her that he was more than a little obsessed. Obsessed enough to drive a woman to her death? Alice didn't know, and at that moment she had bigger fish to fry, but she'd be keeping a close eye on Matthew Bastin. She turned back to Sophie. You're going to have to come down to the station and make a formal statement regarding everything you've told me, Sophie. When we get Sam Campion, it's your testimony that we're going to rely on. Do you understand that? Sophie nodded, a look of grim satisfaction on her face. Brig she said, in her stoic, comical, stifled voice. Alice couldn't help but like the girl, despite her comedy accent and the fact that she looked like something the butcher had thrown away. Come on then, Miss Gumption. Let's get this done. Chapter 25. Since arriving at the woman's house, Jono had been sent out once for whiskey and a second time for pizza. Sam was in the posh kitchen feeding his face on it now, while he, Jono, like some bloody gopher, had been sent out to search the garage for rope, like someone would have left a coil of rope in an empty garage. Jono considered himself to be a resourceful type, good in a fix and able to think on his feet. He knew that Sam thought he was a fuckwit, and it suited him to keep it that way. What Sam didn't know, Sam couldn't worry about. For instance, what Sam didn't know was that the minute he had called Jono from Beaconsfield Services, telling him to start the fire and demanding to be picked up, Jono had rung Pasco.
As far as Jono was concerned, Sam had royally fucked up and right royally fucked him over. His life in the square had been sweet as a nut, and now it was gone. Jono knew he could never go back, not even with Pasco's blessing. Pasco had a lot of power, but he didn't have the law in his hand. Gone were the days of bent coppers turning a blind eye. Jono had thought it through. Sam had robbed everyone through his own stupidity. Pasco wanted justice, and so did Jono. Their kind of justice. An eye for an eye. He wandered back into the kitchen and watched the man who he thought was in charge chow down on another slice of pizza. Sam didn't even look round when he came in, just carried on troughing like he didn't have a care in the world. The whiskey bottle stood on the worktop, still half full. Greedy bastard hadn't even offered him a glass of that. Not that Jono was a whiskey fan. Foul stuff. The bottles came in handy, though. In one deft movement, he swept it up, braced its neck in his hand, and brought it down on the back of Sam's neck. He didn't go down with the first blow, it took two more, but he went down. And when he did, he went down like the sack of shit he was. There hadn't been any rope in the garage, but there had been an indoor washing line. Jono had severed a few strands with the knife he ritually carried, just enough to hog-tie the bastard and hold him firm until Stefan came to pick him up. The deal had been that he gave them to Sam, and he got to go free. The problem was, there was nowhere left to go. In an empty house, you hear everything. When your hands and legs are tied and your mouth is covered, and all your functional senses are on adrenaline-fueled high alert, you hear even more. You heard people talk about how they were going to kill you, and you heard the indifference in their voices. Edie had heard the door through to the garage open and shut. She'd heard a series of sickening thuds and grunts, and now she could hear the heavy tread of someone ascending the stairs. She could hear him breathing in short, determined breaths, and she could feel her own fear emanating from her in pulsing waves. This was it. Her time to die. Strange that it would be in this house, and yet it was fitting. Years of her unhappiness had already soaked into the walls, tinging the paint. To Edie, magnolia was the pale shade of misery. He entered the room, his heavy shoes leaving marks on the good carpet. Simon would not have liked that. The rule had always been no shoes indoors. The thug had a knife, but she wasn't worried. You didn't need a knife for a hanging. The knife sliced through the duct tape he'd used to bind her feet. She sighed with relief as her aching limbs sagged, and winced as the pins and needles began. He hauled her to her feet by the front of her t-shirt and propped her against the wall, aware that for a moment or two her legs wouldn't hold her. Then it began, the frog march along the landing. She slowed as they reached the banister, unwilling but ready for the inevitable. "Move," he said, pushing her in the back. She didn't understand, but did as she was told, and stumbled forward towards the stairs. He forced her down, twisting the back of her t-shirt in his big hands, presumably to stop her falling, as she couldn't use her hands for balance. At the bottom, she turned to him. The question on her tape-silenced lips conveyed through her eyes as she looked at him, then up at the banister. Change of plan. There was no sign of Sam and no sound to betray his presence. As they passed through the kitchen, she spotted the greasy remains of a pizza sitting in its box, and a whiskey bottle, a smear of blood miring the glass and trapping a few wisps of hair. Her stomach lurched, sending bile into the back of her throat, where it lingered for a moment, acrid and bitter, until she swallowed it down because there was nowhere else for it to go. He pushed her on, through the back door, which he locked with his free hand, leaving the key on the step. Clearly he wasn't concerned about anyone getting in, only about Sam getting out. His car, with which she was all too familiar, having spent a good deal of time in its boot, was parked at the side of the house. She felt an impending sense of claustrophobia begin to rise as she anticipated becoming reacquainted with the confines of the boot and came to a dead stop on the gravel, causing him to give her a painful shove in the back. He swung her around and slammed her into the side of the car, knocking the wind out of her chest and making her sag to her knees with the effort of not throwing up into her sealed mouth. She would rather hang than choke to death on her own vomit. He crouched in front of her, his face in line with hers, and cocked his head to one side, looking at her as if she was some curious specimen in a zoo. "Here's the deal, lady. I'm not going to hurt you, but but I will if you so much as think about taking the piss. We're getting out of here and we could do it the easy way or the hard way. The easy way is that you promise not to give me any shit and you could sit in the car with me all nice-like. Or you could go in the boot and I'll dump you in the nearest ditch and leave you for dead. Everything she was feeling, confusion, fear, panic, must have shown in her eyes, because he reached out, knife in hand, and slipped the duct tape that he had bound around her head. The tape was ripped from her mouth, bringing what felt like half her skin and a good portion of her hair with it. She squealed and gasped as the pain rang through her nerve endings like an electric shock. In films, it would have been a tiny strip of tape, no worse than a waxing strip, its removal causing no more than a brief sting and a haughty look of objection. In films, she would have screamed her head off and called for help. In reality, screaming was no use. Simon had bought the house for its splendid isolation, and had always been inordinately smug about their lack of neighbours. Edie had always thought it the loneliest place on earth. Bracing her heels into the hard ground beneath the gravel, she pushed her shoulders against the car and used both forces to lever herself up. He rose with her, watching her progress and giving her a sly grin of appreciation for her determination. "Gutsy little piece, aren't you?" he said. She treated him to the best look of utter contempt that she could muster. "I have my moments." He folded his arms and smirked at her, shaking his head in what looked like amused disbelief. "Why didn't you just leave me in the house if you want to get away? Why bother with all this?" "Now that there is a very good question. I could, and if you piss me off again I will, but the people who are coming here are not people you want to be dealing with. Right now they don't know you're here, but if they found you, well, let's just say they'd make me look like a pussycat in comparison. Doesn't that suit you? Getting someone else to do the dirty work?" He laughed and shook his head again. "Consider it part of my payback. It's not me that wants you dead, lady. Frankly, I couldn't give a shit. But it amuses me to put one over on that bastard in there. Now we're going to get in the car. I'm going to drive you back to civilization, and I'm going to drop you off. Win-win." "I don't get it. Why do you care what happens to me?" "I don't, not really, but I look at it this way. If I kill you or leave you to die, I'm wanted for your murder too. Now, don't get me wrong, I don't intend to be hanging around to answer for anything, but you never know, do you? So I look after you, and when the shit hits the fan, I'm the good guy. They can arrest me for being a cunt, but they can't charge me for it." Edie almost wanted to laugh at his bizarre logic. It was as if he believed that arson, attempted murder, kidnapping, GBH, ABH, and God knows what else were minor infringements. Perhaps they were to someone like him, but it wouldn't pay her to argue. Besides, her only way out of this was to play along. "Okay, it suits me." "Good girl. Now, let's get the fuck out of this godforsaken shithole." To her surprise, he cut the tape on her hands and let her sit in the front of the car. He didn't seem remotely concerned that she might grab the wheel or try to overpower him. The thought of that made her laugh, as if she could. Her arms felt like they were made of rubber, and she was so exhausted she doubted that she could knock the skin off a rice pudding, let alone take on a thug in a moving car. That kind of bravery was for TV and idiots. Edie had been surviving brutality for too many years to be an idiot. They drove in silence for a few miles, him concentrating on the winding country lanes, her nursing her privations and willing life to come back into her limbs so that the dull, intense, nagging pain would stop. Her head was hurting like a bastard, and the motion of the car was making her feel sick. She had to focus on something other than how lousy she felt. "How come you decided to do the dirty on Sam? I thought you two were best buddies." He glanced at her with an amused smile on his face. "No such thing as best buddies in my world, lady, just money and favours and respect. Sam disrespected me. Torching a house is one thing. Finding out that there are two people inside is another. I'm a lot of things, lady, but a killer isn't one of them. Not by choice, anyway." He seemed to add this as if it was an afterthought. "He ripped me off and screwed me over, so I returned the favour." Edie gathered that honour amongst thieves must be the myth she had always suspected it to be. There was a bag on the back seat. She'd heard them talking about it, about how much of the contents Sam intended to give Jono in compensation. She guessed that Jono hadn't thought it was enough and had simply helped himself. "Dog eat dog," she said under her breath.
Aren't you worried that I'm going to go to the police?" He gave out a derisive snort. "Do what you fucking like, love, I'll be long gone." Edie felt suddenly, utterly defeated. All her life she had felt stifled and punished through everyone else's need for power and control. She had been nothing but a chattel to everyone. Even on her good days, her mother had treated her as if she was a prize of some sort, like something she'd won in a raffle, not valued, but coveted because it was hers. No wonder she'd ended up with Simon. His attentions had held a familiarity that wasn't so much appealing as compelling. People were drawn towards what they knew. Even Rose treated her like a servant, assuming that she would do her bidding without question. And now there was Sam, who had used her as a means to an end and considered her ultimately disposable. Even Jono, sad article of humanity that he was, seemed to have more compassion for her than the people who had declared their love. At least he was giving her a chance. Not that Sam had ever expressed any love, but she'd felt something between them at one point. A spark of attraction that had seemed to feel deeper than just an appreciation of each other's aesthetics. How ridiculous it had all been, and what a sad, sorry article she was. Poor Edie. Everybody's pawn. It occurred to her that she had turned into Dolly, everybody's helpmeet. A future of loneliness, neediness, and eventual madness was more than she could bear, and for a moment she considered grabbing the wheel and sending them both to their deaths. The world would be better off without Jono, and nobody would miss her. Sophie came into her mind as someone who might, and the thought of it seemed to ignite a little flame inside her that began to illuminate the darkness of her mood. There might be life beyond all this yet. They seemed to drive for hours in silence now. Edie had nothing more to say to Jono. There was little point in trying to convince him of the error of his ways, and any such conversation was more likely to result in mortal injury to her, not his sudden conversion to the light. She had even dozed for a while, resting her head against the window and drifting in and out of sleep, only the tension of her current situation and the pain in her head preventing her from slipping into oblivion. Having been lulled by the motion of the car and the comparatively benign situation, she felt a profound sense of apprehension when he finally pulled up. They were opposite a railway station, she had no idea where. He had parked in the shadows away from the lights, and a tree obscured the sign. "This is it, lady. This is where me and you part company." He leaned across the back of the seat and rummaged in the bag, then threw a bundle of money into her lap. There must have been at least $2,000 there. "Buy yourself a ticket and give the rest to the kid." Edie stared at the money, then at Jono, and couldn't help what came out of her mouth. "Sophie, I thought you hated her. When I first found her, you'd beaten her up and made her life a misery." Jono shrugged. "My kid, my prerogative. Didn't want her living on the square, did I? No one's kid should have to live there. It's a bad place, lady. I should know, I made it that way. She didn't want to leave nicely, so I gave her a little incentive." Edie couldn't see how a busted face and bruised ribs would be much of an incentive for anything except depression and fear. Jono seemed to have taken feral parenting to a whole new low. "Does she know?" "That she's mine? Maybe, dunno. Just tell her there's no such thing as bad blood. She can be whoever she wants to be. Time to go, lady, ain't you get?" He leaned across and opened the car door. Less an invitation, more a demand. Edie scrambled out, clutching the bundle of money and wasting little time in putting as much distance between herself and Jono as she could. Out of curiosity, she paused in the shade of the tree, watching what he did next and surprised that he hadn't driven off immediately. She could see by the light of the screen that he was making a phone call. It didn't take long, and when the call ended, he wound down the window and hurled the phone into some bushes. Had it not been pitch black, she would have tried to retrieve it once he'd driven away, but she'd been through enough, and the thought of foraging about in the dark was just too much. If she could work out where she was, she'd just tell the police where they could find it. The station was tiny, unmanned, had no toilets and no payphone, but there were seats and a late train bound for London due to arrive in a few minutes. Edie fed one of the notes from her pile into the automated machine, took her ticket and waited. According to the little card, she was in Chatham, wherever that was, and she would arrive in London just before midnight. Mercifully, the train held hardly any passengers, but even so she headed straight into the toilet, bolting the door behind her and sinking down onto the tiny loo. She knew that she was filthy, she had crawled around a cellar, then across an attic, and had been practically barbecued in a fire. Blood had crusted and dried into her hair from where she had hit her head falling out of the attic. On shaking legs, less firm now that the shock was beginning to set, she stood and took a look in the small mirror. The only part of her that was remotely clean, even if it was red raw, was the area of skin that had been covered with tape. She did the best she could with the thin trickle of water in the tiny sink, but still looked like an extra from a zombie film when she'd finished. Not unusual in central London. A bit of a rarity on a late-night train coming in from the sticks. She spent the rest of the journey locked inside the toilet, hoping against hope that the train had no conductor. For once, fate seemed to be on her side, and the change at Ashford not only told her that she was in Kent, but also allowed her to find some better toilet facilities where she could clean herself up a bit more, though the whole thing felt like an exercise in moving the dirt around. When she came out, looking only slightly less dishevelled than when she'd gone in, she realised that she had missed the connecting train. In that moment, all her tolerance snapped, and her stoicism failed under the strain. In a mess of tears, she looked around for a member of staff, but there was no one around. In her chaotic and hysterical state, she drew a few horrified glances from the people moving through the station, but no one came to help. She probably wouldn't have either, had she been them. What she did find was a payphone, so she made her way over to it, dialed 999 and asked for the police. For a few moments, she knew that the woman at the end of the phone thought she was a crank. It was only when she mentioned Sam's name that things changed, and all she could assume was that his name had triggered some kind of alert which changed everything about the attitude of the woman on the other end of the line. Alone, bereft, filthy, and terrified, she waited for the police to arrive. All her gumption had ebbed away as she sat, head on her knees on the floor beside the phone. She didn't even have the energy to laugh when some pitying person threw 50 pence at her feet, even though she was literally sitting on a couple of £1,000 worth of ill-gotten gains. When they came, she told them everything. By that time, she would have sold her soul for a hot cup of tea and a bath. When it was all over, and she had learned about the extent of the fire, and that number 17 was a no-go zone, that the body of an unknown man had been found on the premises, and that Lena Campion had passed away, they asked her where she wanted to go. Having handed over the money, which had been stowed away in an evidence bag, she was penniless, homeless, and struggling to find any semblance of hope. They asked her if she had any friends or family that she could go to. With Rose currently on a ship somewhere and Will in Australia, the answer was no. There were no friends. Simon had seen to that. The only person that she could think of who might fit that description was Matt, so she asked to be taken there. The irony of her needing him after everything that had happened was not lost on her, but the fact of the matter was, she was way past caring. Chapter 26. Matt had come to a decision. Now that he knew that he'd been right all along, and that Frank Morris had been responsible for the murders, his obsession had ground to a halt and fizzled out. He was sick of looking at the dead women's faces and staring at the files. He no longer cared where his carefully pinned strands of red string led, and the map was just a huge, meandering symbol of how trapped he felt by everything that Winfield stood for. He'd had enough. While Sophie slept like a log and snored like a hibernating bear in his bed, Matt quietly and systematically dismantled his collection. He wanted to take it outside and burn the lot, but figured that the square had seen enough fires to last it a lifetime. The bulk of it he threw into a bag, ready to be thrown away. The rest of it, the photographs, the locket, the case files, he put into a document box, unsure of whether he wanted to keep it or not. Probably not, but he'd never been one to make hasty decisions. He was puzzled to find that the scarf had disappeared, but given his mood and his level of distraction, he thought that he might have already packed it. Either that or it had fallen down behind the desk. It didn't matter. It was hardly important now. Glancing at Sophie first, then at the clock, and noting that it was 5:30 in the morning and that the night had slipped away from him, he picked up the rubbish bag, opened the door, and made his way downstairs. Half of the others in the house didn't surface until noon, so no movement would stir them. He called it the tenant's super stupor. Sitting on an upturned crate in the bin area, a patch of scrubby broken concrete which the landlord somewhat nefariously referred to as the garden, he found Edie. "You're up early," she said, her smile as feeble as she looked. I never went to bed. You're all right, then? It was a stupid question. Her clothes were filthy. She had man-made bruises, and she looked like hell. Just about. I'm sorry, Matt, but I didn't know where else to go. The police dropped me off an hour ago, but I didn't want to ring the bell and disturb anyone. So you've been sitting here all that time? Yeah. The square is a funny old place at dawn. So quiet. I went and looked at the lane. The fire made quite a mess. It certainly did. He didn't know what to say, though he was inordinately pleased to see her. He had no words to begin to ask what had happened to her. She stood up and wrapped her arms around her chest as if she were naked. Can I ask you a favour? He nodded. Sure. Can I use your bathroom and borrow some clothes? Mine are all in the house and they won't let me back in there. Of course. He held the back door open and followed her through, trailing after her as she climbed the stairs as if they were the north face of the Eiger. He had never seen a person so weary or careworn. He didn't bother to apologise for the state of the shared bathroom, just fetched her a clean towel, toiletries, and a t-shirt and joggers that he used for pyjamas. He told her to make sure that she bolted the door. The shock of one of his neighbours wandering in to perform their ablutions was all she needed. By the look of her, an unexpected confrontation with a hairy drunk nursing a hangover would just about finish her off. Before he left her, she asked about Sophie. Had he seen her? Was she all right? The look of relief that flooded her face when he told her where Sophie currently resided was like watching the sun come up over a stormy sea, the effect of it settling the waves and bringing calm. Thank God. The police wouldn't tell me much, just that she'd got out, she said. Have your bath. I'll make some coffee and we can talk after. It seemed that neither of them had slept that night, so to prop them both up, he broke open the good stuff, putting an extra spoonful of the pungent, dark roast coffee into the jug. They needed this pick-me-up to be industrial strength. When she came into the bedsit, hair wet and slicked back, looking faintly ridiculous in his oversized clothes, she looked more like the Edie that he knew and loved. Loved? Had he thought that? The prospect made him pause the pouring of the coffee and fumble with the sugar pot. He brushed the thought away. It was just a saying. You look a mite better, he said, passing her a mug of coffee that was so dark it was almost viscous. Consider that a quadruple espresso. Thanks, I think I might need it. He watched as she stood for a moment, looking at Sophie as if she were her own sleeping child. The tenderness in her expression was so moving that Matt felt forced to turn away and busy himself with his own drink. He offered her the comfortable chair and sat down at the desk. Do you want to talk about what happened? He offered. Though he was curious to know, he had a feeling it was going to be difficult to contain his anger. To his relief, she shook her head. Not yet. I'll tell you when Sophie's awake. I don't think I could do it twice. Well, 3 times if you count the police. She gave him a wan smile, sipped her coffee, grimaced and raised her eyes to the wall behind his head. You've taken it all down? Yes. He didn't want to explain why. To tell her that he'd been right, and that it was her father who'd been the killer, not his own. Then there was Lena's diary and its contents, and all the implications that went with it. She would have to know sooner or later, but this didn't feel like the time to carve new wounds. To his relief, she didn't press the issue and instead changed the subject. I suppose I need to look for somewhere where Sophie and I can stay. Even if they let me into the house, I don't suppose it's livable. I hope the company that owns it has it insured because I doubt Dolly did. Mind you, I didn't really go through the paperwork, there was so much of it. I just put it in a box for later. Something to look forward to, I suppose, finding out just how much of a mess she left everything in. The coffee turned to ice in Matt's stomach. He'd forgotten all about Dickie and the evidence that he was still alive. He'd have to break that to her, too. She had spoken so casually, he couldn't bear to try and explain it now. Besides, there was very little to say. He'd never made it to the care home because of Lena. Jesus, Lena, did she even know about that? Every topic of conversation felt like a minefield. Out of desperation, he seized upon her first and possibly her safest observation. You can both stay with me if you want. He blurted out without remotely thinking it through, but instead of instant regret, he found that he didn't mind the idea. She smiled and almost laughed. You're very kind, Matt, but 3 of us can hardly stay here. She waved her arm around the small room. What are we supposed to do, take it in shifts to sleep?
Besides, you're not the Matthew Bastin hostel for waifs and strays. He returned her amused smile and shook his head. No, not here, of course. I have a house. It was true. He'd bought it while he was still in the army and had paid it off with his end-of-service payout. He owned it outright, had furnished it, decorated it, sat in it, admired it, and never spent a single night there. He had created a home, but it didn't feel like that to him. He couldn't live there with the ghosts of the past still snapping at his heels. They belonged in the square, and that's where they needed to stay. As if on cue, Sophie rolled over, sat up and addressed the room. You have a house and you decided to live in this shithole? You're freaking mad. And why didn't you wake me up and tell me Edie was here? Yo, Edie, you okay? She was all crazed hair and sleep-filled eyes, but the swelling in her face had gone down and her speech was more coherent. Morning, Sophie. Want some coffee? She looked over at the pot with its black-brown contents. Yeah, but not that stuff. I'll have a proper one, though. He smiled and shook his head, glancing at Edie, who seemed to share his amusement. I'll make you one. Sophie swung her legs out of the bed and looked at Edie as if she wanted to rush over and hug her, but instead sat on her hands and resorted to her usual ebullient bluntness as if it were some kind of default setting. So, Ede, what the fuck happened to you? No, don't answer for a minute, I need a pee. She slid off the bed and shuffled out of the room. Edie looked at Matt and pulled a face. Eads. Matt risked an amused smile, aware that this moment of shared humour was going to be all too brief. When all the tales had been told and the conclusions drawn, not a one of them was going to come out of this without some degree of shell shock. As if she was reading his mind, Edie reached into the pocket of the filthy jeans she had put on the floor next to her and pulled out a card. The police gave me this. Do you think we're going to need it? She held it up and he read the words, victim support. He looked at her pinched, worried face and realised that for all her bravado, whatever had happened to her had taken its toll, and that between him and Sophie, things were about to get much worse. I wouldn't throw it away just yet. She nodded, slowly, and drained the rest of her coffee, wincing at the bitterness but seeming to need its strength. She didn't speak again until Sophie came back. Then she waited for everyone to settle before saying, Bring it, let's talk. I'm as ready as I'll ever be. Chapter 27. Sophie threw herself down on the bed and let out a dramatic sigh. Much as she liked the hotel that Edie had chosen for them, it couldn't be a permanent solution, and as good as Edie had been to her, she couldn't expect it to go on forever. It had been 4 days since the fire, and their 3rd night in the hotel. They had only seen Matt once, since he'd had to sit and explain to Edie the dire truth of her family history. It wasn't that Edie seemed to be avoiding him. It was more that since it had all come out, Edie seemed to have gone somewhere inside herself. As far as Sophie could tell, Edie was still functioning, still getting up every day, getting dressed and doing what she had to do. But it was all a case of going through the motions. What Sam had done to her, what Lena had confessed to, and what the police had so far confirmed, seemed to have robbed her of anything resembling a zest for life. Much as Sophie cared for the woman, it was like living with one of Dickie's automatons. She was in the bathroom now, mechanically dragging a brush through her hair and staring into the mirror with dull eyes. If Sophie were to be honest, she would admit that she was worried. It felt like Edie was going to crack at any minute and shatter into 1,000 pieces. For herself, she'd liked the idea of shipping out to Matt's house and playing happy families, even though she knew the thought was naive. 3 fucked-up people trying to play it straight was never going to work. Even if it could happen, between them they would be the most dysfunctional unit in the history of sociology. Anyway, Edie was having none of it. Said Matt was a nice guy, but they couldn't do that to him. Shame. Edie had been worried about her reaction to finding out that Jono was her biological father, but it hadn't surprised her in the least. Her mother had never been fussy who she gave it out to, and it could have been worse. If she kept telling herself that, she might start to believe it. Jono was nothing but an involuntary sperm donor, as far as she was concerned, and though he'd been an absolute bastard to her, he'd helped Edie get away, and she had to give him credit for that. Dipping out on the money had been a bit gutting, though, but Alice Hale had said that if it turned out to be clean, they could have it back. $2,000 would be awesome, but she wasn't sure she'd be able to get past where it had come from and who'd had to die for it. She hadn't known Andrew Garvey, but Suze had been a mate, and it was hard not to feel gutted about the way she'd died. The more she thought about it, the more it felt like everything had turned to crap. Edie wandered out of the bathroom and picked up her bag. It was brand new, along with everything in it, bought with emergency cash from the bank. Edie had been forced to cancel all her cards because everything she owned was still in the half-burned house. The police had finished with it now, and Edie was allowed to go back in and get what she wanted before the looters took over. She was also meeting the insurance assessor, sent by the company that Dolly had sold it to. Having been inside and seen the state of it before the fire, Sophie figured that the people who owned it would get a better deal if they just took the money and ran. The best thing that could happen to number 17 was for it to fall down or get pulled down with everything still in it. "What time have you got to be there?" she asked. 11. She was getting used to Edie's one-word answers and no longer felt offended by them. She got it. If Edie started talking, fuck knows what would come out. She felt a bit like that herself sometimes. "Want me to come with you?" Edie shook her head but didn't look round, and Sophie was glad of it. Looking into those eyes since everything had gone to shit stirred something painful in her, a seam of distress that she was more than happy not to tap into. "No, but thanks for offering." Sophie didn't know why, but once Edie had gone, she was overwhelmed with an unbearable sense of loneliness. It felt like Edie was disappearing in stages, that only her physical form was left, and that she was being forced to grieve for her piece by piece. Frustrated, confused, and feeling thoroughly out of her depth, she switched on the TV, seeking distraction from her difficult thoughts. The only thing that Matt hadn't told Edie was that her uncle might still be alive. Of all the revelations that he'd been obliged to batter her with, Dickie's continued existence was probably the least worrying. Why he'd left it out he couldn't really explain, but it felt like pieces were missing from Dickie's story, and Matt was fundamentally tired of gaps. He would tell her, but only when he had the full picture. He'd been surprised to realise how disappointed he'd felt when Edie had turned down his offer of staying at the house. Understandable, he supposed. Why would she want support from the man who had accused her father of murder and forced the issue so far that everyone she had ever known had turned out to be a bad guy? A strange plan had formed in his head, a way that he might redeem himself in her eyes, and it involved reuniting her with her uncle, the only person from the past who was not implicated in anything foul. It had started with a search of documents, looking up first Beatty's will and confirming that she had left the house to her daughter and not her son. It was pure speculation on Matt's part to assume that Dickie's delicate nature had deemed him subpar in some way in his mother's eyes, and that Beatty had simply left him out. From what Matt had been able to gather, mainly from his newfound friend Lionel, almost everyone had discounted Dickie. Yet in Matt's mind, Dolly had been the unbalanced one. The image of the wooden heads, each named for one of the murder victims, was forever etched into his mind, and it still puzzled him that she had done that, and he wondered how much she had really known about Frank's proclivities. He'd managed to find out, through a fairly simple internet search, that Dolly had mortgaged the house in the form of an equity release arrangement shortly after Dickie's supposed demise. According to Lionel, that had also been the time when she had stopped interacting with her neighbours and had, in Lionel's words, turned. Logic dictated that she had used the money to fund the care home, though a reread of the invoice that he had found made it clear that Dolly had only made partial payments, the rest having come from social services. He'd hoped that would mean that Dickie had a social worker, but so far hadn't been able to find a single soul who had any connection with the old man. What he did know for sure, though he had put a great deal of effort into denying it, was that all this searching and inquiring was sheer procrastination. The simplest thing to do would be to just go to the care home and ring the bell and ask to see the man. The reasons why he hadn't were both stupid and complicated. Stupid because all he had done was waste time, and complicated because facing Dickie might cause all the rage that he had so carefully packed away with his collection to resurface in some unstoppable way. All the bitterness, resentment, and anger towards the Morris family was holed up in an imaginary box in his head, and he was afraid to open it in case it gave Pandora a run for her money. The myth of Pandora's box was that once she had released all the ills of the world, hope had remained. The only thing lurking in Matt's box was despair, and he'd been afraid to unleash it. Knowledge was power, and he knew, and had always known,
that all he had ever done was use his search for the truth as a shield against having to face that despair. If the search ended, there was nothing left to do but face that final demon. It was time to go and find Dickie, take the lid off the box, and face the last remnants of the past head on. Lionel always appreciated a helpful soul, and the lady at the care home had been most helpful indeed, though she had expressed her surprise at Mr. Morris receiving a visitor after all this time. She had been sorry to say that Mr. Morris hadn't taken the death of his sister very well, a fact made worse by the fact they'd had to read it in the paper because no one had taken the trouble to let them know. They'd been concerned that his bill might not be paid, and had been desperately trying to find out who they could contact to get it resolved. Did Lionel know who that might be? He said that he didn't, and had been away for some time, had only just returned to the area and had decided to look up his old friend. He often found that a little white lie made life simpler. She'd been even sorrier to tell him that since his sister's death, Mr. Morris had seemed to decline, and that they had felt that his care needs would be better met in a hospital. Lionel doubted that she was sorry at all, and that the decision had been made more on their concern that his bill might not be met than on any worry about his health. Lionel was sorry to say that life was like this now. Everything was about the money, but he had kept that to himself along with all his other secret thoughts. It didn't do to let people see the inner workings of the mind. Lionel had done the decent thing and sympathized. Then he had asked which hospital his dear old friend had been taken to. She'd told him, asked him to pass on their good wishes to dear old Dickie, such a love, and had smiled warmly. Lionel had returned the smile, thanked her for her time, promised to pass on her well wishes, and forever condemned her in his mind as a two-faced avaricious bitch who shouldn't be allowed to care for a dog. He made his way to the hospital by bus, casually observing the moral turpitude of Winfield through the steamy window, and concluding that, despite his best efforts, the whole place had become a sinkhole of depravity. It was a crying shame, and he didn't doubt that his mother would be turning in her grave at the knowledge. She had been a pillar of morality, and a shining example of righteousness. Lionel liked to think he'd carried her good work on, and that she would be proud of his fine moral stance. Even the hospital had gone downhill, and as he negotiated the corridors, searching for Dickie's room, he rued the day that they had got rid of matrons. His mother had been a nurse, and a strict advocate of hygiene, precision, and order. She would not have functioned in this place, and he was glad that she was no longer able to witness the decline of even the things closest to her heart. Unmade beds, dirty bedpans, and clutter in the corridors would have turned her puce with fury. His mother, in a fury, was not a thing that many people would wish to see, and the memory of it still loomed large in his mind. No matter, she was gone now. He found Dickie in a side room, a frail lump under the blankets, his skin and bone head resting against an untidy pile of pillows. Lionel frowned. The poor man looked distinctly uncomfortable. When he had inquired where he might find Richard Morris at the nurse's station, he had been told that poor Dickie had suffered a stroke and was unable to talk, which was such a shame as he seemed like such a sweet old thing. Lionel agreed that Dickie had, indeed, been a lovely man. He eased himself into the chair by the bed and made his presence known. "Hello, Dickie, old boy. Long time no see." Dickie's eyelids fluttered open, and a frown wrinkled his brow as he tried to get a fix on his visitor. Lionel watched as recognition dawned, seeing himself reflected in the old man's rheumy eyes. Was that fear he saw too? It seemed so, as Dickie began to moan and lurch as he tried to force his failing body into a sitting position. Lionel found himself feeling quite annoyed and a mite insulted about this. "Come on now, old man. No need to be like that, it's only me." Dickie was having none of it, and groped about on the bed, his frail hand searching for the call button conveniently left by the nurses. Lionel raised his cane and used the rubber-tipped end to push the object out of reach. "No need for that. Here, let me help you get a bit more comfortable. Let's sort these pillows out, shall we?" He stood up and began to fuss with the pillows, pulling one out and plumping it impatiently. "Such a fuss, Dickie. Your sister would be ashamed of you. She didn't play up like this. All I'm trying to do is help you get a little peace. Now be quiet and let me help. It'll all be over soon." It didn't take long. and once the pillows had been rearranged behind Dickie's head, everything looked much better, much more neat and orderly. Lionel straightened Dickie's arms and laid them at his sides. "There, that's better, isn't it?" He glanced into the man's eyes once more, and was pleased to observe that he could no longer see himself reflected. Much better, if he said so himself. The nurse at the station commented as he walked past. "Leaving so soon? That was a quick visit." Lionel gave her his best, most polished smile. "He's having a little nap. Seemed ashamed to disturb him. I'll call back another time." She nodded, looked relieved, gave him a distracted farewell, and went back to her paperwork. Lionel considered this typical of the modern work ethic and the attitude of people today. Always with the paperwork, ticking their little boxes, dotting their I's, crossing their T's, and thinking they'd done a good job. They didn't know what a good job was, but he did. He strolled away from the hospital towards the bus stop, swinging his cane and humming his favourite hymn, "Fight the Good Fight." He felt it very apt indeed. Matt might have spotted him, called out and waved even, had the bus not pulled up at that moment and masked Lionel from view. As it was, Matt was caught up in his mood and may as well have been wearing blinkers for all the attention he was paying to his surroundings. He too had visited the care home and had received the surprised and saccharine greeting of the proprietor. He had not made judgment on her for it, but had merely been put out by learning that he must make another trip to the bloody hospital. It was beginning to feel as though he might as well take up residence there. By the time he left, he was also beginning to feel that he had the kiss of death. His mother had been like that with cats. Every time she'd taken in a stray, the thing would die within days, despite her tender ministrations. Matt did not consider himself the tender type, but seemed to have inherited his mother's touch. Except cats were safe. It was only the elderly who needed to be cautious. Finding out that Dickie had died peacefully in his sleep, according to the harried nurse, hadn't been much of a comfort. He'd been hoping to find some answers to his remaining questions, and didn't relish having to tell Edie that she had another funeral to organise, and it would be one that she already believed had taken place. What was that Shakespeare quotation? "Will no one rid me of this turbulent priest?" In Matt's case, if the word priest could be traded for past, it would fit perfectly. As he trudged the pavements back to the square, shoulders hunched and wearing a pensive, melancholy air as if it was a coat, he remembered that he had agreed to meet Sophie and take her for lunch. He was going to be late. Edie had brought her a brand-new pay-as-you-go mobile phone, and he could have called her on that to explain, but he needed to walk off this mood before he spoke to anyone. Sophie would wait. She had nothing better to do. Sophie looked at the clock on the cafe wall and sighed. Matt was late. No matter, she could wait. It wasn't as if she had anything better to do. She had ordered a cappuccino, having taken a liking to them since Edie had seen fit to furnish her with spending money. Edie was doling it out like no one's business now that her house sale had completed and she had money in the bank. The ex had given her half his business too, or at least he'd given her half what it would cost to buy it. Edie said it must have killed him to do it, and that had the judge given him a choice, Simon would have begrudged her the sweat from his arse. Edie had been worried about the house sale going through after the shenanigans with Sam, but the police had told her that when they'd gone to the house, it was as clean as a surgeon's knife. Not a trace of Sam, the whiskey bottle, or the pizza box. It was like it had never happened, and they had pretty much accused her of making it all up. Funny that, given that the bruises on Edie's wrists still hadn't faded, and Sophie's nose looked more snub than ski slope these days. They'd had to swallow it when they found Jono's phone, though, and had almost, but not quite, apologised when they'd picked him up at Dover trying to use fake ID to buy a ferry ticket. Sophie didn't know what would happen to him now, but he was being held responsible for the deaths of Suze Prothero and Andrew Garvey, and would most likely go down for the arson. She knew she'd have to be a witness to that, and didn't relish the prospect. Edie would be called as a witness too, and that worried her more. She wasn't sure how much more Edie could take. The waitress wove her way between the tables and deposited Sophie's drink in front of her, slopping some of it in the saucer as she let it drop down. She lingered for a moment and peered out of the window. There he goes, look, bloody old ghoul. Sophie had no idea what she was talking about and followed her gaze. Who?
Him over there just got off the bus. Sick, if you ask me.
Sophie could see an old man with a cane. He looked smart and out of his time, and definitely out of place on the square. What's up with him, then? The waitress shuddered. Runs those murder tours, callous old git. My great-auntie was one of the girls that got killed. You'd think people would have more compassion, really. I never met her, of course, but still. Sophie raised her eyebrows. If only the woman knew what she knew. I thought it was that funky-looking bloke, woolly hat and a beard, that did them. He takes the tools, but it's that one over there that organises them and gets the money. Sophie found this mildly intriguing at most. Really? Yeah, makes you sick, really. My mum tried to get him shut down, but apparently the whole thing is an important part of local history and brings tourism to the area. Like tourists want to come here. Mind you, keeps me in a job, I suppose. Sophie snorted. She had to agree that not many people would be given Winfield a 5-star rating on TripAdvisor anytime soon. I suppose even murder geeks like a bacon sandwich, she said. That's about the size of it. Though I had one in here asking for lapsang souchong the other week. Bloody lapsang souchong. In a place like this, I ask you. Told him he'd be getting Tetley or nothing. I've only just mastered them cappuccinos, she said, waving at Sophie's drink. Anyway, best be getting on, I suppose. Yeah. To her relief, she saw Matt across the road and hoped they'd be going somewhere else for lunch. She sipped her coffee and realised that the woman hadn't mastered cappuccinos at all. Alice Hale had just had an interesting but unproductive interview with Alan Pascoe. Interesting because he was an intriguing man. Unproductive because he had more or less laughed her out of his office. They both knew that he was as guilty as sin where Sam Campion was concerned, but, as he'd so helpfully pointed out, she would need evidence, and that she was sorely lacking. She'd challenged him about the phone calls from the mobile that Jono had discarded. He'd laughed and said that he provided contract mobile phones for all of his employees and allowed them to be used for personal reasons. He could hardly be accountable for who his employees chose to associate with. She'd asked for a list of numbers and SIM cards, and he'd sadly informed her that he'd upgraded all their phones a few days earlier. Everyone had new numbers, and being a man who disliked clutter, he'd disposed of the records for the old ones. Besides, he ran a business. All sorts of people made calls. Desperate, she'd pointed out that he would need those phone records for his tax returns and that it had been foolish to destroy them. He'd laughed and told her that he still had the invoices and had merely got rid of the list of who had been allocated which phone. Alice had told him that Jono had said that he'd spoken directly to him and only him. Pascoe had spread his hands, brushing his palms across his leather-topped desk, and said, "Do I look like a man who takes personal calls from the likes of that?" Alice thought that he did, most definitely. He also looked like the kind of man who dealt in stolen diamonds and bearer bonds, and who was more than capable of disposing of someone like Sam Campion if they crossed him. The diamonds and the bonds weren't her case, but everything connected in the end. Everything about the diamonds was pointing at Pascoe, but neither Alice nor the team working the case had a single shred of evidence that could link him to them. Just a hunch that was eating away at each and every officer. Derek Sellers had cleaned away all traces of who might have handled the diamonds with his cleaning process, but Edie Byrne was willing to testify that Campion had handled them, if they ever found him. The look on Pascoe's smug, languid expression had told Alice that Sam's body was more than likely bulking out the footings of one of Pascoe's building projects. He would never be found. The fact that they had records of the locations where the phone calls were made was irrelevant. Pascoe was right. The number Jono had called was registered to his business and not him. Any objective test that Alice applied to her hunch only came up with one result. She'd have to get up very early in the morning to nail a man like Pascoe, and she'd have to gather a damn sight more evidence to justify arresting him. It was frankly depressing. The DI thought they had enough. Jono was good for the fire, the deaths, and the abduction of Edie Byrne, but Alice wanted Sam Campion because she couldn't get Lena for the murder of Frank Morris. Her oppo had told her to get a grip and accept that she couldn't have everything. Jono was enough, and she'd have to accept that with good grace. But for Alice, it was a bitter pill. She hadn't become a detective to quietly ignore the crimes she couldn't solve. Perhaps she should take a lesson from Matt Bastin. At one point, she'd expected him to use what they had discovered as leverage for a full posthumous pardon for his father. But he hadn't. The last time they'd met, he'd said that knowing was enough. Alice knew too, But somehow just knowing would never be enough, despite the fact that she had no choice but to accept it. Chapter 28. Edie stood outside in the yard of number 17 for the last time, looking up at the charred wood of the upstairs windows and frowning at the soot-blackened bricks. The house was empty now. Empty of things, empty of feelings. Only the ghosts remained, ethereal and unblighted by the wanton destruction. She was officially divorced now, from Simon and from any obligation to her family. Everything had been settled. She hadn't begrudged paying for a funeral for Dickie, though there had been no provision of tea and sympathy this time. The whole thing had garnered enough attention without that. Dickie now rested in the central garden, where she had scattered his ashes in the early morning, with only Sophie and Matt for company. She hoped that every murder tourist would take a little bit of him home with them when the wind blew, though it was a grim and vengeful thought. Her father's remains were locked up somewhere. She didn't care where, and if they chose to bury him, it could be in a compost heap for all she cared. He was Rose's problem now. Edie felt like she had more than done her share. Sophie wandered up behind her. "Last farewell?" she asked. "Something like that. I almost wish the fire had taken it all." Sophie didn't say anything, just pushed her hands into her pockets and let out a long sigh. "So are you all packed and ready?" Edie said, turning away from the house. "I thought we might have a few days down in Cornwall or something before I found somewhere more permanent." She looked down at Sophie's foot, scuffing the ground, and knew what was coming. Edie was 100% fluent in body language. "You're not coming, are you?" No, not for a bit, but I will visit when you're settled. I got offered a job in the cafe. It's not much, but it's the first time I've ever had a chance to do something proper for myself. I want to give it a go. You've been great, Edie, and I can't tell you what it means to me, but I need to do this. I need to prove I can stand on my own 2 feet. Edie nodded. She did understand, but it was going to break her heart. Sophie had been the one purposeful focus in the whole debacle, and the only thing that had kept her sane in the aftermath. But where will you live? Matt said I could have the bedsit. He's moving on too. Edie nodded. She had become quite fond of Matt, even though he had been the catalyst for terrible things. It felt like the only 2 people who had the vaguest notion what it looked like when your world had been tilted on its axis were abandoning her. It hurt, like a hunger pan in her heart. "That's kind of him," she said. "He's a kind man." "He is." Sophie was kicking the ground again. She had worn away the residue of grime from the fire and had found fresh earth. "You should have given him a chance, you know. He really likes you." "Don't be daft. He just feels bad about everything that came out. Like you said, he's a nice man." She said it, but wasn't sure who she was trying to convince, herself or Sophie. Sophie cocked her head to one side and raised her eyebrows. "Yeah, okay, if you say so." They stood in silence for a few more minutes, just staring at the house. "I hate this place," Edie said. "I don't know how you can want to stay here." "Oh, I'm not too keen on this particular house, I must admit, but the square itself, it has potential. Sam and Jono are gone, it'll get better now." "I doubt that. Other vile people will pop up and take their place," Edie said, knowing that though her words might be true, she was bargaining. Sophie knew it and smiled. "I'll be okay, you know, and I will visit. You don't get to shake me off that easily, missus." Edie felt the threat of tears begin to sting her eyelids and turned away. "Glad to hear it. I wouldn't have it any other way." Her voice was beginning to crack with emotion. Sophie took her hands from her pockets, reached out, and enfolded Edie in a brief but intense embrace. "I love you, missus. Don't forget it because I'll only say it once." The words were mumbled into Edie's hair, where they lingered like a halo of wishes and wants. She hugged the girl back. "You only need to say it once, and ditto." Sophie pulled away. "That's enough of the mush. Now bugger off before one of us starts crying. I'll phone you, all right?" "You better had," Edie said, forcing a smile. "I will. Now bugger off, will you? I've got to go and learn how to make bloody cappuccinos." Edie laughed, wiped her hand across her face, and blew Sophie a kiss before turning her back on number 17 for good. At the tube station, she hovered in front of the destination board, trying to pick where to go. A ticket to anywhere would do. She had been invited to go and stay with Rose, but it was too soon. They might talk about the past one day, but Edie needed it straight in her own head before she allowed Rose to soften it and mould it and make it into something more palatable than it was to suit herself. Cornwall had been appealing when she'd thought it would be her and Sophie. She'd had a vision of them staying at that big hotel in Newquay and having a ball, but it would be too lonely a trip on her own. She would rather be a sad middle-aged woman in a city where she could be relatively invisible. But not London. She was tired of it and, as the saying went, she was tired of life too. York had always held an appeal. Maybe she would go there. Edie. Her thoughts were entirely disrupted by the sound of his voice. She turned to see Matt standing a few feet away and staring at her with a pained look on his face. "Weren't you even going to say goodbye?" he asked. She blushed because trying to slip away quietly had been an abject act of cowardice. "Am I going to make a complete dick of myself if I say don't go?" he said, peering at her through those knowing grey eyes of his. She looked away from his face and through the station entrance to the busy road outside. "I have to. I can't stay here. I'm sorry I didn't say goodbye. It felt awkward. Anyway, you still got Sophie. She'll keep you out of mischief," she said, with a laugh that sounded hollow even to her. "Sophie might be staying, but it doesn't mean that I am." "Oh, where will you go?" Somehow she couldn't picture him anywhere else but in the square. "I suppose I ought to try living in the house that I own, be normal for once. What's normal for people like us?" He spread his hands and raised his shoulders in a gesture of bewilderment. "Search me. I'll let you know if I ever find out." Edie looked down at the bag that rested by her feet. "So I'd better say goodbye then." For the briefest of moments she thought he was about to do what Sophie had done and hug her, but he hesitated and the moment passed. Instead, he reached out and took her hand, squeezed it, and let go. Then he was gone. Edie bent down to pick up her bag. It felt so much heavier now. It was as if she had forgotten that she'd packed all her sorrows too. King's Cross was heaving with people. As Edie stood in the queue to buy her ticket to York, she heard a little girl ask her mother where the Harry Potter train was. The mother was clearly harassed and had no time for such things. "It's not real, love. It's all made up. There is no Harry Potter train." The child's face fell. "But there's a shop and everything." The mother laughed and gave the kid a hug. "You can't buy magic, love." Edie watched the child's shoulders visibly sag as this news sank in, and felt her own heart shrink with them. Not because she was under any illusions that a magical train would somehow whisk her away to a better life, but because... She pulled away from the queue, causing the man behind to mutter rudely. Given that she had just done him a favour, she glared at him and mouthed a profanity. Life was too bloody short to put up with rubbish or miss out on opportunities. Outside the station, she waited for a taxi in the rapidly moving queue. When her turn arrived, she leaned through the window. Coronation Square, Winfield. The taxi driver raised his eyebrows and set the meter. Once underway, Edie took out her phone and tapped out a text to Sophie. "Tell Matt not to move a muscle. I'm coming back." She pressed send and smiled. You might not be able to buy magic, but when there was a hint of it in the air, it would be stupid not to take advantage. Chapter 29. Lionel looked out of his window. His view of the square softened and diluted by the long lace curtain. He liked a net. You could catch many things with a net, even when you were just looking through it. He could see his bread and butter now. The evening tour had just commenced with plenty of eager people waiting in the twilight to hear the gory tale of the Winfield murders. He liked to wander the garden sometimes and stop and listen to their reactions as his employee regaled them with the grisly story of Elizabeth Reese, who had been found dead on the bench. Lionel had thought that was a fitting place for her. After all, it was where she had plied her trade all those years ago, spreading her filth as well as her legs. They had all done that for him. He'd made them. The thought made him shudder. Anne Townsend he'd left in the street, lying in the gutter, which was exactly where she belonged. Jean Lockwood he'd left in the garden shed where he'd first spied on her, cavorting and spoiling herself with any man who would have her. Mary McGowan he'd left by the bins at the back of the pub with the rubbish. Sally he would have liked to lay claim to, but sadly the job had been done for him. He still found it irksome that he had been robbed of the opportunity to demonstrate to Sally the error of her ways. More irksome still that her killers had prevented him from carrying on. In testifying against John Bastin, those two women, Dolly Morris and Lena Campion, had made it impossible for him to continue. He'd tried, but she'd got away, and somehow he'd lost heart for it after that. He'd moved away from the square for a long time after, unable to sit back and watch it all decay in front of his eyes. He should have stayed, he knew that now. In his absence, the filth had spawned and spread like a fungus. Whatever it fruited that could be seen was nothing to the network it had spread underneath. It was like a hydra. You cut one head off and two sprang up in its place. Filth and scum had become inherent here, and it sickened him. The murder tours had been intended to serve as a moral alarm that would remind people of the true wages of sin. He'd intended them to be a salutary lesson to the people of Winfield, a warning even. If he were honest, he'd also seen them as a celebration of his achievements, lest the part that he'd played in the history of the place be forgotten. It was a shame that he couldn't name himself and bask in the glory, but he considered himself a modest man at heart and was satisfied with his vicarious observations. For now. There hadn't been much satisfaction in disposing of Dickie, but he daren't have taken the risk of the man recovering and stumbling into Matthew Bastin. That boy was like a terrier with a bone. He'd long worried that Dickie had suspected him, ever since the incident with the scarf 5 years before. Lionel liked to carry a little something with him sometimes, just a token. He had kept one from each of the girls. He'd had the scarf in his pocket and had called on his old friend for a cup of tea. He'd been shocked at the state of the house and the decline of standards, not that it had been terribly surprising given what the mother had been, but the dust had made him sneeze, and stupidly he'd pulled out the scarf and not his handkerchief. Dickie had recognised it immediately because he'd been the one who had bought it for Jean. Not that she'd ever repaid him with her favours. She'd taken Dickie's gifts but treated him with disdain. On the day Lionel had visited, there had been a scuffle, and he'd tried to deal with Dickie then. But Dolly had come home and, like a fool, Lionel had done the first thing he could think of and had stuffed the scarf into an old china ornament while Dolly called the ambulance. Like a fool, he'd believed the story of Dickie's demise too. He'd missed his trophy all these years, and had been most pleased to find it in Matthew's abode. Most pleased indeed. It had been the matter of a moment to slip it into his pocket while the boy had been busy making tea. Lionel had always found that it paid to be friendly, much easier to lull people into a false sense of trust. The dress had been a grave mistake, and a foolish, foolish error. Lionel was still angry at himself for it. The day he had finally disposed of his mother's belongings had been traumatic, as if he was throwing the woman herself away. A sad and tumultuous time that had made the loss of her all too real again. The dress had hung in her wardrobe for years following her death, a splash of gaudy colour sandwiched between the uniform blacks and blues of the righteous. Somehow, when he had bagged up his mother's clothes, he'd included the dress and, like a fool, had handed it over to Dolly with a smile on his face, expecting her to be grateful for his kind donation to the local jumble sale. He should have known, really. She had treated him differently since Dickie had supposedly died. The discovery of the dress was the last nail in her coffin. Lionel knew that he had lost his touch the day he went to retrieve it and had scuffled with her on the stairs and pushed her to her death. A vague recollection of a moment of panic when the postman had knocked on the door explained it. With Dolly lying at the bottom of the stairs, clearly broken, he had rushed out of the house, allowing the door to slam behind him. Lionel loathed sloppiness and hated making mistakes. Precision in all things was what he had been taught. Some consolation had come from the sight of young Edie wearing it. When she had emerged from the house that night wearing the dress, he had felt a frisson of excitement and a reactive yearning in parts of his anatomy that he preferred not to think about. The chance meeting in the garden later that evening had been serendipitous indeed, especially when they had shared the very bench where he had first removed the dress. It thrilled him even now to think of it. Sadly, only a small piece of charred fabric remained. It had taken him a while to find it. He'd had to rake through the sooty remains of the burnt-out kitchen for some time. It would be too fragile a thing to carry around in his pocket, but it completed his collection, and he found it satisfying that his trophy cabinet could be considered complete. It amused him no end that Edie and Matthew had taken up with each other. He'd taken great pleasure in inviting them round for tea and watching their coy, tentative interactions, Such sweet irony that the sins of their fathers had brought them together. They were gone now. Both had wiped the mud of the square off their feet and had moved away. A house in Winchester, so he had been told. He hoped they would marry. All this living in sin still didn't sit comfortably with him. Had they stayed, he might have felt the need to intervene. The day they'd gone, Edie had bought him a gift, a box of Earl Grey from Fortnum & Mason, and a photograph for his collection. She'd found it in the house, she said, amongst Dolly and Dickie's old things. A picture of them all as children. Lionel looked at it often, remembering the day it had been taken. He looked at it and considered that he'd been a handsome boy. When he looked long enough, he was sure he could see a halo of light surrounding his own handsome head. In moments of self-doubt, he thought it might just be a trick of the sun, but on other days it was clear to see that he had been a saint. How proud his mother would have been to see her son so rightly shown. Chapter 30. Alice Hale couldn't settle. She'd had to accept that Sam Campion wasn't coming back. Hard as it was, she'd had to let go. Despite that, the name Campion continued to make her lose sleep at night. Along with some smarmy-looking old guy who smelled of mothballs and dressed like a throwback from the 20s with his dapper cravat and silver-topped cane, she'd been one of only 2 witnesses at Lena Campion's funeral. It would have been disingenuous to call herself a mourner. Besides, it would be hard to mourn at a state-funded cremation. They were always rather perfunctory affairs. It was hard to know the reason she had bothered going at all, but something about Lena Campion's confession had been niggling at her. Despite her superior's reluctance to reopen a solved case, the whole thing had piqued Alice's curiosity. Since Lena's death, she'd been poking around and had requested the old case notes from the archives. There had been nothing new to find. John Bastin had been hanged on the evidence of his affair with Sally Pollitt, his reputation as a Lothario, and the testimony of Lena and her friend Dolly Morris. Despite this apparent fait accompli, and the fact that it couldn't realistically be reinvestigated due to the fact that everyone involved was now dead, Alice was still curious. It had become the latest bee in her bonnet. As it buzzed, nudging at her consciousness, she moved across the office to make herself a cup of coffee. She would need the caffeine to focus. A great big fat file had just been delivered that would hopefully contain something which would help the move against Pascoe. On top of the bigger file lay a small one, old, thin, and intriguing. The name on the folder was Beryl Jackson. Pushing the Pascoe file aside, she opened the thin folder and began to read, eager to see if her hunch had been right. This latest line of personal inquiry had been to find out if any other crimes had been committed that could be linked to the Winfield murders. Her search had only come up with one interesting item, the report of an assault on a young woman, Beryl Jackson, who had been walking home after an assignation with her boyfriend. A man had hit her over the head with an unknown object and had raped and attempted to strangle her, but the attack had been interrupted by a witness. The attacker had fled the scene, disappearing into the night, never to be identified. The witness had been more concerned with the state of the girl than the escape of the felon, so hadn't pursued him. Several elements of this report were rattling about in Alice's mind. The location was bang on. The features of the victim fitted, a young girl with apparently loose morals, and the timing was right. In Alice's opinion, Beryl Jackson might have been the one that got away. What was most interesting, and the thing that was mutating into a clear thought in her mind, was that the witness had reported that the attacker walked with a pronounced limp. He had loped rather than fled from the scene. Frank Morris had not walked with a limp. Neither had John Bastin. What was most odd about Beryl's statement was the observation that her attacker had an unusual smell about him, an odour reminiscent of bergamot. In fact, what Beryl had actually told the police was that the man who had tried to kill her had reeked of Earl Grey tea. Alice closed the file with a sigh. The contents meant nothing. There must be thousands of old men with gammy legs and a penchant for fancy tea. Besides, the killings had stopped after the hanging. Perhaps her colleagues were right and she needed to learn how to let go and move on. She placed the file into her desk tray and picked up the brick of manila and paper that constituted the dubious life and times of Alan Pascoe and began to read, wondering what motivated such a man to be so relentlessly evil. In the back of the file was a copy of his birth certificate, holding the bland statement, "Father unknown." Alice thought it was quite the shame that Beatty Morris had been in prison at the time of his conception.
She might have done Winfield a significant service otherwise. It was a terrible thought, really. 2 wrongs didn't form a right, and 2 Beryl's didn't necessarily form a connection. Alice convinced herself that the name of Pascoe's mother was completely irrelevant and totally coincidental. Even if she was the same Beryl Jackson who had been attacked all those years before, and even if she did give birth to Alan 9 months later, and even though she did marry Thomas Pascoe when Alan was 3, Beryl Pascoe was long dead, and like everyone else from that time, had retained the right to remain as silent as her own grave. Whatever questions Alice might have, they would never get answered. She needed to learn to let go and concentrate on the present, not the past, stamp on her ubiquitous curiosity, and focus on the matter in hand. She tucked the document into the back of the folder and began to focus on the here and now. If you enjoyed The Silent Girls, then keep listening for an exclusive extract from Anne Troup's second novel, The Forgotten Room. Prologue. A clutch of people had gathered to see the breaking of the earth, their breath mingling in the cool morning air where it lingered and collected as a cloud of light mist. They watched as giant metal teeth bit into the ground, tearing it asunder in the name of progress. Some clapped, others thrust their hands deep into their pockets and huffed out stale air and small wet puffs, as that thing called progress made its mark on dead land. A single watcher stood firm and still, refusing to show reaction and wondering how long it would be before old, long-extinguished life would be revealed. Her bones had been planted long ago. Her flesh had nourished the earth and made gluttons of the worms, while maggots had grown fat on the meat and the memory of her. The watcher wondered if any human remembered her now. If they didn't, they would soon. The metal teeth were chewing the earth a mere 50 feet from where she lay. It was just a matter of time. When she saw the light of day again, she would be greeted with an urgency she had never known in life. They would want to know all about her then. The watcher was sure of it. A glance towards the proud developer, who oozed abundance in his expensive coat, who rubbed his hands in anticipation of what he believed would come. Wealth, recognition, kudos. The watcher smiled with a wry twist of the mouth. The man might as well build his houses out of glass and pray that no one would cast the first stone. It was all as fragile as that. They were standing on a teetering precipice between past and present, on earth as crumbling and friable as that which fell in crumbs and clods from the bucket of the JCB. The watcher turned away and began to walk. All things must come to an end, and the peace of Essen Grange would come to an end too. The watcher could feel it and hear it in the grind of the machinery. Everything that was familiar and safe was breathing its last in the screech of metal and gears. The watcher was as broken as the ground that was succumbing to change. Everything had to alter eventually, and the bones would mark the beginning. That was The Silent Girls by Anne Troup, read by Jenny Bede. This program was produced by ID Audio, an audiobook from HQ, an imprint of HarperCollins. Text copyright Anne Troup 2016. Production copyright 2018 by HarperCollins Publishers, all rights reserved. Anne Troup asserts the moral right to be identified as the author of this work. Thank you for listening.